I just looked under the nearest pari-mutuel window.
Have a seat, Steve.
Okay. You know, of course, I was going to get even on that next race.
I'm afraid this can't wait until the next race, Steve.
I'll have your credentials and plane ticket at my desk when you're ready for them.
All right, thanks, Ruth. Sending me off into the wild blue yonder again, Commissioner?
You're flying to Tangier.
Tangier? Look, I don't even have a veil.
You won't need one. Ever hear of a man named Captain Rock?
Yeah, sort of a soldier of fortune, isn't he?
Yes, a man who'd do anything for anybody, if the price was right. There's a picture of him. Take a look.
Hey, he looks like me.
Quite a little, Steve. We think you could pass for Captain Rock almost anywhere.
Hey, wait a minute. What do you mean, pass for him?
It's a very dangerous game, Steve, but I'm asking you to play it for us. Putting it bluntly, you're going to pose as Captain Rock in Tangier. You'll be a decoy.
Oh, great. Look, maybe Captain Rock won't like the idea.
He's in no position to object, Steve. Last night in Tangier, Captain Rock was stabbed to death.
Huh? Well, how do I go about impersonating a dead man?
His death has been kept a secret. He was found right after he was stabbed and was taken to the hospital in Tangier under heavy police guard. He died in the hospital. We want his killers to think they missed.
Oh, so they'll come after me, huh? Hey, this sounds like a fine job.
Yes, well, we've got to find out who killed him and why.
Look, you better fill me in on the background. Why is Rock so important to us?
There's not time to go into that now, Steve. Your plane leaves in half an hour. But Inspector LeBoard in Tangier will give you the entire background. Go directly to his office when you arrive.
Inspector LeBoard in Tangier. Okay.
Steve, this is a vital job you're going to do and a very dangerous one. You'll be up against clever, ruthless opposition. But we've got to find out who killed Captain Rock. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is proud to present Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places in the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you'll find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment. Steve Mitchell is en route to Tangier in North Africa by plane. Meanwhile, in a spacious villa on the outskirts of Tangier, a man waits, slowly sipping a glass of sherry. The door opens, and a slender native enters the room.
Good evening, Joshua Effendi.
Ali, at last. Certainly took you long enough to get back here to make your report to me.
I thought it best to remain in hiding for a day, Effendi.
Perhaps you were right. But come, tell me exactly what happened.
Yes, Effendi. I met Captain Rock at the Shop of 1,000 Bells the night before last, as you instructed me to. I told him that I was to conduct him to the man who had arranged his escape from the Istanbul prison.
Was he suspicious at all?
He did not seem to be. But he said he did not understand why his escape from prison had been arranged. I told him he would find that out later.
Good. Good.
We drove to a deserted road outside the city, and then I stabbed him. Captain Rock is dead, Joshua Effendi.
Oh, you've done well, Ali. And you'll be paid accordingly. I'm going to the airport to purchase a ticket to Cairo. My job here is finished. I would like a ticket to Cairo on the first available plane.
Very well, sir.
Taxi. Hey, taxi!
Here is your ticket, sir.
Wait, that man.
Taxi!
Right here, Effendi. Welcome to Tangier, Effendi. May I show you the sights of the city?
No, just take me to the police station.
Oh, right away, Effendi.
That was Captain Rock. But Rock is dead.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Never mind the ticket to Cairo. I still have some unfinished business here in Tangier.
No, it cannot be true, Joshua Effendi. Captain Rock is dead.
You stupid fool, Ali. I saw him at the airport just now. You bungled the job the night before last, after all.
No, it could not be. I stabbed him to death in the car. Ali, I do not miss.
Did you wait until you were sure he was dead before you left?
Well, you see, Joshua Effendi...
Out with it, Ali!
Well, a police patrol came down the road right afterward. It was necessary for me to depart quickly.
That's what I thought. You did bungle the job, stupid.
One more
fool.
chance, Effendi. Just give me one more chance, and this time I will make sure.
No! It is too late for that, Ali. You had an opportunity and you failed me.
No, Effendi, please. No!
One chance is all I ever give anyone, Ali. From now on, I will handle this job myself.
Your credentials are in order, Monsieur Mitchell. Please have a seat.
Thank you, Inspector LeBoard.
Your commissioner notified me to expect you. You did well to come here to my office as soon as you arrived in Tangier. We do not want you to be seen in the city until you understand the situation thoroughly.
Well, right now I don't understand much of anything. I think you'd better start at the beginning.
Of course. Look at this map. A year ago, these two European countries were on the verge of signing a treaty. Your country was backing them completely and was very anxious for that treaty to go through. It meant peace and security for this entire area of Europe.
I see. What happened to it?
On a certain day, a representative from each country was to meet and sign the treaty on the border. But that meeting never took place.
Why not?
One of the representatives was assassinated on the way to the meeting point. The mutual suspicion which resulted from the incident was enough to scrap the treaty.
But what's all this got to do with Captain Rock?
I wish to show you a portion of a newsreel on this film projector. Will you turn off the light, please?
Okay.
Merci. I will start the projector now. This was taken near the border of the two countries involved on the day the treaty was to be signed. What do you see there, Monsieur Mitchell?
Just a black sedan. Man in the back seat, driver in the front.
The man in the back seat was the diplomat who was assassinated shortly afterward. Now, look more closely at the driver.
What? Hey, it's Captain Rock.
Captain Rock. You may turn the lights back on now. Merci.
You think Captain Rock killed that diplomat?
No, but we think he was in on the plan in some way. At a certain point in the trip, instead of turning to the left, as he was supposed to do, he suddenly turned to the right, into a blind alley. That is where the shooting took place.
I see. Well, then, if Rock was in on the plan, that means he knew who killed that diplomat.
That is precisely the point, Mitchell. We believe that interests hostile to that treaty deliberately assassinated that diplomat to block the treaty. Your commissioner also believes that if they can be exposed for what they are and linked to the killing, then the treaty has a chance of going through after all.
Yeah. Well, what happened to Captain Rock after the shooting?
Interpol in Paris has supplied us with that information. I have it right here. Rock went into hiding. He was arrested on a minor charge in Istanbul 2 months ago and imprisoned there.
He probably figured that Istanbul jail was a good hiding place.
Oh, undoubtedly. But last week there was a very skillfully arranged jailbreak. Captain Rock escaped. We want to find out who arranged that escape, because it is our belief that the one responsible for it is the killer who realized that he was not safe as long as Rock was alive.
So that's why I'm supposed to impersonate Rock?
Exactly. I think we will be able to make the killer believe that he missed the first time.
So he'll come after me. You know, this sounds like a nice, friendly little pastime where a guy could wind up dead.
There is no point in minimizing the danger, but this assignment is a vital one.
Look, did you get anything out of Rock before he died?
No. But a few hours before his death, he was seen at Hassim's.
Hassim's? What's that?
Cafe here in Tangier. It may mean nothing. On the other hand...
Well, I guess that'll be my first stop, huh?
Oui. Monsieur Mitchell, one thing I must make very clear to you.
Yeah?
When you walk out of this office, you will be Captain Rock. You cannot return here until this job is finished, one way or the other.
Why not?
The interests that we think are behind this have eyes and ears everywhere. We must do our best to convince them. Therefore, I am the only one in Tangier who knows who you really are. Even now, your picture has been distributed to the force as that of Captain Rock. To the rest of the police, you will be Captain Rock, to be pursued and captured if possible.
Oh, fine. I don't have enough to do trying to find out who's behind all this. I have to play hide and seek with the police, too.
Oh, I regret it is unavoidable.
Well, look, suppose I get in a spot. Isn't there anyone who can help me?
I have considered that possibility. I will have one of my detectives who will make himself known to you at Hassim's Cafe.
How will I know him?
He will approach you and he will say, Hassim stocks fine wines here. You will ask him if he is an employee of the place, and he will reply, no, not an employee, a connoisseur.
Fine wines connoisseur. Okay, I've got it.
Keep under cover for the rest of the day and be at Hassim's at 7 tonight.
Okay.
Mr. Mitchell, I do not need to warn you to be careful, because if you are not, I am afraid it will cost you your life.
Welcome to my humble cafe, Effendi. Would you like Hassim to show you to a table?
Oh, this one right here will do. Looks like I'm in time for the floor show.
Yes, Effendi. Captain Rock.
Huh?
For a moment, I did not recognize you. But you are Captain Rock.
Yeah, but let's not spread it around, Hassim.
But of course, Effendi, I forgot you were wanted by the police. But you risked capture to come here to see Adida.
Yadida?
Your sweetheart. See? She is dancing now.
Oh, yeah. She looks even more beautiful than the last time I saw her.
She is the sweetheart of all Tangier. But she loves only you. I will go to signal her that you are here. She will be overjoyed.
I hope so. Maybe this deal won't be too bad after all.
I beg your pardon.
Huh?
Is this your first visit to Hassim's Cafe?
Why, no. I used to come here a lot. Why? Who are you?
Allow me to congratulate you on your excellent taste in coming here. Hassim stocks fine wines.
Oh? Are you an employee?
Not an employee, a connoisseur.
I see.
Inspector LeBoard sent me. Let us go someplace where we can talk.
No, not now. I know what you look like now. That's all that's necessary. Just manage to be around if I need you.
But I think we should go outside and discuss.
No, look. Hassim's heading this way. Beat it.
Very well. I will leave by the back door.
Yeah.
I signaled to Yadida. I pointed you out, see? She has her eyes on you now.
Yeah. Nice eyes, too. Thanks, Hassim.
See? She is coming straight here to your table.
Yeah. Hassim, don't you think sweethearts should be let alone?
But of course, Effendi. I understand.
Darling.
Hello, Yadida.
Oh, darling, you must be careful. Joshua's here.
Huh?
I saw him. Wait.
What's the matter?
You are not... Oh, I beg your pardon, Effendi. I have made a mistake.
Hey, wait a minute. Yadida, come back here. Yeah, looks like I didn't fool her any. Hassim. Hassim.
Yes, Effendi.
Where's Yadida's dressing room?
Oh, you have quarreled already. Such a pity, such a pity.
Yeah. Now I want to make up. Where's her dressing room?
Where it has always been, Captain Rock. Through that curtain. The room at the end of the hall.
Thanks.
You will make it up, then all will be well again.
Room at the end of the hall. Yeah, there it is. She was trying to warn me about something. Yadida. Yadida. Hey. Yadida. What happened?
Knife.
Who did it?
Joshua.
Who's he?
Joshua.
Look, Yadida, so you know I'm not Captain Rock, but I'm trying to find out who killed him and what's behind it all. Can you tell me anything that'll help?
Shop of 1,000 bells.
Shop of 1,000 bells? Where's that?
Street bazaar.
Yadida. Yadida. She's dead.
What is it, Captain Rock? What has happened?
Yadida. She's dead.
What? Yadida dead? Yadida. A knife wound. You did this, Captain Rock. You killed Yadida.
Now, look.
You had a quarrel. You stabbed her. Police! Police! Police!
In a moment, we'll return to the second act of Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy. But first, we'd like to call your attention to another fast-moving adventure mystery. Now on Sundays, hear Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Every week, glib Dick Diamond fights his way to fame, fortune, and a red-headed girlfriend over most of these same NBC stations. And Dick Powell continues to delight listeners with a tune or two on almost every program. This delightful mixture of rough and tumble action and smooth, sweet lyrics weekly brings joy to listeners who dial the NBC way. Enjoy this novel, pulse-paced action drama every Sunday. Richard Diamond is another fast-moving NBC adventure mystery wrapped up and delivered every Sunday afternoon over most of these NBC stations. And now back to Act Two of Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. The time, 10 seconds later. The place, Hasim's Cafe in Tangier. Steve Mitchell, posing as the notorious Captain Rock, is still standing over the body of Yadida, the beautiful dancing girl, as Hasim, the proprietor, rushes down the hall to her dressing room. Hasim suspects Steve of killing Yadida.
She loved you, and you killed her. Police!
Shut up. Look, as long as we're throwing accusations around, you got here in an awful hurry just now, Hasim. How come?
I do not know what you are talking about. Police!
Quiet.
Police! Take your hand off my mouth. Let go of me.
Get in that dressing room.
It will do you no good. I will still call the police.
I know, but this way I'll have 5 minutes start. Now get in there.
Police!
Commissioner, Steve's calling from Tangier. He's on the line now.
Yeah, thanks, Ruth. Hello?
Hi, Commissioner. I can only talk a minute. I'm calling from the second floor of a little hotel here in Tangier.
Well, how's everything?
Right now, it's hotter than a 2-bit pipe.
What do you mean?
When you sent me over here, you didn't tell me I was supposed to play tag with the police, too.
Well, we had to make things look convincing, Steve.
Yeah? Well, right now, they look very convincing. Rock's girlfriend just got herself killed, and I'm the grade A suspect.
What?
Yeah. She was trying to warn me about something before she died. She mentioned a place called the Shop of 1,000 Bells in a bazaar. I guess that's my next stop.
Are you working alone, Steve?
But really alone. Inspector LeBoard sent a man to me at Hasim's Cafe. But I had to leave in such a hurry I wasn't able to contact him again.
Have you made any contact with the people who engineered Captain Rock's jailbreak?
Not yet. Maybe I'll have better luck at the Shop of the 1,000 Bells. Look, I better hang up. I don't want to stay in one place any longer than I have to. This town is probably jumping with cops right now, and they're all looking for me. I'll try to call you again as soon as I have anything new to report.
All right, Steve. Be careful.
Yeah. So long, Commissioner. Clerk. Hey, clerk.
Here I am, Effendi.
Look, I'd like a little information.
Of course, Effendi.
What's the matter?
Nothing, Effendi, nothing.
You seem pretty nervous all of a sudden.
It is nothing, Effendi. What information do you wish?
Is there a bazaar around here anywhere?
A bazaar? I do.
Hey, you really got the jumps, haven't you?
A bazaar? Oh, yes, Effendi. It is not far.
Wait a minute. What was that?
I do not know.
A car pulled up outside, a police car. So that's why you were nervous.
Police, quick, in here. Here he is.
Looks like I've got no friends at all.
Police, this way.
Must be a back door over there.
Quick. There he goes.
This bazaar had put Sears Roebuck to shame. That Shop of 1,000 Bells ought to be around here someplace. Yeah, there it is.
Good evening, Effendi. Welcome to the Shop of 1,000 Bells.
Are you the proprietor here?
Yes, Effendi. I am Turhan, at your service. You would perhaps like to buy one of these beautiful bells?
No, but I'd like a little information.
I do not sell information, Effendi. I sell bells, the finest in all Tangier. See, here is one you may like.
But...
Does it not have a fine tone? Like pure silver.
Yeah.
But
now, look,
indeed, it should have such a tone, for it is pure silver, with just the slightest amount of alloy to give it body. You like this bell?
That's not what I came for.
Perhaps this other one. Here. Yes, perhaps this one is more to your liking.
Look, I don't want to buy a bell.
Oh, but Effendi, I have...
Effendi, you would like a guide, no?
No.
I am Mustafa Effendi, the best guide in all Tangier. I
No.
can show you all the most secret places.
No.
The beautiful dancing
Look,
girls.
I don't want to buy a bell, and I don't want a guide.
But I charge very little for my services, Effendi.
Hey, beat it, will you? Now, look, Turhan, I don't have much time. I told you I wanted some information from you.
But I only have information about my bells, Effendi.
Look, I'm going to try just once more. I was told to come here. Now, if you don't open up and start talking, I'll...
Effendi, if you want information, why do not you ask me? I, Mustafa, have all the information.
What's that?
Of course. I have information on all the points of interest here in Tangier. I can show you.
Oh, great. Look, will you beat it?
It is a sad thing, Tohan. Nobody wants a guide tonight. Everyone is too interested in the murder of Yadida to go sightseeing.
Yes, I know. No one will buy my bells either.
What's that about Yadida?
You have not heard, Effendi. Yadida was a beautiful dancing girl, a sweetheart of all Tangier. But tonight, she was murdered by a man called Captain Rock.
Oh?
The police are scouring the city for him right now. But if the citizens find him first, there will be not much left for the police.
I guess not. Hey.
I see. The police are down at the other end of the bazaar. They are searching everywhere.
Look, you still want a job, Mustafa?
Oh, but of course, Effendi, you have changed your mind.
Yeah, I've changed my mind. You say you can show me some of the secret places of Tangier?
If you like.
I like. The more secret, the better.
One moment, Effendi. You have changed your mind about the going. Perhaps you will change your mind about the bell.
Huh? I'll even buy a bell.
Oh, thank you, Effendi.
Come on, Mustafa, let's go. You sure know all the back alleys around town, Mustafa.
It is my business to know them, Effendi. What would you like to see first?
Well, you name it, as long as it's one of those secret places we were talking about.
I have a place in mind that I think will appeal strongly to you. Here, in this door, Effendi. I will lead the way.
Sure dark in here.
There's a flight of stairs at your right, Effendi.
Huh?
We will descend.
Okay. But it's your turn to carry this bell. Somebody's liable to confuse me for a cow in the dark.
Of course. Here, put your hand on my shoulder. So, now you will not stumble.
When you say secret, you really mean it, don't you?
Certain activities are frowned on by the police. It is necessary to take precautions. Here we are at the bottom.
Where to now?
See the narrow crack of light under that door at the end of this hall? Come.
Hey, what kind of a place is this, Mustafa?
One beyond the wildest imagination, Effendi. You will see. Here we are. After you, Effendi.
Hey, that sudden light blinds me.
Your eyes will adjust themselves.
Why, that's just a bare room.
Here he is. Joshua Effendi, I have brought him to you.
Huh?
Good work, Mustafa.
Well, if he isn't the wine connoisseur from Hasim's, why, am I glad to see you. I've been... Hey, why the gun? Wait a minute. Mustafa here called you Joshua just now.
Quite right.
Yadida told me that Joshua was the guy who stabbed her.
Right again. Mustafa, your job is finished. You will be well paid for it. You may go. And take that silly bell with you.
Yes, Effendi.
Well, looks like I've made a little mistake. I figured you were the guy Inspector LeBoard sent to help me at Hasim's.
It did not prove difficult to intercept LeBoard's man and learn the password from him.
Yeah, I get it. A little late, I guess.
Quite a bit too late.
Yadida tried to warn me about you. That's why you killed her.
Yes. I do not know who you are, except that you are not Captain Rock.
Oh?
If you were Captain Rock, you would have recognized me instantly at Hasim's Cafe.
Oh. Captain Rock knew you, huh? Maybe the two of you had done business before. You know, that adds up to an interesting thought.
Does it?
Sure. The thought that maybe it was you who killed that diplomat Rock was driving the car for. Two of you had that scheme all worked out between you, didn't you?
I'm afraid your brilliant deductions can come a little late in the game.
You've been looking for Rock ever since so you could kill him and shut his mouth for keeps. That's why you arranged that jailbreak for him in Istanbul.
He was difficult to find, but as you see, we could not be safe as long as he was alive. Where is he now?
Rock? You should have let well enough alone, Joshua. Rock is dead. You got him the first crack out of the box.
Indeed. It would seem I was a little harsh with Allie then.
Allie?
An employee of mine who was assigned to kill Rock. I was forced to shoot him because I thought he had bungled.
Yeah, I guess you could easily call that being a little harsh with him.
However, I do not believe in regrets. I know now the job's been done. And with you out of the way, things will be complete. You are not leaving. And to make sure you do not, I will place myself between you and the door.
So, getting rid of me is the next step, huh?
The very next step. Joshua! The police! You fool, Mustafa! That door knocked the gun out of my hand!
Thanks, Mustafa.
Mustafa, grab the gun! Let go of me!
With pleasure.
I have the gun!
Oh, yeah?
The hand! Oh, Effendi, please. It was not my fault. I did as I was told.
You wanted to show me some secret places, Mustafa. Well, here's one I want to show you. Never send an O for whom the bell tolls, Mustafa. It tolls for thee.
Mitchell? Mitchell?
In here, Inspector.
You all right, Mitchell?
Yeah, I guess so.
I spotted Joshua's agent, Mustafa, and he led me to you. I was hoping I could get to you before it was too late.
Well, you gave me a big lift indirectly, LeBoard. Mustafa came flying back to tell Joshua you were closing in and knocked the gun out of his hand when he opened the door. There's your man, Inspector. Joshua, there, on the floor.
Oh, he is the one who engineered the political assassination with Captain Rock?
That's right.
Good. We will give it the widest publicity. When those two countries involved learn who killed that diplomat, perhaps their treaty will go through after all.
I hope so. Hey, look, LeBoard, do me a favor, will you?
After what you have done, anything, Mitchell.
Now, the citizens of Tangier still think I killed Yadida. Will you give me a police escort out of town? I'm not exactly hankering to hang around here, if you know what I mean.
Well, that can easily be arranged, Mitchell. Posing as a notorious character does have its disadvantages, I suppose.
That's the understatement of the week. You know, the next time the commissioner wants me to impersonate somebody...
Yes?
I hope it's a Sunday school teacher in Cedar Rapids.
Just heard another episode in the exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Reif, with music by Bruce Ashley and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Dangerous Assignment comes to you from Hollywood. Tomorrow you'll hear Fibber McGee and Molly and Bob Hope on NBC. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
You know, Ruth, you could at least have waited until that blonde and I finished the dance before dragging me back here to the office.
Sorry, Steve, but the commissioner said he wanted you right away. And when he says right away, that means stop the music. Here we are.
Yeah?
And the commissioner's waiting for you inside. I'll have your credentials and plane ticket at my desk when you're through in there.
Okay, Ruth. Hi, Commissioner.
Steve,
Well, where am I going this time?
Sending you to Athens, Greece.
Greece? Look, I wouldn't know Socrates from Homer.
I wouldn't worry about that. You're not liable to run into either of them.
Well, what's it all about?
Radar. Steve, as you know, our scientists have come up with new developments in radar so revolutionary that many of the older models are now obsolete.
So I understand. Hey, wait a minute. Is that how you located that blonde in me?
2 weeks ago, a complete set of plans covering these improvements was stolen from a research laboratory in this country. It's essential we get those plans back.
What's the line on them so far?
The man who smuggled them out of this country turned up dead in the Azores. His killer got as far as Algiers, and he got killed.
Sounds like a game where everyone plays for keeps.
It is. We now believe an international information peddler named Zundel has the plans.
And Zundel's in Athens?
We think so. Steve, there's a known channel waiting for those plans. Once they get to a certain point in the eastern Mediterranean, our chances of recovering them are nil. We've got to keep them from getting out of Athens.
Who do I work with in Athens?
Lieutenant Janakos of the police. Steve, I don't have to tell you about the danger involved. There are probably several interests after those plans. They'll stop at nothing. They'll throw the book at you. They put every obstacle in your path that they can.
You know, this comes as no surprise, Commissioner.
As usual, you'll pose as a foreign correspondent after a story, but your real job is to get those plans before they get out of Athens. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment, Steve. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is proud to present Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment. Steve Mitchell is en route to Greece by plane. Meanwhile, on a narrow, deserted street in Athens at sunset, two men slip furtively along the sidewalk in the gathering dusk, closing in relentlessly on a third man ahead of them.
Sundel still does not realize we are following him, Ruba. Come, let us close in now.
In a moment, Miklos. Wait until he gets opposite that alley in front of him. He is getting closer. Now, come on.
Sundel!
Let go of me!
Into the alley, quick!
No!
Do not cry out. There is a knife in your stomach.
There. This is far enough.
The papers, Sundel. Give us the papers!
No, I do not have them anymore.
You lie. We tried to buy them from you, but you would not sell at our price. Now we will take them.
No, no, no!
Ruba, you fool. After him!
He is running out into the street. That car is trying to hit him. Zundel cannot get out of the way.
Ruba, get back here in the alley.
Wait. The man is getting out of the car. Miklos, he is searching Zundel. He must be after the papers, too.
Come, you must not let him get away.
He sees us. Watch out. He has a gun.
Get down. Shoot him, Ruba. Shoot him.
Taxi! Hey, taxi!
I'm sorry, sir. This cab is taken.
Huh? Oh, yeah, so I see.
But there's another one right over there.
Okay, thank you. Taxi! Taxi!
Yes, sir. Right over here.
Miklos.
Yes?
That is Steve Mitchell, all right. I received information he would be sent here to Athens to look for the radar plans.
Ruba, we must find out who ran down Zundel last night and beat us to those plans. Maybe if we search Zundel's house.
But we must also prevent Steve Mitchell from finding those plans. And that job comes first. Come, we will follow his cab.
Will you be staying here in Athens long, sir?
I don't know, driver.
Well, I just happen to have some cards with me which will admit you to various places that
I'm sorry, I'm not on a vacation. Hey, that other car.
He's trying to sideswipe us.
Straighten it out!
I cannot look out!
Wow. Driver, you okay?
I think so.
Here, I'll get this door open. Can you open your door?
No. No, it is jammed.
Well, come on. I'll help you through the window.
Thank you. How about you? Are you hurt?
Just shaken up. Looks like I got a reception committee pretty early in the game this time. Look, can you get another cab and take me to police headquarters?
Nothing personal, sir. But if you do not mind, just get yourself another driver, please. You are bad luck to me.
Okay, I guess I can't blame you, honey.
Like your American GIs used to say. I have had it.
So I finally made it to your office, Lieutenant Janikos, the hard way.
I wonder if this reception committee you speak of is the same one which greeted Zundel last night.
What do you mean?
He was run down by a car and is now in the hospital unconscious.
Now, you think it could have been an accident, Janikos?
I am certain it was not. It was a deliberate hit and run. Several shots were heard. That is all we know at present. Here. You may be interested in looking at these pictures.
Taken at the scene of the accident, huh?
Yes, immediately afterward.
You recognize any of the faces in the crowd, Lieutenant?
No. I have a pretty good line on most of the agents and information peddlers here in Athens, Mitchell. But I don't see any of them in these pictures. Come in. Oh, good morning, Mr. Thatcher.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Let me introduce a colleague of yours. This is Mr. Steve Mitchell, also a freelance correspondent from the United States. This is Jim Thatcher, Mr. Mitchell.
Pleased to meet you, Mitchell.
Hi.
What can I do for you, Mr. Thatcher?
I came to talk to you about this guy Zundel who got run over last night.
What about Zundel?
Well, I don't know if you know much about his background, but he's a sort of a shady character.
Indeed. In what way, Mr. Thatcher?
Well, I've been cultivating him off and on for the past few months. Once in a while, he's given me information I was able to use in some of my stories. Well, lately, he's been pretty evasive, but I got the idea he was involved in something big.
What sort of thing?
I don't know. That's why I came here. Figured you might have some sort of line on it.
I'm afraid I cannot help you, Mr. Thatcher.
Well, I won't take up any more of your time, Lieutenant, but if you do get any information about Zundel, I'd appreciate you letting me in on it.
I am sure you will have access to any information which is made public, Mr. Thatcher.
Okay, I'll keep in touch with you. You going to be in Athens long, Mitchell?
Oh, a few days, I guess.
Where are you staying?
Lyceum Hotel.
I'll look you up. Maybe we can have a drink and talk a little shop.
Okay. See you around, Thatcher. You handled that very well, Lieutenant. For our purposes right now, we don't want anyone to know we suspect Zundel of being involved with those radar plans.
That was my thought, too, Mitchell. Well, what will be your first step?
I'd like to take a look around Zundel's place.
Very well. Here's the key. We took it from Zundel's pocket after the accident. Here is the address.
Okay, I'll go over there right now. I'll probably be calling in a little later, Janakis. Cigarette smoke. That's funny.
So, Steve Mitchell again. This time we will finish him off.
Wait! I hear a car outside. A girl. She's coming in. We must leave.
What about Mitchell?
We will take care of Mitchell later. Hurry, Michaels. Follow me out the window.
Who is the girl, Oba?
I do not know. I have never seen her before. Hurry, drop to the ground.
Yes.
Oh.
Hey, you really pack a wallop, don't you?
Who are you?
Well, right now you can just call me Hit on the Head.
I don't understand. What are you doing here?
I'm going to ask you the same thing.
Why, I'm Helen Slater, Carl's fiancée.
Carl? Oh, you mean Carl Zundel?
Of course. Look, I don't understand. Where's Carl?
Don't you know?
Well, I thought he was here, obviously. This happens to be his house, you know.
I guess you haven't read the paper today.
I've been out of town. Why, has anything happened to Carl?
He was in an accident last night.
What? Oh, no. Is he... Well, was it serious?
He's in the hospital, unconscious.
Where? I want to see him.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. Come on. I'll call a cab and take us to the hospital. Janakis?
Yes?
This is Mitchell.
Oh,
I'm calling from a payphone.
yes?
I'm on my way to the hospital with a girl named Helen Slater. Says she's Zundel's fiancée.
I see.
I think I'll stick with her a while. She claims she didn't know about the accident.
Oh.
But I'd never forget a face like hers. I'm sure she's in one of those pictures you showed me of the crowd at the scene of the accident. That must be Zundel's room down the hall. There's a police guard at the door.
Look, there's a doctor just going inside.
Yeah, come on.
You know, I still don't understand what you were doing in Carl's house, Mr. Mitchell.
I'm a newspaper correspondent. I was looking for a story
About Carl?
about his accident, if it was an accident.
I don't understand. Why would anyone try to kill Carl?
Well, I haven't the slightest idea. Maybe you have.
Me? Oh, no.
Well, here we are.
Yes, sir?
I'm Steve Mitchell. Perhaps Lieutenant Janikos mentioned my name to you.
Yes, he did.
How's Zundel?
Still unconscious, I think.
Can I see him?
Perhaps shortly. A doctor went into the room a moment ago. Maybe he will have word.
Oh, I wish there was something I could do. When I think of Carl lying here unconscious for a day and a half and me not even knowing about it.
Yeah.
Well, looks like you're as eager on this story as I am, Mitchell.
Oh, well, hi. Thatcher, isn't it?
Yeah, Jim Thatcher. We met in Janakos' office.
Sure. Miss Slater, this is Jim Thatcher, another correspondent.
Hello.
Hi.
Miss Slater is Zundel's fiancée.
Oh? Anything new on Zundel?
No.
Good evening, guard.
Dr. Sheliot?
I'm going to see the patient.
Yes, sir.
He must be worse.
What do you mean?
Well, to require the presence of two doctors. One of them is in the room with Zundel now.
What are you talking about? I am the only doctor on duty.
Hey, we better take a look inside.
What is this other doctor you were talking about?
Why, he is not here. Wait.
Look at Zundel in the bed.
His throat has been cut.
I wish to thank all of you for coming here to my office. I think I have all the information I need at present.
I don't understand. Who would do a thing like that to
Miss
Carl?
Slater, rest assured the police department will leave nothing undone in our investigation.
I think this killing verifies what I was telling you earlier today, Lieutenant. But Zundel was apparently involved in something pretty serious.
But I'm sure Carl wasn't doing anything wrong.
You say he never mentioned anything he might have been involved in, do you?
No, nothing, Mr. Mitchell.
Miss Slater, Mr. Thatcher, you may both go now. But please leave your addresses with me in the event you are wanted for further questioning.
Okay. My address, Lieutenant. 1223 Sophia Boulevard.
23 Sophia Boulevard. Thank you.
Sorry I had to meet you under such unfortunate circumstances, Miss Slater. If there's anything I can do...
Thank you, Mr. Thatcher. I'm afraid there isn't.
Well, see you around, gentlemen.
So long, Thatcher.
I've written my address and telephone number down for you, too, Lieutenant. There's just one favor I'd like to ask.
What is it, Miss Slater?
Well, Carl and I were pretty close, of course. There are some things in his house, things I'd given him. Cigarette lighter, a painting, a few things like that. I was wondering if I could have them back as, well, remembrances.
I am sure that can be arranged after the
Oh,
inquest.
thank you very much. You'll get in touch with me if there are any new developments in the case.
At once.
Oh, you've been very kind, Lieutenant. Goodbye, Mr. Mitchell.
Miss Slater?
Well, Mitchell, any chance we had of gaining information from Zundel is now gone. A frustrating case.
Yeah. Frustrating, but not surprising. With something as vital and valuable as those radar plans at stake, it's no holds barred.
Let us recapitulate as to his killing. You say you and Miss Slater arrived at the hospital together.
That's right. As we approached Zundel's room, we saw a man in a white robe wearing a surgical mask go in the door. And while we were talking to the guard, Thatcher came down the hall. I introduced him to Miss Slater, and the real doctor showed up. We went into the room and discovered the body.
Obviously, this man in the doctor's uniform killed Zundel, then left by the window.
Yeah. With that surgical mask, it Could have been anybody.
Apparently, he murdered Zundel trying to get information as to the whereabouts of the papers.
I thought that at first, too, Janakos. Then I remembered that Zundel was unconscious at the time, so it couldn't have very well been that. No. Oh, I think the killer already has the papers and realized that Zundel knew he had them, so he had to shut his mouth for keeps.
But you say when you went to Zundel's apartment a few hours ago, you were knocked unconscious. Whoever did it obviously had been looking for the papers in the apartment. You interrupted his search.
Yeah, that's the point, Janakos. I think we're up against two teams in this ball game.
Two?
Sure. One outfit already has the plans. The other outfit's trying to find them. And we're right in the middle. Nice thought, isn't it?
If you're right in your assumptions, if the plans are already in possession of hostile interests, then that means...
It means we've got to move fast to prevent those plans from getting out of Athens. Whoever has them undoubtedly knows your men will be covering all exits, so they'll probably try to cook up some cute angle to get the plans out.
This girl, Mitchell, what do you make of her?
Helen Slater? I don't know just where she fits into this deal, but I'm sure she fits in someplace. She lied when she said she didn't know about Zundel's accident. Maybe she lied about a few other things, too.
Well, where does all this leave us, Mitchell?
Well, pretty much in the dark right now. Look, right after I got slugged in Zundel's place, Helen walked in, so I never did get a chance to take a look around.
Oh, you wish to go back there again?
Yeah. Maybe we could find something there that'll give us a line on whom Zundel's been playing ball with. But first, I've got to send a report back to my boss in the United States. I'll be with you in a few minutes.
Steve's report's coming in on the teletype, Commissioner.
Good, let's have it.
Here you are.
Very dull job you sent me on, Commissioner. Was in Athens 2 whole hours before getting hit on the head.
Well, that's just about par for Steve, I guess.
Yeah. Now in middle of charming game of button, who's got the button? Both sides playing for keeps. Man who used to have button, now slightly dead. What?
Well, he must mean Zundel.
Hey, wait a minute. Here's some more. Check on a Jim Thatcher, newspaper correspondent. I'm on way back to Zundel's house with Janakos. We'll keep you informed.
Here we are, Janakos.
What are you waiting for?
The last time I walked through that door, I got a lump. You remember? I'm not taking any chances this time. Yeah, I guess the joint's empty. Come on. We might as well start here in the living room. There's a chance that the plans are here somewhere, although I doubt it. But anything we can find which would tie Zundel's in with the people he was running with would help us.
All right. I will take this side of the room over here.
Okay, I'll... Hey, that's funny.
What is the matter?
Take a look at this wall over here, Janakos.
This wall? But there is nothing here.
That's right. But there was something here. Look, this area right here is cleaner than the rest of the wall. Let's see. Yep, there's a nail hole here.
A picture was hung here.
A picture or a painting? Yeah, I remember now. I noticed it when I was here before. Hey, that must have been the painting Helen said she gave Zundel, the one she wanted back.
From the size of the lighter area on the wall, it must have been a rather large painting.
Yeah, large enough to hide those plans in. Have you got Helen's phone number with you?
Yes. Here you are. You said the possessor of those plans would seek a clever scheme to get them out of Athens. It appears you were right.
Yeah, it doesn't do you much good to be right if you're too late.
Hello?
This is Steve Mitchell, Helen.
Well, hello, Steve.
You said this morning that there were several things in Zundel's apartment you'd like, gifts that you'd given him.
Did I? Well, to tell the truth, I've sort of lost interest in them, Steve.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You've already got the only thing you really wanted, that painting.
Well, I'm afraid I have to be going now, Steve.
It must be quite a painting.
Oh, it is. Very interesting. And very profitable, too. Goodbye.
Wait, look.
And don't try to find me, Steve. You won't be able to.
Now, wait a minute.
So long, darling.
Now, Helen. 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 Come Come on, Janakos. We've got to get over to her apartment fast.
But, gentlemen, this is highly irregular. I cannot let you into Miss Slater's apartment.
Yes, you can. I'm Lieutenant Janakos, Police Department.
Police? Oh, certainly. Oh, right then. Of course, but Miss Slater is not in. Huh? She left a few minutes ago. Here we are.
How long ago?
Oh, just a few minutes ago. Here,
She's gone, all right.
I don't understand, gentlemen. Is something wrong?
Have you any idea where Miss Slater went?
Why, no. She left in quite a hurry. Took a taxi cab.
Did she have any baggage with her?
Yes. 2 suitcases, as I remember.
Anything else?
No, I don't think that... Wait. Yes, she had large flat packets.
Probably the painting.
The what?
We will need you no longer. You may go.
Oh, but
We will let you know when we leave. Thank you.
Well, all right.
She took off in a hurry, didn't she? Must have been all packed and warming up her engines.
Yes. We will get a bulletin out on her at once. Dominic, this is Janakos. Trace the cab driver who picked up Helen Slater from her apartment here a few minutes ago. Find out where he took her.
Hey, wait a minute.
Hold on, Dominic. What is it, Mitchell?
We just spotted this piece of paper in the wastebasket here. Hey, take a look.
Libyan Star, 6 p.m.
Yeah, the name of a ship.
6 p.m.? What time is it now?
10 after 6.
It has already sailed. Dominic, contact the harbor patrol. Tell them to have a launch waiting for us. Come, Mitchell. We must try to overtake the Libyan Star before it gets outside the 12-mile limit. I'm afraid the Libyan Star has too much of a start on us, Mitchell.
Yeah. Hey, there's something sort of slick about this whole deal. A little too slick, maybe.
What do you mean, Mitchell?
I don't know. Something about it doesn't add up. I can't quite put my finger on it, but...
There is the Libyan Star ahead.
Faster!
It will do us no good, Lieutenant Janakos.
What do you mean?
The 12-mile limit stretches between those 2 islands on either side of us. The ship is already beyond the limit.
Very well. You may as well head back to port. I am sorry, Mitchell, but my authority does not exceed the 12-mile limit.
Yeah, I know.
We can try, of course, to intercept the girl at the ship's destination. But as you know, such things are sometimes difficult to arrange due to international aspects. And, of course, she could leave the ship at any port along the line. Mitchell, I am afraid that as far as those radar plans are concerned, the outlook is not encouraging.
The more I think about this deal, the less it adds up. Helen had a key to Zundel's apartment. Now, if the painting was really what she was after, why didn't she just go and get it right away instead of telling us about it first?
I do not know.
Janakos.
Yes?
I read your message for you. From police headquarters?
Thank you. Mitchell.
What is it?
My man Dominic traced the cab driver. Helen Slater did not go to the waterfront at all. She went to number 1223 Sophia Boulevard.
Huh? Hey, wait a minute. Isn't that the address the newspaper correspondent gave us?
Yes, Jim Thatcher. But why would the girl have gone to his apartment?
Particularly when the two of them were acting like they didn't know each other. This deal is beginning to add up. Get this launch in overdrive, Janakos. We're going back to town and pay a call on Jim Thatcher.
Mitchell, there are many aspects of this affair I do not understand.
Here are the stairs. Thatcher's apartment must be on the 2nd floor. Yeah, there are still a few missing pieces in the deal, Janakos, but it's beginning to shape up.
Mitchell!
Hey, sounds like someone got here first. Come on.
Mitchell, look! 2 men coming out of Thatcher's apartment.
Well, they gotta come through us. I'll take the one on the right.
Miklos! Quick! Your knife!
Too late, Buster. Janakos, the other one's heading for the stairs.
Stop! Stop when I shoot! Stop!
Well, you sure don't pull any punches, Janakos.
He should have stopped.
He did. Well, papers aren't on this boy. They must be on the guy downstairs.
Papers? What papers?
The radar plans.
What? But I thought...
Hey, take a look, will you? I want to talk to Thatcher if he's still alive.
Very well.
Well, Looks like we got here a little late, Thatcher.
Helen, she's dead.
Yeah, so I see.
They killed her. And knifed me.
Probably won't have much time, Thatcher, so you better talk fast. Who were the 2 guys that jumped you?
Don't know. They were after the papers.
I figured there were 2 teams. I guess those boys were the have-nots. It was you who killed Zundel in the hospital?
Yeah.
Sure. You put on a white uniform and mask. Killed Zundel, went out the window, and then you threw away the costume and met us in the hall outside the room.
Here are the radar plans, Mitchell. They were on the body of the man I just shot.
Yeah, and he got them from Thatcher here.
From Thatcher? But I do not understand. I thought that...
Thatcher is the man who ran over Zundel and took the plans from him. He's had them all the time. Helen tried to focus our attention on the painting, so that while we were concentrating on her and the ship, Thatcher would have slipped quietly out of town.
Yeah,
Well, he is gone, Mitchell.
Yeah. Well, looks like this deal didn't exactly work out for either of them.
The plan then was for the girl to lure us away with the fake departure, then double back and pick up the plans from Thatcher, eh?
I guess that's about the size of it. And they almost got away with it, too. Oh, funny. I was just thinking about football.
Football? What does that have to do with this?
Well, I've played a little in my time, Janakis, and I've seen an awful lot of games. But I had to come all the way over here to Athens to see the slickest hidden ball play of them all.
You have just heard another episode in the exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Reif with music by Bruce Ashley and is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Here's more good news for mystery fans. Every Sunday, you may now hear Richard Diamond, private detective, over most of these same NBC stations. With Dick Powell starred as the hard-hitting two-fisted Dick Diamond, the Sunday adventures of this private eye are as interesting as tomorrow's race results today. There's fast action and plenty of suspense each Sunday as Diamond fights his way to fame, fortune, and a red-headed girlfriend. Richard Diamond is another of the fast-moving adventure mysteries you'll hear every week on NBC, with such great shows as Dangerous Assignment, Night Beat, and Christopher London. If it's mystery and adventure you like when you turn on your radio, make a date now to hear all these stellar NBC shows. And remember, it's Sunday for Dick Powell as Richard Diamond on most of these NBC stations. Tomorrow, you'll hear Fibber McGee and Molly and Bob Hope on NBC.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
You sent for me, Commissioner?
Yes, Steve. Sit down.
Thanks.
Ruth,
Yes, Commissioner.
Steve's here now. How about his credentials?
They're all in order, and I've got his plane ticket ready. He can pick them up at my desk when you're through with him.
Good. Thanks, Ruth.
Well, needless to say, you've got another assignment for me.
Yes, I have, Steve, and it's a tough one.
You know, someday you'll give me an easy one and I'll fall flat on my face. Well, where am I going this time? Timbuktu, Java?
San Diego.
Say that again.
You heard me, San Diego.
You mean you're actually sending me someplace inside the country for a change? I thought you said this was a tough one.
Don't underestimate it. You start in San Diego. Where the trail will lead from there is anybody's guess.
Uh-oh, I might have known.
Once you pick up that trail, stay on it until the end.
What's the deal, Commissioner?
You'll be looking for a little spool of wire, about as big around as your finger.
Wire? We in the hardware business now?
From a wire recorder, Steve. 3 days ago, a top-secret diplomatic conference was held in this country. Somehow, the vital parts of the conversation were recorded. That wire recording would bring a fortune on the open market. And its existence is a serious threat to world security right now.
I see. But why San Diego?
We've traced the spool of wire that far. We think a man named Groza is involved.
Rosa, hmm? Who's my contact in San Diego?
A man named Charlie Vasquez. He operates a fishing boat from a wharf out near Point Loma in San Diego Bay.
Charlie Vasquez. Okay.
Steve, you've heard of the needle in the haystack. This job will be a lot tougher than that, and a great deal more dangerous. But we've got to get that spool of wire. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment, Steve. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is proud to present Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Yeah. Like the commissioner said, I was going to play the needle in the haystack game. Find a spool of wire about as big as my finger in a city of 250,000. And I had just two names to go on. Charlie Vasquez, a friendly contact. Groza, a suspect. Vasquez would probably try to help me. Groza would probably try to kill me. It was Friday when I got to San Diego. I went out to the fishing wharf near Point Loma. Charlie Vasquez's boat was just coming into the dock.
That's not a sardine, that's a mackerel. That's a good fish, 25 cents. That's all you...
Hey, mister, how about catching this line?
Sure, go ahead, even.
Okay.
I got it.
Now just slip it around that bit. Thanks.
There you are. Are you Charlie Vasquez?
Yeah, I'm Charlie Vasquez. What?
My name's Mitchell, Steve Mitchell.
That's supposed to mean something to me?
Yeah, it is.
You know, mister, a name can be used by anybody.
That's right. But these credentials can't. Take a look.
Okay. I've been expecting you, mister.
According to my information, that wire recording I'm looking for was brought here to San Diego by a man named Groza.
Yeah. Groza runs a shooting gallery in the waterfront.
Shooting gallery? Is he there now?
No, he's in jail.
Jail?
Yeah, I've been tailing him. Cops arrested him a couple hours ago.
Oh. Well, maybe my first hunch was right. Looks like this assignment isn't so tough after all. I'll go over to the police headquarters right now.
Ask for Lieutenant Sawyer. I've done business with him before.
Lieutenant Sawyer?
Yeah.
Okay, Vasquez. I'll see you later. Well, have you cracked my case for me, Lieutenant Sawyer?
Afraid not, Mitchell. We got the word to cooperate with you and your outfit. So we managed to pick up this Groves on a traffic charge. We got him in here, gave him the concealed weapons routine, and frisked him. But he was clean.
No spool of wire, huh?
Nope.
Well, he must have passed it to someone before you picked him up. Where is he now?
Probably back at his shooting gallery. He walked out of here just before you walked in.
Well, I guess it's asking too much to hit the jackpot on the first nickel. Well, thanks anyway, Lieutenant.
Rosa,
Hi, Ann.
what you doing? Shooting up all your profits?
Yeah. Good thing I don't have to depend on a shooting gallery for my dough, huh? How'd it go?
Look, I can't talk with that gun in my ears.
Okay. Well, let's go down the other end of the county.
Okay.
You get back from Tijuana, Ann?
Mm-hmm. Pass the wire along there.
Good, baby, good. You'll both get a nice payoff for this and after...
Watch it, Groza.
Huh?
Somebody's coming.
Oh, yeah.
This shooting gallery open for business?
Sure, mister. That gun in front of you is loaded. Just put a quarter on the counter. 8 shots.
Okay.
Look, Rosa, I better be going. Get in touch with me later.
Okay, Ann. Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
That guy just come up. I seen him someplace before.
You sure?
I remember where, too. Police headquarters.
What?
Just a little while ago. He was going in just as I was coming out. Now he's here, and I don't think it's just a coincidence.
Spotted us. We're just one jump ahead.
Yeah, we need more time. I think I'll have a little talk with him.
Be
Careful, Groza.
Yeah, see you later, baby.
Hey, you're a pretty good shot, mister.
Yeah, I've had a little practice.
You should try that clay pipe over there.
Huh? Okay.
Not bad at all.
Huh, empty.
Yeah, I'm reloading.
Oh, that's okay. I've had enough.
Give me it. You haven't had all your shots yet. Got another clip right here.
Look, if you don't mind, point that gun in some other direction while you're loading it.
Huh?
I said, hey, watch out!
Hey, went off.
Yeah, it went off. A little lower in the top of my head would have gone with it.
Yeah, it would, wouldn't it?
You know, Buster, for a guy who works with guns, you're pretty careless.
Well, I'm usually very careful, but, well, accidents can happen.
Yeah, they sure can.
You want to finish your shooting?
No, thanks. I've had enough. Shoot him yourself. Only be sure you're pointing the gun at the target.
Why, sure. I'm real sorry about that accident, mister.
Yeah. Bet you are, Groza. Huh?
Keep walking. I'll tag along behind you.
Oh, okay, Vasquez. Did you see that little accident just now?
Yeah. Looks like Groza has a line on it.
That's bad, too.
Groza doesn't matter anymore.
Why not?
I just got a call from a contact, Tijuana. He thinks the wire recording is down there. Now, I want you to come down as soon as you can.
What's the contact's name?
Benito.
Where do I find him?
He's a groom at the Caliente racetrack, just outside Tijuana.
Caliente racetrack. Well, look, Vasquez, I won't get down there until after dark. The track will be closed, which will save me money. But how am I going to locate Benito after dark?
He sleeps in one of the stores. He'll be waiting for you there.
Okay. Keep an eye on Groza for me.
Right.
I'll get in touch with you when I get back from Tijuana.
Senor Mitchell. Senor, my arm.
Who are you?
Benito, senor.
Oh, sorry. Vasquez told me I'd find you around one of these stalls.
This is the one I sleep in. Come, let us go inside.
Okay. You think the spool of wire is in Tijuana now, Benito?
See, but I do not think it will stay in Tijuana long. The most likely direction is south. Wait.
What's the matter?
I think someone is outside the store. I will see.
Mm-hmm. Benito!
Paz. La Paz.
Benito folded up in the straw. I dove through the stall gate and took after the figure running down the line of stalls. As he reached the corner, he stumbled and fell. But as I headed for him, he threw a couple at me. I hit the dirt. Then I heard a car dig out fast, and I knew I was too late. When I got to the spot where the guy had stumbled, I saw some coins on the ground. And with them was a good luck charm. On one side was good luck, amigo. On the other, La Quinta Bar, Tijuana. I put it in my pocket and headed for Tijuana, trying to figure out Benito's last words. Paz, he had said. I knew that meant peace in Spanish, a nice thought to die with, but I felt somehow Benito meant more than that by it. I was fast running out of leads in this deal, so I had to follow the only one I had left, the good luck coin, which read La Quinta Bar.
Senor, what's it going to be, eh?
Beer.
Beer, eh? Okay.
Hey, bartender.
Huh?
Did you ever see this before?
Oh, but of course, senor. That's our good luck coin. We
What?
give them out here, you know?
You give them out?
See. To each customer with his change. It's good propaganda.
Oh, then anybody who was ever in here before might have one of these, huh?
That's right, senor.
All right, great.
Here's your beer, senor.
Bartender.
See.
This bus to La Paz. When does it leave?
Oh, in just a little while, senor.
But when I bought my ticket from you told me you would leave right away.
And it will, senor.
But I've already been waiting for... Oh, very well.
Paz. La Paz. Hey, bartender, is there a town called La Paz?
Si, senor. That is what that man was just talking about.
Oh, and this bus to La Paz, you sell tickets here?
Si.
Well, what do you know? Is this La Paz south of here?
Oh, si, senor. Far to the south. At the tip of the Baja California Peninsula. Let me see. It's 700-800 miles. The bus leave right from our front door. Hey, you want to buy a ticket on this bus, senor?
Oh, when does it leave?
Just a little while.
Most of the passengers have already bought their tickets, huh?
Si.
Who all's making the trip?
Well, not so many this time, senor. See, over the table, the American girl.
Ooh, that blonde?
She is going to be one of the passengers.
Mm-hmm.
And the little man at the end of the bar, the one who just came up to us.
Yeah, he seems pretty fidgety.
See, he's been hopping around here for 1 hour waiting to get on the bus. He must have a girl in La Paz.
Yeah, maybe. You know his name?
He's here on the list someplace. See. Gruber.
See. How about the blonde?
Senorita Smith.
That's a convenient name. I think I'll go over and talk to her.
I do not blame you, senor. Hey, but you have not told me if you want a ticket for the bus.
Yeah, I'll buy a ticket.
Bueno. Hey, you got a sleeping bag?
A what?
Sleeping bag. The nights are cold.
Well, doesn't the bus stop at hotels along the way?
Oh, senor, there are not many hotels on the way to La Paz. The country you're going to pass through is very wild. The deserts are...
Look, how long does it take the bus to get to La Paz?
About a week, I think.
A week? To go 800 miles?
Si. The country is
very... must be wild.
And the roads...
Yeah, I can hardly wait. Okay. Where do I get the sleeping bag?
Just down the street. My brother, he sells them.
Now, there's a cozy arrangement. Okay, I'll be back for the ticket a little later. Miss Smith?
Why, yes.
My name's Steve Mitchell. Do you mind if I sit down for a minute?
Well, if you like.
Thanks.
But I'm pretty sure we've never met before, like in Peoria.
I'm afraid you're right. But I understand we're going to be taking a bus trip together.
Oh, you mean you've got no sense either?
Huh?
I've already decided I must be crazy to try a week of jolting through the desert on that thing they laughingly call a bus. It's nice to know there are other crazy people.
How come you're taking a trip, then?
I'm a magazine writer.
Oh.
Thought I might get a little atmosphere.
I see.
Are the two of you going on the bus?
That's right.
Well, I'm Castillo, the driver. We will leave in about 15 minutes.
Okay. Excuse me, Miss Smith. I've got to get a sleeping bag before we leave, and I'll see you on the bus.
Good evening, senor.
Hi. The bartender at La Quinta told me I could buy a sleeping bag.
Oh, si, my brother Enrique. Si, senor, I sell everything here. We're surplus. You will find the sleeping bags in the back room. I'll be with you in just a moment.
I went into the back room. Sleeping bags were stacked all over the joint. I picked out one of them and started to turn around. Then something slipped over my head and jerked tight around my neck. A length of wire. I clawed at my throat and got one hand inside the wire. It was getting tighter, and I knew that one hand of mine was all that was saving me from getting choked to death. I went down to my knees. I was getting weaker and dizzy. The wire kept tightening. I collected what strength I had left and brought my right elbow around hard. The guy behind me fell back. The wire loosened. I heard the back door slam. But all I could do was stay there on my hands and knees, fighting to get my wind back.
Hey, senor, what happened? What is the matter?
It looks like someone doesn't want me to take that bus trip.
What?
Look, where's the police station?
2 blocks down the street.
Okay. Send this sleeping bag down to the bus. I'll be along in a few minutes.
But, senor, you'd better hurry.
Don't worry. That's one bus I wouldn't miss for the world.
Is everybody aboard?
Looks like it, Castillo.
You may fire when ready, Gridley.
Yes, senorita.
Skip it.
What are you waiting for, driver? It's time to go.
Si, senor Gruber.
Wait, Castillo.
What is it, Enrique?
Did you put the shipment of meat aboard? It was in a big crate packed with ice.
Si, it is locked in the baggage compartment.
Oh, okay. Let's go.
Hey, you're the bartender who sold me my bus ticket.
Si, Senor Mitchell. I am Enrique.
Oh, are you taking the trip, too?
Si.
Vacation, maybe?
Si, vacation, si. For months, I sell tickets for the bus to La Paz. Everybody's going to La Paz, so today I say to me, Enrique, that's me. I say, why don't you go to La Paz? and see what this place is.
You made up your mind in a sort of a hurry, didn't you?
Well, that's the way I do things, senor. I think of something, right away I do it.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to sit in this.
You mind if I sit up here in front with you, Castillo?
Oh, not at all. I'm glad to have your company, Senor Mitchell, is it not?
Yeah, Steve Mitchell. You've been making this run long?
Oh, 2 or 3 years.
Mm-hmm. Does that little guy Gruber make this trip often?
Well, no, senor. I've never seen him before.
Oh, I see. How long have you known Enrique, the bartender, Castillo?
For not very long. He's been tending bar at La Quinta for just a month or two.
Uh-huh.
Senor, you perhaps have some reason for asking about the passengers?
Oh, no reason. Just curious, Castillo. Try riding a pogo stick over a field of boulders sometime, and then you'll know what that bus to La Paz was like. Hour after hour of jolting over ruts they laughingly called roads. Hot, choking dust, cold winds at night, and me sleeping with one eye opening, wondering who was going to do the next try on my life and when. The hours crawled by, and I was getting nowhere. 2 days, 3 days.
Brother, 4 days jolting on this bus. Already I've had 5 days too much. What some riders will do to get atmosphere, Mr. Mitchell. Huh?
Yeah, but I think we've been fellow passengers long enough to start using first names.
Okay, Steve. Mine's Diane.
Diana Smith. I don't remember reading any of your stories.
That's not surprising. I don't sell many of them, I'm afraid.
Oh, caray. I don't think I'm going to sell many bus tickets from now on either.
What's the matter, Enrique?
Oh, how can I tell people what a wonderful bus ride this is when I know how it stings?
I think you've got a point there, Enrique. I wish Castillo would take it a little easy on those ruts.
He cannot afford to, senor. The gasoline costs more than the bus. Oh, but cheer up, senor. Here's a smooth stretch of road.
Well, anything would be an improvement.
You know, that fella Gruber isn't adding anything to the joy of the trip either.
I think I'll go back and make some conversation with him. Maybe I can throw him out a little. You mind if I sit here, Mr. Gruber?
Suit yourself.
Quite a trip, huh?
Yes, quite a trip.
Well, I'll be glad when it's over. How about you?
I'm used to it.
Oh, you've made the trip before?
Yes, several times.
I see. You must have business interest in La Paz.
Mr. Mitchell, I fail to see what concern my affairs are of yours.
Why, none at all, Gruber. I was just...
Then kindly do me the favor of leaving me alone.
Okay, Gruber. I'll be glad to. Forget it.
Put your sleeping bag right here, Mitchell. Mine is next to it. Here we are.
Oh, good. And where are the others, Castillo?
The senorita is on that little hill behind us, near where I parked the bus. Enrique and Gruber on the other side of the road.
Oh, boy. I'm glad we'll be in La Paz tomorrow. This has been a rugged trip.
See?
It must be pretty rough on you, driving that bucket of bolts over these ruts.
See, it gets me in the back.
Sometimes I think I'm going to quit the job, but I never do.
Castillo was in the land of nod but quick. I wanted to sleep, too, but I fought it. This was the last night before La Paz. I still didn't know which of the passengers had that spool of wire. I was still thinking about it when I heard the sound. I couldn't peg it at first, but it kept getting closer. I twisted my head around to take a look. Then I saw it. Something awful big coming at me. It was the bus rolling downhill, heading straight for me. I tried to zip over the sleeping bag, but the zipper jammed. All I could do was roll over. And I rolled.
Mitchell! What happened?
The bus, Castillo. It came by here like a jet plane.
What? Wait. Oh, the tracks of the bus?
Yeah.
It only missed me by a foot.
It wasn't supposed to miss me at all. Look at the tracks, right over where I was supposed to be sleeping. Oh, sure. Now this zipper works fine. Now, come on, Castillo. Let's find Gruber.
They should be right across the road with Enrique. See, there are the sleeping bags.
Yeah. Enrique's there, but Gruber is not. Enrique. Enrique.
What? Oh, it's you, Senor Mitchell. Oh, what a disappointment.
What?
I mean, I was dreaming about the most beautiful, the most gorgeous.
Yeah. Look, where's Gruber?
Gruber? I do not know, Senor. He started walking around just before I went to sleep.
Hey, what happened, Steve?
My boss, he rolled down the hill.
Yeah. Looks like somebody rigged a little booby trap for me, Diane.
What? But
Well,
why?
maybe somebody doesn't like the color of my eyes.
Oh, that was a close shave. You know, gives me an idea for a plot.
Yeah, I thought it might.
What?
Oh, skip it. I still want to find Gruber.
Here I am, Mitchell. What do you want?
I want to know where you were a couple of seconds ago.
What business is it of yours?
Where were you?
Why, I was just walking around.
Did you go near the bus?
The bus? Why, no. Why do you ask?
You sure about that, Gruber?
Of course I'm sure.
Is the bus wrecked?
Well, I don't think so. It came to a stop in the sun below us. I'll go look at it.
You were sleeping near the bus, weren't you, Diane?
Yes. Say, what is this anyway, Steve?
Come on, Enrique. I want to take a look at where the bus started from.
Si, Senor. Hey, Senor Mitchell, you think this man Gruber released the brakes on the bus?
I don't know, Enrique. Why would he do a thing like that?
Well, because you are... I don't know why he would want to kill you, Senor.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Bus was parked just about here. Yeah. Shine your light around.
See.
A lot of footprints. That won't help us much. Wait. Here, shine your light over here.
See. That is where the front wheels of the bus were.
Yeah, here. And here. And a wet spot at each place.
Huh? I do not understand, Senor.
I think I do, Enrique. I'll do something about it tomorrow.
Senor, I think I could use a drink.
So could I. But I don't see any bars anywhere out in this desert, Enrique.
But I put some beer in the crate of frozen meat. It is locked in the baggage compartment of the bus with my suitcase. I will have to get the key from Castillo.
Oh. Well, never mind, Enrique. We can celebrate tomorrow when we get to La Paz. By then, I'll really have something to celebrate.
So, this is La Paz. It's beautiful. Look at the ocean.
Driver, why don't you stop the bus and let us out?
In a moment, Senor Gruber. We will stop in the plaza just ahead.
You know, they ought to call it Rooster Town. More of them walking around than people.
Here we are.
Here, let me help you.
Thanks. Well, the roosters aren't the only ones that turned out to greet us.
See, many people from the town.
Yeah, and that looks like the police department coming toward us.
Police?
Senor Steve Mitchell?
That's right.
I'm Lieutenant Diaz of the police. You phoned me from Tijuana to meet this boss and make an arrest.
Yeah.
Wait,
It is Gruber. Seize him, Ramirez.
Here, let go! You let go! Ow!
Take him to the station, Ramirez.
You come.
What's this all about, Steve?
Well, the lieutenant here made an arrest, that's all.
You know, Senor Mitchell, I began to have the idea on the way here that you are looking for someone.
Yeah? I was looking for someone.
Well, I'm glad your search was a success.
But I don't think Gruber is the man.
We have been on the trail of Gruber for some time, Mitchell. He has been smuggling narcotics.
Oh, yeah? I figured he had something on his mind.
But, Senor Mitchell, if Gruber is not the one you are looking for, who is?
I'd like you all to come around to the back of the bus with me, if you will. I've been looking for a man, or woman, who has a little spool of wire I want.
A what?
Last night, that person tried to kill me.
You mean the boss rolling down the hill?
Yeah, here we are. Castillo, would you mind unlocking the baggage compartment?
Of course, senor.
Lieutenant Diaz, would you say that lock had been tampered with?
No, it does not appear to have been, Mitchell.
Open it up, Castillo.
The crate of frozen meat has been broken into. My beer.
Your beer is probably all there, Enrique. But if you'll notice, there are a couple of chunks of ice missing.
How could this have happened?
Now, look. This chunk of ice I've got in my hand is about the size of a football. If you put one of these under each front wheel of the bus and release the brakes, sooner or later the ice would melt and the bus would roll down the hill.
You mean it was a deliberate plot on your life?
Yeah. The kind of a plot a writer might dream up, Diane.
I don't know what you're talking about, Steve.
No, I don't think you do. You see, up until last night, I thought the person I was after was a passenger on this bus. But last night I realized the only person who had a key to this compartment, who had access to the ice, is the driver, Castillo.
Hey! Senor, he's got a gun.
Yeah, here, Castillo, have
Come
some.
back!
You need the gun!
Oh, fool's eyes, senor.
Yeah, there's another one.
Oh, senor, what a bop.
You ought to have the wire on him somewhere. Yep, here it is.
This is what you were looking for, Mitchell?
This is it, Lieutenant. Well, does this give you enough for a plot, Diane?
A dozen of them.
Momentito, senor.
What is it, Enrique?
This is what you take the lousy bus trip for? Just to find this little spool of wire?
That's right, Enrique. I jolt for a week over ruts as deep as the Grand Canyon. My back feels like a pretzel. And all to get this little spool of wire.
Senor, I think maybe you're a little crazy.
Enrico, I think maybe you're right. You know, Enrico, the next time I have to chase a guy like this, I hope he decides to ride the Super Chief.
You have just heard another episode in the exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Reif, with music by Bruce Ashley, and is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. You're tuned for the stars on NBC.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Steve, I'm sending you to Switzerland on the next plane.
Switzerland? What's the matter? Your watch busted?
No. We're up against a case of international blackmail. Ruth, how about Steve's plane ticket?
Ready and waiting, Commissioner.
Good.
I'll check on his passport and credentials.
Thanks, Ruth.
Now, what's all this about international blackmail?
Well, as you know, the popular leader of a Central European country died last week.
Yeah?
We've taken an active interest in the affairs of that country.
Mm-hmm.
We've sent them food and money and done everything we can to help them establish a democracy. We've made a heavy investment in democracy. And now we've got to protect our investment.
I still don't get with the blackmail.
This leader had finally succeeded in uniting his country behind him. He became a symbol of democracy in their minds. But there are interests who realize if they can discredit this man, that unity will collapse. And that country will then be an easy target for anti-democratic propaganda.
I see. But how can they discredit the man? He's dead.
We have just received information before he died. He signed a confession revealing his intention to sell out his country. We happen to know that confession was obtained by force.
Oh, well, why hasn't it been published?
He had many friends, and one of them stole the confession before it could be put to use.
And you want me to contact this man?
No, he was killed. A man named Bomgardner contacted us this morning. He owns the Jungfrau Inn in the Swiss Alps near Interlaken. He says he knows that the blackmailer is willing to sell this letter to the highest bidder.
Yeah, and those bidders will probably have the ante up pretty high by now. Okay, how much am I authorized to bid for it?
Nothing.
What?
You know we don't bargain with blackmailers.
But look, Commissioner.
Steve, get that document. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is proud to present Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment.
Yeah, that's my assignment. Go to Switzerland, contact Bomgardner, and find who has a document hot enough to start a revolution in Central Europe. And somehow get that document. The other team will be bidding plenty of cold cash for it. I guess I'm supposed to use box stops or just bet my baby blue eyes at somebody. Well, I get to Interlaken on Monday. I'm met by a character named Rudy. Shortly thereafter, we're winding our way up the Alps in a horse-drawn sleigh. You know, Rudy, this Jungfrau Inn is about as easy to get to as the monastery in Tibet.
But here we are, Herr Mitchell. Oh there.
What? Look, I don't see the inn anywhere. Whoa, don't tell me it's down in the bottom of this gorge.
No, look across the gorge.
Huh?
There it is on the other side. Come along.
Well, look, I don't have wings. I still don't see how we're going... Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah?
Don't tell me we're supposed to ride in that contraption across this gorge.
Yeah, the cable car. Come.
You call that a cable car? Looks more like an oversized coal bucket to me.
It is the quickest way to the Jungfrau Inn. To go around the edge of this chasm by trail takes 2 hours, but by cable car it is only a few minutes.
Hey, you know, it isn't exactly warm up here.
Oh, but this is mild to a former ski trooper.
Oh, Army, huh?
Yeah, almost 7 years. Now I will hold the cable car steady while you get in.
Hey, that sure looks like a long way down. You sure you've been checked out on this gadget?
Checked out?
This cable car, you know how to operate it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is very simple. You see, this button starts the motor. So, now this lever, to go forward, we pull it back. And to go back, we push it forward.
You know, that sounds real logical.
We go forward. So.
Hey, that bank sure drops away in a hurry.
Yeah?
How deep is this gully, anyway?
I'm glad you asked that question, Herr Mitchell.
What?
I will let you find out for yourself how deep it is.
Hey, what's the big... Uh-oh.
We know why you're in Switzerland, Mitchell. We cannot pay as much as Uncle Moneybags. Therefore, we stop you before you arrive. Now, over the side.
You mean jump just like that?
I will help you with a bullet if you prefer.
Now, look, Rudy, why don't you play it smart? Take the money I brought and...
And while I'm close, give you the opportunity to grab this gun? No, Herr Mitchell. We are trained to omit foolish mistakes.
Look, you said you were an army man.
It will not help you to stall.
I also remember from my midshipman days that military habits are hard to break.
I do not understand.
Simply this. Achtung!
You tricked me!
Thanks for snapping to attention. Now drop this gun or I'll break your arm.
It went over the side, Mitchell.
Yeah.
Now it is man to man.
Look, you made your pitch and you failed. Now, let's leave it there.
I was sent to kill you. I shall push you out.
Look, Buster, I'm giving you an out. Now take it.
One of us is going over the side.
Not me, Buster.
No, Mitchell. Grab me. I'm slipping.
Oh, brother. Bartender.
Yeah, you would like a drink?
Yeah, I could use one right now. Scotch.
Yeah.
Is the owner of this inn around anywhere?
Here. Yeah, Herr Bomgardner. See over at the corner table.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, it was my fault.
Did I hurt you?
Not at all.
I spilled your drink.
Oh, that's all right. I wasn't looking where I was going.
Well, let me buy you another one.
No, thank you.
But
No, really. I tell you, I will take, what do you call it? A rain check?
Yeah, a rain check. Okay, that's a date. See you later.
Good evening.
Is your name Baumgartner?
Yeah.
I'd like to talk to you.
Please, sit down. But let us not talk until the music's over.
Look, I want to talk now. My name's Mitchell, Steve Mitchell. You surprised to see me?
But of course not, Herr Mitchell. I've been expecting you.
Yeah? Well, I wasn't a very cordial welcome your stooge tried to give me in that cable car.
What? Please, Herr Mitchell. I'm very fond of this music. It's the very bust, you know. The Moserbuben.
The what?
The Moserbuben. Oh, the Moser boys. Isn't that good to listen to?
Yeah, great. But right now I've got more on my mind than yodeling. We're going to have a talk, so quit stalling.
Well, very well. Come, we'll go into the back room.
Okay. Just one thing, though.
Yeah?
Have you got another ape waiting for me in there?
Ape? But I do not understand.
Oh, well, never mind. Come on.
After you, Herr Mitchell.
Okay.
Yeah, let's sit down. Now, what is all this suspicion of me?
You sent a strong arm named Rudy to pick me up and polish me off.
Herr Mitchell, why should I want to, as you say, polish you off? I want to do business with you.
Then where did this Rudy come from?
The man I sent to bring you here was named Otto. This Rudy was undoubtedly working for one of the people who are bidding for the document we're both concerned with.
Well, maybe. Look, speaking of that document, our information is that you know who has it and are willing to act as a go-between.
Your information is accurate, Herr Mitchell.
Do you know the document is still in existence?
I've seen it. It's now in a safe deposit box in Bern. But that doesn't matter, any of it. The point is, you will do business directly with me. I'm representing the owner of the document. Now, I've already been approached by 2 different bidders. I'm sure the United States will pay more than either of them. How much are you prepared to offer, Herr Mitchell?
Not 1 cent, Baumgartner.
You know, it's good to see a man with a sense of humor, even at a time like this. But let's be serious.
I am serious.
Herr Mitchell, do not try my patience. I've been instructed to sell that document for the equivalent of $100,000. If not to you, and to others.
Look, you know that piece of paper could do a certain country a lot of harm if it fell into the wrong hands.
It will do you no good to come here with your Boy Scout talk. I'm not interested in the harm the document can do to anyone else. I am interested in the good it can do me.
And its owner, of course.
You're wasting my time, Herr Mitchell. I could be listening to the music.
Look, Baumgartner.
There is no use prolonging this silly conversation. Unless you make a definite offer, you leave me no recourse but to sell to the highest bidder.
I wouldn't want you to do that. Well, maybe I can raise some money and get in on the bidding.
Oh, this attitude I like better. However, I shall accept the highest bid that I've had. I will deliver the keys to the document safe deposit box tomorrow night at 10 o'clock. You have until then. If you bring a better offer, the key is yours. Otherwise...
Yeah, I get it. Well, then I'd better get back to Interlaken right away.
I will send my bartender with you to see that you arrive safely. I do not want anything to happen to you, Mitchell, because I believe that your bid will be the highest.
Look, can't you make this contraption move a little faster, Fritz? It's like a deep freezer with a fan turned on.
We are almost to the end of the line.
Indeed, you are, my friend.
Hey, who's that over there on the bank?
I don't know him.
Well, just to be safe, put this thing in reverse.
Oh, it will not go into reverse. We saw to that.
He is right. It is jammed.
Oh, great.
And now, as you said, you are indeed at the end of the line, Mitchell.
Who are you?
Oh, my name is Gerlach. Would you and your companion kindly step out, please?
What do you want?
Hans?
Yeah.
Drag him out.
Yeah.
Hey, look. Gun or no gun, get this big ape away from me.
Go.
Okay, Buster.
Oh, Mitchell, I am so sorry that you did that. It shows that just because I am a little man, you are not impressed by me. Oh, dear. It is always this way. I am such a mild little man, so no one is impressed. And therefore I must make people impressed.
Well, never mind the lecture. Where's this leading?
Mitchell, tonight you killed one of my men.
Oh, Rudy? The guy in the bucket?
The same. And now, an eye for an eye. Hans.
Yeah.
Shoot the little one.
Wait a minute. You can't kill Fritz in cold blood for something he had nothing to do with.
Oh, Mitchell, you are not impressed. Oh, dear. Hans.
Wait.
No!
Good Lord. What kind of a man are you?
The kind of man who will kill you, Mitchell, if you do not give me the document.
Gerlach, I don't have it.
You came to buy it. You saw Bomgardner, and so it follows that you have the document. Now, please, Mr. Mitchell, take pity on me. It's quite cold up here. I would much rather be in front of a warm fire. I am sure that your conscience would bother you if you made me catch cold.
Yeah, I'd hate myself in the morning, I suppose. Look, I don't have it, and I don't know where it is.
Oh, dear. Very well, Hans. Proceed.
Hey, look, if you think I'm going to hold still while this jughead works over me...
Hans!
Yeah.
Again, Hans. Only this time, use the butt of your rifle.
Yeah.
Listen, you big gorilla,
Oh, that's lovely. Now, Hans, you may kick him. Again. That's enough to soften him up. Any more would be cruel. Roll the bartender's body into the gorge, and then we shall take Mitchell to my house in Interlaken. Welcome back, Mitchell.
Oh, my ribs feel like a football field.
Yes, of course. You can thank Hans for that.
Yeah, and I have more for you.
No, hurry, I can wait.
And now, Mitchell, we resume our negotiations.
Like I told you, I don't have it.
Yes, we know that. We searched you, but you do know its whereabouts. Hans, perhaps a hammerlock?
Yeah. Hey, cut it out. It isn't going to do you any good, Gerlach.
Oh, rest assured, it will not do you any good either, Mitchell. A little more pressure, Hans.
You got my thumb practically up to my ear.
Just a little more.
Wait.
At last, Hans released his arm.
Oh, that's better. Look, I'm kind of groggy. I could do with some fresh air.
Oh, but of course, Mitchell. Poor man, you have been through a great deal. Open the window and get your fresh air. And then we shall talk.
I stumbled over to the window. I was in a hole, but good. These kids were playing for keeps. Something moved in the street. There was a girl leaning out of a car window. It looked like the girl I'd bumped into up at the Jungfrau Inn. She waved again, and I got the message, but quick. I slumped over against the window like I was passing out.
Hans, help him.
I heard Hans coming up behind me. I swung my fist around hard. It connected with his stomach. He bounced back into Gerlach. The two of them went down. I dove out the window.
Hans, quick after him.
Over here. Hurry.
Yeah.
Quick. Get into the car.
Okay. Give her the gas.
I will turn at the first corner. I think we can shake them off.
Hey, look. You're the girl I bumped into up at the Jungfrau Inn.
That's right.
Well, not that I wasn't glad to see you just now, but what were you doing parked in front of Gerlach's place?
I came down in the cable car just ahead of you. I saw what happened to you, so I followed you.
I'm sure glad you did, Miss...
Lise Strauss.
Lisa? I'm Steve Mitchell. Where are we going?
I think we've lost them by now. You are You're bleeding, Mr. Mitchell. I will take you to my apartment. I can bandage your cuts there.
Thanks. Anywhere's all right with me, as long as it's where that character Gerlach isn't.
Are you feeling any better now, Steve?
Only about 1,000%. Hey, remind me to take first aid lessons from you sometime, Lisa.
How about a drink, Steve?
You think of everything, don't you?
But when we bumped into each other at the inn, you promised me a rain check, remember? Here you are.
Thanks. Well, happy rain check.
You know, it is very fitting, this rain check.
What do you mean?
Because for you, it is going to start raining. Right now.
Huh?
Don't move, Steve, or I will shoot.
You too, Lisa.
Yes, Steve. I'm sorry.
Why?
I could like you very much.
Then, honey,
Do
let's...
not edge toward me, Steve. I have shot men before. But never one I liked so well, so soon.
Look, Lisa, let's put up that gun and concentrate on getting acquainted.
Oh, no. It would be fun, but this is important to my country.
Where do you come in?
Gerlach did not get the document from you. Therefore, you did not have it.
Well, that's what I tried to tell him. I'm glad you're smart enough to know it.
I am also smart enough to know that you must be killed.
Why?
Because you can bid more than I am prepared to offer.
Would you mind telling me who's going to do this little job for you?
For me? No one. I will do it myself.
You know, I believe you would.
Not would, Steve. Will. Obviously, I cannot do it in here in my apartment.
Well, that's a relief.
We will go for a little drive. Just the two of us.
Now, wait a minute.
Come on. Move. Keep both hands on the steering wheel, Steve.
Don't worry. With that blue steel tickling my ribs, I'll behave. Where are we going?
Out of the city a little way.
Look, what good's it going to do you to kill me?
I don't like competition, Steve. I know you are determined to get that letter, but I am more determined than you are. Steve! Steve, watch out! You're heading for that parked car in front of us.
So I see.
Slow down, Steve.
Oh, I know.
You will hit it.
Yeah, that's the point. I'm sorry to jolt you, baby.
Let go of my wrist.
Let go of the gun.
And if I do not?
I've never broken a woman's wrist before, but I guess there's always a first time.
You would not do it.
Oh, wouldn't I? That's better.
You surprised me, Steve. You're not as soft as I thought. Well, what will you do now? Turn me over to the police?
Well, maybe I should. After all, you were trying to kill me, but I also remember you saved my life an hour ago. No, Lisa, I'm not going to turn you over to the police.
You are a strange man, Steve. In turning me loose, you are making the biggest mistake of your life.
Maybe. Well, time will tell. I'll be seeing you, Lisa. Well, long about now, I'm ready to toss in the sponge. It's only a matter of time until Bomgardner contacts Gerlach or Lisa, and the highest bidder will be waiting at 10 o'clock to claim the key to the safety deposit box and burn. I had no money to offer, and I couldn't scare Bomgardner into giving me the document. Bomgardner was more afraid of Gerlach and Lisa than he was of me. Then, crazy idea hit me. It might work. Fear does talk louder than money, and maybe Gerlach and Lisa could do a little bit of work for me without knowing it. That night, I timed my arrival at the Jungfrau Inn. It's 9 as I open the front door.
Good evening, Herr Mitchell.
Hello, Baumgartner. I see their Moser BBs are still being it.
Yeah. Such music. Oh, it's a delight to my soul. But I'm glad to see you back tonight, Herr Mitchell. It indicates you've changed your mind about that document. Now, how much are you prepared to bid for it?
Baumgartner, you told me you're just acting as a go-between in this deal, but I've got a pretty strong hunch that there is no other man. I think you've got the document. and dreamed up this story about being just a go-between to protect yourself.
I do not understand the purpose of these remarks.
No purpose, really.
All right, then let's get down to business. How much are you prepared to bid?
You misunderstand, Bomgardner. I just came up here to tell you goodbye.
Mitchell, sometimes I find your sense of humor very annoying.
It's no joke. My train leaves for Bern in about 2 hours.
You are serious?
Yep. So long.
But I do not understand the key.
I think you will understand before long. Goodbye.
But, Herr Mitchell.
Well, hello, Lisa.
Hello, Steve.
You must like this inn.
Let us say rather that I like you.
Yeah, sure. You proved that the last time we were together.
I'm afraid you were a little too clever for me then.
Well, it doesn't matter anymore, Lisa.
What do you mean?
I'm taking my key, and I'm leaving on the train to Bern in a couple of hours.
Key? Leaving? You admit defeat, then.
I didn't say that. I just said I was leaving. Well, so long, Lisa. It was nice while it lasted, and I'm glad it didn't last a minute longer.
But wait, I do not understand. Well, if you are leaving, that means that Bomgardner...
It just means I'm leaving. So long, Lisa.
Oh, Mitchell.
Looking for me, Hans? Here I am. That's one I owe you. Here's another. And here's one for Gerlach. Give him a message for me, Hans. Tell him I've got the key. Tell him it's too late. I'm leaving on the train to Bern. Don't forget.
Here's your compartment, sir. Number 5.
Thanks, conductor. When do we arrive in Bern?
Late tonight.
Mm-hmm. A little stuffy in here.
Oh, open the window if you like.
Right. See you later.
Mitchell.
Well, hello, Bomgardner.
Mitchell, what have you done to me?
I don't know what you mean.
But you must. Shortly after you left, Gerlach, he came to the inn and tried to kill me.
Well, maybe he doesn't like you.
Mitchell, this is serious. I escaped out the back door, but he followed me here. He's on the train.
What about the girl?
She saw it all. She, too, is here. What did you tell them?
Well, have a seat and I'll explain it.
There isn't much time. They're searching the compartments.
Well, then I better talk fast. Yesterday, you called the highest bidder and told him that he or she could claim the key to the safe deposit box at 10 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, all this I know.
I had to know who was the highest bidder. Tonight, when I told Lisa I was leaving with the key, it meant nothing to her. That left Gerlach.
Oh, this too I know.
When I left early mentioning the key, they both thought you had sold the document to me.
So, that's why Gerlach tried to kill me.
That's right. When Lisa learned about that, she smelled the double cross and started on her own.
But I didn't double cross the... Oh, you know that.
Well, in that case, you have nothing to worry about. When they find you, if you have time before they shoot you, just tell them the truth and...
You must tell them. You are the only one who can save my life.
Why don't you go to the police?
You know I cannot ask their protection in this matter.
Well, then you'd better make a deal with me. Now, you got that key to the safe deposit box on you?
But of course.
Well, give it to me. I'll tell Gerlach and the girl that you don't have it.
But I'll get nothing. No money, nothing.
Well, the other way, you'll wind up dead, still with nothing. Come on, make up your mind, yes or no.
Oh, but it's unfair.
Someone coming down the corridor.
It's a woman's steps.
Probably Lisa. What's it going to be, Bomgardner?
Oh, all right. Anything. Here's the key.
Thanks. Now get over there behind the door. And keep yourself
You will
behind
both stay where you are.
Hello, Lisa. Looks like you've got quite a collection of guns.
Yes, but soon it will be a collection of keys. Baumgartner, you will be first.
No,
You promised to sell that document to me. Instead, you sold it to Steve Mitchell.
No, it's not true. Mitchell, tell her.
Yeah, maybe I had better explain. You see, Lisa...
Save your explanations for me, Mitchell.
Gerlach.
Drop the gun, Lisa. Drop it.
No.
Drop it, Lisa. He means business.
So do I.
Why, you...
Mitchell, let go of me.
You bet.
You knocked him out, Mitchell.
Yeah, but not in time to save Lisa, though.
But in time to save me.
What? Baumgartner.
I have Gerlach's gun now, Mitchell. Give me back that key.
I guess I should have known I couldn't trust you.
Take that key out of your pocket and give it to me at once.
Well, okay, Baumgartner. Here's the key. Catch.
Mitchell, you threw the key out the window.
Yeah,
On purpose.
on purpose.
I'll pull the emergency stop.
Hey. Hey, where are you going?
I'm going after that key, and I'll get it back.
Happy hunting.
Who pulled the emergency stop?
The
Who
guy,
did it?
the guy who just jumped off the train, conductor.
Wait, his body's on the floor. Then it was a shot I heard.
Yeah. The unconscious guy's name is Gerlach. He killed the girl there.
But I do not understand. You say a man jumped off the train. Why?
He's looking for a key in the snow out there somewhere.
A key?
Yeah, I threw it out the window. You know, I'd give a lot to see his face when he finds it.
Why?
It's the key to my apartment back in the States.
But is the key that valuable?
Well, it's not half as valuable as the one I've still got in my pocket. Well, come on, conductor. Let's get this train moving again. I've got a date in Bern.
Oh.
Oh, no. This date is with a safe deposit box.
You have just heard another episode in the exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Reif, with music by Bruce Ashley, and was directed tonight by Max Hutto. Be with us again next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Be sure to hear Elizabeth Taylor on Cavalcade of America tomorrow on NBC. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Morning, Commissioner.
Morning, Steve. How was the flight back from Switzerland?
Smooth as silk. Just got in.
Glad you liked it, because you're taking the next plane for Cairo.
Cairo? You mean today? Look, I don't even have a clean shirt left.
You can dunk it in the Nile when you get there. Oh, Ruth.
Yes, Commissioner.
How are you doing on Steve's plane ticket?
I was able to get him space on the next plane. Takes off in an hour.
Good.
Oh, great. I haven't had a date for a week, and now you want to fix me up with a mummy.
Steve, remember Sheik Haroon?
Sure, he's an old friend of mine. He should be.
What do you mean?
About 5 years ago, I taught him to play poker, and he cleaned me.
Well, as you know, the Sheik controls a territory on the edge of the Sahara. He has a walled city there.
Yeah, I was there once. Quite a joint.
We think there's uranium ore in his territory.
Oh. You don't think the Sheik's making himself an A-bomb, do you?
No, but we do know that 6 months ago we concluded an agreement permitting representatives of several countries to explore and develop the area. That agreement expires next Wednesday, and the Sheik has suddenly refused to renew it or even see our representatives.
Yeah, sound like someone up the ante, huh?
Yes. Apparently these other interests have the inside track with him right now. We want you to change all that.
Oh, great. Sounds like a cinch. Where is the Sheik now? In his walled city?
No. According to our information, he's staying on his houseboat in the Nile at Cairo right now. Steve, get to the Sheik. What you say to him is up to you, but it's vital that our agreement with him be renewed. Well, that's it. You got your assignment, Steve?
Yeah, I know. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is proud to present Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
This assignment's really a cinch. All I have to do is stick my nose into a hornet's nest of more power politics and change the whole course of events just by reminding the leader of 30,000 fanatical tribesmen that he and I used to be pals. So I slip a copy of How to Win Friends and Influence People into my suitcase and head for Cairo. It's Friday when I get there. I check in at the Delta Hotel, and then I head for the Sheik's houseboat on the Nile.
Stop where you are, Effendi.
Huh?
You cannot come aboard this boat.
Who are you?
One of the Sheik's guards.
Look, tell the Sheik that Steve Mitchell is here.
The Sheik will see no one.
Who's that guy up on the deck?
That is Ahmed, the Sheik's confidential secretary.
Look, Ahmed.
I warn you, do not set foot on this boat, or it will be the guard's unpleasant duty to shoot you.
Guard! Oh, good afternoon, Mikan.
Has the Sheik changed his mind about seeing me?
No, I'm afraid not, Mikan.
But surely he will see me.
I am sorry, but I have my orders. The Sheik will see no one. Now, please leave, both of you, at once.
Very well. Okay, but I'll be back.
I would not advise it, Effendi.
Well, looks like you didn't have any better luck than I did. Say, your face seems familiar.
I am Mikan. I was once the chief's trusted lieutenant.
I thought I recognized you. I'm Steve Mitchell.
Steve Mitchell, of course. It has been a long time.
Yeah. Hey, what's going on anyway?
I wish I knew Mitchell. Up until last week, I enjoyed the Sheik's complete confidence. But suddenly, everything has changed.
Shake up in the tribe, huh?
Now he will not even see me. Something must have turned him against me.
Something or someone. I must have turned him against just about everybody. How about that secretary, Ahmed?
I have been wondering about him. He's been acting strangely the last few days. I've asked him several times to get me an audience with the Sheik, but he seems very evasive.
I wonder if somebody's paying him to be evasive.
I do not know.
Look, you know the lay of the land around here a lot better than I do. Maybe you can help me.
I would be glad to if I thought I could, but it is very discouraging.
Yeah, but somehow I've got to see the Sheik.
Very well, Mitchell. I will try to help you. Meet me at the Sphinx Club at 8 tonight. Perhaps I will have thought of a plan by then.
I get back to my hotel just in time to see a figure that looks like Ahmed scooting through the lobby. In my room, there's a bowl of fruit on the table with a note, compliments of the management. I pick out an apple and start for the window, thinking about the whole deal. Then, suddenly, I quit thinking and start listening. The sound is pecking away at my ears. A faint sound, but it keeps up. Then it registers. I whirl around. It's coming from across the room, the table, the bowl of fruit. I grab the bowl, run to the window, open it, and then I heave it out in the garden below. The concussion knocks me back. I can hear a couple of windows breaking. I run downstairs to the lobby. The clerk is waving his hands in the air.
What happened? That explosion.
That explosion was meant for me. A little thin-faced man scooted out of here a minute ago.
Yes, he took a taxi.
Oh. Is this hotel the driver's regular stand?
Why, yes, it is.
Look, I've got to meet a guy at the Sphinx Club in a few minutes. When that cab driver returns, send him over there.
Welcome to my humble Sphinx Club, sir. You're just in time for the entertainment.
I am looking for a guy named Mikan.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Mitchell,
as a special
over here.
added attraction,
Hello,
the
Mikan.
Sphinx Club
Please
is
sit
proud
down.
to present
Thanks.
an
I almost didn't make it tonight.
entertainer,
Looks like Ahmed planted a bomb in my room.
What? What Mitchell did?
Look, you found out anything yet?
Only that the Sheik is no longer on his houseboat.
That doesn't do us much good. Huh? Hey, who's that guy out there talking about Hollywood?
His name is Eddie Martel, a very clever entertainer. Listen to him. I think you will find him amusing.
I'd like to give you my humble impression of a few American movie stars, so let's see if you can recognize them. Now, can I have your attention, please? All of you at the back of the room there? All right. Now, how about this impression? Now, listen, baby. I don't want to have any trouble with you. We do it my way or we don't do it at all.
Oh,
hey, he's not bad.
He seems to be very popular
yeah,
here.
That's right. Let's try this one now. Yeah.
No, see here. You can't talk like that to a man of the old sod, you know. I won't stand for it. You hear? I won't stand for it.
Barrymore Fitzgerald.
Yeah. Oh, you're really baksheesh tonight. All right, here's one more. Try to catch this one up. If I were king, Olive, if I were king, what treasures I would bring.
Van Johnson!
Van Johnson? Oh, who was it? Who was it said Van Johnson? All right, waiter, take that man and his table and put him on the Nile, will you? Well, I think that's about all for now. Thank you very much. I'll be back for the midnight show with more of them, and I'll see you later, huh?
Well, looks like he's heading for our table.
Hiya, chum. You know, I can spot an American a mile away, and I always have to stop and say hello.
Have a seat.
Thanks. Eddie Martell's the name.
Steve Mitchell. This is Mikan.
Hi.
Allow me to compliment you on your act, Mr. Martell.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's just a knack. If you got it, you can impersonate almost anybody. Now, take you, for instance, Mr. Mitchell. I haven't heard much of your voice, but...
I think this might sound something like it, huh?
Is that close?
Not bad.
Mitchell Effendi. Steve Mitchell.
Over here.
There is a telephone call for you.
For me? Are you sure?
Yes, sir. If you will come with me.
Okay. Excuse me, I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, sure.
Of course.
Where is the phone?
In the back room. Mitchell Effendi, a cab driver came in here a minute ago. He said you wanted to see him.
Oh, yeah, I do.
Here we are. There is the phone over on the table. I will send the cab driver back when you are through with your call.
Okay, thanks. Hello?
Good evening, Steve Mitchell.
Sheik Haroun. Hey, where are you?
Here in Cairo.
Look, I've been trying to see you.
I know. I have been kept informed as to your movements.
That mining agreement expired.
I am well aware of that, but I have no intention of renewing it. I intend to make other arrangements.
Look, won't you at least let me talk to you about it?
It will do no good, Mitchell. And let me advise you for the last time to let the matter drop. If you do not, if you persist in interfering, then I cannot be responsible for the consequences.
Look, forget that I once saved your life. Just remember, I taught you to play poker. Now, at least you owe me a chance to
Goodbye,
talk.
Mitchell. Later tonight, I am returning to my walled city.
Wait a minute. Oh, great.
Mr. Mitchell, sir?
Huh? Oh, are you the cab driver?
Yes, sir. The hotel clerk said you wished to see me.
Yeah. You picked up a little thin-faced guy named Ahmed in front of the hotel about an hour ago. Where'd you take him?
I have written the address on this piece of paper, sir.
Oh, thanks. Here, this is for your trouble.
Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
after I close here, I'll be heading for the States again, I guess.
I imagine it will seem good to get back home. Oh, Mitchell.
Hey, Martell.
Huh?
How'd you like to make a few extra bucks?
You kidding? Is it honest, and who cares?
I think I might have a little job for you in a few minutes.
Yeah, okay. See you in my dressing room, okay?
That's a deal.
What is this all about, Mitchell?
Look, Mikan, that phone call just now was from the Sheik.
What? Where is he?
Somewhere in Cairo, but he's leaving for his walled city. That means we've got to act tonight.
But I still do not understand what you wish with this Eddie Martell.
Look, he's an impersonator. He could imitate my voice on the phone.
Imitate your voice?
That's right. I want Martell to call Ahmed, make believe he's me, and tell Ahmed I know he planted that bomb and I'm on my way over to settle things with him.
But what will that accomplish?
Well, I'm going to be right across the street from Ahmed's place when he gets that call. If he's working under the Sheik's orders, he'll probably get panicky and run to the Sheik. I'll follow him. If he's working for somebody else, he'll probably run there. I'll still follow him.
I see. Well, I hope it works. In the meantime, Mitchell, I will continue my efforts to see the Sheik.
Okay. If you do locate him, tell him I know I'm trying to fill an inside straight, but I think he owes me at least a chance to draw to it.
I do not think I understand your message, Mitchell.
Maybe not, but I think the Sheik will. Well, I'll see you later, Mikan. So I make the deal with Eddie Martell to call Ahmed at 9. I pay the guy across the street $5 to let me roost on his roof. It's a good spot. I can look right into Ahmed's room. At 5 to 9, a girl comes in. She's wearing a red dancing skirt. She and Ahmed seem to be talking about something pretty important. 9 o'clock comes. 9:15. Still no phone call. I wait until 9:30, and by then I'm sure something has gone wrong with my plan. I go back to the Sphinx Club and head for Eddie Martell's dressing room. There's a man standing in front of the door.
What do you want?
I want to see Eddie Martell. Why?
Who are you?
Steve Mitchell. Now, look, if it's okay with you, I want to see Eddie Martell. Is he in the dressing room?
Yes. And it is quite all right with me if you wish to see him, Mr. Mitchell. There he is.
Oh, brother.
Not a very pretty sight, is it?
Well, I guess he won't be impersonating anybody from now on.
Now, please tell me why you wish to see Eddie Martell.
What is it to you?
Oh, allow me. I am Lieutenant Abura of the Cairo Police.
Well, Lieutenant, as long as we're laying credentials on the table, here are mine.
I see. Why are you in Cairo, Mr. Mitchell?
I've been trying to see Sheik Haroun.
You think the Sheik is involved in this killing?
It looks like it. His boy Ahmed planted a bomb in my room.
I see. Mitchell, you are aware of Sheik Haroun's power. Are you prepared to confront him with an accusation?
No. I'm just trying to confront him, period.
Without more evidence, I cannot help you.
All right. I think I know where I can get the evidence. The hard way. The Sheik's secretary, Ahmed.
Come then. Let us pay him a visit.
Really hot tonight, Lieutenant.
Yes, and the air is quite still. These weather conditions usually signify the start of the Kamsin.
Kamsin? What's that?
A blinding sandstorm from the Sahara.
Oh, fine. That's about all I need right now, a nice sandstorm. Well, here we are. This is Ahmed's rooming house. His room is right here in front.
Mitchell,
yeah?
We will enter without knocking. I suggest you be prepared for anything.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. Look, there on the floor.
Yes. This is Ahmed.
It was Ahmed before he collected that slug. Well, Lieutenant, now do we see the Sheik?
Yes. Where is he?
Somewhere in Cairo. Mikan may be able to help us.
Mikan?
Yeah, he was the Sheik's second in command. He's checking some places the Sheik might be here in town. Hey, wait a minute. There's one other.
Who is that?
The dancing girl in the red skirt who came to see Ahmed while I was watching his room. I've got to find her.
Mitchell, do you realize how many dancing girls there are in Cairo?
Sure. Be like trying to find one tree in a forest, I suppose. But it's all I've got to go on right now. Oh, I'll check with you later, Lieutenant. For the next 3 hours, I cover every cafe, bar, and dive I can find. I see a lot of dancing girls, all shapes and sizes. Quite a few are wearing red skirts, but none of them's the one I'm looking for. The sandstorm has started by now, and it's really a beaut. Finally, I give up and head back to my hotel room. I open the door, and there's the person I'd just been turning Cairo upside down to find, the girl in the red dancing skirt. The gun looked very businesslike, but she was trembling.
Close the door, Mitchell.
Okay. So I'm next. First Ahmed, now me.
I was Ahmed's sweetheart.
You took a pretty funny way of showing it.
I did not kill Ahmed. You did.
Hey, look. This is a neat cover-up, if it works. I saw you go to his room a little earlier this evening.
He was alive when I left.
What makes you think I killed him?
I knew he was trying to see you.
I thought he was trying...
And I did not put any bomb in your room. He wanted to tell you that the Sheik was gone.
The Sheik is gone? But what did he... Hold it.
What?
The picture on the wall behind you is moving. Hey, a gun barrel. Get down! The slug's tearing to the rug beside us. I dive out into the hall and head for the next room. The door's locked. By the time I batter it down, the room's empty. I hear someone pounding down the fire escape. I stick my head out the window, and the wind promptly blows a cupful of sand into each eye. Can't even open them for a minute, let alone see who the sniper is. I go back to my own room. The girl is gone. Oh, now I'm right back where I started from with a handful of nothing. I call Lieutenant Abura. He and his boys give the room next door a thorough going over. I'm waiting for him in his office when he finishes.
Mitchell, I thought you said the Sheik was a friend of yours.
I did. Why?
We went over the hotel room next to yours very thoroughly. The one from which you were shot at.
Mm-hmm.
There were several cigarette butts and a half-empty glass of water.
So the sniper had been waiting there for me. Well, what's that got to do with the Sheik?
The fingerprints on that glass were his.
What? Are you sure?
Of course I am sure. Several years ago, during a political uprising, the Sheik was a guest of ours, temporarily. We got his fingerprints then. They matched the ones on the glass.
Well, after this, I'll pick my friends more carefully.
Mitchell, I will tell you frankly, I do not know quite what to do about this. Even though the Sheik's fingerprints are on that glass, it would be a very delicate and dangerous thing to go out to his walled city and formally accuse him of an attempt on your life. His tribesmen are fanatically loyal to him. Excuse me.
Sure.
Lieutenant Abura speaking. What? Oh, just a minute. It is for you, Mitchell.
Oh. Hello.
This is Mikan, Mitchell. I've been trying to get in touch with you.
Yeah?
They told me at your hotel that you were at police headquarters.
Anything new?
I covered all the places I thought the Sheik might be. About 2 hours ago, I saw him come out of one of them.
Did you get a chance to talk to him?
Only as he was getting in his car to return to his city. He would not listen to me. He said your mission was hopeless.
What did he say when you gave him my message about drawing to an inside straight?
Nothing. I'm afraid he did not understand it.
I see. Well, thanks for the try, Mikan. Lieutenant, I just had a thought. I know it's a tough proposition to get into that walled city if you're not welcome, but what happens in a sandstorm like this?
Why, during the come scene, everyone remains indoors under cover. Only a fool would venture out into it.
That's what I mean. Let you and me be a couple of fools.
Oh, at Mitchell.
How could we get there?
What, the jeep, I suppose.
Could you dig up some goggles?
Yes, I suppose so, but look.
Look, you know, I think I understand now what Ahmed was talking about. It seems like a wild guess, but it's the only answer that makes sense. But to make sure, we're going to have to pay a visit to the Sheik in his walled city.
There the walls just ahead, Mitchell.
Yeah, come on. I hate to think of what this sand would be doing to our eyes if we didn't have these goggles.
So do I. Well, the gate is closed. There's no sentry on duty. Appears you're right about the sandstorm, Mitchell. The city may be unguarded.
Yeah, come on, let's find a place to climb this wall. It's too high to jump, about 12 feet.
Mitchell, many things about this I do not understand.
Me too. But I think it's beginning to fall into place. Hey, wait. There are a few missing rocks in the wall here. Maybe I can get enough for a handhold. I'll give it a try.
Mitchell, be careful. If the guard sees you on the wall, he will shoot instantly.
Yeah, I know. Here's another hole.
Can you reach the pot with your hand?
Yeah. I got a hold of it now. As soon as I pull myself up, I'll give you a hand. Hey, I got a hold.
Yes.
Can you reach my hand?
Yes.
Here you go.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. We'll drop down just inside the wall here. I'll go first. Come ahead.
Very well. This wall shelters us from the wind a little.
Yeah. Now, look. There's a secret entrance to the Sheik's chambers. He showed it to me when I was here 5 years ago.
Where is it?
Right around the corner of that building over there, I think. Now, we'll be crossing about 20 feet of open space, but we've got to take a chance. You ready?
Yes.
Let's go.
Mitchell, we have been seen.
Yeah. Get behind the corner of the building here. Come on. Here we are. Now, you press one of these rocks, and it's supposed to open the door.
Hurry, Mitchell, hurry.
I've got it. Quick. Get inside. Okay, pull the door shut behind you.
I cannot see a thing.
Turn on your flashlight. Good. Now, up this flight of stairs.
This leads to the Sheik's chambers?
Yeah.
That guard who saw us, he will...
We're taking a chance that he doesn't know about that secret entrance. Okay. This door takes us right into the Sheik's room. Now, get ready for anything, Lieutenant.
Mitchell, the room is empty.
No, I don't think it is. Mikan should be here.
You are very clever, Mitchell. Stand quite still, both of you.
Hello, Mikan.
You're a very persistent man, Mitchell.
Not quite as persistent as you are, I guess.
How did you know?
If you'd known anything about poker, I might never have caught on. But when you told me the Sheik didn't understand my message about drawing to an inside straight...
That does not matter
It
now,
all
Mitchell.
fell into place after that.
But, Mitchell, where is the Sheik?
I think I know that, too.
But he talked to you at the Sphinx Club.
No, that was the impersonator, Eddie Martell. I thought I was going to use him, but Mikan beat me to it.
But the Sheik's fingerprints in the hotel room.
I guess it wasn't too hard to place a glass with those fingerprints there. Huh, Mikan?
We're wasting time. The point is both of you know too much to live. LeBoard, keep your hands inside.
Watch out, Lieutenant.
I warned you!
Abora crashes into the table and knocks the lamp to the floor. The room is in darkness now.
And now, Mitchell, I have a different fate in store for you.
I jumped just in time. I knew about the trap door and the pit full of lime. The Sheik had shown them to me once.
So, you escaped the pit, but you cannot get out of this room.
Why don't you call for help, Mikan? Or maybe you don't want any of the tribe to know what's in that pit.
You are quite right, Mitchell. This is a matter to be settled between the two of us.
I start circling in the dark. I know Mikan's across the pit, but he doesn't know which side I'm on. Then a finger of light stabs at him from the floor. Abura was still alive, and it turned on his flashlight. Mikan shoots out the light, but in the second it is on, I located him. He is standing on the other side of the pit with his back to it. That's the one direction he isn't expecting me to come from. The pit's about 10 feet across, but I know it's my only chance. I get a running start and dive across the pit at Mikan.
Mitchell!
Lost your gun, huh?
I do not need it. There's enough strength in my arms. What are you doing?
Just a hammerlock, buddy. Now we'll see how you like the pit.
No, Mitchell, the pit. No. Please, Mitchell, do not drop me.
Don't worry, Mikan. I've got a hold of you by one hand. I want to keep you nice and alive.
Do not let go of me. Do not let go.
Mitchell.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Breaking down the door.
Good.
Joseph, bring in the light, quickly.
It is a guard.
Keep him covered for a minute, Lieutenant.
Yes. Stand back, both of you.
What is the matter?
God, get me out of here.
If he takes one step towards me, I'll drop you, Mikan.
No, God, stay where you are. Mitchell, I'm slipping.
You'll slip more than that if I let go of your arm.
Hang on to me.
Sure. Just tell these guards what you did with the Sheik.
No, guards, do not listen to him. Pull me out.
Okay, Mikan. I'll just let go of you and then...
No.
Go on, open up, spill it.
What is this about the Sheik? You told us he was ill, Mikan.
Start talking or you'll be right down there with him.
The Sheik is dead.
Dead? Keep talking.
I killed him.
What?
Okay, guard, help me pull him out. You got a hold of him?
Yes.
Here we go.
God, listen to me. It was not the truth. What I just said, I did not...
He's all yours, guard. And if you'll check the bottom of that pit, I think you'll find what's left of the Sheik.
No.
Come, Mikan.
Let me go.
Joseph, help me with him.
I tell you, it is true. I understand that you must leave me.
How are you doing, Lieutenant?
Oh, I will be all right. It is a shoulder wound.
Good.
And you?
Oh, I'm okay, except my right arm feels about 3 inches longer than my left.
Mitchell, why did Mikan kill the Sheik?
He knew the Sheik was going to renew our mining agreement. But Mikan had sold out to the other interests, so he killed the Sheik.
But this business of making it look like the Sheik was still alive.
Sure, until after the mining agreement had been signed with the boys who were paying Mikan off. And he could announce that Sheik had met with an accident, and as second in command, Mikan would take over the tribe.
What will happen now?
Well, when the Sheik's boys find out that Mikan killed their leader, in order to change that agreement, I think they could be talked into preserving the status quo. You know, that's funny.
What is?
Well, you've heard the old saying, a little knowledge is a dangerous thing.
How do you mean?
Well, Mikan knew more about poker than he realized. He knew how to bluff, and that's a large part of the game. But if you're going to play a game, you better know all about it. Mikan should have known what an inside straight was.
I see. Just what is an inside straight?
Huh? You mean you don't know anything about poker either?
No, not a thing.
Ah, that's very interesting. Come on. You start the school as soon as we get back to Cairo. It may be that I've found me a pigeon.
Pigeon?
That's an American term meaning, well, I think I'll let you find out what it means soon enough. Come on.
Very well. We will play your game, but just one favor.
Sure, anything.
Dealer's choice, deuces wild, my deck, and no limit.
Oh, great. My pigeon has turned into a buzzard.
You have just heard another episode in the exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Reif, with music by Bruce Ashley, and is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another dangerous assignment. Throughout the week, NBC brings you unparalleled drama in action-packed mystery-adventure programs. Tomorrow, hear Big Town with crusading editor Steve Wilson fighting crime and viciousness. On Wednesday, listen to the champion of the people, Mr. District Attorney, in a fast-moving 30 minutes of action drama. And Big Story, with a true tale from the front pages of America's newspapers. Richard Widmark is a merchant seaman on Cavalcade. Tomorrow on NBC. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Hi, Commissioner.
Steve, have a seat.
Thanks. I suppose you know you're ruining my reputation around this town. Every time I get out on a date, you haul me back here to the office and send me halfway around the world.
Cheer up, Steve. They always keep a light burning in the window for you, don't they?
Yeah, but if you're going too long, that fire can die out, you know.
Steve, ever have on a diving suit?
Diving suit? Why, yeah, once.
You're leaving for the Caribbean on the next plane. Your destination is Trinidad.
I'm going to fly to Trinidad in a diving suit?
You're going hunting for pirate treasure, Steve. There's no time now to go into the background. Go to Trinidad and show up in dungarees at the Trade Winds Bar. You'll be contacted there, and the contact will fill you in on the deal.
Just a minute. Part of the deal doesn't by any chance involve getting into a diving suit, does it?
It might. Steve, this is a vital job. We're depending on you right down the line. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
In a moment, tonight's story of Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. But first, a message from the Ford dealers of America.
The 1950 Ford has everyone talking. Here is what Mr. R.L. Bell of Georgia, one of more than 410,000 enthusiastic owners, said about his 50 Ford.
I've had my new Ford Club Coupe for 6 weeks and have driven it 6,700 miles. This operation was over all types of roads and under varying weather conditions, from Key West to the Great Smokies. It holds the road better than any car I've ever driven. And in 19 years of traveling, I've owned 8 makes of cars. For my money, it has more comfort than any low-price car on the market. My car is equipped with overdrive, and up to now, my gasoline mileage average has been 21 3/10 miles per gallon.
Yes, Ford owners everywhere are finding out about the economy of the great new Ford. They're saving real money now because of Ford's low price. And they'll be saving real money for years to come because of Ford's low operating and maintenance cost. But see for yourself. Tomorrow, stop by your neighborhood Ford dealers. Get the facts on Ford economy. Then take the wheel and test drive the big new Ford.
Well, this assignment tops them all.
Usually I have at least an inkling of what I'm supposed to do, but here I am heading for Trinidad, and all I know is I'm supposed to meet a guy in the Trade Winds bar. It's a hot Tuesday afternoon when I get to Trinidad. I change into dungarees at the hotel and head for the Trade Winds bar. It's a real keen joint. A bunch of rickety tables, a calypso singer, a battered-looking bar with a drunk sprawled on it, and behind the bar, a fat gent in a dirty apron.
All right, name it, brother.
Beer.
Coming up. Hey, sailor, aren't you?
Yeah, but out of a job right now. Just drifting.
Bartender! Hey, bartender! Oh, I'm coming.
Hey, mister.
Huh?
Buy me a drink, will you?
You look like you've had too much already. You better go back to... Hey, wait a minute. Joe Wilkins?
Yeah.
Commissioner told me I'd be contacted here, but he didn't mention you.
I've been working on this case for 6 months now.
Oh.
I've managed to establish an enviable reputation as the leading drunk in Trinidad. Oh, my poor liver.
What's the deal?
Underwater demolition. You know what a job it did for us during the war, Steve.
Yeah, the Navy frogmen.
Yeah. Well, about 6 months ago, a group of civilians with government cooperation developed a revolutionary new explosive technique.
Mm-hmm.
They came down here, rented a boat, and made their tests. We're sure of that much because they radioed in that they were on their way back, and that's the last we ever heard from them.
What happened?
We don't know. Boat apparently sank.
Any survivors?
One. Deckhand named Griggs. He disappeared before I could get down here. It's either one of two things, Steve. Griggs got away with the data they compiled, or else it's at the bottom of the Caribbean.
You know, if that falls into the wrong hands, none of our ports and harbors would be safe. You got any line on Griggs?
Not until 3 days ago. And Griggs popped up here in Trinidad looking real prosperous, throwing dough around.
Well, maybe he sold the plan.
I don't think so, Steve. He started outfitting a treasure hunting expedition. His outfit is shoving off tomorrow on a little boat called the Sea Witch. I've been trying to get a job on it.
Hey, you could be walking into a lot of trouble.
Steve, see that babe over there in the corner table alone?
Yeah. What about her?
That's Griggs' girlfriend. I can't get any information from her. I think she likes the more of your size.
Okay. I'll give it a try. See you later. Hi.
What do you want?
To buy you a drink.
Why not?
Matter of fact, I'll buy you 2 drinks.
And then what?
Then we quit drinking. I'll be broke.
Oh? Having it tough, huh?
Yeah. It's pretty hard for a diver to get a job these days.
A diver? Oh, why don't you get lost?
What's the matter? Don't you like divers?
Oh, sure, but they're never around. I know. I go with a guy who is a diver. Griggs.
Oh. Hey, maybe this friend of yours, Griggs, could get me a job.
I don't think so. It's some kind of a treasure hunting business.
Teresa, button your lip.
Hello, Griggs.
Who's this joker?
A guy who is kind enough to buy me a drink.
Shove off, bud.
Now, don't you think that's up to Teresa?
You heard me. Get lost.
Oh, sit down, Griggs, and quit showing your muscles. And, mister, maybe you'd better sort of...
Okay, sure. Well, see you around.
Maybe we can have that drink some other time.
Yeah? There won't be any other time. You keep your eyes to yourself after this and don't get any
How did you make out, Steve?
Not so hot. The boyfriend showed up too soon.
Yeah. Well, I sure wish we could get some.
What's the matter?
A little gent who just came in, the one in the white suit.
Yeah, what about him?
His name's Jeremiah. You'll hear all about him in a second. Byron's tuning up right now.
Lord Byron?
Yeah, it's the calypso singer over there. Listen.
Jeremiah is a fine man, he, the best man in all Trinidad colony. He's a good friend of sailors whose luck's very bad. The best man in colony Trinidad. A wristwatch, a ring, or a curio. For this Jeremiah will lend much dough. He will find you a job for a modest fee. The savior of suffering humanity. He saves the sailors from a cold, cruel fate and charges a very low interest rate. Oh, Jeremiah is a fine man, he, the best man in Trinidad colony.
And now you know who Jeremiah is.
Yeah. Hey, he just slipped that calypso singer some dough.
Sure, that's the deal.
Well, what do you know? Singing commercials in Trinidad yet. Wait a minute. That song said something about getting jobs for sailors.
Sure, that's right. That's the angle I'm working on with him.
You mean you're trying to get him to put you aboard the boat Griggs is sailing on?
Yeah. Oh, watch it, Steve. Jeremiah's heading this way.
Oh, Joe.
Huh?
Joe.
Oh, hello, Jeremiah.
How can I help you start a new life if you spend all the money I'd lend you on cheap whiskey?
Well, I tried, Jeremiah. You know how it is.
You must be firm, Joe. You must turn over a new leaf.
Yeah.
The ways of sin lead but to the grave or the drunk tank. And then how could I ever get back all the money I've invested in you? Work. That is the answer for you, Joe. Work.
Yeah. Nobody'll give me a job.
That's not true any longer, Joe. I have gotten you a job.
Huh?
On the Sea Witch. You sail tomorrow morning.
Hey, you kidding me?
Of course not. Joe, I see in you a noble man who has been corrupted by evil companions and unfortunate experiences. I believe in you, Joe. I believe that you will straighten out and take your rightful place in the world. So, I have gotten you a job to help you.
That's pretty nice of you, Jeremiah.
It was not easy, mind you. It is a small boat with a small crew, some sort of treasure hunting expedition, I believe. Now, just sign this little slip of paper, if you will, please.
What is it?
Or the customary agreement, which gives me a small percentage of your wages in return for the trouble I've gone to on your account.
Hey, you call 20% small?
Why, Joe, after all I've done for you, how can you quibble about such a trifling amount?
Okay, Jeremiah, I'll sign it.
Just give the skipper this card, Joe. That will identify you.
Okay.
Well, I must be going now. I have to meet this other deckhand, Nick, and give him a card also.
Thanks again, Jeremiah.
When a human being is in need, Jeremiah will not be far away.
Steve?
Yeah, I heard it all. Come on.
What?
We're going to follow Jeremiah. I'm cooking up an idea. If it works, you're going to have yourself a shipmate. We follow Jeremiah to his office near the waterfront. We wait down the street. Pretty soon, the sailor goes into the office. He's walking like he had quite a few drinks under his belt. In a few minutes, he comes out again, and he's putting one of Jeremiah's cards in his pocket. Come on, Joe. Here he comes. Start walking.
Hey.
Sorry.
Why don't you look out where you're going?
Same to you, bud.
Now, break it up. It was just an accident. Hey, didn't you just come out of Jeremiah's office?
Yeah, what's it to you?
Oh, I was just wondering if he was there. I got to find out some more stuff from him about this boat I'm shoving off on tomorrow morning.
Oh, the Sea Witch?
Yeah, why?
Looks like we're going to be shipmates.
Yeah? Hey, you sailing on it too, huh? Ah, my name's Joe.
Oh, Nick's mine.
This is Steve, buddy of mine.
Hi.
Hi, Steve.
Hey, this calls for a drink, huh?
Yeah, I could use one. How about you, Nick?
Sure, I can always use one. And this is our last day ashore, too. Come on, let's go.
2 hours and 5 bars later, Joe and I managed to find out that Nick hasn't ever seen the skipper of the Sea Witch. Finally, Nick figures he's had too much.
I gotta get out of here.
Sure, Nick, sure. Here, give me a hand, Joe.
Okay. Oh, easy, Nick.
I need some fresh air.
Yeah, that's where we're going,
Fresh air.
outside. There you are. Feel better now?
Oh, yeah. Fresh air. It's wonderful.
Catch him, Joe.
I got him. Well, now what?
Huh?
Steve will have to take him to the police station, I guess.
Yeah, it's right next door, too. Quite a coincidence, huh? Come on, I'll carry him.
Okay.
Brother, he's no lightweight.
Here we are. Steve, set him down on that chair over there.
Yeah.
Hello. What's all this?
We've got a package for you. He's it.
Drunk?
Slightly. My name's Mitchell, Constable. Steve Mitchell. Here are my credentials.
I say. What can I do for you, chap?
You got a nice private cell where you could deposit this guy, Nick?
Well, I suppose so. Ordinarily, we'd throw him into the drunk tank.
Well, this isn't an ordinary occasion. I'll fill you in on it after you lock him up. I get Jeremiah's card off Nick. Then I make a deal with the constable. He puts Nick in a private cell and me in the drunk tank. And from now on, he's to call me Nick. Joe sends a message to the skipper that Nick is locked up. Then I roost there the rest of the night, watching a few assorted cases of DTs. Morning finally comes, and with it comes a visitor.
All right, now. Look alive, chums. Which one of you is Nick?
I am.
On your feet, then. Here's someone to pick you up.
Who are you?
The skipper. We'll see your card.
Here it is.
Come on. Good moving, Nick.
Okay, let's go.
Nick, if I wasn't short-handed, I'd let you rot in the drunk tank.
Simmer down, will you?
We'll shove off in an hour. Be aboard.
Sure. I'll get my gear together and be down there in plenty of time. I'll see you later, Skipper. I start down the street in one direction, the skipper goes in another. I wait until I'm out of his sight, then I double back and head for Joe's rooming house. I turn a corner just in time to see the skipper going inside. But the skipper isn't even supposed to know Joe, let alone where he lives. That means just one thing. There's been a leak. I shift into high, but just as I get to the door, I head for the rickety stairs, but a door opens above, and Joe staggers out into the hall. Joe, here, let me...
No, it's too late, Steve.
The skipper?
Yeah. He doesn't know about you, Steve. I told him I was working alone. Get aboard the Sea Witch, Steve. You're on your own.
In a moment, you'll hear the second act of Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy, after this brief word from the Ford dealers of America.
All over the country, folks are praising the beautiful new Ford, and no wonder. For this car is a masterpiece of sleek fashion styling. But there's more than style in the new Ford, much more. There's safety, too. Safety that's built into Ford features, into its dependable Magic Action king-size brakes, for example, into its sturdy all-steel lifeguard body, and into its advanced steering mechanism. And the new Ford brings you economy, too. It's low in first cost and high in resale value. It's thrifty on gas and oil, and inexpensive to maintain. So before you buy any car at any price, stop by your neighborhood Ford dealers. Look over the new Ford for beauty. Check its many safety features. Get the facts about Ford economy. Then discover the flashing performance and big car comfort of this truly great car. Test drive the 100-horsepower V8 or its companion in quality, the 95-horsepower 6. See, hear, and feel why the big new Ford is the one fine car in the low-price field.
And now, here is the second act of Dangerous Assignment.
Yeah, I'm really on my own now. Joe's dead. I know the skipper killed him, but I can't tip my hand yet. I have to play it close to the chest. So I go down to the waterfront and get aboard the Sea Witch.
Get forward and help Griggs with the lines. We're ready to shove off and we're short-handed. Some rum-dum named Joe didn't show up.
Hey, just a minute.
What's the matter, Griggs?
You're the guy who was making a play for my girl at the Tradewinds bar yesterday.
So what?
So what are you doing aboard?
Same as you, Buster. I'm sailing on this tub.
What? Look, Skipper, get this guy off.
You look. I'm the skipper. I run this boat.
Yeah? Well, don't forget I'm the only guy who knows where to take this boat.
Griggs, you're getting paid for this job, same as I. And the boss says this guy goes. Now, shut up!
Sorry, Griggs.
Okay. But just remember, I don't like you.
That's tough.
Yeah, it could be.
Now, break it off, both of you. Get busy with those lines. Hey, you, Lord Barn.
Yes, Skipper?
Hey, that Calypso singer going along, too?
Yeah, he's a pretty good deckhand. Now, get that engine started. We're shoving off.
I watch the shoreline at Trinidad fade away, and I wonder if I'll ever see it again. Joe and I had figured we'd be 2 against 3 when the showdown came, but now it looks like it's 1 against 3. I can't figure out where Lord Byron, the Calypso singer, stands in the deal, so the third day out, I'm on deck when I hear him singing.
Oh, the Sea Witch sail on the Carib Sea to hunt buried treasure for you and me. If we don't find the treasure, then the hunt is done. Lord Byron don't care, 'cause he still have fun.
You sound like you don't care whether we find this treasure or not.
Oh, many people seek treasure, Nick. Few of them ever find it. But it's fun looking.
Hey, did you ever sail with Griggs or the skipper before?
No.
You know, I have a theory that you can trust a happy man.
Well, you and me, Nick, we are happy people, but Skipper and Griggs, they're not. It's too bad.
Yeah. Look, if you ever hear the skipper and Griggs talking about me, I'd like you to come and tell me right away.
Sure, Nick. I'll come and tell you right away if I hear anything.
Okay, Nick. This is it.
Aye?
You're going to work.
What do you mean, Skipper?
Get into a diving suit.
What?
You heard me? I want you to go down and see if we're over that sunken ship.
What's the matter with Griggs? I thought he was the diver.
He's got a bellyache.
Oh. Kind of hit him all of a sudden, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Look, I was told you were a diver, too.
Well, sure I am.
Then get into the suit. Lord Byron will tend your lines and man the pump. Get moving.
I don't like it. It smells like trouble all of a sudden, but there's nothing I can do. I get into the diving suit. They fasten the helmet over my head, and Lord Byron helps me over the side. On the bottom, it's cold and murky and quiet. I poke around for about 15 minutes, but I can't see the sunken ship anywhere. Lord Byron, you better haul me up. Lord Byron.
He's busy, Nick. I'm handling your lines now.
Oh. Well, Skipper, I can't spot that hulk anywhere.
Can't be far.
Well, it isn't here. How about hauling me up?
You getting enough air, Nick?
Yeah, but keep it coming, huh?
Sure, Nick. Sure. I'll haul you up now, but I want you to keep your suit on. We'll move on a couple of 100 yards, and you and Griggs will go down again.
Griggs? I thought he was sick.
He feels okay all of a sudden.
Let's see. Look, come on, haul me up, will you? Getting lonesome down here.
Sure, Nick. Sure.
I'm sweating plenty inside that suit on the way to the surface. For a couple of grim seconds, when the skipper was asking me about my air supply, I figured he was onto me and playing cat and mouse. Yeah, it was good to get that fishbowl off of my head. Yeah, I thought I was in trouble then, but if I could have seen what was happening at the Trinidad jail, I'd have known how much trouble I really was in.
Good morning, Constable.
Oh, Jeremiah. Down here to save a few souls this morning?
I am making my usual visit to offer my services to any unfortunate sailors who may have fallen in with evil companions, yes.
Well, the crop we've got in the tank this morning don't seem to have much of value on them.
My good man, you do not seem to realize that pawning articles is but a minor thing with me. My larger aim is to serve humanity.
Of course. Clumsy of me to forget, Jeremiah. Well, you know where the drunk tank is. Help yourself.
Thank you.
Jeremiah.
What? Who called me?
Jeremiah, over here.
Why, Nick. Nick, you're supposed to be out on the Sea Witch.
Two guys got me drunk and hauled me in here.
Who were they?
One of them's name was Joe. The other I don't remember.
Joe was taken care of before the Sea Witch sailed. Do you still have my card?
No, it was gone when I came to.
I see. This friend of Joe's must have taken your place, Nick. I will get a message to the Sea Witch at once.
All set, Nick?
Yeah, I guess so, Griggs. Where's the skipper?
Up in the radio shack. There's a radio message coming in. Lord Byron here can let us down and handle the pump.
Sure, Griggs.
Okay. You go down first and wait for me. Don't do anything until I get down there.
Okay.
Screw his faceplate on, Lord Byron.
Sure, Griggs.
Okay. Lower him.
This time we've got the right location. I land right on the sunken ship. It's lying on its side. Griggs comes down after me and drops into a hole in the side of the ship. In
In a minute, he crawls out with a waterproof container. The underwater demolition data we're both after. Then he stiffens and seems to be listening to something. Divers' phones are on separate lines, so I can't hear what Griggs was listening to, but suddenly Lord Byron is singing into my phone.
Oh, there were once 2 men in the diving suits, and one of them's in trouble, you can bet your boots. The bad man is holding a knife very tight. The good man had better begin to fight.
Great time to be singing. Then suddenly it registers. It's more than a song, it's a warning. I turn around just in time to see Griggs bringing his knife through the water toward my diving suit. From then on, it's like a slow-motion movie. I manage to get my hand around his wrist in time, and I start inching him back toward the hole in the side of the ship. We sway back and forth for a few seconds. Then I finally get my shoulder against him and shove. He topples over into the hole. There's slack in his cable. I take a turn around the beam. Then I fish my own knife out of my belt and cut his phone line. Lord Byron, haul me up.
He's a little unconscious right now, Nick. Whatever your name is.
Huh?
I just got a radio message about you from Jeremiah.
Jeremiah? Oh, so he's the big boss.
Yeah. It looks like that message came just in time. With you on the bottom and me on the surface. I got news for you, brother. You're not coming up.
In a moment, the conclusion of Dangerous Assignment. Now, a brief message from the Ford dealers of America.
Owners everywhere are raving about their 1950 Fords. Here is what Mr. Clyde McNeely of Illinois, one of more than 410,000 new Ford owners, has to say about his 50 Ford.
Being a metal plater, I naturally am interested in machinery and metals. I've realized for many years that Ford had a real power plant under the hood. Now that I own a 1950 Ford, I'm sold on it, particularly because of the engine and also because I like its style. It surprises me that the 100-horsepower V8 engine is so quiet. In fact, the mechanical features of the 1950 Ford are outstanding. Its power and quietness, the way it rides, the ease of handling, and its economy.
Yes, ask any Ford owner how he feels about his big new Ford, and he'll tell you it's tops for performance and for comfort. But prove it for yourself. Drop into your neighborhood Ford dealers and test drive this great car. You'll be amazed when you discover how little it costs to buy, to run, and to maintain. Do it tomorrow. Test drive the big new 1950 Ford.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I heard it. But if I'm not coming up, neither is Griggs.
What did you do to him?
He's out of commission right now.
No wonder he can't talk to me. Well, you won't be talking much longer either, Nick. I'm turning off your air.
Now, look.
So long, sucker.
Wait a minute. If you turn off my air, I've still got time to open this container and scatter these papers you're after. You'll never get them.
Yeah, you're just bluffing, Nick. According to Griggs, those papers are sealed in there too tight for you to do anything about in a diving suit. I'm going to haul Griggs up and leave you there.
Yeah? Well, just tell me one thing, Skipper.
Yeah, what is it?
You weren't on deck when Lord Byron lowered us. How do you know which liner is which? How do you know which one of us you're going to haul up?
Not good enough, Nick. I know which phone I'm talking to you on, and I can see which line it's connected to.
Maybe I had Lord Byron switch the phone lines when he let us down.
Not a chance. Like I said before. So long, sucker.
I played my last card, and he trumped it. I stand there with a sick feeling in my middle as I watch Griggs' line tighten with a jerk, and suddenly I know there's only one thing more I can do.
Well, so you did switch phone lines on me, huh? Thanks for the tip, Nick. I knew if I jerked your line hard enough, I could get a grunt out of you. Now I'm sure which line to haul up.
It had worked. Griggs' line slackens, and the skipper starts hauling me up. Halfway to the surface, he turns off the air. That's good. There'll be less air in my suit, and I can move my arms better. I let my body go limp and slump my head down below the faceplate in the helmet like I'm unconscious. I surface. The skipper hauls me up on deck and unscrews the faceplate.
Okay, Griggs. You'll be all right.
You guessed wrong.
Nick!
Yeah, come on, Skipper. Let's bump heads.
Oh. Nick, you okay? I tried to warn you.
Yeah, that warning came just in time. Thanks, Lord Byron.
When I get out of this suit, I'll untie you, and we'll haul up Griggs and head for Trinidad. And Jeremiah.
Untie you? Jeremiah? You know, Nick, this almost sounds like a calypso song.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Well, then, I might as well finish it. How's that thing go? Oh, Jeremiah was a fine man, he, until he sent his bad boys out to sea. They got all fouled up down near the equator. Now Stephen Lord Byron bring back the demolition dater. How's that?
Nick, in the future, I had better sing the calypso.
Yeah, maybe you had better.
You have just heard another episode in the exciting new adventure series Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment, written by Bob Reif with music by Bruce Ashley, is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Tomorrow, be sure to hear Bob Hope and Fibber McGee on NBC. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Morning, Commissioner.
Steve?
You know, this better be important. There's a certain redhead who was just dying to go for a long ride in the country today. Now I can't even give her a chance to walk back.
This is important, Steve. Ever hear of the Triangle Airline?
No.
It's an American charter outfit owned by a man named Kovac. They fly cargo across the northern part of South America, from Ecuador to Brazil. The last 10 days, 3 of their planes have disappeared over the jungles, vanished without a trace. Pilots haven't been heard from since.
So a private airline's in trouble. Since when have we been pulling chestnuts out of the fire for outfits like that?
Ordinarily, we wouldn't be interested, but the circumstances accompanying the disappearance of these cargo planes makes it our concern.
What circumstances?
Well, I don't quite know how to tell you, Steve.
Oh, now, let's not be bashful, Commissioner. What do you mean?
Flying saucers.
What did you say?
You heard me, flying saucers.
Commissioner, I'm a pretty patient guy. But if you think I'm going down to South America and start looking for flying saucers...
That's just what you are going to do, Steve, and your plane leaves in an hour.
Now, look, don't tell me you're going to give me a Buck Rogers ray gun to shoot 'em down with.
This is no joke, Steve. Look, I don't care whether it's flying saucers or flying dishpans. That area is too close to the Panama Canal for comfort. You'll be met in Ecuador by a man named Drake, the chief pilot of the airlines. He'll fill you in on the background. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is proud to present Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Well, this assignment really takes the cake. I've had my share of screw-loose jobs, but flying saucers yet. It's Wednesday night when I get to Ecuador. Drake, the chief pilot of Triangle Airlines, is waiting for me at the airport. He bustles me into the co-pilot seat of one of their cargo ships, and we take off and head east.
It's about a 2-hour hop to Santa Rosa, Mitchell. We should be there about midnight.
What's at Santa Rosa?
One of our fields. Kovac, the owner, is waiting there for you.
You do most of your flying at night around here, Drake, huh?
All of it.
Less turbulence over these mountains.
You a flyer, too?
Oh, now and then.
Too bad you're not looking for a job. If this monkey business keeps up, I'm going to be fresh out of pilots.
Just what has been going on?
You tell me. It's happened 3 times now. Radio flash from the pilot about seeing flying saucers. Then the radio goes dead, and the plane's never heard of again.
You searched the jungle near the route for the planes.
From the air. The country's too rugged for a ground search.
Hey, what was that?
Mitchell, look outside. All those lights.
Yeah. Hey, they look like rings or discs swirling around.
They're right alongside of us.
I'm going to go back aft in the plane. Maybe I can get a better look at them.
Mitchell!
Drake, what is it? What's the matter? Drake! But Drake just grabs at his chest and slumps over. The plane starts into a dive. I jump back into my seat and try to level it out. I remember noticing Drake had been flying a heading of 95 degrees, so I hold it there. By the time I can look outside again, the whirling things are gone. I reach for the radio. D3 calling Santa Rosa Tower. D3 calling Santa Rosa Tower. Over.
Santa Rosa Tower to T3. Go ahead.
D3 to Santa Rosa. This is Steve Mitchell. Keep in touch with me. I've got to bring this bucket of bolts in, and I don't know anything about the route or the field. Over.
Santa Rosa to T3. What happened to Drake, Mitchell? Over.
I'll tell you about it when I get there. Right now, that's what concerns me. Over.
Stay on 95 degrees. If you're on schedule, you'll be over the field in an hour. Your course follows a valley. You'll know it if you get off it all right. There's a high mountain range on each side. Over.
Thanks a lot for the pleasant thought. I'll see you in about an hour. I hope. Over and out. So, for the next hour, I nurse a strange plane between two mountain ranges I can't see on a night black enough to play post office. All the while, I'm trying to convince myself I didn't see what I know I did. Drake is still unconscious, but he stirs a little now and then. Finally, I pick out the lights of Santa Rosa Airfield and manage to bring the ship in okay.
Mitchell?
Yeah?
I'm George, Kovac's nephew.
Yeah?
I was talking to you on the radio.
Oh.
Sure glad you made it okay.
You're glad. Come on, give me a hand with Drake here.
Okay. Hey, he's coming out of it. Drake. Drake.
What? Oh, my chest.
What happened to you, Drake?
I don't know. Right after we saw those things, I suddenly felt like I'd been kicked in the chest by a mule. That's all I can remember.
But there's not a mark on you.
Yeah, great. Flying saucers aren't enough. Now we've got invisible rays.
Well, why didn't it hit you too, Mitchell?
I don't know. Wait. I just started aft when it happened.
Guess it's a good thing for you did.
Yeah. Come on, Joyce. We'll get Drake taken care of, and then we'll talk to your uncle.
Mr. Mitchell, your description of what you saw during your flight tallies with those the missing pilots radioed in. I tell you frankly, I'm on the ragged edge with this airline. I've lost 3 planes. One more and I'm ruined.
Isn't your line insured, Mr. Kovac?
Why, yes, but this is more than money. It's a matter of prestige.
Look, Uncle Emil, if you'd taken my advice a month ago when the Van Horn Exporting Company wanted to buy you out...
George, for the last time, I'll not tolerate any advice from you as to how to run my affairs.
Sure, you stick your nose in all my affairs, but I'm not supposed to open my mouth where yours are concerned.
If you don't keep a civil tongue in your head...
Look, gentlemen, I don't want to stir up a hornet's nest between you, but what is this Van Horn Exporting Company?
They ship crates of carved wooden statues regularly on our planes. Our largest customer, as a matter of fact. About 2 months ago, they approached me with a substantial offer to buy the line. But just before the trouble started, they notified me that they were withdrawing their offer. Bad business conditions, they said.
Any particular reason why business should be bad?
Oh, there have been rumors about some mysterious revolutionary party organizing lately. That sort of thing always has a bad effect on business in these countries.
I see.
Mitchell, what'll be your first step?
Well, I think I'll pay a visit to the Van Horn Exporting Company in the morning.
Why? You certainly don't think they're involved in this flying saucer deal, do you?
Look, when you don't know where to start, one place is as good as another. Besides, I'm sure the Van Horn Company is a lot closer than Mars.
Yes, sir?
This the office of the Van Horn Exporting Company?
Yes, it is.
Well, I'd like to talk to the boss. Is he around?
Yes, I'm the boss, as you call it.
Huh? You?
I'm Herta Van Horn.
Oh, well, looks like the company is in good hands.
Thank you. What can I do for you, Mr.?
Mitchell. Steve Mitchell. Your company ships cargo pretty regularly with the Triangle Airlines.
I have been, but if their present trouble continues, I think I will have to make other arrangements. You're down here to investigate that trouble, aren't you?
I don't remember telling you that.
One picks up things here and there.
Yeah, I guess one does. A couple of months ago, you offered to buy the airline, didn't you?
Yes, I did. But that was before the trouble started. Naturally, I'm not interested now.
Well, according to my information, you withdrew your offer just before the trouble started.
I see that you, too, pick up things here and there. Yes, I began to hear rumors about the formation of a revolutionary party. I decided it would be unwise to make a large investment under those conditions.
I see. You know, that's the second time I've heard this rumor about a revolutionary party.
Oh? What about it?
Oh, nothing. Except it seems like a pretty convenient time to start that rumor circulating.
I don't know what you're trying to prove, Steve, but I wish you luck.
Thanks, Herta. Maybe meeting you has been luck.
One never knows. I expect I will see you again.
You expect right, Herta. And soon.
Hi, Mitchell. George told me I'd find you here in the office.
Yeah. Come on in, Drake. How are you feeling today?
Well, a lot better, thanks. My chest still hurts a little. I'd sure give a lot to know what hit me last night.
So would I.
Doing some paperwork this morning?
Yeah. I've been checking cargo invoices and radio logs. I've discovered a couple of pretty interesting things.
Huh? What?
Look, each time a plane has disappeared, it's been carrying a shipment from the Van Horn Company.
Well, what does that prove?
I don't know yet. Take a look at this copy of the invoice.
Well, what about it?
How many Van Horn crates are listed there?
Let's see. 6.
Yeah, but isn't that number a little smudged on this copy?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Who handles these invoices on this end?
Well, sometimes Kovac and sometimes George.
How big are those Van Horn crates?
5, 6 feet long. Now, what are you getting at, Mitchell?
I'm not sure yet, but here's something else. According to the radio logs, in each case, the pilot reported sighting the flying saucers about 20 minutes after takeoff.
So?
Now, take a look at this map. 20 minutes out at the course and speed your planes fly should put them right near this mountain.
Yeah, Mount San Anselmo. Look, what are you getting at?
Well,
Look,
suppose those flying saucers came from the ground, Drake. You know...
Don't tell me you're going into those jungles.
Sure. You know anyone who could guide me?
Seems to me one of those mechanics has a brother named Pavlo, some sort of a guide, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Mitchell, you ought to think this over before you go in.
I have thought it over. Now see if you can round up that guide, will you? I'd like to get started as soon as possible. How far you figure we've come since we left the Jeep, Pablo?
Well, at least 10 miles, senor.
Well, we ought to be getting close to the spot, then. Brother, this jungle is thick. This is the only trail through it, huh?
Si.
I can believe it.
Senor, watch out!
Huh? Hey! Why the flying tackle?
Look, senor. Look there in the trail in front of you.
I don't see anything.
Quiet. Look more closely. Hidden by the underbrush on the ground.
Yeah, I see it now. A rope noose spread over the trail.
See, and over there, senor. See the tree which is bent almost double?
Mm-hmm. Another step and we'd have been dangling from that tree like 2 apples. Come on, let's spring that trap. Quick.
Pues, senor, you...
Look, someone's obviously hiding around here, waiting to catch us dangling from that rope. Let's make him think he succeeded. Here's a dead branch beside the trail. Give me a hand with it.
See.
Got it?
See.
Okay. Stop here.
The trigger is probably under that little pile of leaves, senor.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay, we'll toss this branch on top of it and see what happens. You ready?
See.
Let her go. Look at that. The rope jerked that branch right up in the air. Now get down here beside the trail.
Senor, I hear something.
Yeah, so do I. Somebody coming through the underbrush. Okay. Let him get right on top of us, then we'll jump him. Now. Watch it, Pablo. He's got a gun.
Yeah, but I have a machete.
No, hold it. Oh, great.
Did I did something wrong, senor?
No. He'd have done the same to us if we'd given him a chance. But I wanted to get some information from him.
I will take a look.
There's nothing in his pocket, senor, except this scrap of paper.
Let me see it.
See, here you are.
La Posada, 8 o'clock. What's La Posada mean?
That's the name of a bar in Santa Rosa.
Sounds like he had a date. Okay, I'll keep the date for him. Maybe I can find out who's been going all out to kill me.
You are listening to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell.
A few minutes before 8 that night, I'm waiting in the shadows across the street from La Posada Bar. A car pulls up in front. Herta Van Horn is driving. A guy starts to get out, but Herta pulls him back for a minute. There's a long kiss, and he gets out and heads for the bar. Herta pulls away. As he opens the door, the light silhouettes him. It's Kovac's nephew, George. I wait for a few minutes, and then I saunter in after him. Hello, George.
Oh, hi, Mitchell.
Are you surprised to see me?
Should I be?
I don't know. You're waiting for somebody, George?
Waiting for a drink right now.
This a favorite hangout of yours?
It's the only decent bar in Santa Rosa. Look, what's with the third degree, Mitchell?
Oh, nothing in particular. Just curious.
Everybody stay right where you are and keep your hands in sight.
Hey, look at all the soldiers. What's the deal?
Search me.
You're under arrest, all of you. Everyone in this bar is under arrest.
Arrest? Hey, look, who are you?
Lieutenant Gonzalez of the military.
Arrest for what?
Look, Lieutenant.
It will do you no good to argue. You will come quietly or be shot.
Hey, what's going on around this joint?
Oh, Drake. Well, looks like I'm about to get pinched.
What's the beat?
You know this man, Senor Drake?
Oh, I certainly do, Lieutenant. Steve Mitchell. He's down here investigating the trouble we've been having on the airline.
You better take a look at my credentials, Lieutenant. Here.
I see. I'm sorry to have disturbed you, Senor Mitchell, but with the situation what it is, we cannot take chances.
What situation?
We have information that this bar is the headquarters for a revolutionary party. That is why we raided the place.
You sure there's more to this revolutionary party than a rumor?
Do you think that the military would act on a mere rumor?
Maybe, if the rumor was convincing enough. Well, I'll see you around, Lieutenant. And Drake, thanks for the assist. Morning, Herta.
Good morning, Steve. What can I do for you?
I'd like to take a look at your shipping invoices for the last couple of weeks, okay?
Yes, of course. Here you are.
Thanks. Yeah, here's the one I want. Now, this shipment was on the last plane that disappeared.
What about it?
This invoice shows 5 crates shipped, but the copy they have at the airfield shows 6.
Well, there must have been a mistake then.
Yeah. Right now, I'm wondering who made it.
Steve, I don't know what you're trying to prove, but I'm beginning to resent your inferences.
Sorry, I didn't know they were showing, Herta. I guess George was right when he said your company couldn't possibly have anything to do with the trouble the line is having.
George?
Yeah, Kovac's nephew.
Oh, well, it was very nice of the men to come to my rescue when I hardly know him.
You hardly know George, huh?
Oh, just to speak to on the street.
I see. Well, I better be getting back to the field.
I'm sorry I cannot help you, Steve.
Thanks, Herta. Maybe you have.
Oh, Mitchell.
Why, hello, Mr. Kovac. On your way to see Herta?
No, looking for you. Have you found out anything at all about these flying saucers and what's behind this thing?
Mr. Kovac, so far I've been just grabbing at handfuls of smoke here and there. But there's enough smoke to mean fire somewhere. You've got a plane going tonight, haven't you?
Yes.
Is there a Van Horn shipment aboard?
That's right.
How many crates?
Why, 5, I believe.
Okay. Just one thing more. Do you have a small plane I could use?
Well, there's a 4-place cabin job at the field.
That's perfect.
Mitchell, what are you going to do?
I'd like you and George to be at the control tower when your cargo plane takes off tonight, Mr. Kovac. I'll tell you what I'm going to do then. That night, I wait in the shadows near the airfield. I spot the plane T-5 loaded and ready. The pilot is in the shack getting his weather report. I slip quietly aboard. The invoice had said 5 Van Horn crates, but I can count 6 of them, all about 6 feet long. I put my ear to the top crate, and I hear what I expect to hear. Then I freeze. Footsteps outside. There's a faint scrape of metal under the belly of the plane. The steps fade away. I get out, crawl under. I take a long look, and a lot of things suddenly fall into place. I head for the control tower. George, Kovac, and Drake are there.
T5 to Santa Rosa Tower, ready to go.
Santa Rosa Tower to T5, go ahead. Wind 15 at 30 degrees.
Well, Mitchell, now perhaps you'll tell me why you wanted George and myself to be here tonight.
Sure. I want to take you for a ride in your plane.
A ride? Where?
We're going to follow the plane that's just taking off.
What? Now, Mitchell.
What's the matter, Kovac? Doesn't the idea appeal to you?
Well, I'd rather not go, Mitchell. I don't like this idea.
Afraid of what you might see, huh, Kovac?
Of course not.
How about you, George?
I don't know what you're getting at, Mitchell, but it sounds like a lot of nonsense to me.
Drake, you want to go along just for the ride?
Sure. Except I'm not anxious to get hit again by one of those things that hit me the other night.
I think we'll be safe enough. Get the plane warmed up for me, will you? I'll be with you as soon as I make a telephone call.
Aren't you going to radio the pilot that we're following him, Mitchell?
No. You and George just sit back there and keep your eyes on that plane.
I don't see what you're trying to prove, Mitchell.
I think you will in a minute, George. How long since takeoff, Drake?
Oh, about 19, 20 minutes. Want me to take over the controls?
No, thanks.
Mitchell, look at that plane below, all around it.
Circles of whirling light. Mitchell, the flying saucers.
Relax.
T5 to Santa Rosa. T5 to Santa Rosa. It's all around me. Flashing lights and whirling things. Must be the flying saucers.
That was the pilot reporting back. Flying saucers.
Wait a minute. They seem to be coming from the plane itself.
They are. From underneath the plane.
What?
Yeah, from a bracket attached to the belly. They're not flying saucers. They're just a glorified collection of fireworks.
Fireworks? Hey, wait. That plane's turning left.
But how can it fly at all? Something's happened to the pilot. He's the only one aboard.
No, there's another guy aboard. He's probably doing the flying now.
Where'd he come from?
He climbed out of a crate.
Hey, the plane is heading right for that mountain. It's climbing.
We'll climb with it.
Mitchell, what's behind all this?
I don't know. Right now, I'm more interested in who's behind it. Kovac, you said you were pretty heavily insured, didn't you?
Why, yes. What's that got to do with it?
Did you inspect the cargo plane before it took off?
I always do.
You could have attached the fireworks to that bracket under the belly when you made your inspection, couldn't you?
Are you insane? Why would I do a thing like that? Why, George here looked over the plane after I did.
That's interesting. And George usually handles the invoices. He could have altered the number of crates on them.
Look, Mitchell.
Hey, we're right over the mountain now. And that plane is starting to lose altitude. Tell me, George, why did Herta Van Horn lie about the two of you?
Keep your mouth shut, Mitchell.
She said she barely knew you, but when I saw the two of you in our car outside La Posada Bar, your acquaintance seemed to be more than a nodding one.
George, have you been seeing that woman again? I distinctly told you I would not tolerate...
Okay, so it's out in the open now. Sure, I've been seeing her, and I intend to keep it up. I can't help it if you don't like her. I do.
We'll discuss this later, George.
Hey, look down there. Some faint lights.
What? There's nothing but jungle there.
Look again. That's a camouflage landing strip, and the cargo plane is landing.
So that's what's been happening to my planes.
What mountain is that we just came over?
El Diablo.
And the landing strip is right behind. Okay, we've seen enough. I'll radio back a report.
Hand me that microphone, Mitchell.
Drake!
Look out, he's got a gun.
I said hand me that microphone.
Okay, Drake. You know, I kind of got to figuring it was you. As chief pilot, you were in a good spot to alter the invoices and get your stooges aboard the plane in crates.
But why?
Tune the radio to 4150 kilocycles, Mitchell.
Okay. Yeah, you were the only one who knew I was going into the jungle, too, Drake. You arranged a little booby trap for me. You're also a good actor, faking that collapse you pulled on me in the plane.
Shut up and keep tuning.
Okay. You're on 4150 now.
This is Drake. This is Drake. Leave the lights on. We're coming in behind the cargo plane. Stand by to receive some uninvited guests. Okay, Mitchell, go down and land. The first time you try anything smart, you'll get your head blown off.
I set the plane down on the strip. The landing lights flick off, and half a dozen rugged-looking gents swarm out to meet us. Drake huddles with them for a few minutes, and then they haul Kovac, George, and me into a log hut hidden under the trees. They toss us in there and bolt the door. But the door has an inside bolt, too. We shoot it in place. We can't get out, but now they can't get in.
Mitchell! Open the door, Mitchell! Okay, smart boy. You'll come out running when it gets light.
The hours crawl by. We sit and wait and sweat.
What time is it now, Mitchell?
5 a.m.
I can't stand this waiting. What good did it do us to bolt the door from the inside? We can't stay in here forever.
I'm playing for time. I've still got an ace up my sleeve, but we've got to stay alive until dawn to find out if it's any good.
Well, don't look now, but I think Dawn's here.
Huh?
There's a crack of light under the door.
Brother. If something doesn't happen pretty soon, we're cooked. Hey, maybe we are. Do you smell that?
Gasoline.
You'll be coming out pretty soon now, boys.
Mitchell, he set fire to the hut.
Yeah. I guess that's why he was waiting for dawn. He was afraid the fire might be spotted at night.
Is this the ace up your sleeve, Mitchell?
We can't stay here and roast like rats in a trap.
We'll get a bullet in the belly as soon as we open that door.
Couple of keen choices. I'll take my chances with the bullets. Come on, let's get this door unbolted.
But they'll kill us.
I'll take fresh air with mine. Hey, wait a minute. Listen.
A plane.
That's the ace up my sleeve I was talking about.
Sounds like it's coming down. Who is it?
Just before we took off last night, I made a phone call, remember? It was to Lieutenant Gonzalez of the military.
Gonzalez? But how did he know what happened to us after we took off?
We'll go into that later. Let's get out of here. Hey, Gonzalez boys are taking no chances. They want that landing strip clear when they sit down. Come on, George. Let's get this door unbolted.
Okay.
Okay, come on.
Look at him scatter.
Hey, Mitchell, there goes Drake, trying for the jungle.
I'll get him.
Watch out, he's got a gun.
I see it. You can't run and shoot at the same time, Drake. Better make up your mind which.
Okay, I'll shoot, Mitchell.
Too late, Drake.
Let go of me.
He who hesitates is lost, you know.
Mitchell, you okay?
Yeah. How are Gonzalez and his boys doing?
Well, they seem to be mopping up in a hurry. Mitchell, I still don't understand how Gonzalez found out.
Oh, when I called him last night, I told him our radio frequency, and I asked him to listen in. Then I kept the mic open the entire time.
Gonzalez overheard everything that was said in our plane, huh?
Yeah, including the location of the landing strip. But I knew he wouldn't try to bring a plane in here before dawn. That's why I was hoping we'd still be alive by then.
But why were Drake and his outfit trying to ruin my airline?
Look, if you're going to operate a secret landing strip, you don't want a regular airline flying through the area. They figured the flying saucer gag would scare you off.
Well, it seems to me this was a pretty big operation for a small revolutionary party in a small country, Mitchell.
You know, I've been thinking that, too. Could be that's all there is to it. But it's not a long hop from here to the Panama Canal. Maybe somebody else had ideas about using this strip eventually. Of course, we'll never know, and anyway, it doesn't matter much now.
Yeah. Speaking of things we'll never know, we didn't prove anything one way or the other about flying saucers in this deal.
We proved something as far as Drake's concerned, though.
What's that?
If you monkey around with fireworks long enough, you're sure to get your nose burned.
Or busted.
You have just heard another episode in the exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Reif, with music by Bruce Ashley, and was directed tonight by Max Hutto. Be with us again next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. There's more great action-packed entertainment for you throughout the week on NBC. Other mystery adventure programs include such popular shows as Big Town, Dragnet, High Adventure, and Christopher London. Starring as Christopher London, you'll hear Glenn Ford in the swashbuckling role of a romantic, adventurous private investigator. On High Adventure, there's the utmost in thrilling drama to entertain adventure-minded listeners. Dragnet brings you in stark realism cases direct from official police files. And during Big Town, you'll hear crusading editor Steve Wilson fighting crime and viciousness. Join the millions of listeners who each week tune for thrill-packed high-tension drama on NBC, where mystery and adventure join together for top-flight entertainment. Tomorrow, be sure to hear Bob Hope and Fibber McGee on NBC. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. First, a word from the Ford dealers of America.
Everyone's saying that the 50 Ford is a great car. Listen to what Mr. W. Henderson of Pomona, California, one of more than 470,000 owners of new Fords, says.
Last January, I bought a new 1950 Ford six-cylinder two-door. This car is truly a pleasure to drive, and its economy's wonderful. I've driven it about 6,000 miles in city and country, driving an average over 21 miles per gallon. It rides quiet and steers easily, too.
Yes, the owner of a 1950 Ford knows the real meaning of economy. He'll tell you that his big new Ford is low in first cost, inexpensive to maintain, and thrifty to operate. But find out for yourself. Stop at your nearest Ford dealers and get the facts on Ford economy. Then get in the driver's seat and test drive the big new Ford for 50.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Steve!
Well, what part of the world do I head for to get shot at this time?
You've been hounding me for a vacation lately, haven't you?
Sure, but that hound is a barking dog. You never bite.
You've got a vacation coming to you. Go ahead and take it.
Come again?
You heard me. Take your vacation.
Are you kidding?
Of course not. There's just one condition.
I should have known. What is it?
I picked the spot. Alaska.
Alaska? Now, look. If I'm taking a vacation, I'd like to go somewhere and bake in the sun.
Haven't you ever heard of baked Alaska?
Oh, you're in real great form today.
Look, do you want this vacation or don't you?
Do I have a choice?
No.
That's what I thought. Well, you're sure, of course, that it is a vacation.
You know, you're a very suspicious man. Sure, it's a vacation. Of course, there is the matter of the two missing scientists.
Oh, great. My vacation has just turned into a busman's holiday. Okay, let's have it.
Probably nothing to it, really. Just a simple matter.
Sure. Just a simple matter. But somebody will probably have me chained to a sinking iceberg before it's over.
Steve, a week ago, two scientists went to Alaska. An ex-Nazi named Dr. Herman Kreutzer, who's been denazified, we think, and a younger man, a nuclear physicist, Dr. William Peters.
Why'd they go up there?
To conduct experiments on the effect of water temperature on a new theory of submarine detection. They were to be gone 3 months. 2 days ago was Peter's wedding anniversary. He'd promised to call his wife on that day. She didn't hear from him.
Well, a guy forgets to call his wife, so you send me to Alaska?
When Mrs. Peters didn't hear from him, she got worried and flew to Fairbanks. She's there now, waiting to meet you.
You think these two scientists stumbled onto something important up there, huh?
I don't know anything about it, Steve, other than what I've just told you. But I can't help thinking that...
Sure. Now, when you think, I move. Okay, Alaska it is.
Mrs. Peters is at the Waterfield Hotel in Fairbanks. Well, that's it, Steve. You've got your your vacation. Good luck.
You are listening to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment.
Sure, I've got myself a vacation. A big, fat week. Nothing to do but enjoy myself. Plus, of course, the little matter of locating 2 missing scientists in an area big as most of Europe put together. Well, it's Wednesday when I get to my destination. Mrs. Peters is waiting for me in her hotel room.
I'm so glad you're here to help, Mr. Mitchell. I've been worried sick. Oh, I know it sounds silly. Call it a premonition or a woman's intuition or whatever you want, but I think something's happened to Bill and Dr. Kreutzer.
Well, it could have slipped his mind.
Bill is a scientist, Mr. Mitchell. He never forgets anything.
I understand he's a nuclear physicist.
That's right.
Seems a little strange that he should come up here with Dr. Kreutzer when the purpose of the trip had nothing to do with his specialty.
He's been working very hard lately. He thought the change would do him good.
How long has your husband known this Dr. Kreutzer?
Ever since Kreutzer came to the United States, shortly after the war.
You know much about Kreutzer?
No, hardly anything. But Bill seemed to take a liking to him right from the first.
Did he ever talk to you about Kreutzer's political beliefs?
No. As a matter of fact, Bill has always avoided any political discussion.
I see. Well, have you any leads that I can follow?
Yes, this postcard. It's from Bill. Mailed the day he arrived.
From here in Fairbanks?
No, from a place called Cordova. He mentioned staying at a Mrs. Ludwig's boarding house there.
Cordova. Let's see. I've got a map of Alaska here someplace. Parker? Yeah. Yeah, here we are. Cordova's a town south of here on the coast. Incidentally, take a look at these pictures they gave me in the States. One's your husband and the other's Dr. Kreutzer. Are they reasonably good likenesses?
Yes, they are, Mr. Mitchell.
Well, I'm going to fly down to Cordova and talk to this Mrs. Ludwig at her boarding house, and I'll let you know if I turn up anything there.
I come. Yes?
You run this boarding house?
I am Mrs. Ludwig. You want a room?
Well, I want some information about 2 ex-boarders, Kreutzer and Peters.
Who are you?
Steve Mitchell. I'm a friend of theirs.
Then I want to talk to you, Mr. Mitchell.
Well, that makes it mutual.
Come in. Yes, I want very much to talk to a friend of Kreutzer and Peters.
Why?
Because they skip out of here without paying their bill.
Oh.
Now, if you are a friend of theirs, maybe you pay for it.
Well, how much is it?
Room and board, 3 days for the 2 of them, $30.
So they only stayed here 3 days, huh?
Yeah, and that is not bad enough for them to skip out without paying. They have to check in at the Atlas Hotel for another day, but they pay over there.
Wait a minute. Let's get this straight.
Yeah.
They leave this boarding house, check in at the Atlas Hotel, and leave again after a day there?
Yeah.
Well, how long ago did they spend this day at the hotel?
3 days ago.
Did they leave any forwarding address there?
No, that I check. The clerk is a friend of mine. But he told me that they leave no address. Now, about this money they owe, you take care of it?
Well, I'll make a deal with you, Mrs. Ludwig. I'll take care of their bill if you can give me any more leads about them.
Leads? What is this leads?
Well, what I mean is...
Woman, I thought you told me you were going to clean up my room this day.
I am. I can't do 2 things at once, Mr. Campbell. I get round to it as soon as I have time.
Well, for the price a man pays here, he's a right to expect a little service.
You don't like it here, you move.
Well, I have a good mind to.
Hey, wait a minute.
Are you addressing me?
Yeah, look, you're a boarder here. Maybe you heard the 2 guys I'm looking for talking about where they were going.
Without knowing whom you're looking for, I couldn't say.
This is Mr. Mitchell. He says he's a friend of Kreutzer and Peters, the 2 that skipped out a few days ago.
Mr. Mitchell, I've got no time to indulge in idle gossip. I'm a hard-working lumberman.
Yeah, I figured that without your telling me.
And what do you mean by that?
That pine smell sticks out all over you. But if you could just tell me anything that you might have heard them say...
I've got no information that will help you.
Huh. Nice, friendly guy.
Well, he pays his rent, which is more than your friends did. Now, are you going to pay their bill or not?
Okay. And I'll take a room here, too. Now, is there anyone else who might have information about Kreutzer and Peters?
Mr. Julian used to talk to them now and then. He's another boarder. Runs a shoe repair shop down the street.
Mr. Julian. Okay, I'll check with him.
Just a minute.
Well, if you think of something else?
Yeah. If you want a room here, it's cash in advance.
Yes, I'll be right with you.
Okay.
Oh, what can I do for you, sir?
Your name, Julian?
Yeah.
I'm Steve Mitchell. Nice little place you've got here.
Well, thanks, Mr. Mitchell. Yeah, I finally got in the place in pretty good shape.
Yeah. I see you've been doing a little remodeling.
Heavy machinery is hard on these pine floors. I have to put in new flooring every now and then.
You know, the smell from these boards remind me of one Mr. Campbell.
Oh, you know Campbell?
Yeah. I just met him at Mrs. Ludwig's. About as friendly as a clam, isn't he?
Well, he's not what you'd call talkative. Mr. Mitchell, I don't think that you came here either to talk about Mr. Campbell or to have your shoes fixed. What's on your mind?
Well, I'm trying to locate two friends of mine, Kreutzer and Peters. Mrs. Ludwig told me that you'd talked to them a couple of times at the boarding house, and I thought maybe you could help me. Go ahead and wait on your customers. I'm in no hurry.
All right.
Do you sell shoes here?
Only second-hand unclaimed pairs.
They're in the window.
Yeah, help yourself, please. Be right with you in just a minute.
All right.
Mr. Mitchell, are you sure that you're a friend of Kreutzer and Peters?
Yeah. Why?
Because I think I know where you might find your friends.
Where?
I heard them speak of going to see a girl named Christine Beauvais, I think they called her, up in Anchorage. I didn't say anything to Mrs. Ludwig about it because if they want to leave without paying their bill, that's their business. I'm a shoe repair man, not a debt collector.
Christine Beauvais. How long ago was that?
Oh, 4 days ago. Yeah, I remember. Because that was the day that we had the scare about the submarine.
What submarine?
Oh, a couple of fishermen sighted what they thought was a periscope close offshore. We've had several reports like that up here lately.
Yeah, we've had them all over lately. Okay, thanks, Julian. I'll see you around. Well, I never thought I'd find a Chinese puzzle in Alaska, but it sure looks like I'm staring one in the face right now. Two scientists take off for Alaska on a 3-month trip. They skip out of a boarding house in Cordova, check in and out of the Atlas Hotel in the same town, then head for Anchorage to see a girl named Christine Beauvais. At this point, I don't even have a glimmer of what's behind it all, but I do know my next stop is Anchorage. It's dark when I get there, and I look up Christine Beauvais in the phone book and go on over.
Yeah?
Are you Christine Beauvais?
Sure. Come on in.
I'm trying to get a line on a couple of friends of mine.
I know a lot of guys.
Their names are Kreutzer and Peters.
Never heard of them.
Look, they supposedly came here to Anchorage to see you.
I tell you, I don't know them.
Yeah, well, they were talking about coming to see you.
Beat it.
Now, Chris.
I said beat it.
All right. But if you change your mind, I'm staying at Mrs. Ludwig's boarding house in Cordova.
You heard me. Get lost.
Add another piece to the puzzle. Why did Christine lie about knowing Kreutzer and Peters? I go down the street a ways, and I wait. A few minutes later, she comes out and takes off along the boardwalk. I follow. Suddenly, she darts into an alley. I speed up and turn in. It's dark in there, but enough light to tell me that she's disappeared and that it's a blind alley. Then I hear the car behind me. I whirl around. It's just entering the alley, heading for me, and the alley's just wide enough for that car. There's no room left over for me and nowhere to go. I'm trapped.
In a moment, you will hear the second act of Dangerous Assignment after this brief message from the Ford dealers of America.
When you want the facts about a car, it pays to go to the people who know. And this year, the folks who have had a chance to compare the new Ford are saying that it is the finest car Ford has ever turned out. Yes, ask any Ford owner, any garage mechanic, any filling station operator, and you'll soon learn that the beautiful new Ford is tops for comfort, for performance, for safety, and for economy. They'll tell you what a thrill it is to drive this great car. They'll talk about its power and the way it stands up under all kinds of driving conditions. And they'll give you the facts about Ford economy. For this car is low in first cost and high in resale value. It's inexpensive to maintain and thrifty on gas and oil. But see, hear, and feel the difference yourself. Before you buy any car at any price, stop at your local Ford dealers and test drive the big new 1950 Ford.
And now, here is the second act of Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
The car keeps coming down the alley toward me. It's no use to flatten myself against the wall. Then I spot a side door in the building. Locked. I throw my weight against it. Car's right on top of me now. The door gives. Just in time, the car screeches to a stop. Jams into reverse. Hightails back out of the alley, but not before I've spotted the guy inside. It's the man who came into the shoe shop while I was talking to Julian. So, I'd been followed even then. But why? It's morning when I get back to Mrs. Ludwig's boarding house in Cordova, and she's talking to a tall, skinny gent.
Mr. Mitchell, this is Fred, the boatman. He's got some information about your deadbeat friend.
What is it, Fred?
Well, I make my living renting boats, see?
Uh-huh.
Well, 4 days ago, this Kreutzer and Peters came to me and wanted to rent a boat, see?
Yeah.
They wanted to go fishing, they said. So I rent them a boat, see?
Well, what about it?
Well, that's what I'd like to know. They never bring it back, see? This morning I find it hung up on a rocky point south of town.
Uh-oh. No sign of the two of them?
Nothing. So my boat's ruined, see? And nobody to pay for it.
Wait a minute. The day they rented that boat, was that by any chance the day a sub was sighted off the coast?
Why, well, say, 4 days ago.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think it was.
I call him.
Why, what's that got to do with it?
Sure.
That's what I'm wondering. See?
Mr. Mitchell!
Yeah.
Telephone!
For me?
That's what the lady said. Steve Mitchell.
Okay. Hello.
This is Christine Beauvais, Mr. Mitchell.
Christine Beauvais. Well, this is one call I never thought I'd be getting.
I couldn't talk to you at my apartment last night. I was afraid.
Afraid of what?
Someone's been following me.
Oh, is that why you ducked into that alley?
Yeah, I knew they were after me. But I managed to get away from them.
I was almost not so lucky.
Mr. Mitchell, will you meet me at Pete's bar tonight? I want to tell you something about Kreutzer and Peters.
So you do know them?
Of course. When you asked me about it last night, I was afraid you were working with the men who'd been after me. I'll tell you all about it tonight.
Okay. I'll be waiting there at 8. See you then.
Howdy, friend. What's it going to be?
Brother, I know where you're from. Texas.
Nope. Oklahoma.
Uh-oh.
Just across the line. On a windy day, we could hear them Texans talk, though. Friend, if you think I talk funny, you ought to hear the accent on them Texans.
Yeah?
Your name Mitchell?
Uh-huh.
Some high-stepping fella left you a message.
Oh, what is it?
She wants you to meet her at the cannery.
The cannery? Where's that?
Out on the pier yonder. Can't miss it.
Wonder why she wants me to meet her there.
Friend, I don't ask no one no questions. You want to do your sparkling and canneries? Well, that's your business. But me, son, I'll take it.
Wait a minute. When this filly, as you call her, came in, was a man following her?
Friend, if I hadn't been on duty, I'd have followed her myself. But not to the cannery. Me, I'd have followed...
Yeah. Here. That's for the drink.
Better have a refill, friend. Might kill your sense of smell.
What do you mean?
You get a whiff of the cannery, you know what I mean.
The cannery on the pier is dark. I spot a side door, open it, and the aroma of fish almost knocks me down. Suddenly, a hand closes around my mouth, pulling my head back. A gun jams into my back. Through the fish smell, I can catch a whiff of something else, a familiar smell I can't peg. Then the gun eases a little. There's a flashlight outside, steps along the pier, probably the night watchman. The killer's waiting until he passes. I can't call out. My only chance is to make noise somehow. Then my eye catches a glint of shiny metal, a stack of tin cans near me. I drop to one knee and grab the hand over my mouth. The guy goes flying. The gunman takes off through the darkened cannery. I try to follow, but I bump into every hunk of junk in the place. He gets away. Oh, Christine Beauvais was just a decoy. But again comes the big question. Why? By now I'm tired of asking myself, so I decide to ask the commissioner. Commissioner?
Oh, yes, Steve. I'm glad you called. I've been trying to get in touch with you. What have you got so far?
Well, I thought I had the whole deal figured out, Commissioner, but it just blew up in my face.
What do you mean?
Well, put it together this way.
2 scientists come up here. One of them is an ex-Nazi. Those boys have a reputation of selling out to the highest bidder.
So?
The other's the nuclear physicist who avoids the mention of politics. So they disappear from a rooming house, pop up at a hotel near the waterfront. They check out of that hotel, and somewhere along the line, they rent a boat to go fishing. Now, that boat turns up later, but they don't. And along about this time, there's a submarine sighted off the coast.
Steve.
Yeah, I thought our boys had had a change of heart and decided to leave the country. But what happened a half an hour ago changed my mind.
What do you mean?
Somebody tried to kill me in a cannery. Now, if the scientists had left, the deal would be all over. Then why the attempt on my life?
Now, that's the point, Steve. Kreutzer and Peters haven't left the country. That's why I've been trying to reach you. 3 days ago, they checked into a hotel in Victoria, British Columbia.
What?
They also dipped down to Seattle. At last report, they were heading north again.
Well, they could be collecting information from various points.
And that was my thought. Maybe they're still planning on leaving the country after they've collected the information. If that's true, you've got to stop them.
Yeah, first I've got to find them.
Any leads at all?
Well, I've only got one left. They checked in and out of the Atlas Hotel here in Cordova a few days ago. I'll go over there now. There's just a bare possibility that they may be back.
Where are you now, Steve?
I'm at Mrs. Ludwig's boarding house.
What's the matter?
Somebody just came in the front door. I'll call you back. Well, Mr. Campbell, the lumberman.
Oh, it's the man Mitchell, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the man Mitchell. You out kind of late tonight for a hard-working lumberman, aren't you?
I believe a man has a right to take a walk in the evening if he wants.
That all depends on where he walks. You weren't by any chance taking a walk down near the cannery, were you?
Now, why would I be walking down there?
That's just what I'm wondering.
I'll thank you to mind your own business, Mr. Mitchell.
You know, that's just what I'm trying to do. Well, sweet dreams, Campbell.
Okay, I'm coming. Sick and tired. I'm sleeping, and here rings a bell. What do you want?
Look, a couple of guys stayed here at the Atlas Hotel about 4 days ago. Their names were Kreutzer and Peters. Do you remember them?
Did you haul me out of bed just to ask me about them? All I know is they stayed here a day and then they left.
I know, but there's a chance that they may come back here. Now, I want you to take a look at these pictures. And if you ever see these guys again, there's $20 in it if you let me know right away.
What do you mean? See them again? Let me take a look here. I never seen them guys in picture before in all my life.
What? But this is Kreutzer and Peters.
Yeah? Well, them pictures ain't the guys who registered as Kreutzer and Peters.
Are you sure about that?
Oh, sure, I'm sure.
I see. Well, thanks a lot.
Go on away.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Mitchell.
Julian, you're working a little late tonight, huh?
Yeah. Seems like everybody in Cordova needs new half-soles. Shoes don't last long in this country.
Julian, I want you to take a good look at these pictures I've got.
Oh, sure. What about them?
Are they Kreutzer and Peters?
Of course. Why?
Because the guys who registers as Kreutzer and Peters at the Atlas Hotel weren't, really.
What? But, look, I don't understand. Well, what does that mean?
I think I'm beginning to see part of the answer, but
Mr. Mitchell, what's the matter?
So there I am, standing on the new pine flooring in Julian's shoe shop when the smell hits me again. It's the same one I'd noticed before, when that guy in the cannery had clapped his hand over my mouth. And now at last I've got it pegged. And also at last a lot of things suddenly fall into place.
What's the matter, Mr. Mitchell?
I just had a thought, Julian. Say, you can do me a favor if you will.
Of course. What is it?
What time will you be through here?
Oh, half an hour.
Okay. I want you to go to the boarding house and get Campbell, the lumberman. Get him to go to the cannery with you, and then the two of you wait there for me, will you?
Campbell, huh? Oh, all right, Mr. Mitchell. I don't understand what you're up to, but I'll be glad to help.
I leave Julian's shop, round up a crowbar, shovel, flashlight, and my gun. Then I come back. The shop is dark by now. I go in a window and start ripping up the new pine flooring. A few minutes later, I'm digging in the dirt underneath. Pretty soon, I find what I'm after. 2 bodies. I pull the pictures out of my pocket, and by flashlight, I compare them. Yeah, no doubt about it.
Congratulations, Mr. Mitchell.
Well, hello, Julian. I see you brought your 2 stooges with you.
Yeah. I didn't realize until almost too late that your purpose in sending me to find Campbell was to get me out of your way. However, I returned in time, and I must say it was very considerate of you to dig your own grave.
You will hear the conclusion of Dangerous Assignment after a brief message from the Ford dealers of America.
Tonight, there are more than 470,000 enthusiastic 1950 Ford owners, and most of them are talking about their cars. Listen to what Miss Barbara Sargent of San Francisco says.
I've been wanting a car for a long, long time, so when I decided to buy, I took my time and looked all of them over very carefully. Finally, I chose the new Ford because it was the only car that gave me everything I wanted. It's a beauty, both inside and outside. It's the easiest car to drive I've seen yet, and it gives me the smoothest ride of all the cars I tried. If anyone who is thinking of buying a new car will just drive one of the new Fords, I believe they'll agree with everything I said.
Yes, Ford owners, mechanics, service station attendants, and garage men all over the country agree. The new 1950 Ford is the finest car Ford has ever turned out. They're saying it's tops for performance, for comfort, and for economy. But see, hear, and feel the difference yourself. Stop at your neighborhood Ford dealers and test drive the big new Ford tomorrow.
Well, I guess that makes us even, Julian. I couldn't get you out of the way, but your stooges missed on me when they tried to run me down in Anchorage. How'd you boys enjoy your junket around the country posing as Kreutzer and Peters? Pick up a lot of information from your contacts?
Come on, Julian, let's get this over with.
Yeah. Get up out of that hole, Mitchell.
I know the floor covers me from the waist down. I put one hand on it like I'm going to climb out, but I fish the gun out of my pocket with the other. Then I throw a quick shot at the light overhead. I drop back into the hole just in time. I spot the pistol flash and let him have it. Only 2-1 now.
Stop circling, Marcus. Stop circling.
That's bad. If they come at me from 2 different directions at the same time, I'm cooked. I reach down and pick up my flashlight. I snap it on and toss it out on the floor. One of them throws a shot at it. I give him one back. The third guy has had enough. He heads for the door, but as he jerks it open, he's silhouetted. I scramble out of the hole, grab my flashlight, and run to the door. The guy lying there is Julian. Well, the merry-go-round was nice while it lasted, Julian. Only you weren't lucky enough to grab the brass ring. You got a lead slug instead.
I thought I had a good plan.
You did. You know, I thought that submarine was hanging around to pick up some agents. I didn't realize it had landed a couple. You guys had heard about Kreutzer and Peters' trip. You grabbed them right after they got up here and killed them. Then your boys took their papers and started around the country collecting information and reports from your various contacts. That about the way it breaks down, huh?
What went wrong, Mitchell?
You gave yourself away, Julian.
No, I couldn't have.
When you clapped your hand over my mouth down at the cannery, I got a whiff of a very familiar smell, but I couldn't peg it until I was in here talking to you earlier tonight. Then I smelled it again, and it registered. Shoe polish.
Shoe polish?
Yeah. Like most smart boys, you overlooked one little item. In this case, the smell of shoe polish on your hands. Yeah, that's what tripped you up, Julian. Or maybe I should say polished you off.
And now, a special announcement for friends of Dangerous Assignment. Dangerous Assignment will next be heard Wednesday, May 3rd, at the same time over most of these NBC stations. That's Wednesday, May 3rd, at this same time. You've just heard another episode in the exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Reif, with music by Bruce Ashley, and is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again Wednesday, May 3rd at the same time when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another dangerous assignment. Tomorrow is Tuesday. That means Bob Hope's on NBC.
Wheaties Big Parade. The makers of America's favorite whole wheat flakes, Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, invite you to Wheaties Big Parade, a thrilling procession of radio's greatest summer entertainment programs. Yours for the listening on NBC.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Morning, Commissioner. Well, what uncivilized neck of the woods are you sending me to this time?
Paris, Steve.
Paris? Hey, I like that for a change. I could use a weekend in Paris.
Forget it. This is no vacation. Steve, 3 days from now, a secret meeting on atomic inspections will be held in Paris. Each country is sending a representative with a report of his country's industrial potential. Lists of factories capable of atomic production.
Well, what am I supposed to do? Go over there and count A-bombs?
One of the Balkan countries sent a courier named Szabo to bring their report to Paris. Our legation was asked to keep it in a safe place. And an American named Blake was sent to meet Szabo.
Did Szabo arrive in Paris?
Yes, he was seen getting off the plane carrying the officially sealed briefcase. He disappeared right after that, and Blake was killed.
Sounds like somebody was real eager to get their hands on that report. Must be hot.
That's the mystifying part, Steve. The Balkan country says there was nothing sensational about it.
Well, maybe there's something in it that's hotter than they realize.
It's a possibility, but the point is the disappearance of that report has stirred up enough suspicion to sabotage that meeting 3 days from now. That's why you've got to get over there. Find Szabo and the briefcase, and turn the briefcase over to our representative who's waiting at the legation, so he can take it to that meeting. You've got just 3 days to do it in. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment, Steve. Good luck.
Wheaties are America's favorite whole wheat flakes, and there's every good reason why they should be. They're made from wheat, of course, 100% whole wheat, so you can be sure that every single Wheaties flake in the orange and blue box you buy from your grocer contains all the good things you've come to expect from whole wheat. Vitamins, minerals, iron, and just plain whole wheat goodness. You can always be sure you'll never get shortchanged on nourishment when you look for it in a bowl of Wheaties. Of course, the beautiful thing about good, nourishing Wheaties is that they taste just wonderful, too. For breakfast, or any old time at all, you can enjoy Wheaties plain, with milk or a little cream, or with your favorite fruit. In fact, Wheaties taste so good, some people just nibble them right out of the box. So if you have any use for a breakfast cereal that's wonderfully, wonderfully good to eat and good for you besides, by all means ask your grocer for Wheaties, America's favorite whole wheat flakes.
And now, here is Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, that's what I like about my job. I've always got so much time to do things in. 3 whole days, and all I had to do was fly a few thousand miles to Paris, solve Blake's murder, find a gent named Szabo in a city of just a few million, then turn his briefcase over to our representative to that secret meeting. A real cinch. Wednesday afternoon, I get to Paris. An hour later, I'm sitting in the office of Inspector Brevant of the French Sûreté.
Monsieur Mitchell, a very mystifying case. We have been unable to find any trace of Szabo's whereabouts.
You've got no leads at all?
We have but one lead, Mitchell. She's in our way here now.
She? Who is she?
A girl named Sari Tedescu. Mademoiselle Tedescu, please, have a seat.
Thank you. I do not understand why you have brought me here, Inspector.
I wish to ask you about a man named Zabo.
Sabo?
Mm-hmm.
But I do not know any Sabo.
You were on the same plane from the Balkans. You were observed to be quite friendly with him during the flight.
I talked to several of the passengers, but I did not know their names.
I see. And you are quite certain you do not know this Zabo?
I have just told you I did not. Please, Inspector, I do not see what right you have.
Pardonnez-moi, mademoiselle, pardonnez-moi. That is all. You may go.
Very well, Inspector.
Bonjour, mademoiselle.
Good day.
Well, looks like you got a big hunk of nothing out of that, Bravant.
She is lying, monsieur.
Hmm?
When we searched Blake's apartment after the murder, we found this snapshot of Blake, Zabo, and Zari Tedescu.
Oh. You know, I think I'll tag along after Sari, Inspector. I'll check with you later. I hurry outside and spot Sari on the sidewalk ahead of me. After about 15 minutes of fast walking, she ducks into a bar, La Petite Chienne. I wait a minute or two, and then I go inside, but Sari is nowhere in sight.
Oui, monsieur. What will it be?
Look, a girl just came in here a minute ago, bartender. What happened to her?
A girl? But many girls come in here, monsieur. Would you perhaps like me to introduce you to...
This one had long, dark hair. Her name is Sari Tedescu, and I know she came in here.
But, as you see, monsieur, there is no one answering that description here.
That's the point. Where is she?
But how would I know? I do not remember seeing this girl come in at all.
I see. Well, thanks a lot, Mac. What?
Monsieur, I am Anton. Perhaps you would like me to play a little tune just for you on my concertina.
No, thanks.
It would be pleasure.
Look, some other time.
You don't understand, monsieur. I specialize in playing tunes that people like to hear.
Oh? So, what tune do you think I'd like to hear?
I overheard you asking about a girl named Sari.
What do you know about her?
A man in my position has ears and eyes open all the time in places such as this.
Well, skip the hocus-pocus and let's have it.
But, monsieur, I make my living playing tunes people wish to hear.
I get it. Okay, here's $10.
$10 American?
$10 American. Does that buy me the tune?
But, of course. Please to tuck the bill in my pocket.
Huh? Okay. Now, let's have it.
This girl, Sari, was in here.
Oh, great. Look, that I already know. Give me back my $10.
But wait. I can't talk anymore now. I am supposed to be playing for customers. Meet me 10 minutes past midnight, nearest metro station.
Metro? What's that?
Metropolitan, the underground electric railway. I will be waiting for you on the ramp.
Okay, Anton. I'll see you then, and your tune better be good. I keep checking Sari's hotel all evening, but she's not in. It's a few minutes after midnight when I get to the subway station. I go down a long flight of metal stairs. I can hear a train approaching, but the ramp is dark and deserted, except for a little guy at one end. It's Anton. He starts towards me, and then, as we're getting close to each other, a hand suddenly shoots out of the darkness and grabs one of my ankles. I lose my balance. The train is almost on top of me. I start falling onto the tracks right in front of it. Brother, that was close.
Are you all right?
I sure wouldn't have been if you hadn't grabbed me, Anton.
The man who tricked you. There he goes up the stairs.
Yeah, come on. I'm going to get him.
Watch out, he has gun.
Get down. You okay, Anton?
Yes, but, monsieur, if you are in trouble, perhaps we better forget our arrangement.
Nothing doing. Now, look, what's this stuff you were going to tell me about Sari Tedescu?
Well, it was just that I have seen her in bar, always talking to same men. I heard Sari tell him that it was going to happen at 22 Rue Victoire Massé.
What was going to happen?
I don't know, that is all I heard.
22 Victor Massé? Okay. How do I get there? Wait, you better take me.
You paid me only for information. I am a very busy man.
Okay, here's 10 more bucks for you if you take me there.
Oh? You mean $10?
Yeah, $10 American.
That is slightly different matter. Come on. Here we are, 22 Rue Victoire Massé. Monsieur Mitchell, Door is unlocked.
Yeah. See if you can find the light switch, Anton.
Yes. He's here. Monsieur, look! Sitting in chair?
Yeah. Well, he'll never get up out of that chair. That's a cinch. He's been strangled.
When somebody mentions the grand old game, you can be sure it's baseball he has in mind. And if he should talk about the breakfast of champions, well, that would be Wheaties with milk or a little cream and his favorite fruit on top. Actually, the two expressions have a lot more in common than you might suppose, because through the years, Wheaties and baseball have kept pretty close company. You see, the fact that Wheaties are 100% whole wheat flakes means they have a lot of nourishment to offer. And if there's anything an active Major League ball player needs, it's nourishment and plenty of it. Of course, like anyone else, champions like to get that nourishment in a food that's good tasting, too. Well, Wheaties just naturally are both good tasting and good for you. So you can understand the enthusiasm shown by Stan Musial, slugging outfielder of the St. Louis Cardinals. Stan says, "You can certainly put me down as a Wheaties man. They're swell for flavor, and at the same time, they hand out valuable nourishment." Well, if you're anything like I am, I'm sure you run into days when you burn up as much energy as you might if you went 9 innings with the Cardinals. And on days like that, the nourishment you get from crisp, tender, delicious Wheaties in the morning can certainly help a lot. What Wheaties can do for a baseball champion, they can certainly do for you. Try 'em. Wheaties, breakfast of champions.
Now, General Mills, makers of Wheaties, presents the second act of Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
He has been strangled? Goodbye.
Come back here, Anton.
Monsieur, I told you I did not want to get mixed up in anything.
Save it, will you?
But who is this man?
How should I know? Maybe there's something in his pockets that'll give us a... Yeah. Here's his identification card. Zabo.
This is man you have been looking for?
Yeah. But I found him too late. The killer probably has the briefcase by now.
Briefcase? What briefcase?
Oh, skip it. I wonder if there's anything else in his pockets that might help.
Here. I will raise him up and you can search his back pockets. It's quite heavy.
Yeah. Hey, watch out.
I can't hold him.
Oh, great. Now, look, pick him up and... Hey, wait a minute.
What?
Look, sticking out from under the seat cushion and back. That looks like a piece of leather. Here, let me get this cushion up. Well, what do you know? The briefcase.
But I don't understand. If this man Zabo was killed because of briefcase, why did not killer take it with?
Sable must have been sitting right here in this chair when the killer walked in. He wouldn't tell where the briefcase was, so he got strangled, still sitting in the chair. Well, no wonder the killer couldn't find it if Zabo was roosting on it.
You know, monsieur, this must be a very valuable briefcase. Why we do not open and see what is in?
Look, get your hands off it.
But I was just curious.
Save your curiosity. You see those government seals on the flap of it? They're still unbroken, and that's just the way they're going to stay. Your part of the job is finished, Anton. You can shove off. Anton shrugs and leaves, and I call Inspector Bravant and tell him I've found Sabo's body. Then, the next morning, I go to the American legation and look up our representative to the secret meeting, a guy named Robertson. And when Robertson spots the briefcase under my arm, his face lights up like a neon sign.
Mitchell, you've certainly done us a tremendous service finding this briefcase.
Well, I guess it's a good thing I didn't take any longer. That meeting is today, isn't it?
Tonight at 10 o'clock.
Excuse me, Mr. Robertson.
Yes, Miss Miller.
They just delivered your train ticket.
Good, thank you. Yes, Mitchell, this briefcase will help our cause tremendously. Its disappearance stirred up so much suspicion that the very purpose of the meeting is in jeopardy. But now, when I deliver this briefcase to the Balkan representative tonight at 10 with the seal still unbroken, I think it'll clear the atmosphere quite a bit.
Where's the meeting going to be?
I'm sorry, Mitchell. I'm afraid I can't tell you that. You see, we've had indications that someone is out to sabotage the meeting, so we're taking no chances. We've changed the location twice, and now only the 5 representatives know what that location is.
Well, that's probably the smart way to handle it. Anyway, doesn't matter to me where the meeting is. You've got the briefcase, and my job is finished.
Well, thanks again, Mitchell, and goodbye. I must leave at once for the meeting.
It's good to have my assignment completed.
I'm patting myself on the back, telling myself how easy it's been when the easy feelings becomes a little uneasy. Somehow it's been too easy. Call it a hunch or what have you. I begin to wonder if maybe I've been played for a sucker. I try to duck the thought, but the feeling sticks. I've got a few hours before the plane time, so I decide to do a little more checking. I remember the bartender at La Petite Chienne, the guy who lied to me about Sari not being in there. Bar's pretty deserted when I get there. Anton is over in one corner playing sweet music for the benefit of a young couple at a table. He gives me a big wink and a grin, but I head for the bartender. I tell him I've got a message for him from Sari Todescu. He blinks a couple of times, but finally takes me to a back room.
Now, where is this message?
Where's Sari?
What? But you said you brought a message from her.
You heard me. Where's Sari?
This is a trick.
Yeah, and it's going to work. Open up. Tell me where she is. I will not take the knife, huh? That's better.
Let go of me.
Here. Try this wall for size.
I will call for help.
I doubt it. I don't think you want anyone to know you're a friend of Sari. Now, look, you're going to keep bouncing off that wall until you tell me.
I will not tell.
This could go on all night.
Stop it.
Okay. Where is she?
Room 24, Auberge Hotel.
Thanks. You better get that wall fixed, Buster. Looks like we started a few cracks in the plaster. Sari,
Who is it?
a friend of yours.
What do you want?
I've got a message for you from the bartender at La Petite Chienne.
Oh.
Hello, Sari.
You are the one at the police station yesterday. You get your foot out of the door.
I'm coming in.
You get out of here. I will call the police.
Are you kidding?
What do you want?
A lot of answers. But mainly they boil down to this. Why did you kill Blake and Zabo?
The boy is dead.
You ought to know, sister.
Oh, Zebo. Poor Zebo, he was trying to help me.
Help you? Look, you better start talking. We know you were on the same plane as Zabo, but yesterday at the police station you denied knowing him. Why?
Zebo was trying to get me out of the country illegally. He got me a forged passport, and he brought me to Paris with him.
Wait a minute. You're not hooked up in this briefcase deal at all?
Oh, no. When the plane landed, a little man met Zebo. He said he had come for the briefcase. The two of them went away together. But when Zebo did not return to the hotel, I became worried. And then when the police brought me in, I thought they had found out about my forged passport. So I denied knowing Zebo. I did not want to get him into any trouble.
And you've been in hiding ever since, huh?
Yes.
Well, look. How does that bartender at La Petite Chienne tie in?
Zebo had told me to go there if there was any trouble.
Oh.
That the bartender would tell me of a place where I could wait safely for the next stage of my journey. I guess that bar is a contact point for those with forged passports.
And the bartender sent you here. I still don't see why you ducked out of that bar, though, in such a hurry.
Because as I was talking to the bartender, I suddenly saw the little man who had met Zebo at the plane.
What? This guy was in the bar?
Yes, he was.
You expecting anyone?
No.
Okay, I'm going to get over here behind the door.
Oh.
Now, go ahead and open it.
All right.
So we meet again, mademoiselle. No. Do not try to slam door in my face. That's rude. Thank you. I have been trying unsuccessfully to locate you ever since you saw me leave airport with Zabo. But a man named Mitchell helped me. He softened up a bartender to a point where I could find out your address. Don't you think this gun earns me invitation to come in?
Yeah, come on in, Anton. Mitchell. Yeah, you pull that trigger now and you'll blow your own foot off. Get that hand off my throat. Drop the gun or I'll break your arm.
Very well, I drop it. I do not need gun. Concertina player develops strong hands, strong enough to strangle you.
Yeah, just like you did Zabo, huh? But I don't think concertina players know much about judo. Take a ride, Anton.
His gun is right at your feet.
Yeah, I've got it.
Watch out! He has a jail!
Now we see who gets gun.
Isn't that easy, Anton?
He knocked him off balance.
Yeah, here's another.
Oh, the window! He cannot stop himself! There he is, in the middle of the courtyard.
Yeah, I see him.
You still have not won, Mitchell. You have lost.
Look, Anton, you wanted me to find Zabo's body. You led me right to it. You even lifted him up so I'd be sure to spot the briefcase.
Of course. When briefcase is opened, that secret meeting will be over.
I'm the prize chump of all time. You planted a bomb in that briefcase and got me to deliver it for you.
Yes.
Oh, well. So long, Sari. I've got to find that guy Robertson in one big hurry.
Yes?
They gave me your address at the legation. You're Mr. Robertson's secretary, aren't you?
Why, yes, Miss Miller. You're Steve Mitchell, the man who brought the briefcase to Mr. Robertson.
Yeah, that's why I've got to find him right away. Where'd he go? Where's the meeting going to be?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mitchell. I couldn't tell you even if I knew.
Look, this is no time to be coy. There's a bomb in that briefcase.
What?
And it'll explode the second the briefcase is opened. Now, where's your boss, Robertson?
His tickets were for Bordeaux.
When does the train due to pull out?
At 6, I think.
Oh, it's 5 minutes after now. Look, get your car. We'll try and overtake the train at the first stop.
There's the train, Steve. We made it.
Come on. Which compartment is Robertson in?
His reservation was for compartment 5.
Here we are. Let me give you a hand.
Thanks. Come on down the corridor.
Here it is, compartment 5. Mr. Robertson, Hey, the compartment's empty.
Empty, but
You sure this is the right compartment?
of course I got the reservation myself.
What is it, monsieur?
Conductor, where's Mr. Robertson?
Robertson?
The guy who had this compartment.
Why, she did not stay on the train.
What?
No, it was very strange. He got aboard on one side, then he got off on the other. Took a taxi, I believe.
Oh, great. Then the meeting's in Paris after all.
Steve, what'll we do?
It's 6:30. 3.5 hours to locate that meeting, and all we know is that it's somewhere in Paris.
Oh, that taxi driver.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Come on, let's get back to town. You try and trace the cab, and I'll see what I can find out.
Why, no, Mitchell. None of us here at the Sûreté know where that meeting is to be held.
Haven't you any idea at all, Inspector?
Paris is a large city, Mitchell. I am sorry.
You're sorry. Look, Commissioner, I've got to find that meeting. Do you know where it's to be?
No, Steve. Why? Something wrong?
You bet there's something wrong. There's a bomb on its way to that meeting.
A bomb? How do you know?
I sent it.
What? Now, Steve.
It's no joke, Commissioner, and if I don't locate it in the next 3 hours, there won't be any meeting.
Steve, the taxi company says whoever picked up Mr. Robertson was on a day shift, and all those drivers are home by now.
But there isn't time to telephone all of them and... Wait, the radio.
What?
The Paris radio station. Come on.
No. We cannot interrupt our programs just to broadcast
Look,
them.
unless you do, there's going to be an explosion in Paris at 10 o'clock. That'll probably blow up a city block.
An explosion?
You heard me. Now get on the air and tell any cab driver who picked up a man with a briefcase at the depot at 6 to call in here right away.
Very well, monsieur. I will broadcast it immediately.
I can't stand this any longer. It's 9 o'clock in 1 hour.
All right. You got any ideas?
Maybe we ought to broadcast a warning to the people of Paris.
Tell them that there'll be an explosion somewhere in Paris in an hour, but we don't know where? Huh. You put an announcement like that on the air, and you'll start the biggest stampede in history.
Monsieur.
Yeah.
The cab driver's just called in. He remembers speaking of a man with a briefcase at the depot.
Where'd he take him?
Here is the address.
Thanks. Stay here, Marjorie. I'll see you later.
What do you want?
Look, a taxi driver told me that he picked up a man with a briefcase and brought him here.
What about it?
Where is he?
I am the man.
What?
Now, see, is a man to be allowed no privacy in this city? I got...
Oh, fine. I'm sorry to bother you.
glad you called in, Steve.
Look, that was the original wild goose chase.
I know. Another cab driver just called in. The man he picked up answers Mr. Robertson's description.
Where'd he take him?
He let him off in front of the Louvois Hotel. You've got just 15 minutes before that meeting starts, Steve, and it'll take you 12 of them to get there.
So, I break every traffic law in town and pull up at the hotel at 6 minutes to 10. The elevator operator thinks he remembers taking a guy with a briefcase up to the 4th floor. I get up there with 3 minutes to go and start walking down the hall. Then I spot a guy lounging at the end, and I've got a hunch I'm getting warm. He's probably a guard. I stop for a second in front of each door, but he doesn't react. Then I stop in front of the 5th door down. Suddenly he's on me like a blanket.
What do you want?
Look, I've got to get into that meeting.
No one goes in that door. No one is going to...
Sorry, I've got no time to argue. I gave the guard a fast frisk and got the key. I opened the door. It was a large suite, but in one of the rooms I spot 5 men sitting around a table. One of them is Robertson.
And the first order of business is this briefcase I'm turning over to the Balkan representative. I would like them to open it at once. I think it will clear the air considerably so that we can...
Wait, don't open that briefcase.
Mitchell, what are you doing?
Don't open that briefcase. You, I'm talking to you.
But that is the Balkan representative. He has every right to open it.
Take your hands off it.
Mitchell! Mitchell, are you crazy? You trying to start a war?
There might have been one if I hadn't hit him. There's a bomb in that briefcase.
What? Do you know what you're saying?
You bet I know what I'm saying. Another second and you'd all have been blown sky high. Oh, brother, I didn't think I was going to make it here. Here, I'll take that briefcase now.
Wait, where are you going?
First, I'm going to turn this briefcase over to the surety, unopened, and let them worry about it from there. And second, well, I'm going to find me a good spot to have a nice, quiet, nervous breakdown. So long, Mr. Robertson.
You've just heard another episode of Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell. We're glad to welcome Dangerous Assignment as one of Wheaties' big parade of radio shows. Now, if Mr. Donlevy will step out of the role of Steve Mitchell, we'd like to welcome him to the Wheaties family of salesmen.
Thank you, Terry O'Sullivan. I am very proud to accept what I consider to be one of my most important assignments, for tonight I'm joining the more than 700 salesmen of General Mills whose worthwhile job it is to bring good food to the American table. Yes, I'm a Wheaties man tonight. I'm particularly happy that I am after reading a very startling article in the May issue of Reader's Digest. It's an article I think all of us should read. It's called What Do You Eat for Breakfast? And believe me, it certainly reminded me of how important a good, nourishing breakfast is to every man, woman, and child in this great nation of ours. The fact that I am joining you salesmen and the hundreds of thousands of grocers who meet the American homemaker across the country every day gives me a real thrill. All of us know that by selling Wheaties, the breakfast of champions, we're doing our part in helping more families to eat good, substantial breakfasts regularly. That's a job worth doing. Ladies and gentlemen, turn to page 73 of the May Reader's Digest and see if, after reading this article, a breakfast including Wheaties with plenty of milk and fruit doesn't sound like a good idea to you.
Dangerous Assignment, written by Bob Reif, with music by Basil Adlam, is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. And on Monday, listen to Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat on the Wheaties' Big Parade. For all the family, try Father Knows Best tomorrow on NBC. Wheaties presents Dangerous Assignment. Wheaties' Big
parade! The makers of America's favorite whole wheat flakes, Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, invite you to Wheaties' Big Parade, a thrilling procession of radio's greatest summer entertainment programs. Yours for the listening on NBC. On stage tonight from Hollywood, another in this series of exciting half-hour presentations.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I go to a lot of places in the world I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't expect this assignment is going to involve using a 10-year-old boy as a cross on which to crucify his father. Morning, Commissioner.
Steve?
Well, I finally got the jump on you this morning.
How's that?
You're always sending me halfway around the world in 10 minutes' notice. Well, this time I've beaten you to the punch. I'm all packed, I've got my passport and credentials in order, and I'm ready to take off. Now, where are you sending me?
Just down the hall, Steve.
What?
That's it.
Oh, great. Mitchell, the mastermind. Well, okay, so I'll unpack.
I wouldn't do that yet. You start down the hall. Where you end up is anybody's guess.
Oh, what's the deal, Commissioner?
Ever hear of International Lecture Tours Limited?
Hey, now, look, my soapbox days are over.
Now, don't worry. You're not going to be making speeches, but you'll be investigating a few people who do. This is an organization of 6 European professors, Steve. They lecture at colleges and universities all over the world. Each of them hits this country about twice a year.
Well, what about them?
We have definite information that one of them is using his lectures just as a front. That he's picking up information from various contacts in this country and taking it back to Europe with him.
Uh-huh. Which professor is it?
We don't know, but Dr. Gerber does.
Gerber?
Yes. He's one of the members of this lecture circuit. He's waiting down the hall to talk to you now, Steve. Find out what you can from him. Then go anywhere and do anything that's necessary to smash this spy ring. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
I guess almost as many people read the Reader's Digest as eat Wheaties. So maybe you've already seen that article in May issue about breakfast. It says, quote, 2 out of 3 Americans eat too little for breakfast. That's serious. Because skimpy breakfasts slow kids down during their morning studies. Cause some folks to run out of steam before lunch, get sort of grumpy and tired, and sometimes actually sick. Matter of fact, this Reader's Digest article might scare you if you didn't know about Wheaties. But if you keep right on dishing up plenty of Wheaties with milk and your favorite fruit as part of each day's most important meal, just relax. You haven't a thing to worry about.
Now, here's Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent.
Well, this is really a switch. 10 minutes after talking to the commissioner, I'm usually heading for the nearest airport. But now, here I am, just heading for the next office. From the look in the commissioner's eye, though, I've got a strong hunch that this assignment is going to involve a whole lot more than just a walk down the hall.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yeah. You're Professor Gerber?
Yes. I've been waiting to talk to you.
Well, start talking.
As you may have heard, I'm a member of International Lecture Tours. I'm now lecturing in this country.
I understand that you have reason to believe that one of the other members of the lecture tour is a foreign agent.
I'm positive of it. And moreover, I know who this person is.
No? Who?
I can only tell you that on one condition, Mr. Mitchell.
What is it?
I must have protection.
Well, that shouldn't be too hard to arrange. You're safe in this country and...
You don't understand. I'm not speaking of protection for myself.
What?
Here, I want to show you something. My wife died last year. This was her locket. I've carried it with me ever since. Look at this picture inside.
A little boy.
My son, Kurt. 10 years old.
Oh, he's the one you want protection for?
Yes.
I know only too well the measures of retaliation which might be employed against the boy if I were to reveal the information which I possess.
Yeah. Where is he?
At a school in Stockholm, Sweden. I had to leave him there. He has no other relatives. The school is run by an Englishman, Horace Wakefield.
I see. Okay, Dr. Gerber. I'll go over to Stockholm and get your boy myself. How's that?
Oh, that's what I hoped you would say, Mr. Mitchell. And when you return, I shall give you the name at the head of the spy ring.
Fair enough. I'll see you in about 4 days.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yeah? What is it, stewardess?
here's a radio message. Just came in for you.
Oh, thanks. Gerber reports his locket containing boy's picture stolen 3 hours ago, Commissioner. Ah, well, I thought this sounded too easy to be true.
Yes?
Are you the headmaster of this school?
Yes, I am Dr. Horace Wakefield. What can I do for you?
I'm Steve Mitchell. I'd like to talk to one of your students. His name is Kurt.
Kurt. Come in, Mr. Mitchell. Now, you said you wished to see Kurt. Why?
I have a message for him from his father. Where is he?
Kurt has disappeared.
What?
I can't find him anywhere, Mr. Mitchell, and I'm worried sick.
Tell me what happened.
Well, last evening, a woman came to see him. She told me she was his aunt.
But Kurt's father told me that Kurt had no other living relatives.
But how was I to know that? She said she was his aunt. I saw no reason to doubt her.
Go on.
Well, I sent her to his room, and, well, I believe she left when visiting hours were over.
What do you mean you believe she left? Aren't you sure?
Well, as a matter of fact, I turned in rather early last night. I had a spitting headache, and I took a...
Sounds like a pretty careless way to run a boarding school, Dr. Wakefield.
I resent that, Mr. Mitchell. Ordinarily, I am very careful to see that all the regulations are enforced. But with this headache, I just had to go to bed.
Okay, skip it. Then you really don't have any idea when the woman left.
No. All I know is that Kurt was not here this morning.
Great.
Oh, that must be Ilsa.
Who?
Oh, she's a playmate of Kurt's. Come in.
They told me you wanted to see me, Dr. Wakefield.
Yes, Ilsa. As you know, your little friend Kurt has disappeared.
Yes.
I want you to tell me if you've ever heard him speak of running away.
No, Dr. Wakefield.
Have you any idea what happened to him or where he might be?
No, sir.
Oh, very well. That'll be all, Ilsa. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wakefield.
Haven't reported this to the police yet, but I think I'd better right now.
No, wait a minute.
But if the boy's been kidnapped...
If he's been kidnapped, I don't think he's being held for ransom.
Then what?
I think he's being held to ensure that someone will keep his mouth shut.
Oh.
If that's the case, the boy is probably safe for the time being. But if the kidnappers feel the pressure on them, then it could be another story.
I see.
No, this has got to be done undercover. Now, don't report it just yet. Let me see what I can find out first. I leave Wakefield School thinking about his convenient headache the night before and wondering where I'm going to start. I know I've got to find Kurt in a hurry, and then on my way into town, I spot a poster on a building announcing a lecture by a Dr. Friedrich, member of International Lecture Tours. And farther down on the poster, I see that the headquarters of the lecture outfit is right here in Stockholm. I copy down the address and go over.
Morning.
Morning. Is this the headquarters of International Lecture Tours?
It sure is.
You in charge?
Well, guess you could call it being in charge. I'm the leg man for the outfit.
Oh? And I guess you're the boy I want to talk to. My name's Mitchell, Steve Mitchell.
Oh, Saunders is mine. Always glad to meet a fellow American.
So you're the leg man for this outfit, huh? What
Yeah.
does that involve?
Well, you name it, the works. Shagging around the world in front of the wise men, scheduling lecture dates, making hotel reservations for them. Yeah, and making sure they don't run out of toothpaste.
That sounds like quite a job.
That ought to be an easier way of making a living.
Look, I'd like a little information about these professors.
Hey, you don't happen to be an insurance salesman, do you?
Not exactly.
Well, they want me to be careful about things like that. They don't like to be bothered with salesmen.
Here. You'd better take a look at my credentials.
Huh? Oh, I see. Well, it's pretty official. What do you want to know, Mr. Mitchell?
There are 6 professors in the circuit, aren't there?
Yes, that's right.
Well, how well do you know them?
Oh, how well can you know those birds? They live in a world all their own.
Yeah. Where are the various lecturers now?
Well, let me see. One of them's in India. That's Dr.
Oh, you can skip him.
All right. Another's in Canada.
Don't forget him, too.
Let's see, there's one in Cape Town, South Africa.
That makes 3. Keep going.
All right. Dr. Buchek in Copenhagen, Dr. Gerber in the States, and Dr. Friedrich here in Stockholm. You know, you always have to try to keep those two apart, Gerber and Friedrich. They don't seem to like each other very much.
Oh, and you say Friedrich's here in Stockholm?
He's lecturing tonight, as a matter of fact. Want a ticket?
I'd be more interested in his address right now.
He's staying at the Monarch Hotel.
Okay. Well, thanks for the information, Saunders.
Sure. Anything else I can do?
Not right now, I guess. But if by any chance there's a sudden change in the travel plans on the part of any of your professors, I wish you'd let me know. I'll be staying at the Monarch, too.
Sure, be glad to.
Well, see you around, Saunders.
Yeah?
I'm Steve Mitchell, Dr. Friedrich. I'd like to talk to you.
Later. Can you not see I'm busy with my lecture notes?
No, this will only take a minute.
But I have just told you.
Yeah, now I'm telling you. We're going to have a talk.
But... Very well. Come in.
Thanks.
Now, please be brief. What do you want to talk about?
I understand you don't like one of your colleagues very well, Dr. Gerber.
What business is this of yours?
Maybe plenty. Why don't you like him?
Because most of the theories he blabs about in his lectures are absolutely unsound. I know. Because my theories are correct. I have tested them. And they contradict his. Therefore, he is wrong.
I see. Now, you're sure there isn't anything more to it than that?
Of course I'm sure. Now, if you will excuse me.
Just one more question. Do you mind telling me where you were last night?
Why, I was working on my lecture notes.
Oh, that's funny. They told me downstairs at the desk that you went out last night.
Oh, yeah. I had forgotten. I had an engagement for a while.
Is she nice?
Yeah, well, see here, Mitchell. This is none of your business.
Okay, Dr. Friedrich. You better get back to your lecture notes. I'll probably be seeing you again. Yeah.
Mr. Mitchell, this is Saunders of International Lecture Tours.
Oh, yeah, Saunders.
Say, you told me to call you if anything new developed with any of the professors.
That's right. What have you got?
Oh, this morning I ran into Dr. Buchek on the street.
Oh, you said Dr. Buchek was supposed to be in Copenhagen, didn't you?
Yeah, and I asked how come.
Yeah, well, what did the good doctor say?
Oh, just something about wanting to skip the rest of the circuit. Tired or something like that.
I see. When did Buchek arrive in Stockholm?
This morning by plane.
You sure about that?
Why, no, that's just what I was told.
Mm-hmm. Where's the professor staying?
Strand Hotel, I think.
Okay. Hey, thanks, Saunders. I think I'd better go over and give Dr. Buchek the double check.
Yes?
I'd like to see Dr. Buchek.
Well, you are looking at her.
Huh?
I'm Dr. Buchek.
Well,
Well, you seem surprised.
I am. I thought Dr. Buchek was a man.
Oh, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Mr.
Mitchell. And I can't say that I'm disappointed.
Oh, thank you. Oh, please, come in.
Thank you.
Now, what can I do for you, Mr. Mitchell?
I understand that you canceled the rest of your lecture dates suddenly and returned here to Stockholm.
Why, yes, I did. These lectures are so tiring. I sometimes wonder why I ever started on the circuit.
Oh, I don't know. Seems like a good opportunity to do a lot of traveling.
At this point, I've had my fill of it. Mr. Mitchell, these questions you're asking me, are you perhaps a newspaper reporter?
Yeah, sort of. When did you arrive in Stockholm?
My plane landed only this morning.
You're sure you didn't arrive last night?
Of course not. I've just told you my...
And you're sure that you didn't by any chance take a little trip out to Dr. Wakefield's boarding school?
I've never heard of the place. See here, Mr. Mitchell. I'm quite sure you're not a newspaper reporter. And I'm also quite sure my activities are none of your business.
Suppose we just pretend they're my business, Dr. Buchek.
Very well. In that case, suppose you just pretend I'm telling you the truth about arriving this morning.
I see. Well, thanks for the interview. I can check up on your arrival time, you know.
Please do. And when you're quite through checking up on me, then you may pretend that you owe me an apology for your rudeness.
So I leave, and it looks like the trail's beginning to heat up a little. At this point, Dr. Buchek qualifies as my grade A suspect. Then suddenly, as I'm walking down the hall, a guy pops out of nowhere right in front of me.
A word with you, sir.
Who are you?
Oh, permit me. I'm Oscar. I would like you to meet my friend Olaf.
Huh? I don't see any...
That is Olaf's gun in your back.
I am Olaf. I'm delighted. Look, what's this all about?
Shh, please, we must be very quiet. We would not want to disturb the hotel guests.
Yeah, well, I'm going to start disturbing them plenty if you...
Please, I told you, we must be quiet.
Look, if you think I'm going to hold still while you work me over, you're...
You would not listen to reason. It is a pity.
He is not saying anything now, Oscar.
Of course not, Olaf. That was a most effective silencer you administered just then. A heavy blow over the kidney often renders a man completely speechless. See how he stands with one foot drawn up, almost like a heron. Quite an amusing spectacle, is it not?
Good, Oscar.
Now, Mr. Mitchell, perhaps you will come with us quietly.
Yeah. I still don't know what this is all about.
You made a big mistake bothering the young lady you just talked to, Mr. Mitchell.
Dr. Buchek?
Now, it's necessary for the three of us to go for a nice ride.
I get it. A short ride, I suppose.
Oh, no. On the contrary. For Olaf and myself, yes, it will be a short ride. But for you, it will be such a long trip that I doubt very much if you will ever return.
General Mills is bringing you Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Now, it is a fact that Wheaties have a lot of very nice vitamins. They also have minerals. There's protein in them, too. Not only that, but they're 100% whole wheat. You'd think all that would be enough, but it isn't. Wheaties need people. If you haven't got people, why, how are you going to find out how wonderful those flaky whole wheat flakes taste? Where are all the smiles coming from that people always smile when they dig into a bowl of Wheaties and milk and bananas? How are you going to find out how much energy gets stuffed into Wheaties? See what I mean? You take people away, and Wheaties look pretty lonesome. And since we make Wheaties, we think that's pretty tough on them. And on people, too, for that matter. So our idea is this. Get Wheaties and people together as often as possible. Because Wheaties need people, and vice versa.
And now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
Hey, look, we've been winding our way up into these mountains for the last half hour. Where are we going?
Yes, let Olaf drive, Mr. Mitchell. You and I will just sit back here in the back seat and enjoy the ride.
We are at the top of the mountain now, Oscar.
Very well. You may stop the car now.
Okay. Now maybe you'll tell me what this is all about, or am I supposed to guess?
No, you may guess if you like.
I know. I'm supposed to figure out which of you twins has the Tony.
Beg pardon?
Oh, skip it. What do we do now? Get out and start walking?
Oh, no. On the contrary, you will remain in the car.
What?
Yes. Unfortunately, you are about to meet with a serious accident.
I guess I'm only out for a few seconds, but when I come to, I'm alone in the back seat, and the car's rolling downhill, gaining speed. I drag myself over into the front seat. I can see a sharp turn ahead and a cliff. I grab the steering wheel, and it comes off in my hand. I step on the brakes, and the pedal goes clear to the floor, but nothing happens. I start to bail out. Then I realize the windows are closed. And the inside handles to the doors and windows have been taken off. I get my foot up and start kicking at the window. The edge of the cliff is getting closer. I finally kick a hole in the window, jam my hand through it, and open the door from the outside. I dive out just as the car goes over the cliff. I land in the brush about 20 feet away and lie there, fighting to keep from passing out. After a few seconds, I hear steps, Oscar and Olaf, and they're heading in my direction. I hold my breath and flatten myself under the bushes.
Well, such an unfortunate accident our friend Mr. Mitchell encountered, eh, Olaf?
Perhaps we should go down to the bottom of the cliff and make sure, Oscar.
Make sure he's dead. Now, Olaf, how could he have survived a crash like that?
I mean, we should make sure that he did not get out of the car.
Oh, yes, perhaps you're right. Come, we will walk down to the bathroom.
I
I know I've got to act fast now. As soon as the boys find no body in the car, they'll be after me again. I wait until they're out of sight, then I pull myself out of the bush. My body feels like one big bruise, but I finally make it back to town and head to the office of the International Lecture Tours.
Oh, hi, Mitchell. Hey, what happened? You look like you've been dragged through a knothole.
That's the understatement of the week, Saunders. Hey, look, have you got a picture of the beautiful Dr. Buchek around here anywhere?
Yeah, why, sure. Hey, here you are. This is one of the publicity pictures we sent to the papers. Will that do?
Oh, well, that'll do fine. Thanks.
Hey, she kind of make a hit with you?
Yeah, a big hit. And now I'm going to return the compliment.
Oh, Mr. Mitchell.
Hello, Dr. Wakefield.
Come in, please. I'm so glad to see you. Something has come up that you should know about.
What do you mean?
You remember I told you a woman posing as Kurt's aunt came here to the school to see him the night before last?
Sure, the night Kurt disappeared. What about it?
Well, that same woman, she came back here this morning.
What?
Yes. I wasn't in my office at the time, but my secretary told me this woman inquired about Kurt again. I returned just in time to see her driving away. I tried to stop her. It's too late.
Wait a minute. That means they don't have Kurt, then.
But where is he?
I wish I knew.
But who is they?
I think I know who one of them is. The woman. Here, take a look at this picture. Her name is Buchek.
What about her?
Isn't that the woman who was asking about Kurt?
No. I've never seen this woman in the picture before in my life.
What? Are you sure about that?
But of course.
Oh, great. My case blows up in my face, and I don't have any idea where Kurt is. What a headache. Hey, incidentally, have you had any more headaches lately, Dr. Wakefield?
Why, no.
Just the night that Kurt disappeared, huh?
See here, Mitchell, if you're trying to imply that I had anything to do with the boy's disappearance...
I'm not trying to imply anything, Wakefield. Just checking on your reaction times. I'll see you later. I go outside. I'm really stumped. I've got to find Kirk and find out who's behind this deal, and I'm fresh out of Leeds. Then, as I'm walking through the school grounds, I spot the little girl, Ilsa, Kurt's playmate. She's just slipping out a side gate with a little package under her arm. I get a sudden hunch and follow her. She takes off through the woods, then down the roadway. I keep out of her sight, and finally, she disappears into an old deserted barn. A couple of minutes later, she comes out without the package. I wait until she heads back to the school, and then I go into the barn. There's a blonde kid sitting in a feed box, munching on a sandwich. It's Kurt Gerber. Hello, Kurt.
Did you come to hurt me?
No, Kurt. I came to help you. Your father sent me.
Oh, that is good. I have been praying for help. I knew it would come.
Yeah. Now, what happened, Kurt?
A woman came to see me at the school.
Hmm?
She tried to make me go away with her.
Yes?
She said she was a friend of my father's, but I knew she was lying to me. So I asked her to wait outside my room while I packed.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as I was alone, I climbed out the window and ran away.
I see.
My girlfriend Ilsa has been bringing food to me.
How did you happen to pick this barn to hide in?
I knew it was the right place as soon as I saw this manger.
Manger?
Yes. I read about a little boy in a manger once.
I see. Well, I guess you couldn't have picked a better place, Kurt.
Will you take me to my father?
Yeah, Wait a minute. Hey, 3 of them. Oscar, Olaf, and... Well, what do you know? So I finally found out who's behind this deal when it's too late.
It is never too late.
Yeah? Well, it will be if I don't figure out something to do in one big hurry. My eyes flick around the barn looking for something, anything. Then they light on an electric wire running along the wall. It looks like a 220-volt direct current, and the insulation is worn through in one spot. I jerk the wire, and it comes loose in my hand. I trail it behind me, holding it in my left hand by the insulated part. Then I wait. I take a quick look at Kurt. He's sitting there quietly, head bowed. His lips are moving a little. The door opens. Olaf comes in first, and I give him a right cross.
Mitchell! Hold it, Oscar. I'm sure my gun will keep Mitchell in order for the time being.
Well, my old friend Saunders.
Hello, Mitchell.
So you're the big boy.
Yeah, I'm the big boy.
Sure. It's pretty logical when you look back on it. As leg man for the lecture circuit, you had a lot to do, traveling. But you were doing more than making hotel reservations for the professors. You were picking up information from your various contacts and bringing it back to Europe with you.
How about that? What some guys will do for a buck, huh?
Yeah. You sent me chasing after that Buchek woman, so your stooge didn't know where to pick me up.
True.
Where's your other stooge? The woman who tried to get Kurt.
Oh, she's waiting for me at the office till I take care of this little matter.
What are you waiting for, Saunders? Why
In a
don't
minute,
you...
Oscar, in a minute.
How did you find the barn?
We intercepted the little girl, Ilsa, and managed to persuade her to tell us. So now, at last, we have our boy, Kurt. Not much of a talker, is he?
What are you going to do now?
Well, I know Dr. Gerber was on to me, so the original plan, of course, was to grab Kurt and keep him as insurance against Gerber spilling about me. But now, unfortunately, you know about me, too. That means I'll have to kill both you and the boy and then discontinue my present enterprise. Sorry, but that's the way it is, Mitchell. You first.
His gun starts swinging in my direction. It's now or never. I whip the electric wire out from behind my back and lash at his gun with it. A spurt of blue flame wraps around the gun. Saunders drops the gun and grabs at his hand. I give him a fist. Oscar grabs at the gun on the floor, but I straighten him up with an uppercut. I tie all three of them up with their belts.
Then I turn towards Kurt. He's still sitting in the manger, looking at me calmly.
Is it all over, Mr. Mitchell?
Well, it will be as soon as we pick up Saunders' girl at the lecture office.
I prayed that something would happen to deliver us. It happened.
Well, you see, I sort of made it happen, Kurt.
Did you? I prayed for a bolt of lightning, Mr. Mitchell.
Well, I guess you could call that hot wire a bolt of lightning. But it was man-made lightning.
Was it? How did you happen to think of it?
Well, it was the only thing to do.
But how did you happen to think of it?
Why, I guess it just sort of popped into my mind, Kurt.
You see?
See? Yeah, I see. And I'm the last guy in the world to argue the point, believe me. Come on, Kurt. You're going home to your father.
You are listening to Dangerous Assignment on Wheaties Big Parade. What do you suppose your kids are thinking about when they dig into their Wheaties? All those nice vitamins and minerals they're getting from those crisp whole wheat flakes? You reckon they're thinking, oh boy, are my teeth getting healthy? My bones are growing nice and straight. Shucks, no. They're saying to themselves, gee, Willikins, Wheaties are good. Hope I have time for another bowl. That's what they're thinking. But isn't it comforting to know that anything as wonderful to eat as Wheaties is so good for your youngsters and for you? That's one of the nicest things about Wheaties. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif with music by Basil Adlam and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Going to bake a pie sometime soon? Make it with Crust Quick, the Betty Crocker pie crust mix. You know it's a tender, flaky crust that's at the bottom of every delicious pie, sure as you use Crust Quick. And so easy.
Just add water to Crust Quick.
And what pie crust? Tender crust, tasty crust, rich, short, lovely crust, just like Betty Crocker makes. And you can make it.
Just add water to Crust Quick.
Crust Quick, the Betty Crocker pie crust mix. Tomorrow, Fred Allen is guest on the Supper Club. Hear it on NBC. Wheaties presents Dangerous Assignment. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Dangerous Assignment, another in the Wheaties big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah. Danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though. Trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment is going to end up with me depending for my life on my own cigarette lighter. Morning, Commissioner.
Get out your pith helmet, Steve. You're leaving for Arabia on the next plane.
Arabia? Now, look, my days as a camel jockey are over.
Don't worry. You won't be riding any camels unless you find some carrying oil in their humps.
Oil? What's the deal?
That's the deal. 100,000 barrels of it. Missing.
Look, since when have we been playing nursemaid to oil companies?
This is a lot bigger than any oil company, Steve. 3 days ago, the Sheik's inspector found a discrepancy in the figures of one of the oil companies, the 5-Star. Unless the matter is cleared up to the Sheik's satisfaction, we may lose the entire concession.
Oh, who do I talk to over there?
Mr. Williams, the field manager of 5-Star. Their headquarters are in Marani, near the Persian Gulf. Steve, get over there and find out what happened to that oil. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
I have a recipe for you. Now, it's real simple, so you needn't bother writing it down. Take 4 or 5 people, or as many as your family holds. Add an equal number of cereal bowls, pour in Wheaties, into the bowls, that is. Now garnish with milk and fruit and sweeten to taste. This recipe is very good for breakfast, or lunch, or as a little something before bed, depending on when you decide to make it. Now, the reason it's so good is because the 100% whole wheat Wheaties flakes and the 100% nice people you use always blend perfectly. I do hope you'll try my favorite recipe soon, but be sure you use genuine Wheaties and real people.
Now, here is Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent.
Yeah, this is going to be a breeze. All I have to do is fly halfway around the world to a sweltering spot in Arabia, take care of a little matter like finding a mere 100,000 barrels of missing oil. And I've got a strong hunch that somewhere along the line I'll run into someone who'll say, "Drop dead" to me and mean it. It's Thursday when I get to Marani, and Williams, the field manager of 5-Star Oil, is waiting for me in his office, together with his assistant, a guy named Haroon.
Well, I'll tell you all I know, Mitchell, but that isn't much. On our last shipment, the Sheik's inspector claimed we were 10,000 barrels short of what their figures showed we'd pumped out of the ground. The Sheik gets royalty on every barrel, so he was pretty sore about it.
Yeah, I can imagine, Williams.
Haroon here can probably tell you more about this than I can. I was on a business trip to Cairo when it all came up. As my assistant, Haroon was in charge here.
I see. What happened after the discrepancy was spotted, Haroon?
In order to pacify the Sheik, we passed the matter off as an error in our bookkeeping and paid the royalty. But then we started investigating quietly and discovered that over the past month there has been a loss of 100,000 barrels.
Well, tell me, what happens to the oil from the time it leaves the wells until it's shipped out of here?
Well, the wells are north of here. The oil's pumped down here to Marani through a patrol pipeline. There's a checker on each end of the line.
Then, as I get it, on this particular shipment, your checker at the fields checked a certain amount of oil into the pipeline, but your checker at this end checked out 10,000 barrels less.
Yes, it was his first day on the job.
Oh? Well, what happened to the regular checker?
Oh, you mean Yusef. The evening before, he died in a cafe brawl.
Oh, that's very interesting. Where did this fight take place?
At the Oasis Club. Yusef went there regularly. He was very fond of the dancing girl, Sarida, and very jealous of her.
Mm-hmm.
She is believed to be the reason for the fight.
I see. Well, I think I'll go over to the Oasis Club and see what I can turn up there. I'll see you around, gentlemen.
Good evening, Effendi. Welcome to the Oasis Club. You would like a table?
That dancing girl out there, is her name Sarita?
Oh, yes. That is Sarita. Is she not beautiful?
Yeah. I guess she's not afraid of catching cold, either.
I do not understand, Effendi.
Oh, skip it. Will you tell her I'd like to talk to her when she's through with her dance?
At once, Effendi. Her table is over in the corner. If you will wait there, I will send her to you.
Thank you.
Yes?
Oh, sorry. I thought this was Sarita's table.
Oh, but it is. Sit down.
Oh, thanks. Are you a friend of Sarita's?
Ever so. And you?
Well, I'm sort of a friend of hers.
I see. Oh, here she comes now.
Mm-hmm.
You are the one who wished to see Sarita?
Yeah. My name's Steve Mitchell.
I see the two of you have already met.
Well, not officially.
This is Triflis.
Hi.
Delighted.
And what do you wish of Sarita, Mr. Mitchell?
A little information about your dead boyfriend, Yusuf.
Many men are in love with Sarita, Mr. Mitchell. It is a pity, but it is fate. Yusuf was merely one of them.
I see. Well, was it fate that killed him?
I do not understand.
How did it happen?
It was during my dance. I heard sudden shouts. Then the lights went out.
Oh, such a pity. I might have saved Yusuf had I acted more quickly.
What do you mean, Triflis?
Well, I was standing over at the bar when the fighting started, but just as I got to Yusuf, the lights went out and there he was, lying on the floor with a knife in his back. Such a pity. He was a very dear friend of mine. I miss him greatly.
Did Yusuf ever mention his job with the 5-star to you, Sarita?
No. Sarita is not interested in such things.
Oh? What sort of things is Sarita interested in?
Her beauty.
Modest little daisy, aren't you?
Modesty is for the unlovely.
Is she not completely charming, Mitchell?
Well, that's one word for it. This fight that killed Yusuf took place 4 nights ago, right?
Let me see. Yes, that is correct. I remember because the next morning I made a business trip to the coast.
What kind of business you in, Triflis?
Oh, several little enterprises. This trip involved one of them, a truck line which I operate.
What do you haul?
Oil. From here in Marani to the town of Qatif on the Persian Gulf.
You don't haul for the 5-star oil company by any chance, do you?
Well, as a matter of fact, yes. They are one of my accounts.
I see. Oh. Thanks for the conversation, Sarita. Triflis. It was very interesting. Haroun,
yes?
This swindle has undoubtedly been going on for some time. Yes. If the missing total adds up to 100,000 barrels. Now, look, suppose all the oil has reached this end of the line. Could amounts of it be stolen after that?
Why, it would be very difficult.
What happens to the oil after it gets here?
It is pumped into large storage tanks.
Are those tanks checked regularly?
Fairly regularly.
Well, then, after that, the oil is pumped into trucks and taken to the town of Qatif on the Persian Gulf.
Why, yes. I believe I forgot to tell you that.
I picked it up. Is it possible that a couple of extra truckloads could be slipped out without the company knowing it?
Absolutely impossible. I checked the trucks out myself.
I see. Incidentally, a guy named Triflis runs that truck line, doesn't he?
Why, yes, he does.
You know much about him?
Why, of course. I'm sure he's a man of character.
How do you know?
Triflis is my brother-in-law.
Oh?
Hello, Mitchell. Turned up anything so far?
Oh, nothing except a bunch of loose ends, Williams.
That's too bad. Means my job if this mess isn't cleared up.
It means your whole company and all the other oil companies, too. Look, you say this pipeline is patrolled.
Yes. By plane, every day.
Who's your pilot?
A guy named Dean. Matter of fact, he should be getting ready to take off right now.
Well, call the airfield and tell Dean to wait for me. I'd like to go along for the ride. Lots of sand down there, Dean.
You can say that again, Mitchell. A lot of sand and a lot of pipe. And this is about the most monotonous job in the world.
Yeah, I can imagine. You keep this baby at a pretty low altitude, don't you?
Have to, so I can spot leaks in the line.
Look, could anyone tap into the pipeline without your spotting it?
I don't see how. Even if they tried it at night, I fly so low I could spot the tire tracks the next day. And you can see yourself there's not a track in that sand for miles around.
Yeah. Hey, getting kind of dark. I guess waiting for me made you later than usual, huh?
Oh, a little, but that's okay.
The water over there, is that the Persian Gulf?
Yeah.
How far from here is it?
Oh, 8 to 10 miles.
What are those ruins over there on the coast?
That's what they call the lost city of Inzak. Several thousand years old. Great spot for archaeologists.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
I thought I saw a light over there.
Probably a reflection off the water. Nobody's been around there for at least 6 months. The last expedition was from London, I think. They still have their equipment stored in a warehouse over in Qatif down the coast.
Oh, yeah? Hey, just a hunch, but I think I'll take a trip over to Qatif as soon as you get this buggy back home. It's night when I get to Qatif. I nose around until I locate the warehouse right on the waterfront and all boarded up. The sign on it says Royal Institute of Archaeology, London. I nose around some more and find out that the warehouse is owned by an outfit called Gulf Enterprises. I head for their office. I wonder if you could tell... Well, my old friend Triflis.
Hmm? Oh, Mitchell, is it not?
It is?
Yes, but of course. We met at the Oasis Club in Marani only last evening. The beautiful Sarita...
Yes, my compliments to the beautiful Sarita. Don't tell me that you run Gulf Enterprises.
Why not?
Looks like you're a pretty enterprising gent. A truck line, a warehouse.
Warehouse? Oh, yes, the one at the waterfront. I had almost forgotten the place. I have not been near there in months.
That archaeology outfit rents it from you, huh?
Yes. They still have much of their equipment stored there. They send me a check every few months from London. Why'd you ask?
Oh, just curious. You seem to have your finger in quite a few pies, Triflis.
Indeed.
Indeed. You truck oil here to the coast for the five-star outfit. You also happen to own a warehouse that's rented to an outfit who's been poking around in some ruins up the coast.
And?
And you also happen to be the brother-in-law of Haroun, the assistant manager of Five Star, to say nothing of being a friend of the dead checker, Yusef.
This is all quite accurate and interesting, Mitchell. But what does it prove?
It doesn't prove anything, Triflis, but it sure sounds like a nice, cozy arrangement. I'll be seeing you. I head back to the warehouse and try to get in, but it's boarded up tight. I circle around it to the water. The back end of the building rests on a pier. Then I spot something under the pier, a good-sized barge. I climb aboard, and a strong smell hits me. Oil. Now I know I'm getting warm. Then I hear a sound behind me. I spin around and spot three gents in white robes, and just one look at them tells me they don't want to shake hands. I swing on the nearest one. He goes down. I hit the water. Start swimming.
Do not let him get away! Hey, take careful aim!
I didn't figure them for guns. I've got to get underwater, but just as I start to dive... Oh!
Now, here's something you'll be glad to hear. There aren't any rules. You can eat Wheaties any old way you happen to like them. It's all we could do. Every time we think up a nice, easy rule, like putting milk and fruit on Wheaties, some guy out in Seattle is caught using cream. If we decide on strawberries, sure as shooting, people start smuggling a banana to the table. One time we made a rule about Wheaties and peaches, and we found a Southern lady eating Wheaties right out of the box. We say Wheaties for breakfast, and women put them in their husbands' lunch pails. We say eat them at bedtime, you take them on picnics. You're wonderful. So, like I say, there aren't any rules. Well, maybe just two. Eat Wheaties the way you like them, and buy them at your grocery anytime you need them.
Now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
There he is, floating in the water. Stop the launch. Abuda, Abdul, pull him out of the water. Easy, easy. So, put him down on deck.
Oh, my head.
Oh, he's still alive.
You want to bet?
You're lucky.
This is lucky?
It appears the bullet merely creased the skull.
Well, if it's all the same to you, I like to part my hair on the other side. Hey, look, who are you?
Lieutenant Samka of the police. We heard shots and came here in the launch to investigate. You were floating in the water about to go under.
Well, Thanks for fishing me out.
It's now my turn to ask questions. Who are you?
Steve Mitchell.
Steve Mitchell. Ah, yes, a government agent from the United States.
You've got big ears, Lieutenant.
It is my business. Start the launch, Abdul. Yes, you are here to investigate the oil scandal. Or is the purpose of your visit rather to whitewash the company involved?
That's a pretty bad guess, Samka. Hey, where are we going?
Back to the dock.
Well, it's been a short acquaintance, but a happy one, Lieutenant. Thanks again.
Oh, do not think that our acquaintance will be ended when we reach the dock, Mitchell. I will be seeing you again soon.
Oh?
Yes, indeed. I will make a point of it, Mitchell.
I go back to my hotel and change into dry clothes. My head's throbbing plenty, but I know I've still got a big night's work ahead of me. I phone the commissioner and ask him to check on the Royal Institute of Archaeology in London. An hour later, he calls me back and tells me the phonies, it's an outfit. So there's no record of them in London. Next, I call Williams, the field manager.
What's on your mind, Mitchell?
Ever hear of the lost city of Inzac, Williams?
Sure. Bunch of ruins up the coast away. Why?
I want to take a trip up there in a hurry.
How do those ruins tie into the deal?
That's what I want to find out. Can you get your pilot to fly me up there?
Tonight?
Tonight.
There's no place to land around there.
That's why I'll need a parachute.
Parachute? You gonna jump?
You know a quicker way of getting down?
No, but... Okay, Mitchell. If you think it'll accomplish anything, go ahead. It's probably too late as far as I'm concerned, though.
What do you mean?
Just got a call from the president of the company. He wants me to meet him in Cairo. I got a strong hunch I'm going to get canned. So I guess you are on your own. But be careful, Mitchell.
Yeah. How about the plane?
I'll call Dean right now and tell him to get out to the airfield and warm it up. He'll be ready for you in a couple of hours.
Sorry to pull you out of the sack, Dean.
That's okay. We're just about warmed up. Here, they sent this parachute for you.
Thanks. You know, it's a long time since I've had one of these babies on.
Mitchell!
Huh?
Mitchell!
Oh, Lieutenant Samka.
Yes, Lieutenant Samka. Where do you think you're going?
On a little plane trip. Look, are you my official bodyguard or something?
In this case, I am your official fellow passenger.
Oh? Well, I don't think you'll like this trip, Samka. It involves a parachute jump.
Well, then I must provide myself with the necessary equipment.
Hey, that's my parachute.
It was your parachute. Now it is mine.
Look, if you want to go on this trip, get your own.
Thank you, but I prefer yours. It might be safer.
Oh, you don't trust me at all, do you?
Frankly, no.
Well, what am I supposed to use for the jump? A beach umbrella?
I think there's another parachute in the hangar, Mitchell.
Okay. Well, I'll be with you in a minute.
Well, as long as you two guys are determined to jump, you picked a good night for it. Look at that moon.
Yeah. Aren't those the ruins just ahead?
Uh-huh. We're a little to the windward of them. You should land pretty close.
This about the right spot, Dean?
Anytime.
Well, see you on the ground, Samka. Here goes. I bail out. The air rushes by me while I jerk at the ripcord. The chute streams out behind me. I start praying. And she snaps open and yanks me upright. I look down at the moonlit desert and then... It's Samka. But his chute didn't open. I turned my head away and then I realized his chute was supposed to be my chute. And I'm pretty sure that somebody has made sure it wouldn't open. A minute later, I'm on the ground right beside the ruins. There's nothing I can do for Samka. I find the building better preserved than the rest. There are tracks leading in and out. I go in, and the smell of oil hits me right in the face. There's a trapdoor in the floor. I start to open it. Then I freeze. Footsteps outside. I duck back into the shadows. Hold it right there. Let me get my light on you. Well, if it isn't Haroun.
Mitchell, what are you doing here?
I guess I don't need to ask you the same question, Haroun.
But you do not understand. I was merely...
Save it, Haroun. Open that trap door.
Trap door?
Right there in front of you. I don't think we're going to find down below what will surprise either one of us.
Mitchell, you must listen to me.
Open it.
Very well.
Short flight of stairs and more oil smell. Okay, you go first. And remember, I've got you covered. Hey, pretty large basement for an old ruined building, isn't it?
Yes, it seems to be.
Okay. Stay put while I flash my light around. Yeah, there it is.
A small pipeline.
Yeah, a small pipeline underground heading straight west toward the 5-star pipeline. No wonder Dean couldn't spot anything from the air. Well, it was a pretty neat scheme, Haroon.
Mitchell, I swear, even though he is my brother-in-law, I did not dream until now that he...
What are you talking about?
Why, my brother-in-law, Triflis. I realized that you suspected him, and it aroused my suspicions of him. I also found out he owned the warehouse that the expedition had rented. I came here to investigate. I realize now that your suspicions were justified.
Look, as assistant field manager, you could have engineered the whole deal, and Triflis was in a good spot to help you. Now you're trying to pin the whole deal on him.
No. It is not true. You must believe me, Mitchell. I have had nothing to do with it.
Come on, I've seen enough here. I'm going back to town and tell him about this underground pipeline, and you're coming with me.
It won't work, Mitchell.
Mitchell, a flashlight.
I know you're trying to ease out of a tight spot by pretending Haroon is the boy, but it won't work. Now, drop the gun, Mitchell.
Williams.
I said drop the gun.
Okay.
Now, kick it over towards me. That's the boy.
I kind of figured you'd be hanging around in the shadows here somewhere, Williams. As soon as that parachute failed to open, I knew you were my boy.
Sorry you weren't wearing that chute, Mitchell.
How'd you get up here so fast?
I got a 2-hour head start on a fast launch and waited here for you, just in case anything went wrong with my parachute gag.
You know, I gotta hand it to you, Williams. You had a pretty good scheme cooked up here. You organized a fake expedition to come up to these ruins. They run an underground pipeline over to the main line and tap it, and then you cart the oil away on barges from here.
Yeah. Too bad that checker of mine got himself killed in that fight when I was in Cairo. He's been covering for me.
What's the matter, Williams? Wasn't 5-star paying you enough salary?
Sure, $15,000 a year. But 100,000 barrels of oil is worth $250,000, Mitchell. You figure it out.
Oh, right now I'm trying to figure out what you're going to do with Haroon and me.
I think you'll see the answer to that as soon as I get some stuff I've got upstairs.
What stuff?
Oh, just a couple of little items like rope and dynamite.
Some people are very lucky. They don't have to buy Wheaties. They just pitch a no-hit, no-run ball game or slam the apple out of the park, and they win a whole case of Wheaties. Take Ralph Kiner. He's probably still working on the last of the 54 home run cases he got last season with the Pittsburgh Pirates. Ralph figures Wheaties are plenty okay. He told us, "I don't think there's a breakfast dish anywhere that can beat milk, fruit, and Wheaties. Breakfast of champions." From that remark, I just figured that Mr. Kiner wouldn't even mind going out and buying his Wheaties if he had to. And I reckon you won't either. After all, it isn't much of a trip, just down to the grocery.
And now, here is the conclusion of Dangerous Assignment.
Mitchell, what is he going to do?
That's pretty obvious, Haroon. Wait. Hey, that valve in the pipe overhead.
What?
Here, give me a hand with it. We've got to get it open in a hurry.
But I still don't understand.
Help me open it. Williams is going to tie us up here and then blow the whole works up.
There. It is opening.
Yeah. Come on, get the valve wide open. There.
But what good will it do to flood this basement with oil? Those fumes.
The fumes and the oil are the only things that can save us, Haroon.
Wait. Maybe we can follow the pipeline underground and escape that way.
No soap. They filled in the tunnel all around that pipe.
Mitchell, the oil is ankle deep already.
Good. Now, where's that cigarette lighter of mine?
Lighter? Wait, Mitchell, wait!
Brother, you could cut these fumes with a knife.
Okay, boys. Get over the beam of my flashlight.
Here we are, William.
Hey, wait a minute. Mitchell, what are you doing?
Just giving the place a little oil bath, Williams.
What have you got in your hand? Drop it.
Oh, no, you drop that gun, Williams, right now.
Are you crazy? I'll fill you so full of holes.
Oh, no, you won't. This is a cigarette lighter. I'm holding it right next to this stream of oil. All I have to do is make a spark with it.
This whole place will go up in flames so quick you'll never make it to that trap door.
Cigarette lighters don't always light, Mitchell.
Sorry, Buster. This is an Evans. It never misses. I'll give you just 3 seconds.
I could kill you before you light it.
Try it. 1.
Talking like a madman.
2.
Wait! No! No!
Drop the gun.
Okay. Okay.
Now come here. I want to use that rope you're carrying. Tie him up, Haroon.
Look out, Mitchell, a knife!
I'll take that lighter!
Have a fist and step. My. Well, I guess there's one way of rubbing his nose in it. Well, come on, Haroon. Let's get him upstairs.
He is covered with oil.
Yeah. You got him?
Yes.
Up the steps with him.
These fumes, Mitchell, one spark would have turned this place into an inferno.
You're telling me. Well, here we are. Set him down on the floor.
All right.
Now, come on. Let's you and me get some fresh air before we keel over.
That is better. Mitchell, I must say you have nerves of steel.
Yeah? Right now they're creaking a little bit. I could use a cigarette.
Yes, of course. Here, I have one.
Oh, thanks. How about a light?
Oh, but your cigarette lighter.
Oh, that. I keep forgetting to get flints for it. It doesn't work.
What? But I heard you say to Williams that...
Yeah, Williams didn't know I didn't have any flint in it.
Mitchell, you were just bluffing.
Look, when you've got no cards, you've got to bluff. But a bluff is the best poker hand in the world as long as the opposition doesn't call you. And Williams didn't call. Now, how about a match?
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif with music by Basil Adlam and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Join us again next Wednesday when Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell embarks on another dangerous assignment.
And this is your Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen next Monday night to Frank Lovejoy and Night Beat on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
Going to bake a pie sometime soon? Make it with Crust Quick, the Betty Crocker pie crust mix. You know it's a tender, flaky crust that's at the bottom of every delicious pie, sure as you used Crust Quick. And so easy.
Just add water to Crust Quick.
And what pie crust? Tender crust, tasty crust, rich, short, lovely crust, just like Betty Crocker makes. And you can make it.
Just add water to Crust Quick.
Crust Quick, the Betty Crocker pie crust mix. Tomorrow's family programs include The Aldriches and Father Knows Best on NBC. Wheaties presents Dangerous Assignment. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Dangerous Assignment. Another in the Wheaties Big Parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment is going to involve a dead correspondent, a Burmese girl, a trip through the jungle, and a fallen idol. Morning, Commissioner.
Steve? Last night, an American newspaper correspondent named Kent Jackson was murdered in Rangoon, Burma. Your plane leaves in an hour.
I'm flying clear to Burma because a correspondent gets himself killed?
Kent Jackson had been posing as a European political refugee. We think he'd been investigating some sort of political refugee racket.
Maybe he was getting too warm.
Looks that way. Now we have one lead. A Burmese girl named Linya, who we think witnessed the killing.
Where is this Linya?
She's disappeared.
Oh, great.
Your first contact in Rangoon will be Chambers at our legation there. He'll fill you in on the background. Get over there, Steve. Find this girl, Linya, and solve Kent Jackson's murder. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Anybody who knows baseball has played with a bat knows Jackie Robinson is about the hottest thing in the game. And now, Jackie has turned actor to play himself in the Jackie Robinson story. It'll be turning up at your hometown theater soon. Plan to take the kids. And by way of a short postscript to the movie, maybe you'd be interested in what Jackie told us about Wheaties. He says, a bowl of those crisp whole wheat flakes sure helps me get set for the day. Well, that's about it. I think you'll like the Jackie Robinson story, and I'm dead sure you'll like Wheaties, breakfast of champions. Try them both.
Now, here is Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent.
Sure. This is going to be real easy. All I have to do is find a missing girl named Linya in one of the wildest countries in the world. Then get her to put the finger on a killer who'll probably be trying to do likewise to me. It's Monday when I get to Rangoon. It's raining and hot. Chambers is waiting for me at his house.
Well, Mitchell, I was sitting right here reading the night of Jackson's murder when suddenly I heard shots out in the garden. This girl, Linya, ran in here screaming at me to save her. I ran out in the garden, got clipped on the head.
Oh, I wondered what the bandage was for.
When I came to, Linya was gone.
Look, did you know this girl, Linya, at all?
Oh, yes. She worked in a restaurant about half a mile from here. I used to drop in there frequently.
I don't get the connection between Linya and Jackson's murder.
When Linya was shot at in my garden, one of the bullets was embedded in the side of the house. The police dug it out and compared it with the bullet that killed Jackson 15 minutes earlier. The two slugs matched.
Oh, so Jackson's killer was after Linya, too. Well, there's my tie-in, all right. You know much about the deal Jackson was investigating?
Yes. Somebody here in Burma has been receiving political refugees from Europe for a price. Then, whoever it is contacts the European country involved and, for more dough, delivers the refugees back to them.
That sounds like a real sweet deal. Well, if I'm going to find this girl, Linya, I better start getting some leads about her. Let's see. You say she worked at a restaurant?
Yes, a French restaurant run by Papa Valder. You'll find it down the street about half a mile.
Okay, I guess Papa Valder's is my next stop. Well, see you later, Chambers.
I am sorry, monsieur, but I am closed for the night. I cannot serve you.
I didn't come here for food. I came for information. You, Papi Valder?
Oui, monsieur.
I'd like to talk to you about one of your waitresses, a girl named Linya.
I will handle this, Valder.
Oh, I didn't see you over there.
If you wish to talk about Linya, you will talk to me.
Really? Who are you?
Lieutenant Ramat of the police. And you?
Steve Mitchell.
May I ask why you are interested in the girl Linya?
You may ask, Lieutenant. Then I think these credentials of mine will answer your question.
I see. I will be happy to cooperate with you, Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you. Now, what can you tell me about the girl, Papa Valder?
Oh, very little, monsieur. Linya, she was a good waitress and a very good girl.
Oh, where'd she live?
In a rooming house about a half-hour's walk from this place. Here is the address.
Well, thank you, Lieutenant. Linya walked home every night, huh?
Yes, that is right, monsieur.
Well, then it seems logical that somewhere on her route she passed the spot of Jackson's killing and witnessed it.
I have investigated that. Linya could not possibly have arrived at the scene of the killing at the time when the killing took place. I walked off the distance myself. She could not have been closer than 3 blocks to it.
Then I don't get it. Why did the killer take off after her?
is most puzzling.
It sure is. The only other answer is that Linya knows something that she doesn't realize she knows. That means I've got to find her before the killer does.
Rangoon is a large city, Mitchell.
Yeah, and we're not even sure she's still in Rangoon. Well, thanks for the information, gentlemen. I think I'll go over to Linya's rooming house and see what I can find out there. Hey, wake up. Snap out of it. Come on, prop those little lids open a minute.
The return to reality is never as good as the dream.
Save the philosophy. You run this rooming house?
Yes, it is so.
You got any idea where this girl Linya could be?
No, none at all.
Come on, Rip Van Winkle. Pull yourself up off that desk.
What do you wish to know?
Do you know whether Linya had any relatives in this town, any place that she could have gone to hide?
She spoke of only one, a great uncle.
What's his name?
Dalai Singh is a priest.
Where could I find this Dalai Singh?
Oh, Dalai Singh. Go outside and face to the west. You will see the temple.
Okay, thanks. Well, so long, dreamboat. I locate the native temple and go inside. The only light comes from a few scattered candles. There are life-sized idols sitting up on perches along the walls. Then I spot a light coming from a room in the back of the temple. I start toward it. Suddenly, there's a grating noise. I look up. One of the idols is toppling over right on top of me. I dive to one side as it falls, and it hits me a glancing blow on the shoulder that sends me sprawling on the floor. There's a rustle of drapes behind the idol and running steps. By the time I pull myself up off the floor, there's no one in sight. I go into the back room. A little old man with a face like a prune is sitting there, staring straight ahead. Excuse me, I'd like to talk to you. I said I'd like to talk to you. Look, would you mind focusing your eyes on me a minute?
I must apologize. I am withdrawn. Yes, my son. What is it?
You're Dalai Singh?
That is my name.
And you're Linya's great-uncle?
That is the earthly relationship? Yes.
That was a pretty earthly reception you gave me a couple of minutes ago.
I do not understand.
That idol, the one that almost fell on me.
You must pardon me. I was so immersed in meditation, I heard nothing.
Oh? Well, I guess I wasn't that immersed because it sounded awfully noisy to me.
What do you wish of me?
I'm trying to find Linya.
For what purpose?
I want to find out what she knows about a killing that took place a few nights ago.
Is this your true purpose, my son?
That, and protecting her from whoever's after it.
Come closer. Now, gaze into my eyes. No, do not blink. Gaze steadily.
Look, what are you trying to do? Hypnotize me?
But a little longer. So, there is honesty in your eyes. You have passed the first test.
Well, that's good to know. Now, can you tell me where Linya is?
Be in front of the Shui Dagon Pagoda in 1 hour.
Shui Dagon Pagoda? How do I go about finding it?
You cannot fail to see it. It looms over the entire city.
Okay, in 1 hour. Will Linya be there?
Everything will be accomplished. Depart in peace.
Dalai Singh was right. It isn't hard to spot the pagoda, even at night. It's up on a rise overlooking the city. On the way up there, I get the feeling I'm being followed. I stop and turn around just in time to see a skinny little gent dart into the alley behind me. By the time I get to the pagoda, there's an uneasy thought packing away at my brain. This whole deal could be a trap. But there's nothing to do except to wait and find out.
Mr. Mitchell.
My arm! You are
Look,
hurting
I
me.
don't like guys slipping up behind me.
Please.
Hey, you're the guy who's been following me.
Yes, but I bring you no harm.
Who are you? What do you want?
I am Mowley, You seek the girl Linya? I can take you to her.
Yeah? How do I know this isn't a trap? Who sent you?
The priest, Dalai Singh.
I see. Where is Linya?
I must take you there. Come, we will walk.
Okay, Molly, but get this. I'll have one eye on you the whole way, and if this is a trap, if anything happens, it's going to happen to you first. Come on. Look, we've been winding our way through back alleys for the last half hour, Molly.
But here we are at proper place.
Okay, you first, and don't try anything.
Come.
Dark in here.
I will turn on the light. So.
Well, I sing.
Yes, Mr. Mitchell.
Look, what is all this? You send a guy to take me on a cook's tour of the city, then he brings me down a back alley to you again. You sure don't believe in taking any chances.
Toying with chance sometimes invites disaster.
Okay. Now, where's Linya?
Fetch the girl, Molly.
Very well. Enter.
Well, so this is Linya. You took a lot of finding, little lady.
Let the man speak first, my child.
Look, Linya, the man who tried to kill you the other night is probably the same one who killed Jackson. Did you get a good look at him?
One moment, Mr. Mitchell. You accept this girl as Linya?
Well, of course. You just got through telling me that...
No, I did not say she was Linya.
Wait a minute. You mean she isn't?
You have passed the second test, Mr. Mitchell. If you had been the one who was trying to harm Linya, then you would have known this girl was not she.
Oh, great. Look, isn't it about time the examinations were over? What do I have to get? Straight A's?
You have proven yourself. Now, I will direct you to Linya.
Is she here in Rangoon?
No. You must purchase a ticket on the river boat.
River boat?
Yes. It will take you up the Irrawaddy River. A person will approach you on the boat. You will say to that person, the jungle is very dark. If that person replies, but soon it will be light again, that person is your friend and will lead you to Linya at the next port.
Sounds like a pretty involved routine.
Linya has placed herself under my protection. I can do no less than my best. And now we part. I to return to the temple, you to take the trip up the river. May your journey be as safe as mine will be.
I go down to the waterfront and buy a ticket on the riverboat. I've got an hour before it shoves off, and then I realize I don't even know whether it's going to be a man or a woman who contacts me, so I go back to the temple to ask Dalai Singh. I start walking along the row of idols, and the one somebody tried to push over on me is still lying on the floor, but there's no vacant spot on the wall. There's another idol sitting there, but that idol moves a little. I go closer. Then, as it crumples over and drops to the floor, I see it's not an idol after all. It's Dalai Singh with a knife in his heart.
Maybe you've got the idea that I tell you all these things about Wheaties just so you'll go out and buy them. Well, that isn't it at all. I'm not worried about you. You've been eating Wheaties long enough to know how good they are. It's those neighbors of yours I'm thinking about. Now, suppose you just go over there some morning and just tell them all the nice things about Wheaties. Like, they're whole wheat and they're wonderful with milk and fruit and they make you feel fine and kids love them and they're flaky and crisp and loaded with vitamins. I think that'd be a mighty neighborly thing to do. Oh, say, I just happened to think, what if the neighbors are listening in tonight, too? They'll probably be over here tomorrow morning to tell you about Wheaties. Well, have fun.
And now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
May your journey be as safe as mine. That's what Dalai Singh had said to me, and now here he is, dead. And that gives me a strong hint as to what my journey is going to be like, because if Dalai Singh talked before he died, there's only going to be somebody trying to contact me aboard the boat. There'll also be somebody else trying to kill me. Well, we shove off. It's an old side-wheeler. I give the passengers the once-over trying to figure out which one to use the password about the dark jungle on. There are a few natives, a fat guy carrying a white trench coat, a smooth-looking Egyptian, and a girl. The kind of a girl you'd vote is the one you'd most like to take a trip up a river with. I stand there at the rail, and pretty soon she saunters over.
Hello.
Hi,
What's your name?
Steve. You?
Marge.
Hi, Marge.
You got a smoke?
Sure. Here.
Thanks.
Light?
Long way from home, aren't you, Steve?
Funny, I was thinking the same about you.
No, a riverboat, a bar, that's home to me.
Where are you heading?
Up the river, Mandalay. Gonna sing in a joint up there.
Oh?
Yeah. I guess my voice wouldn't get me into the store club, but they're not so particular in Burma.
You've been around this neck of the woods quite a while, huh?
About 3 lifetimes.
Say, that jungle is very dark, isn't it?
Hmm?
I said that jungle is very dark.
Oh, yeah. Well, I imagine it'll...
What's the matter?
That fat gent over there with the white trench coat, is he a friend of yours?
No, why?
He seems to be trying to take in every word.
Yeah. You know him?
I've seen him around Rangoon a few times. I think his name is Lazarus.
I see. Excuse me a minute, Marge.
Yeah, sure.
Good evening, Lazarus.
Huh?
Hey, just a minute.
What do you want?
You seemed pretty interested in what I was saying to the young lady a minute ago.
Why? I don't know what you're talking about.
No, you were sure drinking in every word, Lazarus.
You're mistaken. I was merely enjoying the view. Good night.
Uh-huh.
So I hope you will pardon my intrusion on your privacy. It was just that I could not avoid paying homage to such beauty.
You're a real flowery type guy, aren't you? Oh, Steve.
Hi. Looks like you just weren't meant to be lonely, Marge.
This is, what did you say your name was, Buster?
Camise, at your service.
Camise, meet Steve.
I am indeed honored, Steve. I hope you will forgive my intrusion on your tete-a-tete.
Yeah. Egyptian, aren't you?
Yes, from Cairo.
What brings you here to Burma?
Quite possibly the same thing that brings you here, Steve.
What's that?
Yes, I sense that we are two kindred spirits, each seeking adventure, each willing to travel around the world to find it.
You're just looking for adventure, huh?
Yes. You see, Steve, I am a romantic at heart. Else, why would I leave my considerable estate in Cairo to travel up a Burmese river on a rickety boat?
Brother, if I had a considerable estate in Cairo or Cairo, Illinois, I wouldn't be paddling through this swamp.
The quest for adventure often leads us to unlikely surroundings.
It sure does.
And now, please excuse me. Perhaps it was fated that we should meet, Steve. If so, we shall meet again.
Well, it'd be pretty hard to avoid meeting again on this tub. I'll see you around, commies.
Good night to you both.
Ha! Get a load of him. I am a romantic at heart yet.
Yeah. Hey, look, Marge, just before you spotted that guy Lazarus watching us, I made a remark to you about the jungle being pretty dark.
Yeah, I remember.
You started to say something in reply. What was it?
It'll keep, Steve.
Oh? Okay.
Well, I think I'll turn in.
I'll see you in the morning, huh?
Yeah. Matter of fact, I'll make a point of it.
I stand there at the rail alone, staring down into the black water of the Irrawaddy River, wondering how many crocodiles per cubic foot. At this point, it looks like Marge is the contact who's to lead me to the girl, Linya. That leaves either the flowery Egyptian Camise or the guy with the white trench coat, Lazarus, as the killer of Dolly Singh. But I've got to be sure who's who before I can do anything about it. Then, suddenly, there's a faint sound behind me. A hand shoves me. Out of the corner of my eye, I get a glimpse of a white coat as I topple over the side. There's a loose line trailing in the water. I grab at it as I hit. It almost jerks my arm out of the socket, but I hang on. Got no desire to be a crocodile bait, and finally, I pull myself back on board. There's no one in sight, but I know the white coat I spotted belongs to one Mr. Lazarus. The next morning, we dock at a river port. Lazarus is the first one ashore. I follow him to a little shop.
Oh, yes, sir. May I say you some nice trinkets this morning?
Where's the guy who just came in here?
But I do not know what you're talking about,
Wait
sir.
a minute. That door over there, where does it lead?
Oh, just to the back room. But I have nice trinkets. But, sir, where are you going? No, wait.
Hello, Lazarus.
Good morning, Mr. Mitchell. Come in, please.
Huh?
Quickly, we have no time to lose.
Look, what's this all about, Lazarus?
I did not have a chance to contact you aboard the boat, Mitchell. You were never alone, so I reasoned that if I left the boat in a hurry, you would follow me. You did.
You trying to tell me that you're my contact?
I am. Dalai Singh is a friend of mine.
Don't give me that. You tried to shove me overboard last night. I spotted your white trench coat.
That coat was stolen from my stateroom.
All right, try this. The jungle is very dark.
But soon it'll be light again. And as further proof of my identity, Linya.
What?
Yes, Mr. Lazarus?
Hey.
You may join us now, child.
So this is Linya. You've been hiding in the back of the shop ever since you left Rangoon, huh?
Yes. My great-uncle Dalai Singh said he would send help to me. How is he?
I'm sorry, Linya, but he's dead.
What's that?
Dalai Singh? Dead?
My one friend. Gone.
I think the same person who's after you killed him. And an American newspaper man named Jackson. Linya, now you've got to tell me who that person is.
I? Oh, but I know nothing, Mr. Mitchell. I do not know why someone is trying to kill me.
Look, you worked at Papa Valdar's restaurant in Rangoon.
Yes.
Every night, you leave right at 8 and start walking home. Now, the night of the killing, you must have seen something on the way home.
No, I saw nothing.
Then you heard something. Shots, for instance.
No.
Mitchell, do you suppose the killer mistook Linya for another girl?
I don't know. Look, I'm going to try once more, Linya. Now, try to remember.
Yes.
On the night of the killing, you left Papa Valdar's at 8 o'clock as usual, right?
Yes.
Now, 15 minutes later, you were within 4 blocks of the scene of the killing. That's about half a mile from Papa Valdar's restaurant.
No, I did not get that far.
What?
I realized I had forgotten to take some food that Papa Valder had given me. So I went back to the restaurant to get it.
But, Mitchell, that means Linya could not possibly have witnessed the killing. It must be a case of mistaken identity.
Just a minute, Lazarus. Keep on, Linya.
Well, I opened the door. Then I saw someone inside the restaurant.
Who was it?
I do not know. I had never seen this person before.
I guess she means me.
Oh, that is the one.
Marge.
There's a gun.
Hold it. Nice and steady, all of you. Well, Steve, you were concentrating so hard on following Lazarus when he left the boat, you made it pretty easy for me to follow you. Thanks for leading me to Linya.
Yeah. Congratulations to me. Chump of the world.
Oh, now, Buster, let's not cry in our beer. Oh, my, such long faces. Well, it looks like little Marge will have to cheer you up.
Well, what are you going to do? Tell a joke or something?
You know, I might at that. Because I've got a real funny one stored up for you kids. It'll kill you.
No kidding. It actually may cost you money not to eat breakfast. Honest. Look, you skip breakfast, so comes lunch, and you got to eat like a horse to catch up. And that's tough on the budget. So here's the deal. Start breakfast with a nice bowl of crisp whole wheat Wheaties with milk and some fruit, maybe. They'll be just about wearing off at noon, and you'll be all set for a nice, reasonable lunch. And you know, with those Wheaties in there, you'll feel as good as money in the bank all morning long.
Now, here is the conclusion of Dangerous Assignment.
What are you going to do to us?
Are you kidding?
You mean you're going to kill us just because Linya happened to see you in a restaurant?
That's the general idea, Lazzy, old boy.
Well, why don't you get it over with, Marge?
In a minute, Buster.
You can call me Steve, and what are you waiting for?
My little helper. I don't want any slip-ups.
Helper? Then you're not in this deal alone.
No, he's tying up that shopkeeper out in front. Oh, here he is now.
Papa Valder.
Oui. Good evening, Linya. You have been most difficult to find.
Well, I begin to get it. You and Papa Valder were running the political refugee racket together, Marge. You killed the correspondent Jackson, then went back to report to Valder, but just then Linya stuck her head in the door. You two didn't want to be seen together, so you took off after Linya.
Come, my dear. Let us attend to the business at hand without further delay.
Okay, Pop.
Wait.
Huh?
You must spare my life. I beg of you.
Oh, save it, hero.
But I was only trying to do a favor for a friend. I had nothing to do with it.
You sure
must
picked
believe
nice,
me.
brave guys to work with, Steve.
Please, don't kill me. I'll do anything you say. Please, I beg of you.
Get up off your knees. Take it like a big boy, Lazarus.
Suddenly, I realize what Lazarus is up to. He's squealing for mercy like a stuck pig. But all the while, he's inching slowly forward on his knees toward Marge's gun.
I said get up.
Very well.
Let go of that gun.
Valder is behind Marge. He whips out his gun and jumps to one side, but I meet him halfway. The slug hits the wall, and Valder hits the floor. Marge gives Lazarus a foot in the face and swings her gun free, but a second too late.
Let go of my wrist.
Drop that gun or I'll break your arm.
Oh, yeah?
Drop it. Thanks. I'll take it now. You okay, Lazarus?
Quite.
Looks like he's a little bigger hero than you gave him credit for, Marge.
Okay. So things didn't turn out quite like I'd figured. No hard feelings, Steve.
Oh, no? No hard feelings? You kill a newspaper man and a priest, to say nothing of a few political refugees here and there along the line, but no hard feelings.
Well, you've got a right to your theories. Can I go now?
You are kidding.
Look, Buster, you've got no proof of any of this. There weren't any witnesses to either of those killings, and if you think you're going to get any kind of confession out of me...
I've got your gun, Marge, and that's just as good as a confession.
What are you talking about?
The police back in Rangoon have the slug that killed Jackson. 5 will get you 10 that matches these in your gun.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, even in Burma they've got ballistics. And I bet that's one word you'll wish had never been invented. But no hard feelings, Marge. I mean, Buster. Come on.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif with music by Basil Adlam and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Join us again next Wednesday when Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell embarks on another dangerous assignment.
And this is your Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen next Monday night to Frank Lovejoy and Night Beat on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
Going to bake a pie sometime soon? Make it with Crust Quick, the Betty Crocker pie crust mix. You know it's a tender, flaky crust that's at the bottom of every delicious pie, sure as you use Crust Quick. And so easy.
Just add water to Crust Quick.
And what pie crust? Tender crust, tasty crust, rich, short, lovely crust, just like Betty Crocker makes. And you can make it.
Just add water to Crust Quick.
Crust Quick, the Betty Crocker pie crust mix. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. Tomorrow, Perry Como sings at the Supper Club on NBC. Wheaties presents Dangerous Assignment. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Dangerous Assignment. Another in the Wheaties' big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to involve my trying to poke a hole in the Iron Curtain with just one weapon, a little white pill. Morning, Commissioner.
Steve, Bill Sorensen was arrested in the Balkans the other day.
Bill Sorensen? He and I used to be roommates at the Naval Academy.
I know. That's why you're elected.
Elected to what?
Sorensen was arrested on charges of espionage. His trial started today. He's confessed to a lot of things, among them being a member of naval intelligence.
What? Now, look. If Sorensen were a member of naval intelligence, that's the last thing in the world he'd ever admit, Commissioner.
I know. Now, Steve, we think Sorensen's under the influence of a certain drug. We think it's a new one that makes you say anything you've been told to say. Now, if we're right, if that's the drug that's being used, here's the antidote. This little white pill.
Sounds like a lot of ifs, Commissioner.
I know, but that's all you got to work on, Steve.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You're not trying to tell me I'm supposed to go over to the Balkans and give Sorensen this pill, are you?
Yes, he's being held in a jail in the city of Zava.
Look, isn't there anyone who can help me?
Yes. Here's a torn page out of a book, Steve. Take it to the Benesh bookshop in Zava. You'll find help there. Now, Steve, get over there. Administer the antidote to Sorensen, and then get him and yourself out of there if possible. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Dangerous Assignment will continue in just a moment. But first, a word from Frank Martin, the Wheaties man.
Say, speaking of Wheaties, breakfast of champions, if you've got a small baseball player around your house, the kind who comes in from the corner lot barely in time for supper, we've got a message for him. It's from Jackie Robinson, pride of the Brooklyn Dodgers, and a Wheaties fan. My advice on training, Jackie Robinson says, is to start young, get lots of Wheaties, nourishing, swell eating. And you bet they are. Wheaties, nourishing. Vitamins, minerals, food energy. You can't beat whole wheat for nourishment. And you can't beat Wheaties for whole wheat. For kids, for grown-ups. Well, there you are. Whole wheat flakes with milk and fruit. This champion recommends them. If you've got a growing-up champion on hand, dish them out and have some yourself, huh? Wheaties, breakfast of champions.
Now, here is Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent.
Yeah, this is a job I'm going to love. I can see that already. Steve Mitchell, armed with a book page and a pill, saves the day. But the only thing that's worrying me is who's going to save Steve Mitchell. It's Tuesday when I get to the Benish bookshop in Zarva. I flash the torn book page to Benish, and he leads me into the back room.
Here you are, Mitchell, the floor plan of the prison. Study it carefully.
Hey, brother, this makes Alcatraz look like a country club.
Now, here is the cell on the 3rd floor where Sorensen is imprisoned. On the floor, directly below, is the courtroom where his trial is being held.
Yeah, and here's the nearest outside door on the ground floor below the courtroom.
Yes, at 5 o'clock this afternoon, there will be a truck outside the door. But it can only stay there for 3 minutes. The trial will continue all afternoon. If you and Sorensen can get to that door around 5, you can make your escape in that truck.
Well, you told me how to get out of the place, but you've omitted a couple of small details, like how am I going to get into the place? And how am I going to slip this pill to Sorensen?
How you give him the pill will have to be up to you, Mitchell. But this camera and these forged identification papers identify you as an employee of World Photos, and you will be given admittance to the trial.
I see. Look, have you any idea what Sorensen found out that they didn't want him to know?
I do not know. But you had better get over to the prison, Mitchell. You have no time to lose. Remember, the truck will be waiting outside the gate at 5 this afternoon.
May I have your attention, please? Quiet! Please. Thank you. Allow me to introduce myself to the press. I am Colonel Mitro, commandant of this prison. Now, I have gathered your reporters and photographers together in order to examine your papers. You, sir, I will start with you.
Me?
Yes, your papers, please.
Well, here they are.
So, yes, they appear to be in order. One moment while I check my list. Yes, your name is on it. It is your pass which will admit you to the trial.
Thank you, Colonel.
One moment, please.
What's the matter?
Matter? Nothing is the matter. I merely wish to inform you that one of your colleagues is here.
My colleagues?
Yes, another representative of World Photos.
Oh, I see. Well, it's a pretty large outfit, Colonel, and I've...
There she is over there. Miss Travnik.
Oh, look, don't bother.
You called me, Colonel Mitro?
Yes. Here is a colleague of yours, Miss Travnik, Mr. Mitchell.
Oh? Really?
You will excuse me now. I must examine the rest of the credentials. You over there, may I see your face?
Your face looks familiar, Mr. Mitchell. I believe we have met before, haven't we?
I don't know, have we?
Perhaps in Vienna last year.
Yeah, perhaps.
How long have you been working for World Photo?
Oh, not very long. How about you?
5, 6 years. Strange. We should have run into each other several times, both working for the same company.
Well, it's sort of a big outfit, you know.
Yes, but even so...
All your papers are in order, ladies and gentlemen. And now, if you will follow me, I would like to conduct you on a brief tour of our prison. We want all of you people to see what a model prison this is. How every comfort is provided for each prisoner. In our spotless kitchen down there at the end of the hall are prepared tasty and nourishing meals which here, you will be able to see and judge for yourselves. Krupal.
Yes, Colonel?
Krupal, show the people the fine food you are carrying on that tray.
Yes, Colonel.
There. As you see, ladies and gentlemen, it is quite a tasty lunch. To which prisoner are you taking this tray, Krupal?
To the self-confessed spy and enemy of Enemy of
the people, Krupal.
Enemy of the people, Colonel.
Yes. You see? We show mercy even to confessed spies like this Sorensen. You may go now, Krupal.
Thank you, Colonel.
And now we will resume our tour. On the right, you see the administration officers. Notice how clean and official. And on the left...
Hey, Krupar.
Yes?
Would you like to have your picture taken?
My picture? Oh, but of course, that would be nice.
Sure. Servant of the people carries food to enemy of the people. Here. Now, just hold it a second like that. There.
Oh,
now, wait a minute. I want one of you without the tray. Here, I'll take it. That sure looks like a good lunch. Stew, hot tea. I'll just set the tray on the floor. And have a... Whoops.
Oh, please be careful, sir.
That's okay. I just spilled a little tea into the saucer. I'll pour it back. There we are.
Oh, I hope it is all right. The colonel would be furious if anything happened to that specially prepared lunch.
Specially prepared? Why, I thought these were the kind of meals you served all the time, even to the enemies of the people, Krupar.
Yes, of course. I forgot.
Mr. Mitchell.
Huh? Oh, Colonel Mitro.
Mr. Mitchell, may I inquire what you are doing?
Why, just snapping some pictures of Krupar here.
No harm was intended, Colonel.
It is the firm policy of this prison that all members of the press will stay together under my supervision.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, Colonel. Well, let's resume the grand tour. We finished the tour, then go into the courtroom to wait for the trial. I'm sweating it out, wondering if Sorensen has drunk the tea I'd slipped the pill into, and if so, how long before the antidote will take effect. Then a husky guard leads Sorensen into the courtroom. They sit him down about 6 feet from me. I have to keep my camera covering part of my face because if Sorensen is still under the effect of the drug and spots me, he'll probably spill all about me. A gent with a face like a vulture starts hammering questions at Sorensen. And his answer sounds like he's reading them out of a book.
Is that not true?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Sorensen, it is also true that you own a marine construction company.
Yes, it is true.
Now, this company undertakes the construction of various piers and also repairs boats.
Yes.
But actually, this company is but a front for your espionage activities directed by you.
Yes, that is true.
Now, tell the court the exact nature of your espionage activities.
I spied on ship movements at the waterfront. I also kept records of troop movements.
Go on.
I spied
Go on.
No. Wait a minute. What am I saying? No, that's not true. I've never done any spying.
The prisoner will confine him.
I'm not a spy.
The question.
I run on a
legitimate business. I've never engaged in espionage. Take your hands off.
Take the prisoner.
I tell you at once.
The courtroom's in an uproar. The guards yank Sorensen out of his seat. And just then our eyes meet. Sorensen droops one eyelid for a second and then turns to go. The antidote has worked. He's okay now, and now is my chance. I shoulder my way through the crowd into the hall. A lot of people are milling around. I get to Sorensen and the guard just as they reach the elevator.
What do you want? Stand back. Sorry, Buster.
Come on, Sorensen. Let's get to the elevator fast.
Okay, Steve. Oh, brother, am I glad to see you. What happened, Steve?
They had you drugged, Bill. I slipped an antidote into the tea they brought you. Look, our only chance is to get to the ground floor and out to the truck at the gate before they sound the alarm.
Here we are.
Good. The hall's deserted. They're probably still milling around upstairs. Come on.
That door down at the end of the hall, Steve. Does that lead outside?
Yeah, there should be a truck waiting there for us. Here we are. Oh, great. It's locked.
What?
Yeah, and it was supposed to be open.
Steve.
Huh?
Somebody's unlocking the door from the outside.
Yeah, brother, we better get lost.
Ah, here they are.
My guard and another one with him.
Come on.
Soldi! Yes, both of you. We will not hesitate to shoot. So, you would escape, huh? But the little plan did not work. And now you will have a cellmate, Mr. Sorensen.
Wheaties now. Are you with them? All over this big, wide country, people are going to be shaking the Wheaties into the cereal bowls tomorrow morning. All over the country. In big houses, little houses, penthouses, ranch houses. Because all different kinds of people, no matter what they do, know that a good breakfast can help them do it better. If you're going to do the ironing tomorrow, or if you've got a tough day ahead, do it better all morning with the help of Wheaties for breakfast. Yep, first you need your Wheaties. Farmers can farm better, drillers can drill better, plumbers can plumb better with a better breakfast. You start with these likable little flakes of whole wheat, and you work better all morning long. Crisp, and they're crackling with energy. Fresh, and they're bouncing with nourishment. Just pour the Wheaties into the bowl, sugar 'em, cream 'em, strawberry 'em if you want to. See if you don't feel the difference. Tomorrow, start with Wheaties and work happy.
Now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
We have done well, Varys. We have captured not only Sorensen, but the man who was helping him escape.
The colonel will be pleased with us.
Run, tell him at once. I will hold my gun on these two while you're gone.
Very well.
Well, thanks for the try anyway, Steve.
That's okay. I'm sorry it didn't work out.
But it will, Mitchell.
Huh?
Go quickly.
Hey, what do you mean?
Hey, wait a minute. Don't tell me you're the boy that they told me would help me inside the prison.
Yes, when you grabbed Sorensen from me at the elevator, I was not expecting you would hit me so hard.
What?
That is why it took me so long to get down here and open the door for you.
Oh, brother, now I've seen everything.
But you must hurry. The truck is waiting for you over there.
Yeah, I see it. Okay, guard. Thanks a lot.
One moment.
Huh?
Hit me.
Again?
I must have some reason for allowing you to escape. Hurry, you have not much time. As soon as they discover you got away, they will set off the alarm.
Well, okay. This is a pretty poor way to show my appreciation, but thanks. Anyway, come on, Sorensen. We spot the truck outside, dive into it, and roar through the prison gates. A siren splits the air, and the gates clang shut behind us. We turn into the highway, and I jam the accelerator down to the floorboard. Get down, that's machine gun.
What about you?
I'd sure give a lot for an automatic pilot in this buggy right now.
Steve!
I'm okay, just a little broken glass in the face. There. We're out of sight for a little while now, but they'll be coming after us. We've got to ditch this car and take off to the city on foot.
Listen, they're coming after us, all right.
Hey, wait a minute. Those low-hanging trees on the side of the road.
Steve, watch it! Tree trunk ahead!
I see it.
You know, Steve, I thought we used to get into scrapes when we were plebes at the Naval Academy, but they didn't hold a candle to this.
Yeah? Well, midshipman, you better come up with an operation plan right now as to where we're heading. You got any ideas?
Yeah, my fiance's brother. He's a black market operator, has a hideout in town.
Well, lead the way.
Steve, I've stumbled onto something hot. There's a Navy task force cruising in the eastern Mediterranean heading this way.
You mean one of ours?
That's right. And sometime tonight, they're going to run into some mines.
What? How do you know?
Well, the other day, I spotted a fishing boat down at the waterfront. It looked phony to me, so I did a little snooping. It was a mine layer. I got close enough to pick up a little of their conversation. Their plan was to lay a few mines in the path of the task force. Afterward, they could always claim they were floating mines from the last war.
Oh, great. Look, have you any idea where they laid the mines?
Well, from what I picked up, I think I could locate them on a chart, but somehow we've got to get word to that task force, Steve.
Yeah, that isn't going to be easy.
Here we are, Steve.
Who is there?
Sorensen.
Sorensen. Quick, come inside.
Okay, come on, Steve. Tribnik, this is Steve Mitchell. He arranged my escape.
Where is Eva?
Eva, what do you mean?
Well, I thought she would be with you.
Why?
Well, she said she had worked out escape plan for you.
What?
She went to the jail posing as photographer. She had little red truck with
Wait
her.
a minute. Eva Travnik.
Yes, my sister. Sorensen's fiancée.
Holy smoke, that's the girl I met in the prison. She was posing as another representative of World Photos.
She was what?
Yes, she had little red truck, and she was going to try and arrange an escape.
Steve, I'm going back there. They'll hold her as your accomplice.
No, you're not.
Eva's in trouble. I tell you, I'm going back.
Don't be a fool.
Get out of my way, Steve.
Look, if anyone goes back there, it's going to be me.
Well, you, but you can't...
Look, you've got to plot the position of those mines on a chart and get word out somehow. I'll see what I can do about Eva.
But how can we get word out? They probably got the telephone switchboard tapped.
Yeah, and they probably got the depot covered, too.
Wait a minute. Hey, why didn't I think of it? Travnik's plane.
What?
Like I told you, Travnik here's a black market operator. He does a lot of flitting around undercover. He's got a little plane stashed out at a cow pasture just outside of town.
Yes. You see, Mitchell, I do not approve of the government in power here, so unknown to them, I make them pay me for the privilege of remaining in power.
Well, if we could get out of here by plane, we might be able to contact the task force by radio. Travnik, I guess it's up to you. Look, you say you like to make the government pay you. Well, this would cost them plenty, but I'm afraid there wouldn't be any dough in it for you.
That's what bothers me. But men once told me there were other things in life beside money. Perhaps this will give me a chance to find out if he was right. Very well. I will try to get you out.
Good. Write down the location of the cow pasture where you've got the plane. Sorensen, get out a chart and plot the position of those mines.
You gonna go after Eva?
I'm gonna try. You two, get out to the plane and get it warmed up. And if I'm not there in 1 hour, well, don't wait for me. I take back streets and cut across fields. 20 minutes later, I get to the road outside the prison. They've set up a searchlight and a roadblock, and there are a long line of parked cars and trucks. The guards are checking them one at a time. I spot Eva's red truck, the third one back from the roadblock. I've got to act fast. Then I see a lieutenant in a heavy overcoat standing on my side of the road. I ease over.
Halt!
Lieutenant.
Who are you?
One of the reporters covering the trial, Lieutenant. There's a body over here.
A body? Where? Show me.
It's in the bushes.
But I don't see any body. What is it?
Right here, Lieutenant. It's going to be yours. I slip on the lieutenant's coat and cap. Then I run over to Eva's truck and jump onto the running board.
What do you... Wait. It's Steve Mitchell.
Yeah. Pull out a line and head for the roadblock.
But they will stop us.
Maybe not if they don't get a good look at me. Come on.
All right.
Keep going slowly. Straight ahead.
Halt! All cars and trucks ought to be jacked.
Colonel Mitro's orders.
Oh, forgive me, Lieutenant. Proceed.
Speed up. You know how to get to that cow pasture where your brother keeps his plane?
Yes, Steve.
Okay, head for it and don't spare the horses.
There it is. They've moved it out of the barn.
Come on, hurry.
Eva! Eva, you okay?
Yes, Bill.
Get in. We're all ready to take off.
Okay.
All set?
Yeah, let her go. Hey, look ahead of us. On the field.
Police cars. They must have followed you here.
Oh, great. 4 of them blocking the runway and a grove of trees behind us. That's it, brother. We're through.
Here's why it's Wheaties, breakfast of champions. What are you doing tomorrow? Going to the factory? Getting to the shop early? Or just taking it easy with 3 kids and the house to clean? If you've got things to do tomorrow, start tomorrow with Wheaties, breakfast of champions. They're whole wheat flakes, and they give you whole wheat energy. Vitamins, minerals, proteins, too. All the good work-speeding nourishment that whole wheat has to offer, you get in Wheaties. That's why with milk and fruit, they help make a better breakfast that helps you do a better job. So look, tomorrow, next day, as soon as you can, get Wheaties onto the breakfast table. Be good to yourself. Have a bowl of Wheaties and feel the difference in the morning's work.
Now, here is the conclusion of Dangerous Assignment.
Steve, what are we going to do? We can't take off.
And who says we can?
But those police cars are blocking the runway ahead.
So we will just go the other way, that's all.
Full engine? Left, rather.
Hey, what the... Hey, you're turning the plane around.
Certainly. Now we taxi.
Hey, you're heading right for those trees. Watch out.
Oh, brakes. And right, rather. So.
Look, there's a clearing in the trees.
Certainly. In my business, one must prepare for such emergencies. Now, left, rather.
Hey. Well, what do you know? Another cow pasture on the other side of the grove.
This one I call my emergency runway.
Well, I gotta hand it to you, Travnik, but we're not off the ground yet.
Hold on. It's going to be bumpy takeoff.
Steve, look back there. Gun flashes, they're shooting at us.
Get down, Eva. Bill!
Oh, dear, oh, dear. Well, a hole in the wing cuts down wind resistance, I suppose.
Yeah, we're liable to collect more than a hole in the wing if you don't get this baby airborne soon.
No sooner spoke than did.
Oh, boy, you better head for the coast, Travnik.
Yes, I agree. The sea air will be welcome change right now.
Steve, I plotted the location of those mines, but how are we going to get in touch with that task force?
Hand me that microphone, Travnik.
Yes, certainly. Here you are.
Steve, what frequency are you going to try?
That was I was trying to remember. There's an aircraft voice circuit that they always guard. 4-1 something.
That's right. Wait a minute. It's 4145 kilocycles.
Yeah. I'll tune to it.
How are you going to call them? We address them as U.S. Navy Task Force, they'll think it's a trick.
I know. We don't have any idea what code name they're using. Wait a minute.
Huh?
We'll tie it in with the Naval Academy somehow.
What do you mean?
Well, the name of a building or... Yeah, that's it. Look, Bill, you and I room together as plebes in Bancroft Hall. Maybe that'll work. I'll give it a try. Plebe to Bancroft Hall. Plebe to Bancroft Hall. Over.
I hope they're within range so they can receive us.
I'll try it again. Plebe to Bancroft Hall. Plebe to Bancroft Hall. Over.
Bancroft Hall to Plebe.
Hey!
Bancroft Hall to Plebe. Identify yourself. Over.
Steve, they picked us up.
Yeah. Plebe to Bancroft Hall. If you've got a Navy register aboard, look up Steve Mitchell, class of 1935. But first, take this message. Mines. Floating mines. At latitude 37 degrees, 33 minutes north. Longitude 18 degrees, 26 minutes east. Repeat and over.
Bancroft Hall to Plebe. Latitude 37 degrees, 33 minutes north. Longitude 18 degrees, 26 minutes east.
Emergency turn 9, emergency turn 9.
Oh, boy. They must have been right on top of those mines, Bill.
Yeah.
I heard someone give an emergency turn signal.
Oh, brother, that's too close.
You know the frequency of the Zarva radio station, Travnik?
Oh, certainly, but they have lousy programs, Mitch.
Well, turn her around a bit and see if you can pick up a newscast. I'd like to see how we're doing.
All right.
You know, I'd sure hate to go through a routine like this every day.
You can say that again.
But we are safe now. And that is all that matters.
Wait. Here is our radio station.
Good evening, friends and comrades. This is Colonel Mitro speaking.
Well, our old friend.
I have been asked by the radio station to make a statement concerning the brazen and treacherous jailbreak this afternoon. Rest assured, the fugitives will be apprehended shortly.
Don't hold your breath, Colonel.
And I am happy to announce that the ringleader of the plot has been executed. A prison guard who turned traitor to the people.
Steve!
Turn it off, Travnik. That was our friend.
Yeah.
He was trying to help. And now he is dead.
Yeah. And we think we went through a lot. Well, I hope he knows we got away.
He must know.
Yeah, well, one thing I know. As long as there are guys like him, that Iron Curtain's going to have a few holes in it.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Wright with music by Basil Adlam and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Join us again next Wednesday when Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell embarks on another dangerous assignment.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen next Monday night to Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
Going to bake a pie sometime soon? Make it with Crust Quick, the Betty Crocker pie crust mix. You know it's a tender, flaky crust that's at the bottom of every delicious pie, sure as you use Crust Quick. And so easy.
Just add water to Crust Quick.
And what pie crust? Tender crust, tasty crust, rich, short, lovely crust, just like Betty Crocker makes. And you can make it.
Just add water to Crust Quick.
Crust Quick, the Betty Crocker pie crust mix. Tomorrow, Perry Como sings at the Supper Club on NBC. Wheaties presents Dangerous Assignment. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Dangerous Assignment, another in the Wheaties big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment is going to involve my trying to save the lives of several thousand people with just a ferry boat whistle, a window, and a hunk of tape.
Well, here he is, Commissioner. I found him slaving over a hot swimming pool.
Thanks, Ruth. Morning, Steve.
Commissioner?
I'll have his papers in order when you're through with him, Commissioner.
Steve, what do you know about Istanbul, Turkey?
Well, is that something like Chicken a la King?
You can take that up with their Chamber of Commerce the day after tomorrow.
What? I'm flying to Turkey?
You're practically airborne right now.
What's the deal?
Steve, with the Korean situation, what it is, we're up against a giant conspiracy to discredit us in all parts of the world. And we've got to be on the alert against it, no matter how fantastic these attempts are. Last week, for example, we were accused of dropping potato bugs in eastern Germany to ruin the crops.
Yeah. I guess you can call that fantastic, all right.
Sure it is. But don't forget that a lot of people in this world have been brought up to believe what they're told.
Yeah, but look, how does all this tie in with my flying to Istanbul?
There's a radio commentator named George Champlin who's been touring the Near East. This morning he called his headquarters here in the States to tell him he'd recorded something pretty hot on his tape recorder.
Well, what was it?
We don't know. He said over the phone that it affects our government directly and that whatever it was going to happen Thursday. Then the connection was broken off, and Champlin hasn't been heard from since.
He said it was going to happen Thursday. Well, look, it's Tuesday now. I won't even get to Istanbul until Thursday.
I know. It's cutting it awful close, but we can't help it. Now, Steve, this could be another of those attempts to discredit us. We've got to find out. Lieutenant Deverick of the Istanbul police is in charge on their end. Get over there. Work with him and find Champlin and his roll of tape. Well, I said, you've got your assignment. Good luck.
Dangerous Assignment will continue in a moment. Now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Isn't that a perfect name they thought up for him? Says just exactly what they are. Wheaties. There just isn't anything that sounds wheatier than that. Nothing that gives you more 100% whole wheat energy either. The good kind that stays right in there with you all morning long. You just try it and see. Just see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. You get a bowl of Wheaties under your belt or apron tomorrow morning and see how the big Thursday chores all seem to turn out to be little ones. Dishes to do? Breeze right through them. Tough customer to call on? Nothing to it. Papers to carry? Ball game to win? They're all going to seem a lot easier with Wheaties vitamins and minerals helping you out. So tomorrow, for sure, see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
That's the swell thing about my job. I'm always fighting the hour hand. All I have to do is fly 5,000 or 6,000 miles to Turkey and find a guy named George Champlin and his tape recording the day I get there. Well, my plane lands at Istanbul, and I head for the police station. Lieutenant Deverick is roosting behind his desk, staring glumly at two natives who are squirming uneasily in their chairs across from him.
I am afraid you are too late, Mitchell.
What do you mean, Lieutenant?
You are looking for this man, George Champlin.
That's right.
His body has just been taken to our morgue downstairs.
What?
Yes. You, what is your name again?
I am Kozan, honored lieutenant.
Yes. Tell Mr. Mitchell what you have just told me, Kozan.
Yes. It was a bad thing. I was leading my horse cart along a narrow road in the hills outside the city. Suddenly, I saw a car traveling down the road toward me very fast. It was weaving back and forth across the road. Oh, I was covered by fear. I looked for a place of safety, but I could
your story to the essentials, Kozan.
Yes, honored lieutenant. I jumped to one side just as the car hit my horse cart and plunged over the side of the hill. I ran to the edge of the hill and looked over in time to see the car burst into flames.
One of my men nearby heard the crash and went to investigate. He found a body in the wreckage. We have identified that body as that of the American George Champlin.
I see. Kozan, you said the car was weaving back and forth across the road as it approached?
Yes, it was so. At first, I thought the driver was drunk. But then as the car drew near, it looked as though he was struggling with someone who was in the back seat.
Did you get a close look at this other person?
No.
Could this other person have jumped to safety as the car went over the hill?
That is a perhaps. The car hesitated on the side of the hill for an instant, then plunged to the bottom.
Where does this other fellow fit into the deal, Lieutenant?
Permit me. I am Abdul. What this man Kozan says is true. I was walking along the road when this car sped by me and hit his horse cart.
Did you get a look at the person in the back seat, Abdul?
Only for a moment. It seemed to me it was a woman.
A woman?
But I could not be certain.
Very well, very well. The two of you may go now.
Thank you, honored lieutenant.
Thank you.
But leave your names and addresses with the sergeant outside this office.
It will be done. One question, if you will permit.
What is it?
Who is to pay for my horse and cart?
You will be notified as to the insurance company involved. The matter rests between you and them.
Thank you, honored lieutenant.
A most regrettable development in the case, Mitchell.
Yeah.
I suppose you know I'm also looking for some tape on which Champlin supposedly recorded something pretty hot.
Yes, according to our understand, it was something vital to our government. We did find a tape recorder and some spools of tape in the back of Champlin's car.
What?
But they were almost completely destroyed by fire.
You say Champlin's body is in the morgue now?
Yes, downstairs.
Come on, let's take a look. There was nothing in his pockets, huh?
No tape, if that is what you mean.
Well, I guess we can't find out anything more here. Brother, his clothes sure look like they took a beating.
Yes, they are quite scorched.
Yeah.
You see how the sleeve pulls away in your hand?
Debrick.
What is it?
Look, wrapped around his arm under the sleeve.
Ah, a fragment of tape.
Yeah, just a fragment, but maybe it's what we're looking for. Come on, let's get a recorder and play it.
I'm ready, Mitchell.
Let her go.
Very well. I will start the machine.
Nassif, you know who this is? Good. Now listen carefully. The meeting will be here on Thursday night at midnight. Just a minute. There is too much noise. There. I closed the window. Now your job is to get the necessary equipment. Do you understand? Do not tell me you are getting faint-hearted, Nassif. Of course many will die. That is the plan. The Americans will be blamed for it. And do not let me hear any more of your stupid fears. One more thing. Contact the other party involved and have him telephone me for his instructions within 30 minutes. I will wait here until 10:30.
That's all there is of the tape?
Yes, the rest was burned beyond use.
Oh, great. We've sure got a lot to go on. So there's going to be a meeting somewhere in Istanbul tonight. It has a lot to do with a plot to kill a lot of people. Look, I still don't see how my government can be blamed.
It is very mystifying, Mitchell. We have only a recorded fragment of a telephone conversation to go on. But one thing is certain. We must find the location of that meeting place before midnight tonight.
Yeah, but how? That guy on the phone wasn't kind enough to furnish us with his address. Hey, wait.
What is it?
Rewind that tape and start it over again.
Very well. What do you have in mind, Mitchell?
There's a sound in there I want to hear again, up near the front.
Yes. Yes, I was wondering about that also. There, it is rewound. Now, here it is again.
Nassif, you know who this is? Good. Now listen carefully. The meeting will be here on Thursday night at midnight. Just a minute. There is too much noise.
That's the sound I wanted to hear.
It sounds like a boat whistle, Mitchell.
Yeah.
Have you heard enough?
Wait.
There. I closed the window. Now your job is to get the necessary equipment.
Turn it off.
You understand?
It's not much to go on,
Indeed, it is not. All we know is that a boat whistle sounded as he was talking on the telephone.
Yeah, we also know that whistle was sounded at about 10 p.m. The guy on the phone said that he'd wait there till 10:30. That's 30 minutes later. The pegs the time for us, doesn't it?
Yes, but we still do not know where he called from.
Yeah, that's what we've got to try to find out.
And we have no idea what's behind this whole thing.
And you've got me.
Excuse me.
I wonder...
Lieutenant Deverick speaking. Yes? What? But... I see. Send him in at once. Mitchell.
What's the matter?
A very strange occurrence. This must be the man now.
You are Lieutenant Deverick?
Yes. You are the one from the university?
That is right, yes. I am Kumsar.
Hey, you look like you've been tangling with a meat grinder.
Tell us your story, Kumsar.
I work for the university in their research laboratory. An hour ago, I was carrying a rack full of test tubes to the vault. I was attacked and knocked unconscious. When I recovered, the test tubes were gone.
What was in these test tubes?
Cultures of many rare bacilli. I have the list written down, as you can see.
Skip the technicalities and give it to us in plain English.
Very well. In those test tubes were some of the most deadly bacteria known to man.
What? Look, do you have any idea who jumped you?
No, I heard one of them call the other Nassif, I think it was.
Nassif. That was the name the guy on the tape recording used. And he told him to get what he called the necessary equipment. It ties in, Deverick.
But that means those test tubes will be at the meeting tonight.
$11. Say, I've got a little story to tell you about that. One of my wife's girlfriends was saying the other night that every time she goes to the store to buy laundry supplies, it reminds her to buy a couple of boxes of Wheaties. She knows doggone well if she's going to do the washing, she needs all the stamina and drive and energy she can get. So, naturally, she starts wash day off with a good big bowl of Wheaties. What's on your things-to-do list for tomorrow? Maybe it's not the washing. Maybe you're going to go a couple of rounds with a vacuum cleaner or sell a man a new car or cultivate the South 40. Well, then, isn't it good sound sense to let Wheaties' good sound vitamins and minerals give you a boost? And if this is your vacation, why, you can even loaf better when you've had your Wheaties. Wheaties, the golden, light-hearted little whole wheat flakes that eat as good as they make you feel. Honest, substantial Wheaties. Each crisp flake made from a whole kernel of plump, ripe wheat. Well, how's about you? You just try it. Just see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
Mitchell, as you suggested, I have checked with all the boat companies along the waterfront. There is a ferry boat which makes a regular trip along the waterfront each night. At 10 o'clock, as it nears its mooring, it sounds the whistle.
That could be the boat whistle we heard on the tape recording.
But that whistle can be heard over this entire section of the city. That does not help us locate the room from which that man was telephoning.
What time is it?
6 o'clock.
And we've got to find that meeting place before midnight. That doesn't leave us much time.
Have you been able to think of any reason why you Americans would be blamed for anything that might happen with those deadly bacteria?
No. I telephoned my boss. The commissioner back in the States. He's checking on it for me. So far, all he knows is that we've sent quite a few engineers and equipment over here.
Yes, I am aware of that, but I still don't see the connection.
Look, Deverick, suppose you call the ferry boat company and tell them to have their boat stop its engines at 10 tonight and keep sounding its whistle. Then mount all the tape recorders you can get hold of on jeeps and trucks. Use the same volume setting that was used on Champlain's recorder.
I do not understand what you have in mind.
It's a slim chance, but it's our only chance of locating that room. Have your boys meet me at the ferry boat slip at 5 minutes to 10 tonight, and I'll fill them in on the plan then.
Attention, men. Quiet. This is Steve Mitchell from the United States. You will take your orders from him.
I want you men to start up this road which leads away from the waterfront. Station your jeeps at 4-block intervals. When that ferry boat starts tooting its whistle in a couple of minutes, record it. Then drive a block away as fast as you can, cut your engines, and record the toot again. Each of the jeeps will cover 4 blocks. Lieutenant Deverick and I will cover the 4 blocks closest to the waterfront in our jeep. Now, when you've made your recordings, take them to police headquarters as fast as you can. Any questions? Okay, shove off and take your station.
I hope this will work, Mitchell.
Well, we picked a nice night for the job anyway. Look, the moon's just starting to come up over that building across the street.
Yes. One wishes he were not engaged on official business on an evening such as this.
Yeah, That's funny. Looks like a man in the moon. Hey, Deverick.
Yes?
There's a guy on top of that building. Get down.
Mitchell, are you all right?
Yeah. That second shot hit the door handle beside me. Looks like somebody doesn't like the color of our tape recorder.
Come, we may be able to catch him.
No, there's not time. It's 10 o'clock right now. There's the boat whistle. Start recording.
The recorder is on, Mitchell.
Okay, we'll drive to the next block now. Turn the recorder off and label the recording you just got.
Yes.
We'll take one at each block in our stretch, and then we're going to make a beeline for police headquarters. You got all the recordings together, Deverick?
Yes. 6 jeeps, 4 recordings each. 24 recordings.
24 hunks of tape. Well, I hope our answer's in there somewhere.
What are you going to do with them?
I've got 2 recorders here. Each of them is hooked up to a volume indicator. On one machine, I've got the recording of the guy on the phone.
And on the other machine, you're going to play the tapes we just made, huh?
That's right. We'll be trying to match the volume of that boat whistle. Now, watch those volume indicators. When the 2 needles hit the same spot on the dial, that's it.
I am ready.
Okay. I'll start the tape we made. Now, you start Champlin's.
Very well.
Just a minute. There is too much noise.
No, too loud. Shut it off. The one Champlin recorded was louder than ours. Okay, we'll try the one we made a block closer to the waterfront.
But, Mitchell, we have 24 recordings to cover. This will take all night.
If it takes past midnight, we're cooked. Come on, set up that next recording. Start ours first and then Champlin's.
Very well.
Just a minute. There is too much noise.
Hey, we're getting closer. What recording was that you just played?
Number 8.
Okay, try number 9. I'll reset the original. Ready?
Yes.
Let it go.
Just a minute. There is too much noise.
Yeah, that's it. Look at the needles on those volume indicators. They're the same level. Okay, turn it off. That was number 9, huh?
Yes, it was recorded 9 blocks from the waterfront.
Show me on the map of the city here.
Very well. Now, let me see. Here, at this spot.
Okay. And I've got the ferry boat's location already plotted. Now, I take this compass, I point the point at the ferry boat position, and the pencil on the spot the whistle was recorded from. Then I draw a circle.
Yes, I see. The 2 whistles were of the same volume. That means our number 9 recording was made at the same distance from the whistle as the original tape.
That's right. About 1,000 yards from the whistle. It also means that the room we're looking for is somewhere on the circumference of that circle I just drew on the map.
But half of the circle is out in the water.
Yeah, we get a break. We can forget about that part of it. And another quarter of the circle is out in this side of the channel in the harbor. We can throw that out, too. Well, that just leaves us a quarter of it. Are your men standing by, Deverick?
Yes.
Give them copies of this map with the quarter circle drawn on each one. Have them start along the rim of the circle from each end. Give them pictures of that dead correspondent. Tell them to try and find somebody along that route who remembers him. What time is it?
11 o'clock.
That's what I was afraid of. We've got just 1 hour to find that meeting place. So, we sit and wait and sweat. The minutes tick by. 11:15, 11:30. Then, at 11:40, Deverick's phone jangles. One of his boys has found a small apartment house whose owner remembers the dead radio correspondent, Champlin. Deverick and I beat it out.
You say you rented an apartment to this man Champlin several days ago?
Yes, Lieutenant, but I have not seen him since. Here is the apartment.
Unlock the door.
Very well.
No sign of Champlin having lived here. Mitchell, it is obvious that he rented this apartment for but one purpose.
Yeah, to make that tape recording. And that sort of points to the apartment next door. Who lives there?
A man called Groven, but I do not see much of him. He comes and goes mostly by night.
I think we're getting pretty warm, Deverick. Come on, out in the hall.
What are you going to do, Mr. Mitchell?
We're going to crash that party next door if there is one.
Oh, please, I do not want any trouble.
You got a key?
Yes.
Lieutenant Deverick.
What do you want, Turkan?
This cablegram from Mr. Mitchell arrived at police headquarters right after the 2 of you left. Here you are.
Thanks. From the commissioner back in the States.
What does he say?
It's a list of the projects here in Istanbul that American engineers are working on.
Good. Maybe we can get some idea from studying it as to what is behind all this.
Look, this is no time to be reading lists. I still want to find out what's going on in this apartment next to Champlin's here. Give me that key.
Here you are.
Okay, get ready for anything, Deverick.
Yes.
Okay, come on.
It is empty.
Oh, great. Look, this has got to be the meeting place. Champlin already had an apartment in Istanbul. Why would he rent the one next door here unless it was to make that recording?
Maybe the meeting has not yet taken place.
What time is it?
1 minute after midnight.
Oh. Well, I guess the only thing to do is to wait. Hope we're not too late.
Yes. Oh, it's stuffy in here. I will open the window. There. That is better?
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute.
What is the matter?
Oh, brother, have I been a chump?
What?
I was so busily listening to the sound of that ferry boat whistle on the tape recording that I didn't pay any attention to another sound that was just as important. Look, this can't be the room where the meeting's to be held.
But why not?
You just opened that window. How did you open it?
Why, I just pushed it open.
Yeah, that's the point. It's a casement window. Now, think back to that recording. How did that guy close the window?
Why, let me see. He just... Wait. He pulled the window down.
Yeah, that's the point. It was an up and down window. And this one's a casement window. This isn't the room.
Yes, you are right, Mitchell. But that means we have lost.
Where's that apartment house owner?
Dragner?
Yes.
Look, Dragner, do you have any apartments in this building that have up and down windows?
I don't believe so. They all have casement windows, except the little room on the roof.
What little room?
Oh, just a small place on the roof which is rented to a friend of Groven, the man who has this apartment.
Come on, Deverick.
You think that is the place, Mitchell?
It's got to be the place. I only hope we're not too late. Here. This must be the door that opens out on the roof. Yeah.
Mitchell, there is the room over there.
Yeah. Sort of a poor man's penthouse.
Wait. Someone is coming out.
Yeah. One of them's got a little black bag.
Abdul, the police, take care of them. I will take the bag.
Very well. Stop, or I will shoot.
You will not shoot.
Out of the way, Buster.
Mitchell, the one with the black bag jumped over onto the next roof.
You missed. Come on, after him. Careful now.
Mitchell, do you realize who those two men are?
Sure. Cozen and Abdul, the two innocent peasants who witnessed Champlin's accident. That was quite a little act they put on for us. But now they've changed clothes and voices.
Yes. As soon as I heard Cosan's regular voice a second ago, I recognized it as the voice on the tape recording.
I gotta hand it to them. That was a pretty neat cover. Hey, look, Cozen went through that door. When we reached the stairway, Cozen is nowhere in sight. We pound down through the building and out on the street just in time to spot a car pulling away fast. It's Cozen heading out of the city. Deverick throws a couple of shots after him, but they don't take effect. We grab the first car we see and start hightailing after him.
We are not gaining much on him, Mitchell.
I know. Where's he heading anyway?
This road leads out to Lake Derkos.
But why should he be... Hey, wait a minute. Did you say Lake Derkos?
Yes, why?
That name rings a bell. I think the commissioner listed it in this cable. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. Hey, that's one of the projects the American engineers are working on. A new water filtration plant.
Yes, that is right, Mitchell. And that plant started pumping at midnight. It supplies one entire quarter of the city with drinking water.
So that's the plan. Kozan dumps the bacteria in the water, and then half the city drops dead. And Kozan's got a half a mile's head start on us.
We are almost to Lake Derkos, Mitchell. There is the water filtration plant ahead of us on that rise.
Yeah, I see it. And Kozan is there. Look, he stopped his car.
He's getting out. Watch out!
I'm okay.
Here we are.
He's heading for that water tank.
Yes, look. There is the night watchman.
There was the night watchman. See if we can get a shot at him, Kozan.
Yes. Oh.
Deverick!
Just a shoulder wound. I am all right. Get him, Mitchell. It is up to you.
I head for the water tank. And Kozan, if I've counted right, his gun is empty. If not, he's got a slug for me. When I get to the tank, he's halfway up the middle ladder. Then I spot his gun on the ground and know my arithmetic is okay. I start climbing up after him. He's almost to the top by now, but I'm climbing faster than he is because he's holding the little black bag of tubes in one hand. Just as he reaches the top rung, I grab one of his ankles. He kicks at my hand, grinding my knuckles into the ladder. I let go, then grab both of his ankles. He twists his body and pulls me off the ladder. But I'm still hanging onto his legs. He's only hanging on with one hand now. I know if he goes, I go with him. I swing back to the ladder and wrap my legs around it. Then I jerk as hard as I can. I get back down the ladder, and Lieutenant Deverick is bending over Kozan.
He is dead, Mitchell.
Yeah? I shouldn't wonder. I almost went with him.
1 second more, and we would have...
Yeah, 1 second more, and we'd have been too many. Well, it's pretty fitting, I guess.
What do you mean?
Kozan was out to kill a lot of people with that little black bag, but that bag is the reason he couldn't hold on to the ladder. Yeah. Those bacteria were deadly, all right, to Kozan.
Now, here is our star, Brian Donlevy.
Well, Frank, I'm waiting.
You're waiting, Mr. Donlevy? Waiting for what?
Waiting to find out what you're going to say about Wheaties tonight.
Oh, why so interested, Brian?
Well, I want to see if you'll say about the same things I would.
Well, let's see. Wheaties are whole wheat.
Yep.
And that means good, solid, all morning long energy.
Check.
Wheaties are packed with plenty of vitamins and minerals.
Oh, lots of them.
That help you feel better and work better and play harder.
Check, check, and check.
Wheaties taste so good.
Check. Well, that isn't all, is it?
Well, what do you... Oh, you mean see how...
Check.
See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Well done, Frank. You took the words right out of my mouth.
Check, Brian. See you next week.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Wright, with music by Basil Adlam, conducted by Ralph Hollenbeck, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Join us again next Wednesday when Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell embarks on another dangerous assignment.
Now, Brian Donlevy, I believe you said you had another word for us.
Yes. I want to remind everyone that they can help feed Europe's hungry through CARE. $5.50 to CARE, New York, will send a package of food to a hungry family in Europe. Mail your $5.50 tonight. CARE, New York.
Next, The Falcon, one of 3 exciting mysteries, tonight on NBC. Wheaties presents Dangerous Assignment. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Dangerous Assignment, another in the Wheaties' big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah. Danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though. Trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment is going to plump me right into the middle of a nice, juicy war. Morning, Commissioner.
Oh, Steve. Have a seat. I'll be with you in a second.
Okay.
Ruth.
Yes, Commissioner.
Steve's here now.
Fine. I'm working on his plane reservation right now. I'll probably have it by the time you're through with it.
Good.
Well, needless to say, I'm about to set forth into the wild blue yonder again.
That's right. Steve, there's a guerrilla leader over in the Orient. Nobody knows who he is, but he's been raiding the supplies and military equipment we've sent over there. In short, we think he's building up the strength of his organization so that he can launch an attack similar to the other one that was launched recently. And we got to stop him now.
You've got to find him before you stop him, you know.
You've got to find him, you mean?
Oh, just like that, huh?
When you get to the coast, there'll be a small plane waiting for you. You're to fly yourself to the town of Yabne, inland. When you get there, go to the Grand East Hotel. You'll be contacted by Dr. Mao.
Yabne, Grand East Hotel. Dr. Mao, who's he?
An influential leader of the opposition to this guerrilla chief. Now, Steve, get over there. Find out who this guerrilla chief is and stop him before it's too late. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Dangerous Assignment will continue in a moment. Now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Wake up tomorrow morning and listen, family. Reach for the Wheaties. Tuck yourself around a bowl of Wheaties at 7 a.m. and see if you don't feel the pleasant difference all morning long. Crisp? My goodness, crisp as a sunny morning. Good? You bet they're good. There's sound, rich, whole wheat goodness to them. And what they do for you. Listen, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. That's how Wheaties can give you so much. Whole wheat vitamins and minerals to help you sail through the morning like a breeze. Drive a cultivator, clean the house, or pound a typewriter. Wherever you are, whatever you do, have a bowl of milk and fruit and Wheaties in the morning. And see how good you can feel all morning long. Try it. See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. Do that now, will you?
Sure, I've got my assignment. A breeze. Just a simple matter of flying to the Orient, finding a guerrilla leader that no one's ever seen, and stopping a war before it starts. Well, it's Friday when I get to the coast. A small plane is waiting for me, and I fly it to Yabney in the interior. On the way to the hotel, I spot two characters following me. I check in, go up to my room, and already I've got company.
Forgive us our intrusion, Mr. Mitchell.
Well, I didn't know I was holding open house. Who are you?
Oh, permit me. I am Dr. Mao, and this is Colonel Diane.
Oh, you're the man that was to contact me.
Yes.
Well, what's the setup, gentlemen?
Precarious one, Mr. Mitchell. The guerrilla leader we are after is clever and diabolical.
He seems to have very accurate sources of information. His raids are well-timed and well-organized. Then he and his men vanish without a trace.
Mr. Mitchell, you must be tired from your trip. I suggest you rest this afternoon and come to my house for dinner this evening. We can discuss the matter further.
And in the meantime, Mr. Mitchell, a word of advice, if you will permit.
Sure. What's on your mind, Colonel Diane?
This guerrilla chief has informants everywhere. Even now, your presence and the purpose of your visit may be known to him. I advise you to be ever alert as to your own safety. I am sure you realize you would be no good to us dead.
And with that bit of cheerful philosophy, Colonel Diane and Dr. Mao take off. I stay in my room all afternoon, and then a little before 7, I leave the hotel and start walking toward Dr. Mao's house. Suddenly, I spot one of the characters who was tailing me before. He's closing in on me, and he's got a knife. A rickety taxicab comes cruising along about then, and I jump on the running board, pull open the door, and dive inside, right into the lap of the other boy who was tailing me.
So happy to see you.
Oh, great. So long, Buster.
So sorry, but you're not leaving.
Well,
so, you may proceed, driver.
when I come out of it, I'm lying on a couch in some sort of a mansion. There's a scent of jasmine in the air and a thin thread of music. The guy who conked me is standing at the door, and sitting across from me is a woman who's a dead ringer for the Dragon Lady.
Sin.
Yes, honored madam.
You may leave the room, but stay by the door.
Yes, honored madam.
Who are you?
I am called Madame Tia. The situation is that you and I, as you might put it, are on the opposite sides of the fence.
Oh?
Do I make myself clear?
I think so.
It is known that you have been expected. And now that you are here, let me make it very clear to you that you will not be able to carry out your assignment.
I see.
You have two choices.
Oh, that's nice to know. What are they?
You may leave at once and return to your country.
I take it that's choice number one. And if I don't?
Choice number 2. You will be killed.
You seem to have it all figured out, Madam Tia.
It is quite simple. Excuse me?
She picks up the phone and listens for a second and then does a big take. She looks like she's pretty absorbed in the conversation, and I know this is my only chance. She doesn't see me edging towards the window, but just as I get there, the door opens and her steward Sin comes in.
Stop! Stop! Stop there!
Sin! Stop shooting! Stop it, fool!
As I hightail it away from there, I'm wondering why Madam Tia told Sin to stop shooting. It doesn't make sense. I head for Dr. Mao's house. He and Colonel Diane are waiting.
Good evening, Mr. Mitchell.
Dr. Mao, I didn't realize you were throwing this big a party.
Oh, just a few friends. Dr. Mitchell, you are slightly cut and bruised.
Yeah. A lady told me to get out of the country or drop dead, and she was willing to arrange the latter.
Who was this woman?
Oh, a very beautiful little doll named Madame...
What is the matter, Mr. Mitchell?
Oh, nothing, except that the lady in question happens to be approaching us right now.
What?
Good evening, gentlemen.
Madame Tia, as always, I am delighted to welcome you to my house. But there seems to be some misunderstanding. Mr. Mitchell suggests that you...
Indeed, there was a misunderstanding, Mr. Mitchell, and I must apologize. You see, my men picked you up thinking you were the hired aviator we had information about.
Wait a minute. What hired pilot are you talking about?
I can explain, Mr. Mitchell. We have had information that this guerrilla chief has directed most of his operations from the air. Last week, he is rumored to have lost his private plane and pilot. Our further information is that he had arranged for another plane and an American pilot.
Oh, so Madame Tia here figured I was the boy, huh?
Yes. Please, my apology for this stupid mistake.
Your first desire to aid the cause is worthy of commendation, my dear. But as always, your impulsiveness has misguided you.
Yes. Such matters are really in my province.
I am humbly aware of that, Colonel. I will not interfere again.
I am sure you will not. Come, we will have a drink.
Would you like to meet my other guests, Mr. Mitchell?
Well, right now, I'd like to have a little talk with you, Dr. Mao.
Well, of course. Come, we will walk out onto the terrace.
Huh?
What was it you wished to talk about?
Madame Tia. Who is she? Where does she fit into this deal?
She is fanatically devoted to our cause.
I wonder.
What do you mean?
Well, she could have known who I was all along. That story that she gave us just now might be a pretty neat cover-up.
I have not the slightest doubt of her sincerity.
Okay, well, let it go for the present. Wait.
What is it?
The bushes over there. They just moved a little.
What? Mitchell, a man with a gun.
Yeah, get down. Oh, Dr. Mao.
It is all right, Mitchell. It is just a flesh wound.
Here, let me give you a hand.
Oh, thanks. I did not get a very good look at him.
I did. I'll recognize him if I ever see him again.
What happened? I heard... Dr. Mao.
Oh, it is nothing, Colonel. Slight wound in the shoulder.
Come, we will get you inside.
No. I do not wish to disturb my guests.
Now, look.
Oh, no, please. There is one of my servants. He can take me upstairs by the back way and take care of me. I insist, gentlemen. Wang, help me to my room.
Are you sure you're okay?
Of course. I will join you later. Come, Wang, come.
Brother, he's a pretty calm character.
Indeed he is. Mitchell, there has been a new development. I was looking for you when I heard the shot out here.
What is it?
This American pilot we believe to be in the employ of the guerrilla leader has arrived.
Oh? Where is he?
My men have picked him up and are holding him in custody. His name is Williams.
Good. Come on, Colonel. Let's you and me have a little chat with Mr. Williams.
Now, look, you two. All right, so my name is Williams, so I am a pilot. I'm just hanging around this town looking for a job. I don't know any guerrilla leader, and I'm not working for one. And you'll never be able to prove any different.
Now, listen to me, Mr. Williams.
Wait a minute, Colonel. Okay, Williams, you can go.
What's that?
Mitchell.
Sure, go ahead, Williams. Shove out.
Well, it's a little more like it. See you around, fellas.
Of course, if you're not in our custody, then what happens to you isn't our responsibility, is it?
What? What do you mean by that?
Well, figure it out, Buster. The natives here in Yabney are pretty bitter about this guerrilla chief.
All right, so what?
So they think you came here to work for him. I wouldn't be at all surprised if they felt like taking justice into their own hands.
Look, what are you trying to say?
Oh, nothing. Go ahead. Walk out of here. You might get a block away. You might even get 2 blocks away.
Oh, I get it. All right. I'm not going to make any clay pigeon out of myself for anybody. What's the deal?
Safe conduct out of here for you if you tell us who this guerrilla chief is.
I don't know.
Now, look.
I'm telling you the truth. I've never seen him. He's never seen me. I got word he needed a boy. I let it be known I was interested.
How did you intend to contact him?
I was told to go to a little flower stand down the street and buy 5 gardenias. They take it from there.
I see. Okay, Colonel, I'm through with him.
Guards, take him away.
All right, now look. Don't forget that safe conduct you promised me.
We won't. Look, We know how Williams was supposed to contact this guy, and we also know that this guy has never seen Williams.
So?
Colonel, I've got me an idea. A little wild, maybe, but it could work, and it's our only chance. We're going to send another pilot in Williams' place.
Another pilot? Who?
You're looking at him, Colonel.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a minute.
And now, my friends, I'd like you to hear from a famous young man known for his pitching arm, and known, too, for the fact that Wheaties make his favorite training dish. And believe me, training is mighty important for this young man. Ask him a question, will you, Ed Prentice?
Now, young man, will you tell us what you do for a living?
I pitch. You what? Pitch. You know, baseball. When you have a baseball team, you have to have a pitcher. I'm a pitcher. I pitch.
Oh, yes, I see. And are you on a team?
Yes, sir. I'm on the Cleveland Indians.
Cleveland Indians, hmm? What is your name, young man?
I'm Bob Feller, and you know it as well as I do, Ed.
Sure I do, Bob. It's good to see you. This makes your 14th season playing with the Indians, doesn't it?
Yep, Ed. 14 years.
Well, tell me, Bob, how long you been eating Wheaties?
Oh, about 20 years, give or take a couple.
You mean you started eating Wheaties before you started playing ball?
Why, of course. What's so strange about that? Most people start eating Wheaties before they get to playing ball. In fact, most people never start playing baseball. You don't have to be a ball player to enjoy the lift you get from Wheaties with milk and fruit.
You're right as rain, Bob. No champ ever said a truer word about Wheaties, breakfast of champions.
Whether you pitch baseballs for a living, or drive a bus, or keep house, or lay bricks, you can use Wheaties, too. Breakfast of champions. Have some.
Now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
They told me you wanted to see me here in your office, Colonel.
Yes, Mr. Mitchell, please have a seat. We are going to plan a campaign.
Oh?
And for the first time, I think we will have the jump on our friend, the guerrilla leader. We are sending a shipment of military supplies into the interior the day after tomorrow, and I have reason to believe the guerrillas have learned of it and now plan to raid this shipment.
I see. And we're going to give them a little surprise party, huh?
With your help. Now, observe this map, please. Here is our city of Yabne. The Rouge River, as you can see, winds inland from here.
Oh, and this is a railroad running parallel to the river, huh?
Correct.
And these military supplies are going to be on that train?
That was the original plan, and that is what we believe the guerrillas think. Actually, we have secretly arranged to ship the supplies by barges up the river. On the train will be my troops, fully prepared for action.
Good. Looks like these guerrillas are going to stick their head into a meat grinder.
We sincerely hope so.
Any idea where their attack will take place, Colonel?
I know where the most logical point is. Impress this area of the map thoroughly on your mind, Mr. Mitchell. At this point, the railroad crosses the river. We will call it Bridge A. The river forms a horseshoe and widens out into a lake. There are high cliffs on one side. Then the railroad recrosses the river up here, Bridge B. I believe the attack will take place either at Bridge A or Bridge B.
And your troops will be ready for trouble at either point?
Yes. And now we come to the part you will play in this operation, Mr. Mitchell, the most important part.
What's that?
At the time of the raid, you will probably be up in a plane with him somewhere over this horseshoe area.
I hope so. And he won't be able to issue many orders with my hand over his mouth.
That is exactly the point. If you wish to communicate with me, do so on 3570 kilocycles. And one thing more. This leader must not escape from you.
Colonel, I am so sorry. I did not know you were occupied.
It's quite all right, my dear.
Madam Tia?
What's on your mind, my dear?
It was just that I have thought of a plan by which
How many
we might...
times have I told you you must leave the planning to Dr. Mao and myself? As a matter of fact, Mitchell and I are even now putting a plan into operation by which we feel confident the guerrilla leader will be captured.
Oh, I am so happy to hear that. What is this plan?
Well, in short, we plan to put...
Colonel, there's not much use in talking about a plan until it works, is there?
Perhaps you are right.
Anyway, I'm sure that Madam Tia is more interested in the results rather than the manner in which they're obtained.
Yes, of course.
Well, I better be on my way.
Be very careful, Mitchell.
Don't worry.
My every wish for your success, Mr. Mitchell. And please be assured of my undying gratitude.
That might be an interesting topic of conversation when we get together again, Madam Tia.
Yes. I hope it will not be long before we do.
Well, you never can tell. See you later, I hope.
like to buy some flowers.
As you see, I have nice flowers, all kinds.
I want 5 gardenias.
5 gardenias? You would not like half a dozen?
I said 5.
I see. You are Williams, the American pilot.
Yeah.
Vanda!
Yes?
It is Williams.
You are late, Williams. We have been expecting you for some time.
I got here as soon as I could. Who are you?
Banda, second in command to our leader. Come.
Where are we going?
By small boat up the Rouge River.
Where to?
You are too inquisitive. Everything will be unfolded to you at the proper time. Come.
Banda and I head up the river. 3 hours later, we turn into a cove. There's a small freighter hidden there, and a seaplane is hoisted out of the hold. We climb in it and take off. Half an hour later, Banda points down. We're right over the same horseshoe in the river that Colonel Diane had pointed out to me on the map. I bring the plane down and land it on the lake.
A nice landing.
Thanks.
Keep taxiing straight ahead.
Straight ahead, we're heading right for that cliff.
Do as you are told.
Now, look. Hey, the side of the cliff is moving.
Yes. As you see, the cliff is not as solid as it looks.
Well, what do you know? A king-size swinging door.
Yes, it is an entrance to a large cave. You can taxi the plane right in.
So, this is headquarters, huh?
This is headquarters.
I taxi into the cave, and the camouflage gate swings shut behind us. We climb out. Banda leads the way up a ladder to an upper room in the cave. He leaves me there and disappears. It's an observation post looking out over the lake, and it's full of radio equipment. Then I start getting a few nasty surprises. Number 1, the radio operator is the same guy who tried to kill Dr. Mao. He keeps giving me the haven't I seen you somewhere before look, and I start sweating. Number 2, sitting on a chair over in one corner is Sin, Madame Tia's stooge, the guy who slugged me and dragged me to her house right after I got to Yabney. Right now, I've got an uneasy feeling that I was right about Madame Tia. But my surprises haven't ended yet. Number 3 walks into the observation post with Banda.
Hello, Mitchell.
Williams.
Yeah, Williams. Been having fun posing as me?
So you decided not to take our safe conduct out of the country.
I went as far as the waterfront. Then I figured out which side my door was butted on.
So it would seem you were not as clever as you thought, Mitchell.
It sure would, Banda. My compliments to Madame Tia.
I will be glad to deliver them, Mitchell.
Dr. Mao.
Indeed. I gather your suspicions were directed against Madame Tia. Perhaps I should have allowed them to continue in that direction.
It's been you all along, huh?
Exactly.
Pretty clever act you pulled, having your stooge over there plug you in the shoulder for my benefit.
A painful but effective device. I have used it before and may have to again.
And Madame Tia's boy over there is really working for you, huh?
Oh, no. If you had looked more closely, you would have seen that his hands are tied behind him. Sin has certain information which he will reveal to me in good time.
Barges in sight of first bridge. Barges in sight of first bridge.
There is the radio signal we have been waiting for. Come, Williams. We'll take off at once.
The barges?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Mitchell. I am completely aware of Colonel Diane's little scheme. I know the supplies I want are on the barges instead of on the train, and my plan has been set accordingly.
Great.
I must take my leave now, but as you can see, the radio operator is armed, so it would be foolish to attempt an escape before I return. And, anyway, I wish to grant you the pleasure of witnessing my complete victory before you die.
You will hear the conclusion of Dangerous Assignment in just a moment. First, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
You know, every morning in my house, everybody has to get up. How about you folks? You have to get up too? Well, do what we do. Get up to Wheaties. They can help make the whole morning look a lot brighter at the breakfast table. As pleasant a way to meet the world as any I know of. Plus, listen, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. That's why they give you wonderful, wonderful nourishment. Every Wheaties flake gives the family natural whole wheat vitamins and minerals and whole wheat energy. All things that can make a whale of a big difference the whole morning long. You try it and see what a difference it makes. Breakfast of Champions with milk and fruit. Tomorrow morning, next morning, see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. You do that now, huh?
Well, along about now, I'm willing to sell my Social Security number cheap. My brilliant idea has backfired, and I find out I've been played for a sucker all along. Dr. Mao and his gang know the supplies are on the barge, and it looks like Colonel Diane and his troops are going to be left holding the bag, and me, I'm the guy in the bag. Well, they tie my hands and dump me in the corner beside Sin. Then they leave.
Well, Mr. Mitchell, it would appear we are both very unfortunate.
Yeah. How come they're holding you here, Sin?
Madame Tia plans to import hired fighters to track down these guerrillas. Dr. Mao learned of her plan and knows that I can tell him where the first meeting of these fighters is to take place.
So he's keeping you on ice until you do, huh?
Yes, I heard him tell the guard over there at the radio that under no circumstances was anything to happen to me until he returned.
Brother, I'd like to get to that radio and warn Colonel Diane and his troops of what's going to happen.
That guard will shoot you if you try.
Yeah, and with my hands tied... Hey, wait a minute. I got an idea. Twist around so that we're sitting back to back. Come on.
Very well.
That's it. Yeah. I think I can untie your hands. Keep your eyes on that guard.
He's not paying any attention to us.
Leader to Patriots! Leader to Patriots!
That must be Dr. Mao in his plane. Patriots yet.
Remain in concealment. Attack after barges have passed the first bridge.
We haven't got much time. There.
My hands are free.
Yeah. Now untie mine. Hurry.
Yes, but what then?
You're going to run for that entrance.
But, Mitchell, if I fall, it is 100 feet down.
Don't worry. You won't have to dive, and the guard's not going to shoot you. You said he had orders to keep you alive. He'll grab you, and I'll grab him. Okay, that's the last knot. Thanks. You ready?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Stop, Sin! Death before the sun. Get back! Mitchell!
That's right, Buster. Oh! Good work, Sin. Now I've got to get through to Colonel Diane.
Do you know the right frequency?
Yeah. He said he'd be guarding 3570 kilocycles on the train. There we are. Steve Mitchell to Colonel Diane. Steve Mitchell to Colonel Diane. Over.
Diane to Mitchell. Are you in the plane? I can see you circling. Over.
Mitchell to Diane. I'm in a cave on the side of a cliff overlooking the lake. Get this. Dr. Mao's the leader. He and his boys know the supplies are in the barges, not on the train. Over.
Diane to Mitchell. Repeat name of guerrilla leader. Over.
You heard me right. It's Dr. Mao. Where are you and your troops now?
Our train is just crossing the first bridge.
Good. Maybe there's still time. Look, the guerrillas will probably attack the barges in small boats. Unload half your troops at the bridge you're on now. Take the other half up to the upper bridge. We may be able to bottle the guerrillas up in between. Over.
I will give the necessary orders at once. Over and out.
It's a race against time now. I tune back to the guerrillas' radio frequency, grab a pair of binoculars, and go to the entrance to the cave. The minutes drag by. Dr. Mao's plane is circling over the lake. Suddenly, in the distance, I can see the line of barges passing under the first bridge. If Diane's men aren't in position by now, we're cooked. The barges inch out into the lake.
Attack! Attack!
Dr. Mao's orders come over the radio. Small boats dart out from the shore and head for the barges, and it looks like he's won. Then I can hear machine guns. They're shooting from the lower bridge. Colonel Diane's troops, and they're blasting the guerrilla boats right out of the water.
Retreat up the river! Retreat up the river!
The boats start streaking up the river. I'm just hoping Colonel Diane's ready to close the trap on them.
Mitchell, look. Dr. Mao's plane is landing in front of the cave.
Yeah, he's heading here for cover. We'll try to give him a good reception.
The guerrilla boats are almost to the upper bridge.
Yep. If they get past us, we'll lose them.
See, they are passing under it now. They will escape.
Not quite. Listen to that. Yeah, it worked. They're getting cut to pieces, Sin. Well, it looks like this is the end of the line for these guerrillas.
But listen, Dr. Mao's plane is inside the cave below us.
Yeah. They'll be climbing up here in a minute. Let's get back inside the cave. You take William, Sin. Leave Dr. Mao for me.
Very well.
Get back. They're coming up the ladder.
I will wait for your signal.
Watch it. They're both armed.
Look, what? Who's not gone wrong, Williams? My plans were perfect.
Look, Napoleon, quit worrying about your campaign. Start worrying about us getting out of here.
But still, I do not understand what... Wait. Look, the guard lying unconscious.
What?
Where's Mitchell?
Right here, Doctor.
Mitchell! William, quick!
Get Williams in.
I have him.
Good work.
Let go of me!
Drop the gun or I'll break your arm. Drop it. That's better.
Mitchell, he has a knife.
I see it. Still won't drop the knife, huh? Okay.
Help!
Mitchell. Right on top of his own plane.
One might observe that such an ending is most fitting for Dr. Mao.
Yeah. In the old days, they used to fall on their sword. Now they fall on their plane. That's what you call progress, Sin.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif, with music composed by Basil Adlam and conducted by Ralph Hollenbeck, and is produced and directed by Bill Carn. Join us again next Wednesday at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen Thursday, that's tomorrow night, to Sarah Berner in Sarah's Private Caper on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
Dangerous Assignment comes to you from Hollywood. Next, The Falcon, one of 4 exciting mysteries, tonight on NBC. Wheaties presents Dangerous Assignment. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Dangerous Assignment, another in the Wheaties' big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment is going to involve my trying to hide 3 divisions of troops behind an empty water glass.
Well, here he is, Commissioner. I found him right in the middle of a big deal, as usual.
Hello, Steve.
Commissioner?
I hope it was a square deal.
She didn't look square to me.
What have you told him so far, Ruth?
Well, only that you wanted him to go looking for a woman. I figured that was the best bait I could use.
Well, don't tell me it isn't true.
Oh, it's true, all right, but I'm afraid your association with this particular woman won't be a very pleasant one.
I might have known.
I'll have your passport and credentials ready when the commissioner's through with you, Steve.
Okay, Ruth. Well, what's the deal, Commissioner?
Vienna.
Vienna? Long time since I've danced the Strauss waltz.
You can leave your ballet slippers home, Steve. Here's the setup. With the situation what it is, we have to increase our armed strength on all fronts. Naturally, our consulates are kept informed as to proposed increases of strength in their respective areas.
So?
2 days ago, a document containing information regarding troop movements in Europe was stolen from our consulate in Vienna. The troops have already embarked, and with these unidentified subs around, we can't take chances.
I see. Any idea who swiped the document?
Yes, a janitor named Joseph Bildner.
Well, that doesn't sound so tough. Find Bildner.
We've already found Bildner in an alley in Vienna last night, murdered.
I see. Well, that sort of puts a new light on things.
The document wasn't on his person. Just before he died, he mumbled the name Eva Loesch.
Eva Loesch? Hey, that name rings a bell.
A siren, you should say. But I haven't time to go into her background now to fill a book. Manville Olson can tell you all about her.
Who's Olson?
He's with the consulate in Vienna. You'll arrive there early tomorrow evening. Go to the Imperial Bar at 8 o'clock. Olson will be waiting for you.
Why meet in the bar? Not that I have any objection.
Well, this investigation has to be kept undercover, particularly the part about Eva Loesch. Olson will tell you why. Now, Steve, get over there. Talk to Olson. Find Eva Loesch. And most important, get those documents back. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Dangerous Assignment will continue in a moment. Now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Ever think of this? You wait longer for breakfast than for any other meal of the day. From the time you go to bed until you eat breakfast is the longest period there is between two meals. So, breakfast has to be good to do the most good for you at a time when you really need food. Which is why I say start breakfast with Wheaties and milk and fruit. It's a pleasant way to get protein, vitamins, and minerals, and just plain whole wheat energy in a hurry without a lot of fuss. Wheaties supply energy when you need energy because there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Yes, a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Sure, breakfast of champions. See for yourself. Have some. See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Yeah, I've got my assignment. Find a girl named Eva Loesch and get a stolen document from her. Ordinarily, there's nothing I like better than to chercher la femme. But from what the commissioner has told me, I've got an uneasy feeling that this is going to be all chercher and no femme. Well, it's Friday evening when I get to Vienna. I check in at the hotel and then head for the Imperial Bar. Over at a corner table, a guy gives me the nod. I head over there.
You're Mitchell, aren't you?
Yeah. Olson?
That's right. Have a seat.
Thanks. Look, the commissioner back in the States told me that you could give me the background on this Eva Loesch.
Well, I can tell you all we know over here at the consulate, which isn't enough. Eva Loesch was a red-hot Nazi. She was killed in the Berlin Blitz.
What?
We thought. Now it looks as if she's been very much alive and in hiding all this time. And worse yet, it looks like she's up to her old tricks.
You mean a new Nazi party?
No. You know, some of these ex-Nazis have a habit of selling out to the highest bidder.
I get it. Now, according to what the commissioner told me, this document concerning our troop movements was stolen from your consulate by a janitor named Bildner. He was found murdered in an alley and mumbled Eva Loesch's name just before he died.
That's right. We believe Eva killed him and has the document. But, of course, we've kept all that undercover. We don't want Eva to know we know she's alive. Here.
Hmm?
This ad I spotted in the afternoon paper. Take a look at it.
What? Will the cab driver who picked up a woman passenger at the plaza last Tuesday night at 8:30 please come to 37 Bergestrasse? Hey, Tuesday night. That was the night that Bildner was murdered, wasn't it?
Yes, in an alley about half a block from the plaza.
Huh. This could tie in all right. 37 Bergestrasse. Okay. I think I'll answer that ad, Olson. I'll check with you later.
Yes?
Are you the one who put that advertisement in the paper this afternoon?
Come in. Yes, I'm the one. Why?
Fräulein...
Frau Denise Manescu. Who are you?
I'm the cab driver you're looking for.
Oh? Describe this woman you picked up.
What? Oh, well, she's about medium build, dark hair.
You're lying.
Huh?
I do not know who you are, but you are not a cab driver.
Now, look.
Yes?
You are the one who put the notice in the paper.
Oh, great.
Why, yes.
I would like to talk to you, please.
Just a minute.
I am the cab driver in question. Who is this man?
This man is about to leave.
No, I do not think so.
What?
Oh, well, come to think of it, you may be right. How come the gun, Buster?
You will stay right here, both of you.
You are not cab drivers, either of you.
In my case, you are quite right. As for this other man, I do not know who he is. I will find that out presently.
Well, as long as we're going to play guessing games, maybe you wouldn't mind if I start guessing who you are.
You do not have to guess, my friend. I will tell you. I am Lieutenant Oscar Segal of the police.
The police?
Well, that takes a load off my mind.
Does it?
Yeah, but I can't say as much for Frau Manescu here. She seems to be real upset at the news.
Frau Manescu?
The name seems to mean something to you, Lieutenant.
You are not by any chance related to George Manescu?
Yes, I'm his wife.
But this is completely mystifying. Why would the wife of George Manescu be implicated in such an unsavory affair as this?
Somebody mind telling me who George Manescu is?
What is your interest in this matter?
Maybe these credentials will answer that question, Lieutenant.
Oh, Yeah, I see. They have indeed answered that question, Herr Mitchell.
Now, how about filling me in on this George Minescu?
Oh, a local politician of high character who has worked in close cooperation with your government here.
I see. Well, in that case, Frau Minescu...
There is no use holding back anything more. I did not want the police brought into this. But, well, here you are.
Here I am indeed. I must strongly impress upon you the wisdom of making a full explanation at this time.
Yes, But you see, Eva Loesch is my sister.
What?
I believed, as did the rest of the world, that she was dead. I believed that until Tuesday night, when she came here to see me.
What did she want?
She said she was in trouble and wanted to hide here. I refused. And then she said I must help her.
In what way?
She said that a man was killed, but that she did not do it. That there was a cab driver who could clear her if she could only find him.
So you ran that ad in the paper?
I didn't know what else to do. I couldn't go to the police. I know what damage would be done to my husband's reputation if it were learned that the notorious Eva Loesch was his wife's sister. So I ran the advertisement, hoping it would help clear her. And then if their relationship were to be revealed later, at least it would be not quite so bad for my husband.
I see. Well, that all leads us up to the big question. Where's Eva?
I do not know.
Frau Minescu, it is my duty to warn you that withholding information...
I'm telling you the truth. I swear it. I've no idea where Eva is hiding. She said that she would contact me in a few days, but I've not heard from her.
Look, sisterly love is a wonderful thing. But I hope that you realize unless we locate Eva in a hurry, there's going to be a lot more damage done than just to your husband's reputation.
Sisterly love. You think that is what I feel for Eva? As far back as I can remember, we've hated each other. My only regret is that she was not killed in Berlin.
Then we have your promise that you will communicate with us at once if she contacts you again.
Yes, at once. And rest assured, gentlemen, it will be a happy day for me when I can turn my dear sister over to you.
Well, it sounds like quite a surprise party you ran into last night, Mitchell.
Yeah, it was, Olson. And, of course, the biggest surprise was finding out that Mrs. Minescu is Eva Loesch's sister. Incidentally, what information have you got on the Minescus?
Well, he seems to be our white hope in local politics around here right now. He's very pro-United States. As to the background, George and his wife Denise apparently were anti-Nazi right from the start, which must have made it a little tough on them in Germany.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I believe they were married just before the fall of Berlin and managed to get out of the country. Would you like to meet George Minescu, Mitchell?
Yeah, I would. Can you arrange it?
I'm playing golf with him in an hour. Why don't you come along?
It's a deal. Let's go. That last shot of yours was a honey, Mr. Minescu. Looks like you're only about 2 feet from the pin.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mitchell. But I wish you to know that from now on I believe nothing you say.
Oh?
When the three of us started this game, you were full of apologies about your bad golf. We are now approaching the 7th green, and you are 3 strokes over par.
Yes, I'm afraid Mitchell makes most of his apologies before he makes his bets.
Well, you can't blame a guy for trying to get good odds.
Indeed you cannot. Well, here we are, gentlemen. And I must say this is the part of golf I enjoy the most.
Putting?
Yes.
Well, it's the part of the game that pays off.
Perhaps it is because putting is so helpful to me.
How so, Minescu?
Well, I practice it constantly, even when I'm at home. Particularly when I'm thinking about something, putting relaxes me, helps me to think clearly. Mr. Olson, I believe you are aware. Your putt.
Oh, sorry. Downhill putt, too. Just the kind I don't like.
Well, in your case, practice sure pays off, Mr. Minescu. Your putting is very sharp.
Oh, thank you.
Too bad, Olson. Rimmed the cup on you, huh?
Yeah. Well, that gives me a 6.
Well, looks like I'm next. Little break to the right, it looks like.
Not quite as much as it looks.
Thanks for the tip.
Nice putt.
I had good advice.
Maybe you can return it sometime.
Be glad to, except I don't think you'll need any on this putt of yours. Can't be more than 2 feet.
No, I need this for my par.
This is a lot more pleasant way to spend time than roosting behind a desk.
Yeah, but it isn't helping us find Eva Loesch. Missed. I'm sorry, Mr. Manescu. I didn't realize you were set to putt, or I would have kept still.
Oh, that's quite all right, Mr. Mitchell. Your voice did not bother me. I don't know what went wrong.
Well, looked like you tightened up all of a sudden.
Yes. Well, it is no matter. Come, the next tee is right over there.
I'm really sorry about that, Manescu.
Oh, but I assure you I was not even aware you were talking, Mitchell. For the life of me, I can't understand why I should miss a 2-foot putt. But that is what makes the game of golf so unpredictable, I suppose.
I think they call it the human element.
Yeah, I think they do.
Yeah, let's see. I believe you're still up, Manescu.
Oh, yes.
You know, Steve, it seems to me that you raised your voice a little when you mentioned the name Eva Loesch.
Did I? Wait, we mustn't rattle Manescu anymore. He's ready to drive.
Oh, miserable.
Yeah, quite a slice.
I must have cut across the ball. Gentlemen, I hate to say this, but I seem to have a headache. I wonder if perhaps you would excuse me from continuing with our match.
Sure, matter of fact, I've had enough. How about you, Olson?
Sure, anytime. We can cut back towards the clubhouse through this grove of trees.
Oh, please, I don't want to spoil your game. Why don't the two of you continue?
No, it seems to be getting a little too warm for comfort anyway. Olson!
Mitchell, he's been shot right through the head.
Quick, Manescu. Let's get into that grove of trees. I think it'll be a little safer there.
But where did the shot come from?
Who knows? Here, in here. It was from a rifle, which means the sniper could be behind 100 different trees and bushes on the golf course.
But I do not understand why anyone would want to kill Olson. He had no enemies.
That's what I was thinking, Manescu, and it gives rise to a few assorted interesting thoughts.
What do you mean?
Maybe that bullet was meant for somebody else.
Somebody else? Do you mean yourself?
Yeah, maybe me. Or maybe you, Manescu.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment.
Folks, I'd like to have you meet a good friend of mine and a prominent member of a fine little organization known as the Chicago White Sox, Mr. Lucius Benjamin Appling.
Ooh, Ed, don't say it like that. Whoever heard of a ball player named Lucius? What if I went around calling you Paul Edward Prentice? Let's just make it Ed and Luke, huh?
All right, Luke. Say, just how long have you been with the White Sox?
Over 20 years, Ed. Golly, I played in darn near 2,500 games. Been at bat almost 9,000 times. Man, I'm from way back.
Well, Luke, you don't look it. How do you keep up the pace, anyway?
Well, Ed, I sleep good. I eat good. I eat mighty good. Wheaties about 4 mornings a week. Those little old flakes put a lot of snap, even in an old-timer like me. Must be because they're 100% whole wheat. I sure like Wheaties and milk and fruit.
You know, Luke, that's exactly what I hear from a lot of ball players and plenty of other people, too. No wonder they call Wheaties the breakfast of champions.
Thank you, Ed Prentice and Luke Appling. And as for our breakfast of champions, friends, sure, they're for men who go to bat for a living, but confidentially, they're for us, too. You and me. We need whole wheat energy, same as the champions who play ball for their paychecks. Don't forget your own breakfast of champions. Wheaties. Get yours.
Now back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
Mitchell, I have been expecting you.
You uncovered anything new, Lieutenant Siegel?
Indeed, I have. You told me that when you mentioned the name Eva Loesch on the golf course earlier today, Manescu reacted visibly.
That's right. I dangled a little bait under his nose, and he snapped at it like an undernourished barracuda. Of course, to be fair to the guy, he probably knows that his wife is Eva's sister. It could have been that.
I am positive it was much more than that.
Oh?
I have done a considerable amount of investigation into Manescu's background, and I am sure it will be of interest to you to learn that in the old Nazi days in Germany, Manescu and Eva Loesch were, shall we say, extremely friendly.
Oh, yeah? Well, that kind of puts a different light on things.
Yeah, indeed it does. After Eva's death, Manescu married her sister Denise and made his escape from Germany with her.
And now Eva's popped up again. You know, that gives rise to an interesting possibility.
Yeah, the possibility that Manescu has been seeing Eva again and knows where she is.
Which means he either has those documents or knows where they are. Well, I've got to hand it to him for the big act he's been putting on about being such a friend of the United States.
If our suspicions of Manescu are correct, one cannot help feeling sorry for his wife, though.
Yeah. It must be a pretty rough spot for Denise if she has any idea what's going on.
Oh, excuse me, please. Lieutenant Segal speaking.
May I speak to Mr. Mitchell?
Yeah, one moment, please. It's for you, Mitchell. The lady in question.
Oh? Hello?
This is Denise Manescu, Mr. Mitchell. Something has come up. I must see you at once.
Okay, I'll be there in about 15 minutes. Well, it could be that Denise is starting to smell a rat, Lieutenant. I'd better get over there and see if it's the same rat. I think it is. So, I head for the Manescu's house. Manescu, with a preoccupied look and a putter in his hand, lets me in the front door. Then he disappears into his study. Denise is waiting for me in the living room.
Thank you very much for coming, Mr. Mitchell.
Oh, sure. You said something had come up, Denise?
Yes. First, let me ask you, did you say anything to my husband when he let you in the front door?
No, he looked like he was in another world.
Yes, he seems to be worried about something. I'm afraid I know what it is.
You think maybe he's been seeing Eva Loesch lately?
Yes, I think he has.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, too. When my sister died, I thought that part of his life was over. It is not a very pleasant thing to realize that you have been married on the rebound, Mr. Mitchell. I told you that...
What's the matter?
Steve, there is someone on the roof of the house next door.
What?
Wait. Whoever it was saw me watching and disappeared.
Come on.
Here, we can go out through these French doors.
Nowhere in sight. Did you recognize him?
All I could see was a trench coat, a slouched hat, and a gun.
Look, you stay here. I'll circle around this house and try to climb up and nab him. I circle around the house next door, and I spot some vines running up the wall. I start climbing, but 10 feet from the ground, I hear a sound that stops me cold. I drop to the ground, run back to Manescu's house. The study window is shattered, and in front of it stands Denise, staring inside, half hysterical. Denise, what happened? Denise!
Too late. I tried to warn him.
Warn who?
Look, in the window.
Manescu, on the floor. Tell me what happened, Denise.
After you went around to the other side of that house, the person came back to the edge of the roof.
That the door to the study?
Oh, yes.
Come on.
Suddenly, I knew what was going to happen. I started running to the study window to warn my husband, but then the shot.
Here we are.
George.
Bullet entered the top of his head. Must have come from the roof, all right. Wait a minute. What's that water glass doing on the floor?
But I don't know.
He must have knocked it over as he fell. Well, the man who shot him is probably a few blocks away by now.
Steve, I do not think it was a man.
What do you mean? You told me before the shot that he was wearing a trench coat and a slouch hat.
Yes, but just before the shot, I got a quick look at the face.
A woman?
I think it was my sister, Eva.
A most perplexing case, Mitchell. First, the janitor, Joseph Bildner, murdered. Second, the American, Olson, murdered. Third, George Manescu.
Murdered. But at least we know who's behind it all, Eva Loesch. So the big problem is finding her in those documents, Lieutenant. You know, there's one thing I don't get. Why is Eva hanging around town if she already has those documents?
Mitchell, have you considered the possibility that Manescu might have been shot by his wife, Denise?
Sure, I've considered it. She had a motive, too. She knew her husband had been seeing Eva, but there's just one little item that sort of knocks that theory into a cocked hat.
Yeah, unfortunately, you are right. You are referring, of course, to the angle at which the bullet entered Manescu's head.
Yeah, from the top of his head down.
Which would indicate that the bullet was fired from some distance above him. That his wife was out on the terrace at the time, slowly below him. As a matter of fact, below
All
him.
of which brings us back to our friend Eva.
Excuse it, please. Are you Lieutenant Segal of the police?
Yeah.
Then perhaps you would be good enough to tell me what this is all about.
Perhaps you would be good enough to tell me your name and what is all about.
Excuse. I'm Anton. I drive taxi cab.
So?
So today, in newspaper stands an advertisement.
Wait a minute. You mean the one about the cab driver who picked up a woman at the plaza last Tuesday night?
Yeah, you put it in?
No. Go on.
I answer the ad. I go to the address. There is policeman there. And over in one corner, a woman sitting with her head in her hands, crying.
That'd be Denise.
So I tell policeman that I picked up a woman last Tuesday night.
Probably Eva Loge.
I did not know her name. I picked her up at the plaza, and she stayed in my cab only 2 blocks. She kept looking back over her shoulder, and then she made me pull over to the curb and got out. All this I tell policeman. He takes down my address and tells me to come over here to Imperial Bar and report to you.
Very well. Thank you for your information. You may go now.
Go, he says. Still, nobody tells me what this is all about.
Well, that was a big bunch of nothing.
Mitchell, this case is giving me a headache. Murders, stolen documents, political intrigue. And every time we think we have a fresh lead, it disappears into thin air. Poof! Poof.
Hey, watch it.
Yeah, it would appear my gestures are a little too much. Waiter!
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Look, Siegel, you knocked the glass off the table just now, and it broke.
This is not a very profound observation,
But
Mitchell.
I found the glass lying on its side in Manescu's study after he got shot, and that glass wasn't broken. Yet the table there is about the same height as the table here.
What are you getting at?
Manescu's glass wasn't knocked off the table. It was placed on the floor.
So?
So we've been a couple of prize jugheads.
I still do not understand what...
The whole thing has just fallen into place, Lieutenant. There's just one big thing wrong right now.
What do you mean?
I mean, we could be just about 5 minutes too late.
Mitchell, there's the cab driver's house just ahead.
Okay, let's stop here, Lieutenant. We'll circle around to the back of the house. He probably keeps his cab there.
Mitchell, I still do not understand why this taxi cab is suddenly so important to us.
Look, remember what that cab driver said? When he picked up Eva after she'd killed that janitor, she only stayed in this cab a few minutes, then got out.
Yeah, she hid the documents there. That is why she had Denise put that ad in the paper. She wanted to find that taxi cab driver.
That's right. Wait. Yeah, there's the cab in that little lean-to back of the house. Okay, let's take it as quiet as we can now.
Mitchell, a flashlight. Someone is in that cab.
Yeah, that doesn't really surprise me. Come on.
Oh?
Found those documents yet?
Denise Manescu.
No, Eva Loche, Lieutenant. It's one and the same person.
What?
No, that's a lie.
Save it, Eva. The real Denise got killed in the Berlin Blitz, didn't she?
No.
You figured it'd be a neat scheme if people thought it was you who were killed. You posed as Denise, married Manescu, and got out of town.
Lies. All of them lies.
I guess Manescu was the right guy after all. He probably figured you'd reformed when he found out that you hadn't. You were afraid he'd expose you. You tried for him once on the golf course and got Olson instead. Then you rigged this little scheme for my benefit at your house this afternoon and killed him.
Mitchell, watch out.
Yeah, I see the gun. Your aim isn't as hot as it was, Eva. Drop it. That's better. And thanks for giving us the one piece of evidence we needed, this gun of yours. 5 will get you 10. We can prove that the slug that killed your husband came from this gun.
I will kill you.
Temper.
Mitchell.
Yeah?
This is all very nice, but there's one thing that we may have difficulty in proving.
What's that?
The angle of elevation of the bullet that killed Manescu.
That's right.
How could it have been fired by Eva here, who was standing on the ground outside the window?
That brings us back to the empty water glass, which was lying on its side on the floor in Manescu's study. I should have figured it sooner.
Figured what?
Look, when Manescu let me in the front door, he had a putter in his hand. He'd already told me that he practiced putting at home whenever he had a problem. And along about then, he had a big problem. What to do about Eva.
Putting?
Yeah. How do you go about putting a golf ball, Lieutenant?
Why, one takes the club in his hand, bends over the ball, and...
You can stop right there. That's what Manescu was doing. That's why the bullet entered the top of his head. Right, Eva?
I have nothing to say.
You don't have to. You know, you never want to underestimate anybody's golf game, Eva. You probably thought your husband's putting practice was a big joke. Well, maybe you were right. Yeah, I guess you could call it a joke. A real funny one. It'll kill you.
Well, we certainly enjoyed that assignment, Brian. Your usual sterling performance.
Thank you, Frank. I had an extra bowl full of Wheaties this morning. Maybe that helped.
Well, I'm sure it did, Brian. Seriously, you know, Wheaties can make a difference.
Oh, I agree. Less of a letdown.
Oh, more of the old up and at 'em.
That's right, but I have something to confess, Frank.
You have what?
The real reason I eat Wheaties is I like them.
Well, good for you. Best reason in the world. It's fine, the whole wheat, vitamins and minerals and proteins in Wheaties. But it's just the plain goodness you go for, huh?
That's right, Frank.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard the words of an honest man. Get your Wheaties tomorrow. Work better all morning for it. But most of all, eat 'em because you like 'em. Right, Brian Donlevy?
Right, Frank. Good night.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif with music by Basil Adlam, conducted by Ralph Hallenbeck, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Join us again next Wednesday when Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell embarks on another dangerous assignment.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen Thursday, that's tomorrow night, to Sarah Berner in Sarah's Private Caper on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
Next, listen for The Falcon on NBC. Steve Mitchell is written by Bob Reif with music by Basil Adlam, conducted by Ralph Hallenbeck, and is produced and directed. Wheaties presents Dangerous Assignment. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Dangerous Assignment, another in the Wheaties big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to end up with my having to decide whom to hand my gun to, the guy who's trying to help me or the guy who's trying to kill me. Morning, Commissioner.
Steve, have a seat.
Thanks.
Ruth.
Yes, Commissioner?
Steve's here. How are you doing with this plane reservation?
All set. And tell him I've even got a bottle of mosquito lotion for him.
Mosquito lotion? Sounds like I'm going to get stung in more ways than one. Where are you sending me?
Africa.
Oh, great.
Steve, you know how vitally important Africa is to most of the world as a source of raw materials. Well, we have positive evidence that certain interests have sent a man to Africa to conduct a hate campaign against us with the tribal witch doctors.
Witch doctors? Now, look.
Sure, it sounds fantastic, but unfortunately it's true. And you know how much influence those witch doctors have with their tribes. If they ever form into a block against us, the entire position of the United Nations in Africa will be in serious jeopardy. And most of the vital raw materials we get from there will be cut down to a trickle.
Mm-hmm. Who is this visiting fireman who's stirring up the trouble?
We don't know his name, but according to our information, 2 British agents have caught up with him and have him in their custody. At present, they're somewhere in the interior, heading for the Gold Coast.
You want me to meet them there?
Yes, at the port of Secondi. Your plane will get you there the day after tomorrow. Now, Steve, it's vital to us to find out all we can about the organization behind this man. We're depending on you to get the whole setup out of him.
Lucky me, right in the middle again.
When you get to the port of Secondi on the Gold Coast, go to the Black Ivory Bar. You'll be contacted there. Now, Steve, get over there. Talk to this man. And get enough information on his organization so we can smash it to pieces. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Dangerous Assignment will continue in a moment. Now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Begin a great day with Wheaties. Yes, if you've got a morning full of work tomorrow, get a breakfast full of Wheaties. Stride through the morning high, wide, and handsome with breakfast of champions. Begin a better breakfast with Wheaties and milk and fruit, and see if it doesn't make a difference. See if you don't work better, work easier, and finish feeling fine with Wheaties to help. Because, listen, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. A whole golden kernel rolled out flat and toasted. Yes, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. That's why Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. Whole wheat energy Wheaties have for you. Whole wheat vitamins and minerals, protein too. No wonder they can help make a difference. You try it. Try it tomorrow. See for yourself how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
That's the nice thing about my job. The commissioner always tries to make it sound so easy. All I have to do is drop over to Africa and talk to a guy who's been stirring up trouble among the witch doctors. Sounds like a cinch. But I've got an uneasy hunch that before it's over, some of those witch doctors will be stirring up plenty of trouble for me. It's Wednesday night when I get to Secondi on the Gold Coast, and I head for the Black Ivory Bar. It's almost deserted. But down at one end, a girl raises her eyes at me briefly over her glass. But this is working hours, so I slide onto a stool at the other end of the bar, and pretty soon a fat little gent eases up to me.
I have been expecting you, Mitchell.
Oh? Who are you?
Ralph DeGidio, the one who was to contact you with. Come.
Where to?
To a deserted warehouse at the waterfront. The 2 British agents are holding the man you seek there.
Oh, why all this hocus pocus?
This whole thing must be, how you say, undercover. The prisoner has many friends who would like very much to know where he's being held.
Okay. Well, how do we get there? I don't feel like walking much in this heat.
But this is but a short distance.
Hello.
Oh, hi. You decided you liked this end of the bar better, huh?
I decided maybe you'd buy me a drink.
Sorry, I already have a date.
You could do better, you know.
I don't doubt it, but this is business.
Suit yourself. All work and no play, you know.
Friendly little town, isn't it, DeGidio?
Indeed.
Well, come on, let's go. Hey, how much further is this place, DeGidio?
See the small building we're approaching at the end of the pier?
I don't see any lights in it.
But of course not. The windows have been boarded up. Here we are. The door is around this corner. Come.
There's no door here.
No, indeed, Mitchell.
Yeah, I kind of figured this could be a trap. Drop the knife.
One more inch and you will be...
Drop it before I break your arm. That's better. Now, you and I are going to have a little talk. He brings his knee up into my stomach, and I jackknife. By the time I get my wind back, he's halfway down the pier. There's an old freighter tied up, swaying in and out with the tide, and just as he gets opposite, his foot catches on a coil of rope. He loses his balance and falls between the pier and the end of the ship. Oh, brother.
Too bad.
What? Oh, the girl in the bar.
The girl in the bar, otherwise known as Alice.
Well, thanks for that warning you gave me in the bar, Alice.
I'm glad it registered, Mr. Mitchell.
Yeah. The look you sent my way when you told me I could do better than DeGidio sort of started me wondering if he was the right guy. So I was ready for him when he tried to spring the trap on me.
If you got my message, why did you leave it?
Well, I figured I could get a little information out of him, but by the look of him down there, he's not going to do much talking. Look, where's this guy I'm supposed to talk to, the one the 2 British agents are bringing in?
I'm afraid that's going to be up to you to find out, Mr. Mitchell.
What? I thought it was all set up.
You're right. It was all set up. But they've run into trouble. And it looks like you're going to have to go into the jungle after them.
Oh, great. What happened to them?
Lieutenant Ted Vance can tell you that. He's waiting for you now at headquarters.
Who's Lieutenant Vance?
In charge of the local police. Come along. I'll take you to him.
Well, Mitchell, looks like you're in for a bit of hoop-de-doo.
What's the setup, Lieutenant?
Well, as you know, 2 chaps from our intelligence picked up this blighter in the interior and were bringing him down here to Secondi. Well, this afternoon, their native guide staggered in here, more dead than alive. He lasted just long enough to tell us that their party had been attacked in the jungle.
By natives?
No, although it could have been, the way that blighter has the witch doctor stirred up. No, the party was attacked by some, let us say, friends of this chap.
I see.
According to the guide, one of our agents was killed and the native bearers ran away. That leaves our other agent Withers somewhere in the jungle with his prisoner. His friends are probably scouring the area for him right now. That's why there's a bit of a hurry-up necessary. Now, if you'll look at this map here...
Righto.
Here's the area where the attack took place. It's about a day-and-a-half hike from here through some thoroughly nasty country.
And you think Withers and his prisoner is somewhere between here and there, heading this way?
No, I don't. I think Withers realizes his chances of making it alone with his prisoner are pretty slim. I think he's holed up in that same area waiting for help.
I see. That's a lot of jungle there. What do I use to find them? Radar?
Well, before their guide left to come here for help, he told Withers the best place to hide. Now, you see this bend in the river, the little point of land that sticks out there?
Uh-huh.
Well, it's a natural vantage point and a lot of natural concealment there. With luck, you may find Withers and his prisoner at that bend of the river.
Yeah, with luck. Well, I better get started right away. How many men can you give me?
Well, that's the embarrassing part, old boy.
What do you mean?
I'm undermanned here as it is, and with the threat of uprisings, I've been ordered to keep every available man ready for action here.
Oh, this is sounding peachier by the moment. So I'm supposed to sally forth into the jungle alone?
Well, not quite. I can give you a native guide.
Gee, thanks.
I'm sorry. Orders are orders.
Yeah. Hey, look, I've got an idea. How about lending me a few of your men just for a few hours?
Lending you? I don't quite follow you, old boy.
Look, I wouldn't have much chance in that jungle alone against those 4 rescuers, but if they weren't in the area, then it wouldn't be so bad.
Oh, I see. You want my men to draw them off in another direction.
That's right. We could all start out together, and then at the right point, my guide and I could get lost. The rest of the party would keep going in another direction. The rescuers might follow them. That would give me a little more time. At least it's a chance.
Yes. Well, we'll do it. I'll get 3 of my men, and I'll give you the best guide I've got, a chap named Mungo. We'll start in an hour.
It wouldn't take a very sharp knife to cut this heat, Vance.
Quite.
And I can't say I care for these mosquitoes.
Your aim is terrific, old man. But these little fellows are nothing. Wait until you run into the kind that try to lift you off the ground.
Swell.
We're coming to the river. This is the jumping-off point, Mitchell. Halt!
Well, at least we've made enough noise for those 4 guys to be following us, if they're in this area at all.
Yes. The rest of us will keep straight on along the river for 2 hours. Then we'll start a wide circle back toward Secondo. Mungo!
Yes, Buona.
Take your orders from Buona Mitchell. Guide him to the bend in the river.
Yes, Buona.
We'll stay under cover here until we're sure the coast is clear. Then we'll ford the river and go up along the other bank.
Right. Well, cheerio, Mitchell.
Yeah, pip, pip, and all that.
Come along, men.
Here. We'll roost under these bushes on the riverbank for a few minutes. There we are. This ought to do.
Buona.
Yeah.
I hear footsteps.
Where?
Listen.
Yeah, coming along the trail.
See, there they are.
Yeah, the rescue party. Brother, 6 of them. That's even worse than we figured. Shh. They're following Vance's party, all right. Good. By the time they realize they're on a wild goose chase, I hope we'll be heading back with Withers and his prisoner. Okay, Mongo, let's go.
We can cross the river here, Buona. It will not come above our hips.
Lead the way. And kindly avoid all crocodiles and snakes. How long you figure it'll take us to get to that bend in the river, Mongo?
Oh, we'll not get there before morning, Buona.
Oh, well, it's getting too dark to go any farther tonight.
Yes. I'd better camp here for night.
Okay.
We'll stay in these bushes.
Yeah, looks like as good a spot as any. Okay, put our gear here and wait a minute. Hey, what's that?
Drums of tribe.
What tribe? Friendly, I hope.
Not friendly drums. Death drums.
Oh, great. Probably one of the tribes this guy I'm after's been stirring up. Where are they coming from, can you tell?
Oh, no can tell. Sometimes near, sometimes far. No can tell.
Yeah, well, needless to say, they'll probably keep it up all night, too.
Bongo hope so.
What do you mean you hope so?
When drums go, is not bad. When drums stop, is bad.
Yeah, well, they can stop any time as far as I'm concerned. We better figure out a watch schedule.
Mongo watch first.
Okay. Call me in a couple of hours.
try sitting in the jungle at night, listening to a few assorted animals and tribal drums, knowing there are 6 armed men gunning for you. It's great for the nerves. But at least I've got Mongo, and knowing he's out there on watch is a big help. Finally, I get drowsy enough to doze off. Suddenly, I snap out of it. At first, I think it's a noise that wakes me up, and then I realize it's the lack of noise. The drums have stopped. There's not a sound. The whole jungle is quiet. Too quiet. Mongo, I head for the scream. It's bright moonlight now, but there's no sign of Mongo. Then I round the tree trunk, and there he is. He's lying on his back, and his throat has been cut from ear to ear.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment.
Well, sir, I'm all for it. I'm all for you waking up to breakfast of champions. Wheaties milk fruit. It's a combination to help you breeze through your morning's work with pep left over. It's Wheaties, the crisp way to get your whole wheat. Because, yes, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Got it? There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. No wonder it's Wheaties for folks with big things to do and places to go. No wonder Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. You try them. Get vitamins and minerals for stamina and vitality. Get them in Wheaties. Get protein. Get it in Wheaties. Get energy, whole wheat energy. Get it in Wheaties. Yes, tomorrow morning, shake out a bowl full of the crisp flakes, the golden flakes, Wheaties flakes. Pour on the milk, put on the raspberries or the bananas or whatever you like at your house, and then dig right in and know you're getting up-and-coming nourishment for an up-and-coming morning. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Sure, Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. You try it. Breakfast of champions. Breakfast for you.
Now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
So, Mongo's lying in front of me dead, and I'm on my own. Who killed him? Hostile natives or the rescue party? Suddenly, I realize I'm making a pretty good target of myself standing in the moonlight. I dive for the bushes just in time. There's my answer. The natives don't carry rifles. That means the rescue party has figured out advances in my decoy scheme, and they're back on my trail again. I head for the river and wade upstream a couple of hours. I don't want to leave a trail for them if I can help it. Dawn comes, and I climb out of the water. The bend in the river is just a couple of 100 yards ahead of me. I wait a few minutes, but no sign of anyone following me. Maybe I've given them the slip. Now my big problem is finding Withers and his prisoner. But it turns out to be no problem at all. I get to the bend of the river, and there are 2 guys in torn clothes fighting on the riverbank in front of me. Hey, stop that fight. You heard me, both of you. Cut it out. That's better. Now get your hands up in the air, both of you.
I'll see here, old man.
Oh, shut up and do as I tell you, unless you'd like me to let a little daylight into you.
Oh, very well, but you're making a mistake.
You let me decide that, what? Well, you must be the 2 guys I'm looking for. Okay, which one of you is Withers?
I am.
Well, now, look.
I'm Withers.
You're lying. I'm Withers.
I tell you, I'm
Shut up.
Withers.
So you're both Withers, huh?
No, he's lying.
Well, it ought to be easy enough to prove one way or another. Withers is a British agent, and they always have identification papers. You say you're Withers. Let me see your papers.
Why, yes, certainly. Well, that's strange. I don't seem to have them. Now, wait. This other man stole them from me.
I did not. Those papers are mine.
Okay, Buster, suppose you show them to me.
Of course,
So you don't have them either.
They must have fallen into the river during the fight.
Oh, sure. Now, look. For the time being, I'm going to call you guys Pat and Mike for the lack of anything better. Now, you're Pat.
I say Mitchell. I don't mind being called Pat, but my real name is Withers, and I think this is all pretty silly.
So, you know my name, huh?
Well, of course. You're Steve Mitchell, and you're supposed to meet me and my prisoner here.
I see.
You don't see Mitchell. This bloke heard me and my partner mention your name before his friends jumped us.
That's not true. I heard it.
Look, save it, both of you. Mike.
I gather that's the name you've selected for me.
That's right.
Well, that's your privilege, of course, but I prefer my own name, Withers.
Yeah, but you're Mike for the time being. Hold it.
What's the matter?
Listen.
I don't hear anything.
That's the point. Those birds stopped screeching all of a sudden. Yeah, someone coming. Okay, drop to the ground in those bushes, both of you. Now freeze. The first one of you lets a peep. Gets a hole in his head.
But, Mitchell...
Shut up. Yeah, the rescue boys. Quiet. Nice try, Pat, but it didn't work.
What do you mean?
Breaking that twig to try and attract their attention.
Well, that was an accident.
Was it?
But of course
That
I
was
wouldn't do
no
anything.
accident. He did it deliberately. Those men out there in the brush are his fellow agents.
That's a lie.
Keep your voices down, both of you. Come on, we're getting out of here.
Just a minute, Mitchell. We can clear this up right now. This chap claims it's me. Very well. Let me ask him a question.
Okay.
You claim your name is Withers, old boy. That you're a British agent. All right. Who's your superior officer?
Major Summersby in London.
Huh. Sorry. Your information is a little obsolete. Summersby was promoted 3 weeks ago. Major Holcomb's in charge.
Well, Pat.
Why, I've been out of touch with the Home Office for some time, and I can...
No, quite.
All right. Two can play at that game, my friend. Oh, you say you're Withers. What's your wife's name?
Helen.
It's Edith.
Now, see.
You see here, both of you. This is no time to be sitting around the jungle playing guessing games. Look, one of you is Withers, a British agent. The other one is an agent for another outfit, and he's been stirring up trouble with the witch doctors. Now, whichever one of you that is, has got friends beating the bush for him. Well, right now, we're heading for the coast before those friends catch up with us.
That's a good idea, Mitchell.
And get this through your heads. Right now, I don't know which one of you is which, but sooner or later, I'll figure it out. And in the meantime, I'm not taking any chances. The first one of you tries anything gets his head blown off. You got that straight? Okay, get moving. So the three of us start heading down the river for the coast, with me playing a little game of who's who in my mind and getting nowhere. Night comes and we camp by the river. The drums start in again, which doesn't help my peace of mind any. The three of us sit there eyeing each other like hungry vultures. I sit there holding a gun on them, fighting sleep. Mike finally rolls over and dozes off. Right now, I'd give my eye teeth to do likewise.
This has been a pretty rough go for you, Mitchell.
Save the sympathy act, Pat.
Oh, no, I mean it. It's pretty rough on a chap beating his way through these jungles without any rest.
Yeah, rest. Oh, brother, could I do with about 12 hours of sack time?
Yeah, nothing like sleep.
You said it. Sleep. Aye.
Mitchell?
Mitchell, watch out!
What? Get back, Pat! Back!
Very well.
I just wanted to see if I was comfortable, I suppose. Well, that was too close for comfort. Come on, both of you. You're going to sit back to back against this tree with your arms around it, and it's going to tie you that way. Now, come on over here, Pat.
I guess you know who's who now, Mitchell.
I'm beginning to get the idea, Mike. Thanks for warning me.
I think this is a lot of foolishness.
I thought you would. Sit down here. Okay, stick your hands out behind you, both of you. There. Now, a couple of turns of rope, and I think you'll both stay put a while.
Listen.
Yeah. No drums. The last time they stopped, a guy got himself killed.
What was that?
I don't know. Sounds like it came from over near the river. I better have a look. I ease over towards the river. Nothing in sight. I start to turn, but just then, a guy drops out of a tree on top of me. He's got not a native either. I knock him off. Then I spot his gun, but too late. Blood creases my leg. He aims again, but this time I beat him to it. He slumps over. Then I spot another guy slithering through the brush with a rifle pointing in my direction. I limp back to Pat and Mike as fast as I can.
Mitchell, what happened?
Your leg. It's bleeding.
Sure is. Come on, I'm untying you.
But who were they?
Oh, a couple of scouts from the rescue party. We gotta get out of here fast and quiet. Okay, come on, get moving.
Look, Mitchell, can't we rest a bit? Been walking all night.
Guess we'd better stop.
Well,
That's the best news yet.
It's not good news to me, gents.
What do you mean?
Climbing up to the top of this plateau took what little strength I had left in my leg.
Oh, so now we have to carry you, I suppose.
Wait a minute. Look, down there, the rescue party. They're just starting up the plateau. Great. So they picked up our trail after all.
Well, what now, General?
It took us an hour to climb it. It won't take them that long. It's still about 3 hours to the coast. The way I'm limping, it won't take them long to catch up with us. Well, looks like I've got to make a decision.
What do you mean?
I've got to decide which one of you is Withers and give my gun to him so he can get to the coast with the other guy.
What about you?
Well, I'll try and find a place to hide until help gets back to me. Okay, I think I know which one of you is which. Pat?
Well, congratulations, Mitchell.
Mitchell, are you crazy?
As I started to say, Pat, you're the wrong guy.
What? No.
Well, you had me worried for a moment. Mitchell!
Pat, stop or I'll drill you. Come back here. That's better. Okay, Mike. There are 3 slugs left in this gun. One's for Pat if he gives you any trouble on the way to the coast. Here's the gun.
Thanks, Mitchell. And congratulations. You picked the wrong man.
You will hear the conclusion of Dangerous Assignment in just a moment. First, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Put the sun in the sky and have a great morning. Begin a better breakfast with Wheaties. That's right. You can feel well, look well, work well when you begin a better breakfast with Wheaties and milk and fruit. Whole wheat energy, whole wheat vitamins and minerals, protein too. High-stepping nourishment for a high-stepping morning. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Yes, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. No wonder we say Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. You try it. Try it tomorrow. You're eating good to be feeling good. You're getting breakfast of champions. Try it. See for yourself how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Yes, you're not quite as clever as you thought, Mitchell. I must say you're very obliging, turning your gun over to me.
I must say you put us in a bit of a pickle, Mitchell.
Maybe not such a pickle, Pat. You see, Mike, I had you pegged as the wrong guy right from the start.
Of course. That's why you gave me the gun. Sorry, but your bluff won't work. Stand back, Mitchell. No, wait. I want you to be nice and close. There, that's fine.
Close enough?
Close enough. You said there are 3 slugs in this gun. One's for Pat, one to spare, and one for you in the stomach. Takes longer that way. So long, Mr. Mitchell. What? Empty!
Sure is, Buster.
You did have it figured out.
That's right.
Let go of me!
With pleasure.
Ah!
Well, you just put back the 10 years of my life you took away a minute ago, Mitchell. When you started to give that gun to Mike there, I knew my only chance was to make a run for it.
Yeah?
You know, there's one thing I'm curious about.
What's that?
This bloke was so clever with his answers, I began to find myself wondering whether I really was with us. How did you find out about him?
Want to know a little secret? I didn't.
What?
Right up until the time I handed him that gun, I didn't have the slightest idea which of you was which.
But you told him you'd figured it out.
Sure, these guys operate a lot on bluff, so I thought I'd toss one back at him. So let him think I'm smarter than he was. What he doesn't know won't hurt him.
All right, old boy. I can assure you I'll be the last chap in the world to put him straight about it. But I say, we're still not out of trouble. That rescue party's gaining on us.
Yeah, we better get going.
Your leg, man. You can't walk fast enough.
I know. That's where our friend Mike here comes in. Come on, let's bring him around.
Mike? I don't understand.
Oh, I've got a special deal lined up for Mike. He'll love it, I'm sure. He gets to carry me piggyback. Come on, let's saddle him up and get out of here.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif, with music composed by Basil Adlam and conducted by Ralph Hollenbeck, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Join us again next Wednesday when Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell embarks on another dangerous assignment.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen Thursday, that's tomorrow night, to Sarah Berner in Sarah's Private Caper on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. Next, listen for The Falcon on NBC. It's National Wheaties Week. Yes, it's National Wheaties Week, and Wheaties present Dangerous Assignment. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Dangerous Assignment, another in the Wheaties big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize it's going to involve my trying to hold Western Europe together with 2 mirrors, a book of matches, and a rusty razor blade. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you wanted to see me.
I do, Steve. You're flying to Paris. But don't get any ideas.
Well, I can dream, can't I?
I'm afraid this dream's going to turn into a nightmare.
Oh, swell. What's the deal?
Tell me, what do you know about Aristide Reynal, Steve?
Reynal? Oh, sure. The Swiss Sherlock Holmes. A sleuth of the old school, complete with a derby hat, umbrella, and false faces. But a very right guy, even if he is left-handed. And also one of the sharpest little detectives in the world.
That's right. But I see you don't know the latest about him.
What's that?
Last night in Paris, Aristide Reynal was murdered.
What? Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I really liked the little guy. Who did it?
We think it was our old friend Lupac, Steve.
Lupac? Is he still on the loose?
More than ever. Now, Steve, I don't have to tell you about Lupac. He's a hired killer and the cleverest man we've ever had in our hair. I'll tell you how clever he is. He's been operating 5 years that we know of. We're fairly sure he's implicated in at least a half dozen assassinations, and yet no one even has a description of him.
Yeah, I know that. Look, Commissioner, Aristide Reynal was a sort of a friend of mine, but I don't think you'd be sending me over to Paris to find Lupac for that reason.
No, there's a lot more to it than friendship, Steve. You see, representatives of several European nations have been trying to hold top-secret conversations in Paris for the last week.
What do you mean they've been trying?
Every time they schedule a meeting, one of the representatives meets with a fatal accident, and I don't mean accident.
I see.
We think Lupac is responsible for those murders, that he's been hired to hamstring those negotiations. Now, Steve, they're going to try to meet again next Monday. Lupac's got to be caught before then. Get over to Paris, work with Inspector Murat of the Sûreté, and find Lupac. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Dangerous Assignment will continue in a moment. Now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Say, friends, are you celebrating proper? It's National Wheaties Week, you know. National meaning everybody coast to coast. Wheaties meaning the whole wheat flakes with a wholehearted energy. And week meaning 7 big days for you and me to buy 'em, try 'em, and tell the neighbors. I'm eating 'em. My family's eating 'em. How about you and yours? Get Wheaties yourself and get with America. Come on, it's National Wheaties Week.
That's what I like about my job. The commissioner's always so nice to me. He gives me a whole weekend in Paris, and all I have to do is find a killer nobody's ever lived to describe. I should be so lucky. Well, it's Friday when I get to Paris. I go to the headquarters of the French Sûreté, and Inspector Murat is waiting for me.
Mitchell, all of us here at the Sûreté feel we have lost an honored colleague in Monsieur Aristide Renal.
What facts can you give me about Renal's murder, Inspector?
Unfortunately, very few. We know only that Renal's body was discovered yesterday morning in the apartment of a man named Belog.
Belog? Who's he?
We have no idea, Mitchell. This Belog has dropped completely out of sight.
Do you have any description of him?
We have managed to piece together a slight description by questioning the other tenants. Belog is a small man, dark, with a mustache and a Van Dyke beard. He customarily wears horn-rimmed glasses and a beret.
Great. That description could fit 1,000 guys in Paris.
True.
You know, there's a little idea pecking at my brain, Murat.
I should not be surprised if it were the same idea that occurred to me, Mitchell. Namely, that this mysterious Monsieur Belog might be the hired killer we seek, Lupin.
Yeah. You got a key to this Belog's apartment, Commissioner?
Yes, we have left everything untouched for the time being.
Good. Come on. I'd like to take a look at it.
As you can see, it is quite a simple apartment.
Yeah, pretty bare. You spot any items of interest here?
A rusty razor blade in the bathroom.
Oh, well, let's take a look. Yeah. And some whiskers in the washbowl.
It is possible that Belog, after the killing, decided to shave off his mustache and beard.
So now we're looking for a little man with horn-rimmed glasses, with or without mustache and beard. You know, we're getting less to go on by the minute. Funny?
Indeed. I do not see any humor in it.
No. I mean, this guy Belog must have been a pretty vain gent.
How do you mean?
He's got 2 mirrors in here.
Oui, I noticed that.
One of them here over the washbowl on the left side of the room in the corner, and another one in the middle of the wall.
Perhaps he needed more light.
There's as much light here as there is there.
You are right. It is strange.
Well, anything else, Inspector?
There on the table in front of you.
This matchbook?
Yes. Note that there are but 2 matches remaining on the right side.
Right now, I'm more interested in noting the name on the cover. Hugo's. What's that?
A small restaurant on the Boulevard de Clichy.
Well, when you don't know where to start, I guess one place is as good as any other, Inspector. Besides, I'm hungry anyway. I'll see you later. So I head for Hugo's. And of course, every other guy I see on the way there answers Belog's general description, which gives me a good idea what a sweet job it's going to be finding him. Inside the restaurant, a mournful-looking little gent is circulating from table to table, sawing away at a fiddle for the benefit of a few moonstruck couples. Then a tall, skinny gent spots me standing in the doorway and comes up to me.
Welcome to Hugo's, monsieur.
Are you the official greeter?
I am Hugo.
Oh, good. I'd like to talk to you. Where can we sit?
Why, at this table right here. But if you are selling anything, I am not in the market. Business, it stinks.
Don't worry, I'm not selling anything.
Oh, my friend, I now have much warmer feeling toward you. In that case, I would like to sell you something. A dinner fit for royalty.
Later, but right now I'd like a little information. Did you ever hear the name Belog before?
Belog? Belog?
What are you doing, memorizing it?
Oh, but of course, Belog, a steady customer, noble soul. At least he was.
Was what? A noble soul or a steady customer?
In Hugo's mind, there is no difference, my friend. But to be brief, I have not seen Monsieur Belog in here for the last few days.
I don't wonder. But before that, he used to come in regularly, huh?
Now you're making me slightly uncomfortable, monsieur.
Mitchell. Why?
Mitchell. Very simple. When inquiries are made about my steady customers, sometimes makes them very nervous. Then they become unsteady customers. And then Hugo's nerves become unsteady because it means he's losing money.
I get it. You think $5 American would steady your nerves, Hugo?
Would be interesting experiment. Place the bill in my hands.
Here you are.
Uh-huh. The experiment worked? See, my fingers, they are not quivering one bit.
Yeah. Amazing, isn't it? Now, about filling me in on this guy Belog.
Of course. He came in here regularly, usually in company of another man.
What did this other man look like?
Oh, he was small, about Belog's size. Very inconspicuous-looking man. Let me see. I believe he usually wore a derby hat and carried umbrella with him.
Derby hat? Umbrella? Hey, wait a minute. Look, here, take a look at this picture. This isn't the guy by any chance, is it?
But, of course, the very man.
And you say that he and Belog were in here together all the time?
Yes. You know the man in this picture?
I knew him. His name was Aristide Renal.
Well, the two of them seem quite friendly.
I don't get it unless...
Don't get what, my friend?
I'll skip it. Well, thanks for the information, Hugo.
Oh, but there is more.
What?
Indeed. Let us say that you have paid only for the main course of the dinner. There remains dessert.
You know, I don't see why you bother serving food in this place. You seem to do pretty well without it.
One must live, my friend.
Okay, steady fingers. Here's another 5 spot. Now, how about the dessert?
You see, over that corner table, alone.
The girl?
Who else?
Well, you said dessert, and you weren't kidding. French pastry yet. Who is she?
Celeste. A, shall we say, friend of Balok's?
That gives me 3 good reasons for talking to her.
3? What are the other 2?
Her eyes, of course. Oh, I'll see you later, Hugo. Hi.
Hello.
Mind if I join you?
Why not?
Good question.
I am drinking Pernod in case you want to buy me another drink.
Sounds like an open and shut in case. Waiter, Pernod and a scotch.
Oui, monsieur.
You're a friend of Balog's, aren't you?
Why?
You seen him lately?
Why?
Your needle is stuck. I owe him some money.
Give it to me. I will give it to him.
No, thanks. Not that I don't trust you. I just don't trust you. I'd rather give it to him myself, Celeste.
Suit yourself. I have not seen him lately.
I see. Did you ever hear him use any other name beside LeBock?
Other name?
Lupac, for instance.
For instance, no. But why do we talk about Balog? He bores me. I know something much more interesting to talk about.
What's that?
Celeste and,
Steve.
Celeste and Steve. It sounds nice.
Yeah. Might be an interesting topic of conversation at that. Where do you think it would lead us?
Maybe to 36th Rue Sedan.
What's there?
My place.
Oh, well...
Here are your drinks, monsieur. Scotch and Pernod.
You're a little late, Buster. We're leaving. There you are.
Merci, monsieur. But the drinks, what shall I do with them?
Well, you might... No, just drink them. Come on, Celeste. We drive up and stop at her place and start in. Then I catch a glimpse of a figure standing in the shadows of the alley across the street. Could be Balog, alias Lupac. Celeste promises to wait, goes inside, and I walk down to the end of the block. Then I cross over and circle around that block. I came up the alley behind the guy, but when I get into the alley, there's enough light to tell me that no one else is in there. I come out across the street from Celeste's apartment, and still no one in sight. I start to turn for another look back down the alley, but just then an arm swings down out of the doorway beside me, and something awfully hard connects over my right ear. Knocks me to the ground. I fight to get up on my hands and knees, but just as I do, I get it again. I grab for the legs in front of my bleary eyes, but this guy must be enjoying it. The 3rd time is the charm. Out I go.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment. It's National Wheaties Week.
Hello, this is Frank Martin, the family man. Yes, sir, a family man with a wife and a son and a home like yours. Pretty much like the man around your house, I'll bet. I wake up hungry, and I do mean hungry. But my wife, bless her heart, has a cure for that. She has Wheaties ready with bananas sliced and the cream right handy. You know, that sure is a wonderful way to treat a man. So why don't you try it on yours during National Wheaties Week? If he's anything like me, he'll go for those Wheaties. Yes, and they can help keep him going, too. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Not bad, huh? A whole kernel. So I'm asking you to try Wheaties once during National Wheaties Week, won't you? Try 'em.
And now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
Mitchell!
Oh.
Mitchell!
What? Oh, Inspector Murat.
Oh, you are not so bad off after all.
Don't take any bets on that.
Oh, I'm glad.
Brother, my head. What happened anyway?
Oh, well, one of my patrolmen heard a commotion. He saw a man dragging you into this alley. The man fled. When the patrolman saw your identification papers, he called me, and here I am.
Looks like I was about to get taken for the well-known ride.
Who hit you?
I wish I knew. Could have been Balog. Hey, that reminds me. Come on, Inspector. We should have a talk with Celeste. No answer.
She may have gone. On the other hand, she may be hiding in there.
You got a pass key?
Oui.
Let's find out.
Very well. Here it is.
Now, watch it. Baylog may be inside, too.
That possibility has also occurred to me.
I'll get the lights. Huh, empty. You know, there's something that bothers me about this whole setup.
What is it?
That's the trouble. I can't put my finger on it. It's like listening to a pretty little tune and hearing a discord every now and then. Like, for instance, Hugo told me that Baylog and Aristide Reynal were regular customers at his restaurant and that they seemed very friendly.
Monsieur Reynal was what we might call a detective of the old school. I am sure the idea of assuming another identity and befriending Baylog would have appealed to him.
Yeah, like I say, that could be it. And if that was the only discord, I wouldn't pay any attention to it.
There are others?
Just little ones, like why the two mirrors in Baylog's bathroom?
You think there is a significance there?
Right now, I'm having trouble thinking at all with this lump on my head. Look, I'm going back to Hugo's and see if he can give me any more leads on Celeste. I'll check with you later at headquarters.
Good evening, Monsieur Mitchell.
Hello, Hugo. Hey, looks like you're doing quite a business.
No, these are not customers. They are would-be waiters. Waiters. Today I need a waiter. I put in paper advertisement, and they pour in a flood. Oh, but I do not think that you come back here to talk about waiters. Did you find your friend Baylog?
No, I can't even find Celeste.
No.
Hey, there's $10 in it for you if you let me know the next time she drops in here.
$10?
$10. Is it a deal?
My friend, for that I will not only let you know, I will have her here waiting for you in chains.
Mitchell, were you able to find out anything more at Hugo's?
Only that he's having employment troubles.
Tell me, are you still hearing little discords in this tune we are listening to?
Yes, I am. I'm beginning to think that the discords could add up to a whole new tune.
But anyway. Hello? Oui? What? Hello, Kiko. Very well. The trail is warming up, Mitchell.
How so?
At your suggestion, I have had one of my men watching Celeste's apartment. He reports that a man answering Baylog's general description just went inside.
Okay. Well, that sort of knocks my new tune into a cocked hat. Come on, let's go. Better stop here, Inspector. Celeste's apartment is just ahead.
Oui.
There's a small open car parked up there in front of the apartment house.
Yes, that is the car the suspect arrived in, according to the report my man gave me.
Look, here he comes out the door.
He's getting into the car. Mitchell, we must not let him escape.
Hold it. Doesn't look like he's going anywhere. He's just sitting in the car. Huh. He's a little guy, all right. And Hugo said Baylog was a little guy.
He is not wearing glasses, however, and he is clean-shaven.
Don't forget those whiskers in Baylog's wash basin. He could have shaved his beard off.
What are you going to do?
Have a little talk with him. I'll be back in a minute.
Be very careful, Mitchell.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, what is it?
You got a match?
Why, of course. Here.
Thanks. Say, I wonder if you could help me.
Help you?
Yeah. I'm a tourist here, and I need a little information.
Oh, yeah. I'm rather in a hurry, and...
Well, this won't take a minute. Here. This is a timetable for the Underground Railway, but I can't seem to figure out where the nearest station is.
Oh, very well. Excuse me. I must put on my glasses. So, now let me see it. Oui, your nearest station is just off the Boulevard de Montparnasse.
How do I get there?
Let me see. You go down this street 2 blocks, then over 1, and then you turn...
No, not so fast. Look, here's a piece of paper. Would you write it down for me?
Oh, certainly.
Sorry to put you to the trouble.
Thanks. Oh, it is quite all right. Here you are.
Thank you very much.
Well?
I don't know. Could be Baylog, all right. He had to put on glasses to read the timetable.
In that case, perhaps we... Mitchell, look!
Yeah, Celeste just jumped into his car. Come on, Murat, get this baby started. We don't want to lose him now. So, for the next 30 minutes, we chased them down a dozen assorted side streets and alleys, but we can't seem to gain on them. Finally, we spot their car pulled up in front of a 4-story warehouse. Neither the little guy nor Celeste is in the car. We pull up behind it.
They must be somewhere in that building, Mitchell.
Yeah, but where? This is a lot of building, looks like.
One of us had better go to the rear entrance, the other take the front.
Okay, you, Morat, get back!
Mon Dieu.
Brother. Yeah. This is the guy we were chasing, all right, or what's left of him.
No identification on him, but that does not surprise me. Well, Mitchell, the case is closed. Our little friend, Baylog, realized he was cornered. He preferred to administer justice to himself.
Did he?
I know what you are thinking, that perhaps he was pushed off the building. Well, perhaps he was. It is no matter. Either way, it would appear our case is closed.
Yeah, you're right. That's just the way it would appear.
Monsieur Mitchell, international cooperation is a wonderful thing, and it has been a privilege to work with you in this affair. But I must say, I am becoming increasingly annoyed at your present attitude.
Sorry.
It is true we have identified the body as that of Harold Pravda, an unemployed waiter. But to me, this means nothing. If Baylog was Lupak, as we believe him to be, he was quite capable of assuming a dozen different identities.
I know all that, Inspector.
But I tell you, the whole thing fits into place. Observe. First, we know that Aristide Reynal was on the trail of the notorious Lupak. Second, Reynal is murdered in the apartment of a mysterious little man named Baylog. Third, we know that Celeste is a friend of Baylog's. Fourth,
we chase Celeste and a little guy to a warehouse. The little guy takes a dive or gets pushed off the roof.
Exactamo. And furthermore, this little guy, as you call him, answers Baylog's description, even to the horn-rimmed glasses which he put on to write directions for you when you approached.
Hey, hold it right there.
What?
You just said something, Inspector. I remember now. That little guy wrote out the directions for me right-handed.
Is this so unusual?
It's unusual enough to take us back to Baylog's apartment right now.
Baylog's apartment? But surely if Baylog is dead...
Baylog is dead, all right. But if my hunch is good, there's something a lot more important than Baylog in his apartment.
But what could it be?
The answer to this whole deal. Inspector, one of the things you showed me when we were here in Baylog's apartment before was this matchbook on the table.
But of course, that led us to Hugo's restaurant.
Yeah, and that's all I was paying attention to at the time. I should have paid more attention to the fact that the remaining matches were on the right-hand side of the book. That means the person who was using those matches was left-handed.
Granted, he picked off the matches with his left hand.
Aristide Reynal was left-handed.
Of course he was, Mitchell. We both know that. But what does that prove? We believe that Reynal was posing as a friend of Baylog's. They ate dinner together. Reynal obviously visited this apartment. As a matter of fact, this is where his body was discovered, if you will remember.
Yeah, Reynal was left-handed. He probably used those matches. Now, come on into the bathroom.
Very well.
Now, this is the part I couldn't figure out before, Murat, but it sure makes sense now, the two mirrors.
But I still do not see...
Look, the regular mirror is over the washbowl right here in the left-hand corner of the room.
True.
Now, pretend you're Baylog and you're going to shave. And also pretend you're left-handed.
Well, no, all right. I would simply take a razor in my left hand and then... Mitchell.
Yeah, that's right, Inspector. There's not enough room between the mirror and the wall on the left side for a left-handed man to shave.
Yes.
You'd probably cut your nose off.
That is why Baylog set up the other mirror farther along the wall.
Yeah. Inspector, doesn't it strike you as a pretty big coincidence that both Reynal and Baylog happen to be left-handed?
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that Reynal and Baylog were one and the same man.
What? But that is impossible.
Is it? Look, we know Reynal liked to adopt various disguises. I think he grew a beard, rented this apartment under the name of Baylog, and went after Lupak. Then, when things got too warm, he shaved off his beard, but it was too late. Lupak killed him, and his body was correctly identified as Reynal.
But Hugo himself told us he had seen Reynal and Baylog dining together frequently in his restaurant.
That's the point, Inspector. That means that...
That means that Hugo was lying.
Wait.
Hello, Hugo. I figured you'd be pretty close on our trail at this point.
I had to be sure you were convinced that the little man who, shall we say, fell off the roof was Baylog. Unfortunately, you are not convinced, that's all.
Then Hugo is Lupak.
That's about the way it adds up.
I have that honor indeed. Inspector, the hand away from the pocket, please. I admit there are more artistic ways of killing than with this gun of mine, but I am a practical man. I always suit the weapon to the occasion.
You were pretty smart in this deal, weren't you, Hugo?
Up to a point.
When you found out that we believed there was a guy named Baylog and that he'd killed you killed Raynal, you decided to keep the story alive. You even went so far as to hire a little waiter who might pass for Baylog. You made a deal with him to take us on a chase through town. Then you shoved him off the building, hoping that would close the case and take the heat off of you.
Stay where you are. So it did not work. However, you are the only two who know it did not work. And you can be easily disposed of. Mitchell, stay where you are.
Don't worry, Hugo. I'm not getting any closer to you. I'm just walking sideways.
Stop.
You know, Hugo, for the first time in your life, you're going to have to make a choice.
I said stop.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Up to this point in your illustrious career, you've always been told who to kill. Now you've got to choose, me or Murat.
I shall kill both of you.
Oh, no. We're on opposite sides of the room now, and you're right in the middle. Whichever one you shoot, the other's going to jump you, and you won't have time to get us both. So, which one of us it is going to be, Hugo? Hugo licks his lips, jerking his head first towards me and then Murat. My plan is working. I'm almost to the light switch. Hugo takes another quick look at Murat, and I grab the switch and drop to the floor. I know Murat's got his gun out by now, like I have, but I also know Hugo's too smart to stay in one spot. I listen. No sound. I've got to figure out a way to trap him. Then I think of the small shaving mirror on the bathroom wall. I'm about 2 feet from the door. I ease into the bathroom flat on my stomach and get the mirror. Then I prop it up against the inside of the door so it'll reflect from behind the door out into the living room. I get behind the door and stick my gun through the crack. Then I take my cigarette lighter, reach back behind me, and light it. He takes a shot at the reflection, and I've got his location pegged. Murat!
I am all right, Mitchell.
Okay, I got the right guy then. Get the lights.
Oh, indeed, you did get the right man, Mitchell.
Huh. He's still alive, but I don't think for very long.
Your mirror device was most effective.
Well, I guess it was pretty fitting, Inspector. That mirror was what tipped us off to the whole deal anyway.
It would appear the old superstition about breaking a mirror is true.
No, you're wrong there, Inspector. This proves that superstition is all wet.
Hmm? How do you mean?
Well, breaking a mirror is supposed to bring 7 years bad luck, isn't it?
Well, yes, I guess it is.
So it sure isn't true for Hugo anyway. He should live that long.
You have just heard the conclusion of Dangerous Assignment. Now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
It's National Wheaties Week.
That was my wife. Sure, it's National Wheaties Week. So the Wheaties people asked her if she'd come to the studio tonight and tell the truth about me and Wheaties. Our little boy would have come, but he's only 3.5, and it's about time he was in bed. My wife's name is Maud Lee Martin, and she comes from Kentucky. Maybe you can tell it when you hear her talk.
Thank you, honey. Well, I'm surely glad to have a chance to celebrate National Wheaties Week because we're really fond of Wheaties at our house. Our little boy Jeff eats them right out of the box. Your Wheaties announcer, my husband, eats Wheaties too. And I'd like to tell every wife listening, I really do think Wheaties make a great deal of difference in a man's work. I have a real nice feeling when I put Wheaties on the breakfast table because I know I'm giving my family a wonderful lot of real nourishment. If you haven't had Wheaties lately, pick up a package when you're at the store tomorrow and join the Martins at breakfast, won't you?
Sure, do that. It's National Wheaties Week.
Come on, everybody, to the Wheaties party. Eat a lot of Wheaties like the champions do. Dance together, cheek to cheek. This is National Wheaties Week. Eat a lot of Wheaties like the champions do. Wheaties, a breakfast of champions.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Wright, with music composed by Basil Adlam and conducted by Ralph Hollenbeck, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Join us again next Wednesday when Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell embarks on another Dangerous Assignment.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen Thursday, that's tomorrow night, to Sarah Berner in Sarah's Private Caper on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then. And remember, it's National Wheaties Week.
Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. 3 weeks from tonight, the great Gildersleeve returns to NBC.
It's National Wheaties Week. Yes, it's National Wheaties Week, and Wheaties presents Dangerous Assignment. On stage tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, Dangerous Assignment, another in the Wheaties big parade of exciting half-hour presentation. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce, but they all spell the same thing, trouble. Morning, Commissioner.
Steve, ever done any snake charming?
Well, I tried my hand at charming, but I think they'd resent being called snakes. Why?
You're leaving for Bombay, India on the next plane.
To study snake charming?
There's a snake somewhere in this deal. How you get him out of his basket is up to you.
What's the deal?
An American named Carter went to the Indian province of Kwalani to sell farm machinery. But when the Maharaja's inspector staged a surprise inspection of some of the crates, he found guns and ammunition there instead.
Gun running. What some guys will do for a buck.
The case against Carter was based on the testimony of a man named S. Gouda. He testified he'd seen Carter dealing with a native agitator, that Carter had opened a crate of guns in his presence and had been paid for them.
Pretty convincing testimony.
Yes, but right after the trial, this Gouda disappeared. Yesterday, he got word to us that he was hiding down in Bombay. He wants to talk to one of our agents secretly. You're the one he's going to talk to.
I say, you got his address?
Yeah, here it is. Steve, for obvious reasons, this has to be done undercover. You can't reveal your identity, and you've got to get Gouda before the outfit he lied for does. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Dangerous Assignment will continue in just a moment. Now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Here are the simple rules for a happy National Wheaties Week at your house. Go to your grocer, buy some Wheaties, and start your breakfast with them every morning. See if you don't honest and truly feel a difference. See if the vitamins and minerals whole wheat has to offer don't add up to energy the Wheaties way. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake, you know. A whole kernel. So, won't you join us? Get Wheaties, the whole wheat flakes with the naturally sweet whole wheat flavor. Wheaties. Try them at least once during National Wheaties Week.
Yeah, I've got my assignment. Going to be a friendly little race. Whoever gets to Gouda first wins. It's Friday night when I get to Bombay. I register under a phony name at a hotel near Gouda's rooming house, and then I go over. Down the street, there's a small building on fire, but nobody seems to be paying much attention to it. Inside the rooming house, a bored-looking clerk is lazily sketching on a piece of paper.
Good evening, sir.
Hi.
May I help you?
No, thanks. I know the room I'm looking for. Say, you people take your fires pretty calmly around here, don't you?
I beg pardon, sir?
That building on fire down the street. Back home, there'd be a crowd a block thick around it.
Oh, that. A man died of the bubonic plague there. That's why they're burning the building.
Plague? No wonder there's no crowd around.
Oh, such things are not unusual here, sir.
Pleasant thought.
But you have given me an idea. The burning building might be a good thing to sketch.
Room 7, yeah.
Who's there?
The guy you wanted to see.
How can I be sure?
Well, you might try opening the door.
You alone?
Yeah. Come on, open up, Gouda.
You must not mention my name. Come in, quickly. Now, your credentials, please.
Here they are.
So, did anyone follow you here?
Not that I know of. Why?
I had to go out for a while this evening. I believe someone was following me, but I managed to give them the slip.
Look, what is this that you want to tell me?
I was paid to give false testimony against the American, Carter.
I see. Who paid you and why?
They only gave me half the money they promised me.
Who's they?
The ones who really smuggled the weapons into Kualani province. They said if I tried to betray them, they'd kill me. But I will have my revenge. If I tell you their names, you must protect me from them.
Oh, I'll do what I can.
Very well. There are two of them involved. The closet!
My back's to the closet. I start to whirl around, but something hard connects over my right ear. And a million comets explode in my head. The floor comes up at me fast. Very fuzzily, I make out something on the floor beside me. A man's heavy identification bracelet with a peculiar crest on it. I fight to get up on my hands and knees, but I get another clip on the head, and that does it. Gouda is dead when I come to. The gun is in my hand. The bracelet's gone, and the police whistles are splitting the air. I hear steps pounding down the hall. So I jam the gun in my pocket and head for the window just as the door opens.
Here he is, out in the alley.
The clerk, you would have to be out here.
Please, quick!
Shut up.
Please, here he is. Here he is.
Sorry, Buster. Minutes and 5 alleys later, I'm back in my hotel room, thinking about the spot I'm in. So the race to get Gouda has turned into a dead heat. Gouda's dead, and the heat's on me. It's a neat frame. The U.S. agent bumps off the key witness in a case against the U.S. citizen. Well, morning comes, and I get hungry, so I go downstairs. A little beady-eyed gent in a turban is sitting in the lobby, but when he spots me, he jumps to his feet.
There he is! The men police are after help! Police!
So I'm on the run again. I go out the back door and down the alley, wondering how Beady Eyes was able to identify me. I slip into a little Chinese restaurant down the street.
Good morning, sir.
Hi. How about a little breakfast?
Oh, but of course. Tea and rice.
No, ham and eggs.
Oh, so sorry. Tea and rice.
That's all you got?
Dried fish?
I'll take tea and rice.
Oh, here is newspaper. You like to read about big excitement last night?
Excitement?
Oh, please, sit down. We'll wipe off table.
What excitement are you talking about?
Oh, it's all in newspaper. We'll turn back to first page. Killing last night only short distance from this place. Man got away. But I know what he looked like.
Huh? How do they know?
Oh, clerk at rooming houses, artist student. He draw good picture of killer.
What?
See, big sketch of killer's face. You see, he looks like his face. Oh, please to excuse me. One moment. Must see what's going on in the kitchen.
I get out of there fast. This is just great. Every paper in Bombay has my picture on page 1. I'm about to throw away the paper when a small ad catches my eye. Bandara, consultant. But under the name, there's a crest. And it's the same peculiar crest that was on the bracelet I spotted when I got slugged. I don't know what kind of a consultant this Bandara is, but he's the one guy I want to consult right now. I go to the address in the ad, but before I have a chance to knock, the door swings open. I can hear music. The room is heavy with drapes and incense.
You are now in the realm of peace. Your problem will be solved.
The voice seems to be coming from all over, but the room is empty.
I am with you.
Huh? Hey, right behind me.
Bandara comes from everywhere and nowhere.
Well, wherever you came from, I want to talk to you.
Of course. You were impelled to visit me.
Sorry. No sale, Bandara. What I need is information. That crest in your ad, is that your trademark?
It is the symbol which identifies Bandara in the spirit realm.
Yeah? Well, right now I'm more interested in the bracelet realm.
The consciousness of Bandara is so elevated that the significance of your remarks passes beneath me.
Well, then come on back down to earth for a minute. Now, look. Do you own a bracelet with that crest on it or not?
Earthly possessions are of such little significance to Bandara that sometimes he loses the memory of them.
I see. It sounds like Bandara's got quite a convenient memory. I suppose you've also lost the memory of where you happened to be last night.
I do not seem to recall. I may have been in a trance.
Yeah. And you may have been putting me in a trance with a gun barrel over the ear.
Bandara's only weapons are words of wisdom. You are now in the realm of peace. Your problem will be solved.
Brother, with the props you've got, you could make a fortune in Hollywood.
Thank you.
Oh, Bandera, I didn't know you were occupied.
Mrs. Trevelyan, if you will wait in the other room, I will be with you shortly. I believe this gentleman is about to depart from the realm of Bandara.
Righto. And how's the little romance coming along, Bandera?
Earthly attachments are but symbols, Mrs. Trevelyan.
Oh, of course. It's frightfully difficult to realize that at times.
I believe you are about to...
Yeah, depart from the realm of Bandara. But don't be too surprised if I return to the realm soon. Outside, there's a girl coming along the sidewalk reading the newspaper. She glances at me in hesitation and gives me another look. Then her eyes flick back to the newspaper. She speeds up and turns into the shop next door. I catch up with her just as she reaches the telephone.
Oh!
Hang up.
Get away from me.
I'm not kidding. Hang up. That's better. All set to call the cops, huh?
What do you think?
Come on, we're going to walk.
Where are we going?
I don't know. Come on.
What good do you think this is going to do you? Pictures plastered on every paper in town.
You're an American, aren't you?
So what?
So am I.
So what again? Look, brother, you might as well kill me now, because you're never going to shut my mouth any other way.
Why?
You're not another American to me. You're just a trip home. I'm tired of this stinking place, and I'm broke. There's a reward out for you.
I know that. I can't go back to my hotel. You live alone?
Yeah. No.
I think you were right the first time. Okay, come on. We'll go to your place. Nice place you have here. Make yourself at home.
Oh, thanks a lot. Now what?
Well, I've got to stay on the loose until I find out who framed me.
Oh, sure. You're just an innocent little bystander who got framed. Put on a new record, will you?
You've got it all figured out, haven't you?
Look, like I told you before, you're a trip home as far as I'm concerned.
What's your name?
Carol.
Steve is mine.
Delighted.
So you're not interested in helping me?
Are you kidding?
Would it make any difference if you knew that I really was innocent?
Look, everybody knows you killed that guy in the rooming house.
No, Carol. I didn't kill him.
Who did then?
I don't know. I've got one possibility in mind, if I can ever get the guy down off a Cloud 8 long enough to find out a few things.
Oh, you sound real convincing.
Now, look.
Forget it.
Okay.
What good's it going to do you to stay here?
This is the safest place in Bombay I can think of for me right now.
Okay. Go ahead and sit there. But you can't stay awake forever. And the second you doze off, you're a dead pigeon.
Say, did I tell you folks, it's National Wheaties Week. And your grocer will sell you just as many packages of Wheaties as you want. Any day, every day. Now, isn't that nice? You can celebrate all you want to. And believe me, backstage here, we're sure taking advantage of the privilege. Just to prove it, here's Bob Reif, the talented young man who writes the thrilling stories you hear on Dangerous Assignment. Pull up a Wheaties bowl and join us, Bob.
Thanks, Frank. I'll pick up that cue. Sure, I'm a Wheaties man, but isn't everybody?
We sure hope so, Bob, especially during National Wheaties Week.
National Wheaties Week. What a week. All the Wheaties you can eat just waiting to be bought at the grocery store. Wonderful, isn't it? Seriously, folks, I do think Wheaties are swell, and I hope you're getting yours, because when you buy a package of Wheaties, it tells us you like our show, just like that. So, if you want us to know, don't write. Just take home a box of Wheaties from the store. How about that, okay?
It certainly is, and thank you, Bob Reif.
And now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
What time is it?
A little afternoon. Brother, no sleep for 30 hours.
You know, you're a strange guy. I don't get you.
What do you mean?
I should think you'd be trying to figure a way to get out of town.
That's just what I would be doing if I were guilty.
If you were...
Isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean... Oh, I don't know what I mean.
Oh, boy, that sunlight feels good. You know?
When this deal's over, I'm going to hit the sack for about a week.
I guess you've been through a lot, haven't you?
Yeah. Believe me, it's not habit forming.
Well, you're safe for the time being. Just relax.
Yeah, I'm so relaxed right now anymore.
Steve. Steve.
Hey, come back here. Almost, but not quite.
Let go of me.
Let go of that door.
Okay. Well, you can let go of me now.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I can.
No. No, don't. Oh, Steve.
Well,
I'm so mixed up.
you didn't seem to be a moment ago. You were trying your best to get out that door.
I'm glad you stopped me. You didn't kill that man, did you?
No.
I tried to make myself believe you did. I thought I was being so tough about it. I thought I could get enough money out of the reward to get home on.
So, what happens now?
I guess that's up to you, Steve. I'm not going to try to call the police anymore. You can stay here if you want to.
Look, there's nothing I'd rather do right now than stay, believe me. But I'm not going to get this deal figured out sitting here.
Where are you going?
To the realm of peace.
Huh?
Oh, skip it. I'll tell you about it when I get back.
Okay. We can talk about it over a drink.
Yeah, maybe I'll have something to celebrate by then. I take the side streets to Bandara's place. On the way, I spot a guy following me. I've seen him before, then it registers. He's the little beady-eyed gent who identified me in my hotel lobby early this morning. I walk by Bandara's front door and turn into the alley. Then I wait. Looking for me, Buster?
Let go of me.
We're going to have a little talk. Now talk. You're the guy who was sitting in my hotel lobby this morning. Why?
Why, I was waiting for a friend.
Who are you?
I am Ahmed. Please.
Why were you following me just now?
But I was not following you. I was just taking a walk.
Yeah? How come you were able to identify me this morning?
Your picture was in all the papers. I saw it just before you came downstairs. I read about the reward.
Yes, again. The newspapers weren't on the streets then. You couldn't have seen my picture. Come on. Open up or I'll...
No. I will tell you how it all came to be.
I'm listening.
Well, you see, I have a cousin who lives here in Bombay. I came to visit him for the weekend.
Quit stalling.
But I am telling you the truth.
Hold it. What was that?
And now this cousin of mine wanted me to...
A car full of cops out in the street. So that's why you were stalling.
Police, here he is!
Okay, you're looking for a reward, huh? Here it is. I duck around to the back of Bandara's place and find the window that's unlocked. I open it and ease myself in. I'm in Bandara's bedroom. It's empty. I start tiptoeing through the room. Then I freeze. There's a painting on the wall. I take a long look at it.
Good afternoon.
Huh? What? Well, you specialize in popping out of nowhere, don't you, Bandara?
Most people who seek my help specialize in entering through the front door.
You must have an electric eye on these windows, too.
Those who seek to enter the realm of peace by stealth do not find peace.
Well, maybe not, but sometimes they pick up a little information.
A little information is a dangerous thing.
Well, it's better than none.
Strange. I have no consultations at this hour.
Who is in charge here? This is the police.
Hey. Police? Bandera has no traffic with the police. What do they want with me?
You go find out. I'm leaving. I go out the same way I came in, the back window. I know they're closing in on me. Unless I think of something fast, I'm a dead pigeon. Then I spot a battered delivery truck down the alley. The driver's just sliding in behind the wheel when I get in with him.
I recognize you.
I thought you would.
No. Do not get back there.
Too late. I'm already back here. Get this jalopy started.
Very well.
Okay, let's go.
Look.
What?
Down the end of the alley.
Cops swarming all over the street. Okay, we're going through.
But they will stop my truck.
Don't let them look back here.
But what will I tell them?
That's up to you. So you better think of something real convincing. Because I'm going to be lying here beside this box in back of you. And my gun's pointed right at the back of your head.
Halt!
Okay, pull up.
Get out. We're going to search your truck.
But why?
We're looking for a fugitive. I said get out.
No, you cannot search this truck.
What's that?
I said you cannot search this truck.
So, then the fugitive is here.
No, I am carrying a dead man.
Let me inspect this dead man.
Very well, but this man died of the bubonic plague.
What? Get your truck out of here at once!
Boy, that was close.
Where do you want me to take you?
Oh, down the street away. You know, that was fast thinking, dreaming up a yarn like that on the spur of the moment.
Oh, that was not fast thinking.
How come?
But it's the truth.
What?
In that box beside you is the body of one who died of the plague.
Oh, great. Hey, stop this jalopy. You just lost a passenger.
Steve,
Hi, Carol.
I'm so glad you got back all right. Here's that drink I promised you.
Thanks, Carol. Well, I've been doing a lot of running and dodging the last hour. I could use some fresh air. There. Oh, boy, that's better. I needed that.
Hey, you're a fast drinker. You want another?
No, thanks.
Were you able to find out anything?
Yeah. It looks like the deal's starting to fall into place.
Oh, I'm glad. Where's this realm of peace you said you were going to?
A place owned by a guy named Bandara.
You think he's involved in the killing?
I did think so, but I don't anymore. I guess it goes together something like this, Carol. Suppose an outfit wanted to smuggle some guns into an up-country province.
Smuggle guns?
Yeah. Just bear with me. I'm thinking out loud. So these gun runners smuggle them into the province in crates of farm machinery. When the plot is discovered, it's a pretty easy thing to frame Carter, the owner of the company, who doesn't know what's been going on.
Oh, you're leaving me way behind.
Yeah. The gun runners pay a guy named Gouda to testify against Carter, but they don't pay him enough. He tries to double-cross them, so they kill him, right while I'm talking to him. Then they frame me, and on me, the frame looks good. A U.S. agent knocks off the key witness against a U.S. citizen.
You're a government agent?
Yeah. Gouda told me there were two people involved in the gun running. I think I know who one of them is.
Who?
A little gent named Ahmed who's been following me around, trying to sick the cops on me. And the other...
What's the matter?
What's this on your dressing table?
Why, a jewel case. Why?
That's what I thought it was.
Steve, don't.
Well, what do you know? A heavy bracelet with Bandara's crest on it.
I guess I should have thrown that away, shouldn't I, Steve?
Yeah.
I thought you were unconscious when you hit the floor. I didn't think you'd seen it then.
It broke when you clipped me, didn't it?
How'd you find out about me, Steve?
I saw a painting of you in Bandara's bedroom. Then I remembered one of his suckers kidding him about a romance. I put two and two together, and they added up to you. Bandara gave you his bracelet. You were wearing it last night when you killed Gouda and slugged me.
I'm sorry you found out, Steve. I knew you had. I saw it in your eyes when you walked in a minute ago. And I'm sorry. I wasn't kidding about liking you.
I guess I kind of liked you, too.
That's why it was so hard for me to do what I did.
What do you mean?
That drink I just gave you. I poisoned you, Steve.
You didn't really poison me. You're kidding me. I'll bet. Oh, no. You're not kidding me.
Steve?
My stomach. Carol, you did poison me.
I had to.
Carol.
Steve!
It is all over, so.
Yeah. It's all over, Ahmed.
Now, you had to do it, Carol. He got away from me at Bandaris before the police could get there. But now it is simple. I'll take his body somewhere and notify the police. We're in the clear.
Yeah.
So, he is very heavy, this Steve Mitchell.
Let me give you a hand.
Steve!
I mean a fist. Oh, no, Carol. You're not leaving.
Let go!
Sit down.
The poison. I saw you drink it.
No, you didn't. I had you pegged when I walked in. I wasn't about to accept any hospitality from you. I poured the drink out the window when my back was turned to you.
Then why the fake collapse?
To nab your partner, Ahmed.
You still don't have any evidence.
Oh, Ahmed's the jittery type. I'm sure I can make him spill the whole story to the police.
Steve, you've got to listen to me. I didn't know what I was doing. Give me a break, Steve. Let me go away. Maybe later we...
Save it, Carol, save it. I'm taking you both in. You know, we could have made beautiful music together, but now it's Ahmed who'll do the singing. And I bet his notes are going to sound real sour to you.
A fine National Wheaties Week performance. And here's the man who made it so, our star, Brian Donlevy.
I stayed to ask you to buy Wheaties this week. If you enjoy Dangerous Assignment, it would give me a lot of pleasure to know it. And I will know it if you'll get those Wheaties. Will you do that?
Thank you, Brian. And folks, let's all buy Wheaties for Brian Donlevy, just to let him know we think he's great on this show. Let's get to that grocer in the morning and tell him we're there about Wheaties. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake, you know. Yes, a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. No wonder I keep saying, see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. Breakfast of Champions.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif, with music composed by Basil Adlam and conducted by Ralph Hollenbeck, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Join us again next Wednesday when Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell embarks on another dangerous assignment.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen Friday night to Dimension X on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then. And remember, it's National Wheaties Week.
Come on, everybody, to the Wheaties party. Eat a lot of Wheaties like the champions do. Dance together, cheek to cheek. This is National Wheaties Week. Eat a lot of Wheaties like the champions do. Wheaties, a breakfast of champions.
We can prevent the overwhelming number of forest fires which each year blacken vast areas of our precious woodlands. Full 9 out of 10 forest blazes are man-made, caused by carelessness. Only you can prevent forest fires. When traveling in the woods, crush out all cigarette, cigar, and pipe ashes. Break matches in two before throwing them away. Carefully douse campfires twice before leaving them. Another 30 million acres will burn this year unless you are careful.
Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Wheaties presents Dangerous Assignment. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Dangerous Assignment, another in the Wheaties Big Parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce, but they all spell the same thing, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment is going to involve an innocent little picture postcard that almost turns out to be my death warrant. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you had something for me.
I do. Here it is, Steve. A plane ticket.
Oh, no, not again so soon.
How soon can you get packed?
Look, the way you've had me hopping around the world lately, I don't even have anything left to pack. I've got a dirty shirt in practically every city in the world.
You're flying to Dublin, Ireland.
Oh, fine. I don't even have a necktie there, but why Dublin?
You'll be looking for an object about the size of a walnut.
I'm flying to Ireland to look for nuts. Look, I can find plenty of them right here at home.
This is the size of a walnut, but it's a whole lot more valuable. A roll of microfilm, Steve, containing the complete plans of our latest and most improved guided missile.
Oh, stolen, huh?
Yes, and we think we know who smuggled them out of the country. A man named Ernest Weber. If so, he's got a 2-day start on you. He left by plane the day before yesterday. Here's his picture and all the data we have on him. It isn't much, Steve, but we're depending on you to get that microfilm. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Dangerous Assignment will continue in a moment. Now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
If you've got a job to do tomorrow, folks, get your Wheaties. Sure, Breakfast of Champions is for you, just like it's for Ralph Kiner, pride of the Pittsburgh Pirates. You may not play ball for a living, but whatever your job is tomorrow, you can do it better on a better breakfast. And it's a better breakfast you're starting with Wheaties. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Yes, whole wheat, good, sound, whole wheat. Plump and ripe and bursting with vitamins and minerals and protein for your vitality, your energy, your working power. So tumble the Wheaties out of the package, pour on the milk, put on the fruit, pick up the spoon, and smile. You're eating good to be feeling good. Breakfast of Champions for people who are going places. Are you ready? Triumph. See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Yeah, that's my little cinch assignment. Just catch up to a guy who's got 2 days' start on me and isn't going to slow down any. It's Sunday when I get to Dublin. It takes me 6 hours to trace Weber to a hotel, only to find out he's left for London. In London, they give me a lead that sends me to Brighton. There's a lot of seacoast there, but no Weber. I tickle a cab driver's memory with a few bucks, and he tells me he took Weber to the depot 2 days ago to catch a train back to London. By now, I know this guy is really trying to cover his trail. I also know I'm losing time fast. For lack of any other leads, I go back to the rooming house in London where Weber had stayed before.
Ernest Weber? Why, yes. Yes, he returned here yesterday.
Is he here now?
Yes, he's in room 2, right up front here, just through those drapes.
Thanks. Don't bother to tell him I'm here. I want to surprise him.
Hello.
Oh, I didn't see you in the dark.
Looking for somebody? Old boy?
Yeah, room 2.
Well, no. Quite a coincidence. That's the door I'm standing in front of.
So I see. You mind getting out of my way? There's a guy in there I want to see.
Weber? I wonder why.
It doesn't happen to be any of your business.
Oh, I think you're mistaken there, old boy. Quite.
Yeah? Look, old boy, if you don't get out of my way...
So you want to see Weber?
I get it. You stand out here and stall me while he goes out the window. Now, look.
Why don't you look instead? Here.
Huh?
I'll turn on the light for you.
Hey.
Go ahead. Take a good look.
Brother, from ear to ear.
Quite. Which brings me back to my original question. Why did you want to see Weber?
Before I answer that, I want to know who's asking it.
Name's buried. Inspector, that is.
I see. Well, as long as we're getting official, you better take a look at my credentials.
Huh? What ho? Washington?
Yeah. Weber smuggled some microfilm out of the States.
You know, that throws a little more light on it.
How so?
A chap named Sutherland turned up dead this afternoon down the coast in Hastings.
We found a couple of postcards on Sutherland's body. Decided to take a look at the chap who'd been sending them, so I ran up here and found Weber dead.
Could I see those cards?
Righto. The postcards themselves look innocent enough. Here they are.
Thanks. First one was mailed from Dublin. Just arrived. Will keep you posted.
Right. And the second was mailed to Sutherland from London. Like it here, but I'm moving on. We'll let you know when and where I settle down.
That sounds like there should be a third card.
We found only these two on Sutherland's body.
You gave this room a going over.
Quite. No microfilm either on Weber's body or in the room, if that's what you mean.
Either Weber's already sold the film, in which case I'm too late, or else he's got it hidden somewhere. I'll have to take my chances on it being hidden.
I don't envy you your search, old boy. A little like the proverbial needle in the haystack, you know?
Yeah. You say this other guy, Sutherland, was killed in a town called Hastings?
Right, it's south of here, on the coast.
Where was he staying there?
A spot called the Sea Cliff Inn.
Okay. I think I'll take a run down there and see what I can find out on that end.
Good evening, Governor.
Hi. Brother, that fog is really thick outside.
Oh, it's not really so bad, Governor. I've seen it a lot worse. Cooper's my name. At your service. Would you like a room?
I'd like a little information, Cooper.
Information? What about?
The guy who got himself killed here today.
Mr. Sutherland? Oh, poor bloke. Well, there's not really much I can tell you about him, Governor. You know, on a job like this, you can't help picking him up little things here and there, but I never heard this bloke Sutherland say nothing, and to the best of my knowledge, he had no visitors. Oh, hello, Harry.
Bit of a thick one outside, Cooper. Here's the afternoon mail.
Just put it on the desk there.
Righto.
Well, sorry I can't help you more about your friend Sutherland, Governor. But if you excuse me now, I'll be sorting the mail.
Okay. Wait a minute.
What's that?
You've got a picture postcard in that stack of mail. Let's see it.
Now, see here, I can't have you reading the guest's mail.
Let me have it. Yeah. From Weber, and it's addressed to Sutherland.
Oh, sorry, Governor. I didn't realize it was sent to your friend. Let's see. Well, it was sent from Brighton. Yes, that's a picture of the Empire Hotel there. Quite a nice spot, too.
The Empire Hotel, Brighton, as seen through the trees from Providence Point. Good-sized place, isn't it?
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. Just looking at the picture.
Oh, that blinking switchboard again. Excuse me, Governor.
Oh, sure. Take your time, Governor. I slipped the postcard into my pocket and eased quietly out the door while Cooper's on the phone. This is the postcard I've been looking for. The message reads, "Like it here. Guess I'll stay." And on the picture of the hotel, there's an X over one of the windows. So now I'm pretty sure where the microfilm is hidden. Outside, the fog is swirling thicker than ever. I can't see 3 feet in front of me. I head in the direction the depot's supposed to be, and then I hear steps. I stop. The steps stop. I start again. So do the steps. But in the fog, I can't tell where they're coming from. I stop again. The steps keep coming. Suddenly, a figure looms up, something shiny in his hand. I hit the sidewalk. The knife hits the door behind me. I scramble to my feet, take off after him, but he just melts into the fog. I can't tell which way he went, but I try about 3 different directions. I spot nothing. Finally, I give up. I managed to find the depot and take the train along the coast to the Empire Hotel in Brighton.
Good evening, sir. You wish a room?
Yeah.
Just sign the register, please.
Okay. There's one room in particular I'd like to have.
Oh?
I stayed here once before several years ago in that room and liked it very much.
Well, now I'll do my best to arrange it, sir. What room might that be?
I don't remember the number, but it's the 3rd room from the north end of the hotel on the 3rd floor.
Yes. That'd be 317.
Yeah, that's it. How about it?
One moment, sir. Now I'll check. Yes, here we are. I'm sorry, sir, but that room is taken.
I see. Who has it?
Miss Sheila Moore from Dublin.
Dublin? You mind telling me how long ago she checked in?
Why, no. She checked in only yesterday. I don't know how long she's planning to stay here at the Empire, sir. But if you really would prefer that room, well, now, perhaps you could talk to her and see if she'd be willing to exchange it for another.
You know, that's a good idea. See you later.
Yes?
Well,
Moore?
Yes. And who are you?
Steve Mitchell. I'd like to talk to you if I could.
And what about?
Your room here.
Oh, it's quite comfortable, thank you.
You don't understand. I'm not working for the hotel. Could I come in for a moment?
Well, I was just leaving for a little walk.
Okay, I'll ride down in the elevator with you.
All right. And just what is it you want to talk about, Mr. Mitchell?
Well, I was wondering if you'd mind taking another room.
Oh, and why would I want to do that?
Well, you see, I had the room you're staying in a few years back, and I liked it very much.
So do I. There's an excellent view from it.
Would you consider trading rooms with me?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, that room seems to mean a lot to you.
Strange. I was just thinking it must mean a lot to you.
After you. You're from Dublin, aren't you?
Yes.
On a vacation here?
My, but you're a nosy one, aren't you?
Yeah, sort of.
I've always wanted a holiday in Brighton, so now I'm taking one. And will there be any other questions, Mr. Mitchell?
Well, the reason I was asking about Dublin, a friend of mine passed through there a few days ago, and I thought you might know him, Ernest Weber.
Dublin's a large city, Mr. Mitchell.
Weber had an accident in London this afternoon.
Serious?
Fatal.
I'm sorry.
Maybe that isn't exactly news to you.
Now, if I don't even know the man, it would have to be news, wouldn't it?
Well, here we are. You know, if you should reconsider about the room...
I don't expect I will.
What's the matter?
It's a little embarrassing.
What I'd like to know
What
is,
is?
are we in England
Man and
or
his
in
wife
some
talking to
foreign
the
country?
clerk.
A fine thing when a man and his wife can't come down to a shore for a holiday without having a beastly thing like this happen.
Well, no. I'm very sorry, Mr. Chumley. I can't understand it. We haven't been troubled by burglars for quite a while.
But we have very little of value. Why would burglars pick our room? I can't... Oh, Miss Moore.
Hello, Mrs. Chumley.
But I thought you had a headache, my dear.
I did, but it's better now. I thought I'd just get a little breath of fresh air before bed.
The most dreadful thing has happened, my dear.
What do you mean?
Well, you remember right after dinner you said you had a headache.
Yes, a splitter.
Mrs. Chumley and I had a bit of a stroll along the coast. But when we came back to our room just a few minutes ago, we found it completely ransacked.
What room are you staying in?
I don't believe I had the pleasure, sir.
Oh, this is Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Chumley. Mr. Mitchell just arrived.
No. Well, I can't quite see what concern it is of yours, old boy, but we're staying in room 217. That is, we were staying there until this beastly thing happened.
We'll have your room put back in order immediately, Mr. Chumley.
Very well. Come along, Martha. We may as well have a spot or something while we're waiting.
Room 217. That's the room right under yours, isn't it, Miss Moore?
I suppose so. Why?
Oh, just wondering.
Hey, were you able to effect an exchange of rooms with Miss Moore, Mr. Mitchell?
No, he wasn't.
Oh, well, very well. Now, I have another nice room for you, sir. 224. I've taken the liberty of having your luggage sent up there.
Okay, I guess that'll have to do. You care for a drink, Miss Moore?
No, thanks. I think I'll be getting back to my room.
Oh, change your mind about taking the walk?
Yes.
Well, I'll see you around, Sheila. Sheila heads for the elevator, and I fish the picture postcard out of my pocket and take another look. The Empire Hotel, seen through the trees from Providence Point. Up to now, I'd thought the X on the card was on the window of room 317. But now I see that a branch of a tree on Providence Point partially covers the window of 317 and that the X is under the branch. So the X could be either under 317 or over 217. And whoever else is looking for that microfilm apparently thinks 217's the room. I go up to my own room, still thinking about it. Reach for the light switch, and just then somebody lowers the boom on me.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment.
You know, the world isn't so tough to face when you've got a good breakfast under your belt, and it doesn't matter what part of the world you're facing either. Farmers can farm better, salesmen can sell better, sawyers can saw better on a better breakfast. And that's what you start when you start with Wheaties. Because here are flakes of whole wheat. Whole wheat. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Yes, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. That's why I say Wheaties can give so much. The vitamins, the minerals, the wonderful energy of whole wheat. And that's why I say, pull the chair out at the table tomorrow at breakfast time, sit down to a meal that starts with Wheaties, and see if you don't feel the difference in smoother work all morning long. It's the whole wheat nourishment that helps. Now, of course, it's no fun getting up in the morning to just a batch of vitamins and minerals. Wouldn't that be dull? But it's fun, you bet it is, to lay spoon to crisp, flaky little flakes called Wheaties. Pour on the cold milk, put on the fruit you like best, and eat happy. Breakfast of champions. Breakfast for you. Come on now, you try it. See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
And now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
Mr. Mitchell. Steve. Steve.
Huh? Oh, Sheila.
Are you all right?
No, but I guess I'll live. What are you doing here in my room?
Well, when I got down to my own room, it was all torn apart.
What?
Yes, and I remembered you'd been so anxious to get that room, and I thought you might have had something to do with it.
Look.
So I came down here to your room. And the door was partway open. I saw you lying here on the floor.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of rooms getting torn apart, take a look at this one.
Yes. I noticed it as soon as I turned on the light. What a mess.
Yeah. Looks like somebody's doing their best to remodel this hotel. First Mr. Chumley's room, then yours, now mine.
But what's it all about, Steve?
That's a good question, Sheila. Maybe I can give you the answer before long. After she's gone, I start putting my room back together again. Then I remember the postcard. It's not in the pocket I put it in. I go through my other pockets, and I find it in one of them. So whoever clouded me on the head a few minutes ago took a look at it then. Well, at this point, I don't know where the microfilm is or who has it. All I'm sure of is that I don't. And then I think about Sheila. Quite a girl. She's either real innocent or real smart, and I've got to find out which. The next morning when I go downstairs, I spot Mr. and Mrs. Chumley having breakfast.
I drive down the coast today, my dear. The sun's out for a change, and,
Good morning.
Huh? Oh, Mitchell, isn't it?
Yeah, we were introduced last night in the lobby when you reported your room ransacked.
Of course, Mr. Mitchell. Won't you sit down?
Thanks.
Care for a spot of breakfast with us, old boy?
No, thanks, but I would like to ask you a couple of questions about Sheila Moore, if you don't mind.
Not at all. Rather taking your fancy, eh?
Yeah, sort of.
By Jove, I don't blame you. If I were 10 years younger myself and, weren't, of course, already married to the loveliest person in the world.
You got that in just in time, Arthur. She does seem to be a lovely girl, Mr. Mitchell. What is it you wanted to know about her?
How long have you known her?
Matter of fact, we just met her yesterday afternoon. Rather amusing circumstances, come to think of it.
What do you mean?
We were just returning to our room from a stroll when we found her trying to unlock our door.
Oh?
Yes, you see, her room is directly above ours, and I suppose she'd got confused.
Yeah, sure.
We struck up a conversation with her, and it ended by agreeing to have dinner together. But she developed a headache and left us early.
And when you returned to your room after that, it had been torn apart?
That's right. I say, you don't think that she could have had anything to do with it?
There's probably no connection at all, Mr. Chumley.
I beg your pardon, Governor.
Huh?
Could I have a word with you?
Yeah, excuse me, Mrs. Chumley.
Of course.
Expect we'll be seeing you later, old boy.
Yeah.
Hope I'm not disturbing you, Governor. But you see, I had...
You're the hotel clerk I talked to in Hastings yesterday afternoon, aren't you?
Right you are. Cooper's the name.
Yeah. What are you doing here in Brighton?
Well, you remember I told you then I was coming up here on a vacation.
Oh, yeah.
But, to tell the truth, Governor, I've been looking for you.
Why?
Well, like you told me yesterday, a hotel clerk who keeps his eyes and ears open is liable to pick up things here and there.
I get it. What's the bite?
Now, I'm not a greedy chap, you know, and how much it's worth is up to you.
Oh, wait a minute.
But I haven't told you yet, Governor.
Save it until I get back. What yanks me into motion is a glimpse of Sheila Moore with a dressing case under her arm just disappearing out the side door. When I get to the sidewalk, she's down the street renting a bicycle. She starts pedaling down the road that leads along the coast. So I rent a bicycle and climb aboard. A great way to be chasing a suspect. Well, it's 20 years since I've ridden one of these contraptions, and all the dogs in town seem to agree that now is no time to break the spell.
Get out of there. Go in. Get out.
I finally get out of town with both legs and both wheels. I can see Sheila up ahead of me, and she turns towards the coast, but when I get to the spot, she's disappeared. Then I see her bicycle tracks leading down towards a clump of bushes. I park my velocipede and ease over.
Swell is right. Can't a girl even change into a bathing suit without you poking around?
A French bathing suit on an Irish girl in England. You know, that's the kind of international cooperation I like, Sheila.
You followed me here.
Uh-huh.
Quite flattering. You are the persistent type, aren't you?
I'm glad I was. I didn't realize what a beautiful view there is around here.
Oh. Well, I don't really have any complaints about the view from where I stand, either.
You know, two nature lovers like us ought to have a lot to talk about.
We might at that.
Maybe over a drink and some lunch.
I would like a swim first, though.
Go right ahead. Don't mind me.
As a matter of fact, I don't. It's been a wonderful day, Steve. Swim, lunch, bicycle ride.
Yeah. My legs are killing me.
And now it's sunset already. Just look out the window. Isn't it beautiful? Water, sun slipping down behind that point over there.
Providence Point. Yeah, you do get quite a view from your room here.
So now we're talking about views again.
Yeah, so it...
It's a nice day, Steve.
You know, the view's getting better by the moment.
View out the window, you mean?
Sure.
Now you see why I didn't want to give up this room?
Sorry you mentioned that, Sheila.
Hmm?
Look, this is all very pleasant, but if you're trying to pull a little razzle-dazzle over my eyes, you'd better give up.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know just where you fit into this deal, but it's time we found out.
What do you mean?
I think you know I've been looking for something.
Well, now, it's fairly obvious.
That's not what I mean. Yeah, it could have been you right from the start.
What could have been me?
You figured it was hidden in this room. That's why you wouldn't change rooms.
What?
But you couldn't find it here, so you thought it might be in the room directly below, Chumley's room. You tore it apart looking for it, but it wasn't there.
Steve!
And you tore your own room apart as a cover for yourself. At this point, you figured I might have gotten it, so you slugged me and searched my room.
Look, if there was something of value hidden here, and I had gotten it, do you think I'd still be staying around here? That would be stupid.
Stupid or awfully smart.
I don't know what this is all about, Steve. But all I can say is you certainly seem to have the wrong point of view about me.
Yeah. I guess so, Sheila. But if I've got the wrong point of view about you, that means I'm fresh out of Leeds and I'm licked.
What's the matter, Steve?
Wait a minute.
What's wrong? Why are you staring out the window?
Yeah. I guess I've had the wrong point of view right from the start. See you later, Sheila. I go outside, get on my trusty bicycle, and pedal around the shoreline to Providence Point. It's dark when I get there. I fish the postcard out and take a look, and then I find the right tree. It's on the edge of the cliff over the ocean. I start climbing, but the second branch I grab starts to break. I grab another one just in time to keep from taking a long dive. I climb a few feet more, and then I stop and sight along the tree towards the lights of the Empire Hotel across the water. Just a little higher. So I climb some more. Then I spot it, taped to a branch of the tree, the roll of microfilm.
Good work, Governor.
Huh?
Just toss it down to me, Governor.
Cooper, the hotel clerk from Hastings.
Right, you are, Governor. Now just toss down that little bundle down to me, if you will, please.
So, your story about having information from me was just a cover to explain your presence here in Brighton.
Partly that, Governor. Of course, I did have some information, you know, didn't I?
Yeah, I guess it all fits. You found out Weber and Sutherland were involved with the microfilm.
That's right.
You knocked off both of them to get it, and then you realized the clue was in the postcard that I had swiped. You followed me to Brighton, ransacked a couple of rooms, and then decided to let me figure out the postcard. I did. I realized the X on the card meant this tree, not a hotel room. So you let me lead you to the film.
Well, you've got it a bit twisted, Governor. I just stepped into the deal in the middle, you might say.
And it's time you stepped out.
Chumley.
No!
Now, Mitchell.
How's your charming wife, Chumley?
Packing at the moment. We'll be leaving as soon as you give me the microfilm.
Looks like I made a little mistake in who was really behind this deal. You tore your own room apart just as a cover.
Quite. This blighter Cooper made a big mistake sticking his nose into the deal. But he's safely out of the way now. Toss that film down to me, Mitchell.
Sorry, no sale.
Now, look, old boy. let's not be stupid. That film will bring me about 25,000 pounds on the open market. I've already killed 3 times to get it. And I'm quite capable of picking you out of that tree with one shot. It's a long drop down to the briny, you know.
So it is. But if I take the dive, this microfilm goes with me. Where does that leave you?
I see. Mitchell, perhaps in that case we could work out some sort of financial agreement by which we could both benefit.
There's only one agreement I'm interested in. If you want this microfilm, come up and get it.
Oh. Determined to play Tarzan, eh? Well, I think this gun of mine is more than a match for your muscles. Very well. I'm coming up, Mitchell. And this gun will be pointed at you every inch of the way.
You will hear the conclusion of Dangerous Assignment in a moment. First, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Well, tomorrow's Thursday, and you can breeze through your work right up till noon with Wheaties to help. Sure, what Wheaties can do for you every morning, every morning. Wheaties with milk and fruit at breakfast can help send you striding through the morning high, wide, and handsome. Because, listen, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Think of that. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. That's a lot of vitamins and minerals and protein for a Wheaties flake to be carrying around, but it's true, just as sure as Wheaties are crisp and sunny and naturally sweet. That's why Wheaties have so much. That's why Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. So get the energy there is in Wheaties. Have some tomorrow. Breakfast of champions. Yourself, see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
It's my only chance. The weak branch that almost broke when I climbed the tree. Chumley starts climbing. He reaches the first branch, still holding the gun on me. Then he grabs for the second branch. I dive at him. You can't aim when you're off balance.
Get off me!
Sorry.
No!
I'll take the gun. Here's a hammerlock for you.
Yeah!
There. I think that'll keep you nice and neat for a while.
What are you going to do?
We'll go back and help your wife pack. Of course, your destination will be changed slightly, but most jail cells have some kind of a view from them, and speaking of views, that reminds me.
Remind you of what?
Of a pretty gorgeous hunk of scenery I want to resume my study of. Come on.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif, with music composed by Basil Adlam and conducted by Ralph Hollenbeck, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Dramatic portions were transcribed.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to join us again next Wednesday when Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell embarks on another dangerous assignment on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
Coming up, The Falcon. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Wheaties presents Dangerous Assignment. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Dangerous Assignment, another in the Wheaties Big Parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to end up with me trying my best to blast myself right out of existence. morning, Commissioner.
Morning, Steve.
Well, what kind of a deal are you sending me on this time, Commissioner?
Steve, ever hear of chromite?
Chromite? Sure, that's the mineral they use in manufacture steel, isn't it?
Yes, and right now we need all the chromite we can get. Take a look at this map, Steve. See this small country in the Balkan area?
Yep.
There's a large chromite mine there near the small village of Dravna, up in the mountains near the border, right beside this pass into the next country. These two countries, incidentally, are pretty unfriendly right now.
Oh, great. One of those deals, huh?
Yes, but the point is, we've made an agreement with this small country permitting us to operate that mine. We get chromite, and our money helps put them back on their feet.
Oh, sounds like a cozy little arrangement.
It was, until things started happening recently.
What kind of things?
In the last week, 2 mine workers have been found hanging at the end of a chain.
Oh, sounds like somebody doesn't want us to operate that mine, Commissioner.
Steve, there's more to this story than I've told you, but I want you to hear it firsthand.
Who from?
A man named Getnick. He's the mine foreman, and he's waiting for you in the city of Larno. That's where your plane lands. Now get over there, Steve. Find out who's behind all this, and then smash them. We've got to keep that mine operating. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Dangerous Assignment will continue in a moment. Now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Making beds or making money, get your energy when you need it. First thing in the morning. You know you do most of your day's work before noon? Most people do. That's why you want to try Breakfast of Champions and see what a difference it can make in your morning. Wheaties and milk and fruit. Have some. Because here's whole wheat energy to help work go smoother, faster, easier. Here are whole wheat vitamins, minerals, and protein, too. Here's generous nourishment, because there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Yes, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. That's why Wheaties have so much for folks with things to do and places to go. That's how Wheaties can do so much for you. Tomorrow morning, get yours. See yourself how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Sure. I've got my assignment. All I have to do is fly to a trouble spot in the Balkans, talk to a mine foreman named Getnick, and find out why a few assorted mine workers are winding up with chains around their necks. I get all the easy ones. Well, it's Tuesday when my plane lands at Larno, and I head for Getnick's house.
Yes?
Oh, are you Mrs. Getnick?
Yes, what do you want?
I'm Steve Mitchell from the United States. I'd like to talk to your husband.
Why?
Why, I understand he's the foreman of a chromite mine up in the mountains near the village of Dravna. I'd like to talk to him about the things that have been happening up there lately, the men that they've found hanged by chains.
I'm afraid my husband cannot tell you much about that, Mr. Mitchell.
Why not?
This morning he was found hanging from the end of a chain, dead.
What? Oh, I'm sorry.
You are sorry. That is nice. I'm sorry. And Anton? He is dead.
Mrs. Getnick.
He did not believe in the curse of the castle. He found out too late. It is true.
What do you mean, the curse of the castle?
Above the mine, right on top of the mountain, stands a deserted castle. The legend is that one day, hundreds of years ago, the baron who lived there was found hanging from a chain. There's been a curse on those mountains ever since.
Oh, I see. Look, Mrs. Getnick, that kind of a legend is something that superstitious mountain villagers like to scare each other with on winter nights. But you, living here in the city, surely you don't believe...
I was born in those mountains, Mr. Mitchell. Those are my people. I tell you, that curse still lives. If it were not for Lubo, they would have all moved out of the village by now.
Who's Lubo?
A brave man, yes, and a good one. It is he alone who has been able to keep the other villagers from fleeing.
Oh, thank you very much for your information, Mrs. Getnick. I think I'll go up to the village in the morning and see what I can find out from Lubo.
I see. You're like the others, Mr. Mitchell.
What others?
Those who did not believe in the curse, like my husband. So go ahead. Go to the village of Dravna. Laugh at the curse of the castle. And then one morning they will find you, too, dangling from the end of a chain.
And on that cheerful note, I leave Mrs. Getnick. The next morning, I rent a car and head up through some rolling hills toward the village of Dravna. 2 hours later, I come to the top of a rise. In the distance, perched on top of a mountain peak, I can see the castle and the village below it. I start down the rise, enjoying the peaceful view. And then things stop being peaceful all of a sudden. The shot blows out a front tire, and the car starts careening down the grade. I fight for control a few seconds, but I'm getting nowhere. Then I spot a bank, and I plow into it. I dive out of the car and start running across a meadow for cover. There's a clump of trees 100 yards away. If I can make it, I'll be okay. Then another slug kicks up the dust 2 feet ahead of me. I try another direction. Again, a shot ahead of me. I start running back to the car. This time, the slug hits only a foot in front of me. The sniper's got me zeroed in, and by this time, I've got a healthy respect for his aim. So I stand still and wait. Pretty soon, a slender figure starts down the hill toward me, wearing heavy boots and a leather jacket and carrying a rifle with a telescopic sight.
Don't move.
What? Hey, you're a girl.
Don't let that give you confidence. I shoot straighter than most men.
You're telling me. What's this all about?
Turn around.
Look, I've got no longing to be shot in the back.
I said turn around. If you don't, you'll get shot in the face. Maybe you'd like that better.
Brother, you're a determined little lady, aren't you? Okay, turn around it is.
All right. Now walk.
Where to?
Straight ahead. You will see where when the time comes. Move.
So I move. She marches me up the road toward the village, much to my surprise. An hour later, I'm walking down the one and only street with the little sniper shooter's rifle still in my back, and all the villagers lining the street staring at me. I don't like what I see in their faces either. Fear and suspicion. Finally, we get to a blacksmith shop at the end of the street. Inside, there's an old gent whacking away at a piece of metal, and sitting on a crate in a corner, there's another man, younger and very rugged looking, and right now he's giving me a very cold stare. The old gent stops hammering as soon as he spots us.
Oh, Magda, where have you been? I have been worried about you.
I have been on watch in the hills, Grandpapa. And see what I have caught.
Who is this man, Magda?
Look, I don't know what this is all about, but...
Silence. Let Magda speak.
He is a stranger, and he was approaching the village.
Oh, this is a crime? Brother, you folks are really short on hospitality, aren't you?
Evil things have been happening here in our village, stranger. We want to know about everyone who comes here and why.
So you send your granddaughter out to have a little target practice, huh?
Magda went without my knowledge.
My fiancée is devoted to the preservation of our village. Unfortunately, her zeal sometimes is greater than her sense.
But, Lubo, you yourself told me that...
Wait a minute. She called you Lubo?
That is my name. Why?
And you're the guy I came here to see.
So? Who are you?
Steve Mitchell.
I do not recognize the name.
Well, maybe you'll recognize these credentials of mine. You better take a look at them.
Yes. Indeed, I do recognize them. We owe you an apology for our rudeness.
Lubo, I don't understand what...
Mr. Mitchell is a representative of the United States, my dear. He is here to help us. I am sorry for the reception Magda gave you, Mitchell. With what has been happening here, our entire village is on edge.
Well, no harm done. Only I'd hate to have your fiancée shooting at me if she really meant to hit me. I'll bet you're one guy who'll never step out of line.
Please,
Yes, I'm afraid I would not last long. But come, Mitchell. We will have a drink, and I will tell you all I can about our trouble.
So the whole village is pretty panicky, huh, Lubo?
Yes, I think they would all like to leave, but as long as there is an ounce of strength in my body, they will not.
Well, from the looks of you, there's more than an ounce. You're the one boy who's holding them together right now, I take it.
Well, they seem to look at me as a sort of leader, perhaps because I'm one of the few villagers who's been away to school.
Look, what's your theory about what's happening? These guys getting hanged by chains. I've heard the curse of the castle, but...
Mitchell, I think that someone is using that legend, that curse, for his own purposes.
I see. Any idea who that might be?
Well, our relations with the neighboring country just over the mountains are not what one would call friendly. We believe in freedom, they do not.
I get it.
That mine is the symbol of our strength. I will keep it operating if I have to...
How are you going to operate it if you don't have enough workers?
I will continue to do as I have done for the last month. Each time there is a murder, some of the mine workers quit and leave the village. So I go down to the city and bring more workers up here. Men who are unafraid.
Well, that's a good plan, as long as you can keep finding new men. You know, I'd like to take a look at that castle. How do I find it?
Follow the trail up to the top of the mountain. You cannot miss it.
Okay, I'll check with you later, Lubo. I head along the trail up the mountain to the castle. It perches there on the ridge, just like a giant vulture overlooking the mountain pass between the two countries. I push open a creaky metal door and go inside. There are cobwebs all around the place, and a couple of bats make passes at my head. From the looks of the place, it isn't hard to see why the villagers think it's haunted. I start outside, then I freeze. There's a faint sound, like a clank of metal. The pleasant picture of me hanging at the end of a chain suddenly flashes through my mind. I try to shake it off. Then I hear the clank again, and this time I know it isn't my imagination. I whirl around, but just then something hard wraps around my throat. I try to get my hands up to it, but I can't. It keeps getting tighter. Everything's swimming in front of my eyes. I try for one more breath, but I don't make it. The floor comes up at me fast and hits me right in the face.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment.
You know, tomorrow can be a real nice day. The sun can seem shinier, the air can seem crisper, the grass can seem greener. And you can get more enjoyment out of living if you want to. Break into that day with a bowl full of Wheaties. That's what I said. Wheaties with milk and the kind of fruit you especially like. Or Wheaties with milk and no fruit. Or just Wheaties. You think that's going pretty strong on Wheaties? Well, now, really, it isn't. Because Wheaties are whole wheat. And what a powerful lot of whole wheat Wheaties are. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. That's why a bowl full of Wheaties pops with so much high-stepping, day-brightening energy. Energy right after you get up from the breakfast table, energy all morning long. Wheaties have it, and it's for you, whole wheat goodness. Of course, you don't have to think about vitamins and minerals when you eat those Wheaties. Just pass that milk, fill that bowl, pull up a spoon, and get Wheaties happy. It's the easiest thing in the world to do, spooning into sunny, whole wheat Wheaties. Try 'em for an awfully nice start on that nicer day I've been talking about. Tomorrow, see for yourself how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. Breakfast of champions. And that's a promise. Indeed it is.
Now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
Dimitri, drag his body over here behind the wall.
Very well.
So. Oh, he is starting to recover.
Here are some papers I found in his pocket.
Let me see them. Steve Mitchell, United States agent. What? Dimitri!
What? How could we have known in the dark?
Oh, my throat. Mr. Mitchell.
What? Who are you?
Lieutenant Siska of the military.
Military?
Yes. My men and I are the border patrol here.
Wait a minute. Are you the guys who choked me a few minutes ago?
A regrettable incident for which I apologize.
Oh, great. Not again.
Again?
You people really make a guy who's trying to help you feel right at home.
I am indeed sorry, but you must understand that we are right on the border here. And with this situation as it is, we can take no chances. Everyone found in the vicinity of the pass is under suspicion.
Well, instead of half strangling me, you might have fired a shot over my head or something. I'd have been very happy to cooperate.
No, a shot fired on the border is not good. From such things as that, an incident can be manufactured. An incident which might be used as an excuse for an attack upon us. But, come. In order to show you hold no grudge against me, please, you must come back to the village and we drink together, huh?
You know, that's a real quaint custom you've got in this country. First you half kill a man and then you buy him a drink. Well, I'm in favor of the second part of it anyway. Let's go. The village looks pretty deserted, Lieutenant.
Yes, with this talk of the curse of the castle, everyone keeps to their own house at night, Mr. Mitchell.
Lieutenant Siska!
Oh, it is Lubo.
And Magda.
Come quickly.
Where to?
Grandfather's blacksmith shop.
What is the matter, Lubo?
I do not know, Siska. A moment ago, a small boy ran through the street screaming.
Screaming what?
The blacksmith shop. The blacksmith shop. That's all he said.
Here we are.
All dark. Hey, what's that sound?
Here, I have a flashlight. There.
There is no one here. There is Grandpapa.
Mitchell, look. Overhead.
What? Brother.
Ooh, hanging from the rafter by a chain.
Grandpapa.
No, Grandpapa.
Lubo leads Magda away, and Siska and I get the body down. By the time we get outside, the whole village is turned out. By torchlight, Lubo is trying his best to hold them together. But it's easy to see he's fighting an uphill battle.
Who will be killed next?
You superstitious fools, listen to me. Whoever is murdering our people is doing it to disunite us, so we will not be able to operate the mine.
We are leaving now.
No, do not go. Listen to me. Listen to me.
Well, I suppose we are beaten, Mitchell.
Most of the villagers took a powder, huh?
Yeah, as you saw.
How many men do you figure are left in the village?
As far as I can tell, only those which I have brought to replace the villagers who fled after the other murders. Well, in the morning I will go back down to the city and find more replacements.
You're really all out on this deal, aren't you?
Yes, I am, as you say, all out.
Why?
That is a good question. Why, indeed? Sometimes I wonder, how much is a dream worth?
A dream?
The dream of a small boy who grew up in this village, who saw great possibilities for a happy, peaceful, prosperous life for this village. A boy who went away to study, to learn, then came back here to help make that dream come true.
I see.
But what is the good of burdening you with my dreams? I want to go
Lubo,
on...
Mr. Mitchell.
Oh, Lieutenant Siska, what's the matter?
Trouble.
What could be more trouble than we have already had, Siska?
This. One of my men just returned from across the border on a scouting mission. He reports a large column of troops heading toward the pass.
What?
Yes. Yes, they should reach their entrance to the pass in 2 hours. And further, he says they are setting up artillery at the foot of the mountain on their side. The thing we have all feared has happened at last. We will be attacked, invaded.
No. We may be attacked, yes, but invaded, no. Have you radioed the colonel in the city, Siska?
Yes, just now. He is dispatching a brigade of troops. They should arrive shortly after dawn.
Then I will round up what men and weapons there are in the village. We will try to hold the pass and the castle against the enemy until our troops arrive.
How much further to the pass, Siska?
100 feet ahead of us is a point from which we can look down into it.
Brother, it really gets cold up here.
Yes. What time is it, Mr. Mitchell?
4 a.m.
Already it is starting to get light. The enemy troops will probably arrive at their side of the pass in another hour.
Yeah. And your troops from the city won't be here for 2 more hours. I still don't see how Lubo and his boys can hold the pass till then.
Stop here and I think you will see. There. Now observe the pass. Anyone attempting to come through from the other side must pass through the narrow part directly below us. A handful of men stationed here and in the castle above us can prevent that passage, or at least delay it for several hours, with luck until our troops arrive.
Yeah, I see it now. But speaking of the handful of men, where are they?
Lubo must have taken them all to the castle. Come. He's probably giving them their orders. Then we will send some of them to the pass and keep the rest in the castle, which will serve as an observation post.
You know, you boys seem to have this deal pretty well worked out.
Oh, Lubo has rehearsed it many times.
Well, here we are. You know, this castle gets gloomier every time I see it.
Here are Lubo and his men.
Siska, Mitchell, I've been waiting for you.
Hey, you got a lot more weapons here than I figured. Rifles, machine guns, grenades. You got the works.
I've been collecting them for some time.
Yes. Even I did not realize you had so much, Lubo.
What is the matter, Siska?
You have made a mistake.
Have I?
Yeah, the machine guns. They're pointing the wrong way, towards your end of the pass.
You're quite right. But let me assure you, this is no mistake.
What? Lubo, what do you mean?
I'm afraid I get it. Too late.
Too late indeed, Mitchell.
5th columnist. Then all this time you've been working with our enemies.
Your enemies, Siska. My friends.
You dirty, traitorous dog.
Well, it's a pretty neat deal, Luba. Every time you murdered a villager, several of them left in a panic. Then you went to the city and got your own stooges to replace them.
Exactly.
You will not last long when our brigade of troops get up here, Lubo.
You underestimate me. Up in the tower of the castle is one of my men with radio equipment. He's in contact with artillery on the other side of the mountain and will spot for them. As your troops pass, Siska, they will be cut to pieces by artillery fire.
Got it all figured out, haven't you, Luba?
Completely, even to the fate of Siska and yourself.
What do you mean?
Observe the 2 lengths of chain on the floor near you. After you have had the dubious pleasure of watching a complete victory for my cause, both of you will be hanged from those chains. The curse of the castle, you know. Quite fitting, isn't it, gentlemen?
You will hear the conclusion of Dangerous Assignment in just a moment. First, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
If you're a mother or a father with a warm spot in your heart for pink-cheeked, happy-eyed youngsters, here's something you should know. Good food builds good health, and Wheaties are good food. Now, I don't know what you've been doing about the breakfast for the kiddies, but did you know there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake? With a sunny, wholehearted goodness of field-grown wheat in every flake? With a full strength of whole wheat vitamins, minerals, proteins in every flake? Well, it's true. Whole wheat in all its richness. That's what you furnish when you fill the cereal bowl with Wheaties. Don't slip up. See that they get Wheaties. Crisp, sunshiny, good. Pour on the milk, put on the fruit, and know the youngsters are getting all that whole wheat can give. Do that now. Wheaties. Breakfast of champions.
Well, along about now, I'm looking like a real poor insurance risk. According to Lubo, as soon as his artillery finishes blasting Siska's troops out of existence, Siska and I are due for the wrong end of a chain. Luba and his boys are lined up at the windows waiting for the first sight of the brigade, leaving an armed guard stationed in front of the door, which leads up to the tower. And one look at that guard's face tells me he'd like nothing better than to give that itchy trigger finger of his a workout in our direction.
Mr. Mitchell, what can we do?
I'd sure like to get to that radio up in the tower.
Yes, so we could warn our troops. But how can we do it? The door is 10 feet away from us, and that guard would shoot us down the minute we started for it.
Yeah, I know. Wait a minute.
What is it?
Those lengths of chain on the floor near us. The one Lubo's reserved for us.
What about them?
One of them's only a couple of feet from me. Look, try to shield me from the guard's eyes while I get a hold of it.
You think you can hit the guard with it from here?
You got any better ideas?
No, but
Look, Lubo and the others have their backs turned to us. It's our only chance. Did the guard see me take that step?
No.
Okay, I've got hold of the end of the chain now. When I yell, flatten yourself against the wall, and I'll whip it at him. If it works, we dive for the door and bolt it behind us. Then we head for the tower.
Very well. I'm ready.
Now.
You got him.
Me turn. Quick, inside the door. Let's get it bolted, quick. All right.
Please, sir, open this door.
Come on, up the stairs. We've got to work fast.
Yeah. Luba and his men will break down the door.
Yeah, I know. It'll take them a little while, though. Those doors are thick. Good. There's another door at the top here.
I will close it.
What is it? What is the matter?
Mitchell, the radio operator.
Yep.
Wait, you're not to be here.
Hand over that walkie-talkie, Buster.
No.
Maybe this hammerlock will convince you.
No. Stop.
That's better.
Now we can warn our troops.
I got a better idea. What's the code name of your artillery, Buster? Come on, open up before your arm turns into a pretzel.
Stop. This valley.
Valley, huh? Okay, what's Lubo's code name?
Hilltop. Please, my arm.
Okay.
Now! Mitchell, he's trying to smash the walkie-talkie.
Yeah, I got him.
Oh.
Okay, get on that walkie-talkie and call the artillery. Use the code names, Valley and Hilltop.
I don't understand.
You will.
Very well. Hilltop to Valley. Hilltop to Valley. Over.
Valley to Hilltop. Go ahead.
Now what?
They've probably already got an initial range and deflection set on the guns. Tell them to fire one salvo.
What?
That's right. I want to see where it lands.
Oh, I hope you know what you are doing, Mr.
So do
Mitchell.
I.
Hilltop to Valley. Fire one salvo at initial setting.
Listen, Lobo and his boys must have broken down the first door. They're heading up the stairs.
Yes.
Take care, open up.
I'm sorry, Lobo.
What are you doing in there?
There's your answer, Lobo.
The salvo landed just below the pass on our side.
Okay. Give them this correction, Siska. Down 1,000 yards, left about 3 mills.
Down 1,000, left 3. Oh, Mr. Mitchell, do you realize what you are doing?
Sure, I'm zeroing in that artillery onto this castle.
I can hear you, Mitchell. You are just bluffing.
Am I? Send the correction, Siska.
But we may be killed if the salvo hits the castle.
We're going to be dead anyway as soon as they break down that door. This is our only chance to scare them away. Send the correction.
Hilltop to valley. Down 1,000, left 3. Over.
Valley to hilltop. Down 1,000, left 3. Received.
Listen, Lubo's heading downstairs. I guess he got it through his head I wasn't bluffing. Okay, get down on the floor, Siska, and try to shield that walkie-talkie as much as you can.
Mitchell, this is insane.
You're telling me.
But just lying here waiting for the salvo to land.
You might try a few prayers while you're waiting. Hold it! Hold on!
Mitchell, are you all right?
Yeah, just shaking up. I'm going to take a look out the window. Salvo hit the base of the castle, Siska, and it sounds like it hit a few of Lubo's boys, too.
Look! There goes Lubo running for that jeep.
Yeah, I guess he's the only one that didn't get hit.
Mitchell! He's heading for the road which leads down the other side of the mountain.
Yeah, and us without even a slingshot.
He will get away!
Hey, a rifle shot.
Lubo is hit!
Oh, brother. Right over the side of the mountain. Well, I guess that's the end of Lubo.
Yes, but where did the shot come from?
Look, kneeling beside the pass down there. There's your answer.
Why, it is Magda.
Yeah, Lubo's girl. Or I should say ex-girl. Looks like she finally tumbled to him.
Yes, he killed her grandfather and betrayed her country. She killed him.
Pretty fitting.
But Mr. Mitchell, we're not out of trouble yet.
Well, I think with us spotting for that artillery, there's not much chance that they'll hit your troops. Matter of fact, if you wanted to be real cruel about it, you might arrange to have them drop a few shells on their own troops. I think that'd slow up the advance until your boys get to the pass.
Yes, I think that might be arranged. So, the traitor Lubo did not have the victory he planned.
No, I guess not. You see, Lubo thought he had everything figured out, but he ran into one thing nobody can figure out.
You mean your strategy?
No, I mean a woman.
Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Wright, with music composed by Basil Adlam and conducted by Ralph Hollenbeck, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Dangerous Assignment will again be heard Wednesday, September 20th at 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. Gildersleeves here with more good times on NBC. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to end up with me smashing a spy ring because a trained SEAL gets a bad case of the blues. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you wanted to see me.
I do, Steve. You're leaving for Istanbul, Turkey on the next plane.
Turkey? Oh, great. Last time I was there, as I remember, I got stabbed at, shot at, and beaten up in that order.
Well, maybe you'll be lucky enough to change the order of events around a little this time.
Oh, swell.
You'll probably need to take a large rubber ball and a dead fish with you.
Let's have that again.
You're to contact a character named Lefty over there.
So what's a rubber ball and a dead fish got to do with it?
Lefty is a trained SEAL.
You know, for a minute I thought you said a trained seal.
That's just what I did say. More particularly, you're to talk to his owner, a vaudeville entertainer named Sam.
Now, just a minute, Commissioner. I'm a pretty patient guy. You send me to a lot of strange places to do a lot of strange things. But if you think I'm going to fly clear to Turkey to audition a trained SEAL act, you'd...
Why, Steve, I thought you always fancied yourself as a sort of talent scout.
Well, in certain fields, maybe, but trained SEALs yet.
All kidding aside, Steve, we're up against a tough proposition.
You mean the SEAL wants more dough for his act?
I mean, there's been a very clever spy ring operating throughout the Middle East. Its entire operation seems to depend on one person. Quite a bit of confidential information from this country seems to have been transmitted by this ring. That's why it's vital to us that it be smashed, that the ringleader be caught.
Well, what's all this got to do with a SEAL? Don't tell me you think that
I'm
he's
coming
the
to that. Steve, as you probably heard, Yusuf Tokat, head of Turkish intelligence, was murdered the night before last. There was a bomb rigged in his car. When he stepped on the starter, he was blown up.
I see. You think Tokat was on the trail of the head of this man, this spy ring fella?
Definitely.
But where do the trained SEAL and his owner figure in the deal?
That's for you to find out. All we know is that they're apparently involved in some way.
Well, that's a nice handful of nothing to go on.
You'll work with Lieutenant Balik of the Istanbul police, Steve. Now get over there. Talk to Balik. Talk to the SEAL's owner. Talk to the SEAL if you have to. But find out who that spy ringleader is and grab him. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
NBC is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Just talk to a trained SEAL named Lefty and find out who's heading a spy ring in the Middle East. Yeah, a real cinch. Well, it's Thursday when I get to Istanbul, and I head for Lieutenant Balik's office.
It is a pleasure to welcome you, Mr. Mitchell. I hope you will be able to help us get to the bottom of this mystifying affair.
Well, I'll give it the old school try, Lieutenant.
First, I would like you to meet Dalmud.
I am honored, Mr. Mitchell.
Dalmud?
Dalmud is Tokat's assistant. I arranged for him to be here to give you such information as he possesses.
I see. Now, as I understand it, Dalmud, your boss, Yusuf Tokat, was head of intelligence here and was on the trail of the leader of this spy ring that's been operating throughout the Middle East?
That is correct. It is our theory, of course, that he was getting close to this person and was blown up in his automobile for that reason.
Yeah. Did he give you any indication as to who he thought he was after?
Not much. Tokat was a very brilliant agent, but very close-mouthed. He preferred to operate alone. He did mention to me that he was not sure whether this person was a man or woman, but that is all he said.
Which, unfortunately, does not give us much to go on.
No, it sure doesn't, Lieutenant Balik. Look, Dalmud, how about Tokat's files? Did you find anything there that might give us a lead?
Unfortunately, no. In his confidential files is a folder pertaining to the investigation he was undertaking at the time of his murder. But it is just general information. One sheet of paper had been torn out, however.
Probably the sheet that pegs the killer. Well, looks like we're getting nowhere fast. Incidentally, can either of you tell me how this guy Sam and his trained SEAL figure in this deal?
We know only that Tokat's car was parked 3 blocks from the theater where the trained SEAL performs, and that Tokat is supposed to have attended the performance the night of his murder.
So what? That isn't much of a tie-in.
But since the murder, Mitchell, there have been several attempts on the life of this Sam, the SEAL's trainer.
Oh, well, maybe that throws a new light on things. Where do I find this guy Sam?
He has an apartment not far from here. Simply show this pass to the guard, and he will admit you.
Oh, okay, thanks. I'll check with you later, gentlemen. Outside Sam's apartment house, there's a rugged-looking guard who lets me by after looking at my pass. I knocked on Sam's door, and after a long pause, it's opened by a little withered-up-looking gent with a towel on one arm.
So, what's the deal, Jack?
You Sam?
Sam it is. What's yours, Jack?
Steve Mitchell from the States. Here's my credentials.
Oh, yeah, they told me you were coming. Come on in, Jack.
Steve.
Sure, Jack.
Go ahead. Finish washing up. We can talk later.
Washing up?
Yeah, your arms. They're all wet.
I'm giving Lefty a bath, Jack.
Steve, Oh, you mean that seal?
Sure. Come on, we can talk while I'm finishing up.
Okay.
Here's Lefty. Ain't he a beaut?
Brother, in the bathtub yet.
Where else, Jack?
Steve. You really take good care of him, don't you?
He's my bread and butter, Steve.
Jack, I mean... Oh, skip it.
This is Steve, Lefty.
Not impressed.
Don't worry about that. Lefty's always suspicious of strangers at first.
Well, maybe I should show him my credentials.
You know, Jack, I'm worried about Lefty.
What do you mean?
Well, he hasn't been himself the last few days. Acts real depressed. I wonder if he could have eaten something that didn't agree with him. Oh, now, easy, Lefty, easy. I got to get the little flipper whippers clean.
Look. Now, right now, I'm more interested in what you know about Tokat's murder than I am in Lefty's diet.
Oh, sure. You know, it's a funny thing about that. Nah, come to think of it, it ain't funny. I'm scared. At first, I don't think there's any connection. But about the time of the second attempt...
Wait a minute. Let's start at the beginning, huh?
Okay. You see, Jack, I'm playing at the theater just down the street. They got an English language movie there, a newsreel, then a couple of vaudeville acts, 2 baggy pants comics, a dancer, and Lefty and me.
And according to your story, Yosef Tokat was in the theater the night that he was murdered?
Oh, he sure was.
How do you know?
Because that night, Lefty got depressed. And when he gets depressed, I got to cut his act short. So I fill in the time by going down into the audience and giving them a few magic tricks. You know, pulling pigeons out of their hats, picking their pockets, stuff like that.
Go on.
Well, so I pick out this one guy in the audience, and it turns out to be this Yosef Tokat who gets himself killed a few minutes later.
You sure it was Tokat?
Well, sure, I'm sure. I got to look at his name on his wallet. And if that ain't enough, the next night I spot him in the newsreel. Then I hear the guy got himself knocked off. And then, Jack, then things start happening to yours truly.
What sort of things?
Well, first it's a sandbag falling on me backstage. Then some joker throws a shot at me from an alley.
Wait a minute. You say you pulled Tokat's wallet out of his pocket. Could you have taken anything else with it?
I don't get you, Jack.
A piece of paper, maybe. Or could Tokat have slipped you the paper without your knowing about it?
Well, I don't see how. Hey, what are you getting at?
There's a very important piece of paper missing from Tokat's confidential files and could contain information about his killer. And if you had it without knowing about it, it could explain why the killer might be after you.
Nah, it don't boil, Jack. I empty my pockets every night. There was nothing in them after the performance the night Tokat was there.
Incidentally, does Lefty here stay on the stage while you're doing your act?
You see how he knows his name?
Sensational.
Oh, he's a doll. Nah, he follows me through the audience. The people get a charge out of petting him.
I see. Well, I guess all of this leaves me just about where I was before.
Oh, I'm sorry I can't be any more help, Jack. But I hope you'll get this guy off my neck, whoever he is.
Yeah. Well, see you later, Jack.
Sam.
I go back outside and nod to the guard who's standing over in the shadows and get into my car. So far, what I've got is a big hunk of nothing. About a block away from Sam's apartment house, it starts raining, so I reach into the back seat for my trench coat. But what my hand hits isn't a trench coat. It's a body. I jam my foot on the brakes. Turn my flashlight into the back seat. It's the body of the guard who was on duty when I went into the apartment. Then it hits me. I didn't get a good look at the guy in the shadows when I came out. Now I know he wasn't the guard at all. He's the killer. I head back to the apartment in a hurry. The door's unlocked. Lefty's honking frantically, and Sam's on the floor with a cloth tapped over his face. As I bend over him, I get a strong whiff of a sick, sweet smell. Chloroform. Sam. Sam! Come out of it, Sam. Come on, Sam.
Oh, hiya, Jack.
Yeah, Jack. What happened?
You tell me. Right after you left, I hear a knock on the door. I think maybe you've forgotten something. So I open the door and I get belted right between the eyes.
You didn't see who hit you?
Oh, I was too busy gazing at all those stars. Oh, brother, it was sure convenient you came back when you did.
Yeah, it sure was, Sam.
Look, Jack, would you mind taking me and Lefty to the theater? My act is on in about an hour.
You sure you feel like going on?
Yeah, I'm still a little groggy, but I'll be okay.
You're pretty quick on the recovery, aren't you, Sam?
Sure, that's me, Jack. Snap right back into shape.
Okay. I'll call Lieutenant Balik and tell him what happened, and then I'll take you over to the theater.
Balak meets us at the theater, and he and I stay to watch the show in case there's another attempt on Sam's life. We sit through the feature, and then comes the newsreel Sam told us about. It's a shot of some Turkish army maneuvers.
The importance of these maneuvers is borne out by the presence of the officials who are witnessing them. Government agent Yusuf Tokat, his assistant Dalmud, General Abura.
That's how Sam knew Tokat was in here the night of his murder, Balak. He saw his name on his wallet, and then he spotted him in this newsreel shot the next night.
Yes, see, there's Tokat standing by the tank.
After the newsreel comes the stage show. We watch Sam and Lefty go through their act. Lefty's still depressed, so Sam has to fill in by pulling pigeons out of people's pockets. Balak and I are on the edge of the seats waiting for something to happen, but nothing does. Sam finishes his act, and the feature starts. Balak and I head backstage for Sam's dressing room.
Yes?
Oh. Well, looks like we got the wrong dressing room. I'm looking for Sam.
This is his dressing room. Come on in.
Thanks.
Sam's in the next room trying to get Lefty to take a nap or something.
I don't think I've had the pleasure.
Doris.
Steve Mitchell, Doris, and this is Lieutenant Balak.
I am honored.
Hi, Lieutenant.
You're a friend of Sam's?
I've been working for him the last few days.
Oh?
Sort of helping him run his act. Taking care of Lefty, stuff like that.
You say you've only been with him a few days?
Yeah, I'm a dancer out of a job. Got to make a living some way, you know.
A dancer? Ballet, perhaps?
Not exactly. On the late show the other night, I threw my sacroiliac out of joint. Maybe that'll give you a clue.
I see.
Oh, hiya, fellas.
Good evening. We would like a few words with you.
Sure thing, Jack.
Balak.
It won't do you any good, Balak. Skip it.
Hey, let's go out in the hall to talk, though. I finally got Lefty to sleep. Hey, stay with Lefty, huh, Doris?
Sure.
Well, nothing happened during the act tonight.
So we noticed.
Oh, I'm glad you guys were there. I was really jumpy.
You saw no one in the audience looking at you in such a way as to arouse your suspicions, Sam?
Well, a couple of them aroused my suspicions, but they might be critics. You can't please everybody, I guess.
Just one thing more. This girl, Doris.
Oh, not bad, huh?
No, not bad. Well, how long have you known her?
Oh, I seen her knocking around in this neck of the woods for quite a while.
But she only came to work for you a few nights ago, is that right?
Mm-hmm. She lost her job.
So she told us. One bump too many.
Well, so I knew she was down and out, and I put her to work for me. Let's see, it was the night before Tokat was bumped off, I think it was.
Okay, that's all, Sam. I'll pick you up after the late show and take you back to your apartment.
Hey, some service, huh? A personal bodyguard yet. See you later, Jax.
Brother, this deal is making less sense by the moment.
I'm afraid you are right.
Why would Tokat's killer be trying to knock off Sam unless Sam had something incriminating in his possession?
You are thinking of the missing piece of paper from Tokat's confidential file.
Yeah. That's the only way it makes sense, Lieutenant, but Sam swears up and down he doesn't have anything like that.
Mitchell, you seem quite interested in this girl, Doris. Not that I blame you, but I don't see...
Remember when I first arrived here in Istanbul, we were talking in your office with Dalmut, Tokat's assistant?
Of course. Dalmud told us that Tokat had mentioned he was not sure whether this person he was after was a man or a woman.
That's right.
You think perhaps that...
It's just a thought, Lieutenant, and right now it's about the only one I have. In fact, I'm running out of leads. How about you?
I have only one left, and Dalmud is investigating it right now.
What do you mean?
He is searching Tokat's house in the hope that he might find that piece of paper somewhere.
Well, sounds like a pretty slim chance, but any chance is welcome right now. Come on, let's go on over.
Tell me, have you been able to find anything, Dalmud?
Oh, not a thing, Lieutenant. I have turned this house upside down. I have slit every cushion, pulled up every rug, tapped all woodwork. That piece of paper is not here.
Great. That just about does it.
Without it, what can we do?
Well, right now, I'm afraid I don't have an answer to that question, Dalmut. I'm beat. I go back to the theater, pick up Sam and Lefty, and take them to Sam's apartment. Sam fixes up a bed for me on the couch, and we all turn in. Try letting a depressed seal with indigestion sing you to sleep sometime. Oh, it's great. But I finally manage to doze off, and then...
Mitchell! Wait! Mitchell!
Sam's shout brings me out of it fast. I jump off the couch and pull open his bedroom door. The lights are off, but I spot a glint of metal near the window. A gun. I take a dive just in time. But on my way down, my head crashes into the corner of the dresser. And that puts me to sleep fast.
Mitchell! Steve! Hey, Jack.
Oh.
That boy, Jack. That boy.
What? Sam.
Yeah. Oh, brother, you really collected yourself a lump on the head.
Yeah, right now I'm not sure which is my head and which is the lump. Hey, what happened?
Well, I'm just dozing off when I hear someone easing my window open. So I sit up. There's a guy crawling in with a gun. I give a yell. He whirls and starts out the window just as you come charging in. So he throws a shot at you and beats it.
Did you get any kind of a good look at him, Sam?
Yeah. It was pretty dark, but there was enough moonlight coming in the window so I could spot his face.
So you'd recognize him if you ever saw him again?
Jack, I've already seen that guy before.
What?
Look, remember this Yosef Tokat?
Sure, the guy who got murdered. Why?
Guess again, Jack.
What do you mean?
The guy who came in the window. That was Yosef Tokat.
Mitchell, I tell you this cannot be. Yusuf Tokat is dead.
Look, all I'm telling you is what Sam told me a few minutes ago in his apartment, Lieutenant.
But it is impossible. Tokat's car was completely demolished by that bomb. Apparently, when he stepped on the starter.
Well, how about the body in the car? You positive it was Tokat?
We have no reason to believe otherwise. The signet ring on one finger was identified as that of Tokat. Also the wristwatch. Of course, the clothes and the papers were burned when the car exploded, but...
And there wasn't enough left of the body to make a complete and positive identification, right?
Well,
that's what I thought.
But, Mitchell, this whole thing is preposterous. If Tokat is alive, whose body was in the car?
There you've got me.
And above all, if Tokat is alive, why is he in hiding?
Dalmat told us that Tokat liked to operate alone and undercover. Maybe he figured he'd have a better chance to nab the leader of the spy ring that way. Look, let's suppose for a moment that Tokat is alive and try to reconstruct what might have happened that night.
The night he was supposedly murdered.
Yeah, let's say that for some unknown reason, Tokat wanted to make it look like he was dead. He plants a body in his car with a time bomb, then slips into a darkened theater to get out of sight for the time being. But he's trapped by the stage show. He can't get up and walk out with all the lights on. Then Sam comes down into the audience and lifts his wallet, and then...
Then what?
Oh, I don't know. It doesn't seem to track quite right.
Indeed, it does not. It leaves too many questions unanswered. Whose body was in that car? And why is Tokat trying to kill Sam?
Wait a minute. There's one possible answer. I'll admit it's fantastic, but this whole deal's fantastic.
Well, what is the answer?
Look, we know Tokat was trying to get the leader of a spy ring. Now, why would he be going after Sam?
Mitchell, that means that...
That means that I'm going back and have a little talk with our friend Sam right now.
Oh, Mitchell. Come on in. Oh, I'm glad you're back, Jack. I was getting a little jittery.
Were you?
Well, sure. You think I like this routine of nearly getting killed 3 times?
Yeah. Nearly getting killed is right. But it never seems quite to happen, does it, Sam?
Hey, what's the pitch? What are you getting at?
You've been in vaudeville quite a while, haven't you?
Longer than I can keep track of anymore.
You've probably done a little acting in your time, too.
Well, sure. Until I met Lefty.
Yeah. But maybe you've been doing some pretty convincing acting in this deal, Sam.
Acting?
Acting scared. Acting like somebody's been trying to kill you.
Acting like somebody's trying to kill me, he says. Jack, have you blown your cork?
You told me somebody tried to bean you with a sandbag backstage the other night. Anybody see it happen?
Nobody else was around.
And you said somebody threw a shot at you from an alley. Anybody else witnessed that?
Well, I don't think so. Now, look,
and
Jack...
And tonight, you said Yosef Tokat crawled into your bedroom window trying to kill you. But you were the only one that saw him.
He took a shot at you, remember?
Somebody took a shot at me. I'm beginning to wonder if it was you.
Me? Look, Jack, I'll tell you what. You've been working pretty hard lately. Now, why don't you just sit down on that couch and take it easy? And I'll show you a new trick I worked on for my act.
You could have killed Tokat with a time bomb.
Oh, sure. He didn't like my act, so I killed him. Look, Jack, I don't know what kind of a kick you're on with this thing, but if I've killed this character, Tokat, would I be pretending he's alive and after me? I wouldn't want to be linked to him at all, would I?
I was afraid that point would pop up sooner or later, Sam. Now, I guess it doesn't add up that way.
You just been thinking too hard. Come on, Jack, let me show you my new trick. It'll take your mind off things. You see, I got a little red ball and a little white ball.
Look, I'm in no mood for tricks, Sam.
But it only takes a second, and it's a good one. Since Lefty's been depressed, I got to keep coming up with new tricks to fill out the act. So I want to try this one on you.
Wait a minute.
What now?
Sam, if you are in the clear, that means you still must have some piece of incriminating evidence.
Oh, no. Now we're back on that piece of paper routine. For the last time, Jack, I don't have it.
I don't mean you. I mean your seal.
Lefty?
You say he follows you through the audience. You also told me that he's been acting like he ate something and didn't agree with him. Where is he?
Well, he's asleep in the next... Oh, no.
Now, look. Somebody could have slipped that paper to him.
Well, you look. I'm a member in good stand of the Anti-Vivisection League. You go cutting into Lefty's dead body, and it's going to be over mine of the same name.
Yeah, but there's a chance that if maybe...
Oh, are you kidding? If somebody did feed that paper to Lefty, it happened 4 days ago.
Yeah. You're right. All of which leaves me just where I was before. Nowhere. Brother, what a headache. And things used to be so peaceful in the Navy.
All right, now, you ready?
Ready?
The trick.
Huh? Oh, okay, go ahead.
Now, what color ball am I holding in my left hand?
Red.
And in my right hand?
White.
A red ball and a white ball, right? Now, I mix them around a little, then I take one of them in my fingers. Which one is it?
Red.
I put it under this hat. There.
Some trick.
Wait till you see the snapper. Now, which ball does that leave me here in my fist?
White.
So I slip this one into your pocket. There. Now, where's the red ball?
Under the hat.
And the white one?
In my pocket.
Lift up the hat.
Yeah? Okay. The white ball.
Now pull the other one out of your pocket.
Yeah. Red.
It's pretty neat, eh? The red ball travels from the hat to your pocket and the white ball vice versa.
Yeah, pretty neat. Well, I guess I'll be getting along.
Hey, now, wait a minute. I haven't told you how to do it.
Okay, so how do you do it?
Well, you thought you were looking at the red ball when I slipped it under the hat, but you weren't. That was just a little cellophane shield that made it look red. Actually, it was the white ball. I palmed the red cellophane when I slipped the ball under the hat. Then, when I put the other ball in your pocket, you didn't even look at it. You were sure it was white because you thought you seen me put the red one under the hat.
Okay, so now I know how to do it. I'll be a while with it back in the States. Well, I'll see you later, Sam. And give my very best to Lefty. Hey.
What's the matter?
Just a minute. Let's go over that trick again.
I know it. It grows on you,
It
doesn't
sure does. Now, as I get it, you look at the white ball and think it's red, but it's really only a piece of red cellophane over it.
That's right.
Then you don't pay any attention to the real red ball because you're convinced you've already seen it.
Hey, you got it down perfect.
Sam, you just showed me something.
Oh, sure, my new trick.
You showed me a lot more than that, a lot more than you realize. Come on.
Wait, where to?
Get a babysitter for Lefty. You and I are going to theater. I get the manager out of bed and make him open up the theater for us. Then I have him run the newsreel. I plunk Sam down in the seat to watch it. Pretty soon comes the shot of the Army maneuvers.
The importance of these maneuvers is borne out by the presence of the officials who are witnessing them. Government agent Yusuf Tokat, his assistant Dalmud, General Abura.
That's it. Stop the projector.
Military.
Now, that's the shot in which you picked out Tokat the night after you lifted his wallet here in the theater, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, take a good look at that picture and point out Tokat to me.
Hey, that's him right there.
Where?
The guy sitting in the Jeep.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Come on.
Well, say, what is this anyway? A cook's tool?
Yeah.
Well, where are we going now?
Down to police headquarters. Come on, get in.
Oh, look, Jack, if you're still trying to involve me in this setup,
Don't worry about that, Sam. They may pin a medal on you.
A medal?
Sure. You just solved the case with that red ball, white ball trick of yours.
I still don't get it.
That doesn't matter. I get it. And I'm sure Lieutenant Balik will get it, too, when I tell him.
You will never tell him, Mitchell.
What?
Mitchell, a guy in the back seat with a gun. Hey, it's Tokat.
No, not Tokat, Sam. It's Dalmud, Tokat's assistant.
Keep driving straight ahead, Mitchell. And remember, this gun is pointed at the back of your head.
Okay, Dalmud. Where to?
Out of the city. You can guess the rest.
But I tell you, this is the guy who tried to kill me earlier tonight.
That's right.
And he's the guy I saw in the newsreel after he's been in the theater.
Sure, that's the point, Sam. Dalmud killed Tokat, planted his body in the car with a time bomb, and then took his wallet and slipped into the theater to get out of sight. He figured that in that wallet might be the slip of paper which put the finger on him as the head of the spy ring. Right, Dalmud?
It's a pity you did not solve the case until too late, is it not?
So when you pulled Tokat's wallet out of Dalmud's pocket, you naturally figured Dalmud was Tokat. Then, the next night, in the newsreel, you spot the guy who was in the theater sitting in a jeep, and again, you naturally figure it's Tokat, but instead it was Dalmud here.
Jack, you figured that out from the trick I showed you?
Sure. Tokat's wallet was just like the red cellophane that makes the white ball look red. It made you think Dalmud was Tokat.
But let me assure you that your sleight of hand will do you no good now.
Well, sleight of hand's a funny thing, Dalmud. Sometimes the hand's quicker than the eye, and sometimes even quicker than the hand is the foot. Off balance, sir. You can't aim when you're draped over the front seat.
Well, let go, they got.
Sure, right now.
What?
Oh, Jack, that's what you call a clip.
Well, I guess it'll keep him on ice until we get him to police headquarters.
You know, this all goes to show you how smart Lefty is.
You mean that seal of yours?
Well, sure. He's the guy who pulled off this whole deal.
Oh, really? Well, just how do you figure that?
Well, if Lefty hadn't gotten depressed, I wouldn't have thought up that new trick.
Huh?
And if I hadn't thought up that new trick, you wouldn't have tumbled into the deal. You see how easy it figures?
Okay. So I suppose Lefty and I should trade jobs.
Oh, now, Jack, that would never work.
Oh, well, thanks for giving me a little credit.
No. What I mean is, you could never learn to balance a rubber ball on your nose.
The NBC chimes will be ringing soon for the return of the irrepressible Bob Hope. Hope returns Tuesday, October 3rd, with more laughs and timely satire in his inimitable manner. Wednesday evening chime listening includes that master of the ad-lib and clever quip with rapid talk and that international walk, Groucho Marx. Groucho begins his hilarious quiz game, You Bet Your Life, on Wednesday, October 4th, 2 weeks from tonight. Remember, Bob Hope, October 3rd, Groucho Marx, October 4th. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jandot, with music composed and conducted by Basil Adlam, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to wind up with me trying to preserve my life with a can of embalming fluid.
Well, here he is, Commissioner.
Good morning, Steve.
Commissioner?
I suppose I pulled you right out of a big deal, as usual.
No, it was all very innocent this time. Matter of fact, I was walking a baby in the park.
What?
Honest.
Yeah, some baby.
And that's what I thought.
I'll have your plane ticket at my desk when you're ready, Steve.
Thanks, Rose. Well, where to this time, Commissioner?
Your plane leaves for Latin America in 1 hour.
Latin America? Good. I can polish up my rumba.
That's a good idea. You'll probably need it when the bullets start coming your way.
You always make things sound so dandy. Okay, what's the deal?
Steve, you know a man named Slaga?
I don't know him, but I sure know the name. Foreign agent, isn't he?
Yes, he's tough and tricky.
What about him?
He wants to give himself up to us.
Are you kidding?
No, apparently he double-crossed the boys he's working for, and now they're out to kill him.
Look, since when have I been playing bodyguard to foreign agents?
Steve, we stand to gain a great deal out of this situation.
How so?
We've been after Slager for a long time. As you know, he used to operate here in the States. We managed to pin a minor charge on him that meant a 2-year jail sentence, but he flew the coop on us. Now he's willing to come back here and serve his sentence. And more important, he's willing to give us complete information on the Latin American organization of the outfit he's been working for.
Sure, I see his point. That way he gets protection from the boys who are trying to kill him.
Right. All you have to do is get him out and bring him back here.
Get him out of where?
Take a look at this map of Latin America. See this country here?
Oh, that's where he's hiding?
Yes, in the capital of that country.
Oh, so all I have to do is get him out of there, huh?
Yes, their dictator doesn't seem to like us much, and that makes it tough on you. You'll be bucking the local law.
To say nothing of the outfit that's trying to kill him. Lucky Mitchell. Right in the middle again.
Slager's gotten word to us that he'll meet you at the Rio Gordo Bridge outside the capital tomorrow night at midnight.
Just a minute, Commissioner. After I meet Slager, how am I supposed to get him out of there? Do I carry him piggyback, stuff him in a suitcase, or what?
Your plane will get you to the capital city tomorrow afternoon. At 8 tomorrow night, be in the Juarez Bar. You'll be contacted there by a man who can make arrangements for a small plane. Or, Steve, it's vital that we get the information Slager's willing to give us. Get down there, contact him, and get him out of the country. Yeah, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Meet a guy named Slager in a slightly unfriendly country, then get him out of there before he gets killed. I've got a strong hunch that the same guys who are after him will be tossing more than bouquets in my direction, too. It's Wednesday afternoon when my plan leads in Latin America, and already I've got a reception committee of one waiting for me at the airport.
Senor Mitchell.
Mr.
Holt.
Who are you?
I'm Lieutenant Eduardo Escobar of the military.
Oh, well, I guess I don't have to introduce myself. You seem to have me pegged already.
Indeed, I have, Senor Mitchell.
You don't sound like you're here to extend me the key to the city.
No, but I am here to extend what you may call an official greeting.
What is it?
It is known why you came to this country.
Is it?
You're after a dangerous and subversive agent named Slager, who is rumored to be hiding in or near this city. Is this not true?
Well, you seem to be doing most of the talking, Escobar. Why don't we keep it that way, huh?
I see. In that case, although we do not see fit to forbid your presence here...
Gee, thanks.
I warn you, stay out of my way in this matter.
Just a minute. Does that warning come from your government or from you personally?
That is not for you to ask. To me has been granted the high honor of tracking Slager down.
I see. It'd be quite a feather in your cap, I suppose.
I am not thinking of personal glory, but of the welfare of my government.
Oh, sure. Well, Escobar, looks like we're both hunting the same pigeon, but with one important difference.
And what is that?
I gather you don't much care whether you take Slager dead or alive.
I would prefer him dead.
That's what I thought. What does that get you, a headline or maybe a promotion, huh?
You're being impertinent.
Sorry, but you see, I want Slager alive. He's got information that would benefit all of us. I want to get that information out of him.
Senor Mitchell, I am not here to discuss this with you. I am here to...
Here to warn me to keep out of your way. Okay, Escobar, so you've warned me. Now, if you'll excuse me,
Where are you going?
Look, what is this information, please? I'm going to a hotel if it's okay with you.
And then what?
Well, I tell you. That's for you to figure out.
Let me assure you, you will regret your attitude, Mitchell.
Yeah. See you around, Escobar.
Indeed you will, Mitchell. Frequently.
This is your room, senor. The best in a hotel.
Brother, I wonder what the worst looks like.
I can show you that. It's just down the hall. It's lousy.
Never mind. Say, I didn't realize it gets this cold down here. You got any heat in this room?
Sí, a gas heater. I was just about to light it.
Yeah.
There. Now, will there be anything else? Huh?
Yeah. Where's the Juarez Bar?
2 blocks down the street.
Okay, I've got to be there at 8 tonight, so give me a call about 7:30. I'm going to get a little shut-eye in the meantime.
Shut-eye?
Siesta.
Oh, you mean sack time, huh?
Yeah. I see you've spent a little time in the States.
Oh, nada, senor. No. But my brother up there, he write to me letters. He has made me, how do you call it? Happy. Sweet dreams, senor.
It's just about dark when I stretch out on the rickety bed. I check over the timetable for the evening in my mind. At 8, go to the Juarez bar and be contacted by somebody who'll tell me how to get Slaga out of here. Then, at midnight, meet Slaga at the Rio Gordo Bridge outside of the city. And in between, try to keep Lieutenant Escobar out of my hair, to say nothing of the outfit Slaga used to work for. Sounds like a nice, peaceful evening. Well, fine, I doze off. I don't know how long I've been asleep when a sound registers. A window. A sudden warning flashes across my brain. I try to snap awake, but I have a hard time coming out of it. I get my eyes open, but the room's swimming in front of them, and my chest hurts. Then it registers. Gas. The whole room is full of gas. A sudden whip of fresh air hits me, and my eyes clear for a second. The window. There's a guy in the window with a knife. I manage to roll off the bed just in time. The knife plunks into the headboard. I stagger to the window, but the guy is gone. At this point, I don't care much. I'm more interested in filling my lungs with fresh air. My head starts clearing. I turn off the gas heater and head for the door. And there, standing in the hall, is the bellboy.
Senor, what's the matter?
You come back to see whether you've done a good job on me?
I heard a noise. Hey, that's gas. Your room is full of gas.
Yeah, don't tell me that surprises you.
No, caray, don't surprise me at all.
What?
These haters, you can never depend on them.
Oh, so your story is it was just an accident, huh?
Huh? What do you mean, senor?
You said you were a pretty hep kid. Yeah, maybe you're more hep than I realized at the time.
I do not understand you. You saw me light the heater.
You knew I was going to take a nap. You could have sneaked back into the room and blown out the flame.
Well, senor, I have not been near your room. These gas pipes, they're all clogged up. This happens a lot, that the flame goes out. Yeah, we lose more gas that way.
Okay, so that's your story, and I suppose it's very hard to prove anything different.
Hey, indeed it would be, senor. Of course, there's always the possibility that somebody entered your room. I would not know about that.
Okay, for the time being, we'll leave it that way. Maybe you're telling the truth, maybe you're lying. Sooner or later, I'll find out which.
Sí, senor, sí. I'm quite certain that you will.
I head to the Juarez bar thinking about the deal on the way. I never thought I'd be glad to see the day when 2 different outfits are trying to kill me, but I am now. One outfit tries to gas me, and my life is saved because the other outfit sends a guy to open my window and throw a knife at me. Safety in numbers yet. Well, the bar is pretty deserted when I get there. A fat little gent is wandering around, picking away at his guitar. I don't have any idea who's supposed to contact me, so I sit at the corner table, and pretty soon a girl sidles over to my table, and she could be the contact.
Hello.
Hi.
I could sit down.
Sure.
You are an American?
Yeah, that means something to you?
Si.
You've been waiting for me to come in?
Si. All evening.
Good. You got a message for me?
Si.
What is it?
I am nice girl, Felicia. You are rich American. So I think you buy Felicia a few drinks.
Oh, great. Wrong party.
Hmm?
I think we've been talking about 2 different things. Look, maybe you just better run along.
Okay. It is your loss, not mine.
Yeah, I don't doubt it.
Well, good evening, Senor Mitchell.
Ah, Lieutenant Escobar. What are you doing here?
I was about to ask you the same question, Senor.
Me? I just dropped in for a drink.
Very well. I hope you will enjoy your drink, because I intend to make certain that it is the only reason you came in here.
What do you mean?
You see the table in the center of the room?
What about it? It's vacant.
It will not be vacant for long, because I intend to sit there, Senor Mitchell, with my eyes on you. And that way I am quite certain you will not be meeting anyone here.
Well, suit yourself, Escobar. Now, isn't that just dandy?
Good evening, senor.
Huh?
Would you like for me to play a little song especially for you on my guitar?
No, thanks.
But I play good.
No.
Come on. For $1 I play anything you want to hear. Something to bring romance into your big heart. A tear into your eyes.
Ah, some other time.
Oh, but just listen to a sample of my playing.
Look, will you beat it?
Okay, I beat it right to the bar. Pretty good, huh?
Hey, You knocked my drink over into my lap.
You're enjoying your drink now, Mitchell.
Drop dead, will you?
Oh, senor, I am so sorry. I was carried away by my plane.
You sure were, Buster.
Here, let me help to dry you. Here, my handkerchief.
Look, just let me alone, will you?
But they're on the pocket, senor. Here, let me dry
Take
you.
your hands. Oh.
There. Now, everything is all right, senor?
Yeah. Everything's fine all of a sudden. I'll see you later. I slip out of the bar in a hurry, and what's made everything fine all of a sudden is that the little guitar player slipped a piece of paper into my pocket while he was drying me off. I get down the street, stop under a streetlight, and take a quick look at it. It's a map of a cow pasture outside the city where a small plane will be waiting for me tomorrow. Good. Then I see Escobar come out of the bar. So I duck into an alley and take a few assorted side streets out of the city to the Rio Gordo Bridge. Slaga is due there at midnight. I get there 5 minutes before and spot the meeting place, a clump of bushes underneath the bridge. I wait there a couple of minutes, and then I hear a rustle. I step out. But just in time, I see the glint of moonlight along a gun barrel, and I dive back.
Sunday afternoon means mystery and action with the chimes over most of these NBC stations. Mike Waring, better known as the Falcon, brings his suave and romantic touch to a perilous mystery each Sunday, followed by the widely acclaimed dramatic series High Adventure. Then the big guy steps in. The big guy who likes to tell stories of mystery and intrigue, only the big guy's stories are not make-believe. And then a new kind of private eye. Charlie Wilde concludes your Sunday mystery lineup with a few casual homicides. Now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
The shots keep whistling over my head, so I know the guy can't see me. I inch backwards up the slope and start circling. Pretty soon, I spot the sniper hurrying up the slope, too. I wait until he's about 4 feet away, and then I jump him. A girl! Okay, drop that gun, sister.
No,
I said drop it.
No!
That's better.
Who are you?
The guy you were just shooting at, lady.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
But I thought that was Slaga.
What?
So, he's gotten away from me again.
Wait a minute. What's this about Slaga?
I thought you were Slaga. Is he I want to kill?
Brother, you too, huh?
Oh, what do you mean? You also wish to kill Slaga?
No, but right now it looks like I'm the only guy who doesn't. Escobar, the outfit Slaga used to work for, and now you. What's your beef with him, and incidentally, who are you?
Maria Peralta. I used to think I was in love with Slaga until I found out what kind of man he was. Then I stopped seeing him. I met a good man, I married him. But when Slaga found himself trapped in this city, he came to me for help.
I see, and you refused?
I say, of course. Then Slaga started hitting me. My husband, he came in just then and tried to stop him. Slaga killed my husband.
I see.
Tonight I followed him here to the bridge. Then I lost him. When you step out of those bushes, I thought you were Slaga.
Well, it's a cinch if Slaga was around here. He's not now. Those shots probably scared him away. And speaking of shots, Maria...
See, I know. When I think I almost killed you. Oh, senor, you can forgive me?
Yeah, well, I guess the only thing left for me to do is to head back to town and wait for some word from him.
Senor, I have spoiled some plan of yours.
You sure have, Maria.
Well, can I in some way make up for it?
You got a car?
See, parked down the road.
You can drive me back to the city. That'll make up for a lot. Because I'm not hankering to walk all that distance again.
See, of course, I will be glad to drive you. You come, huh? There is the building where I am stop up ahead, Senor Mitchell. However, I can drop you anywhere you like.
No, that's okay, Maria. I'll get out here. Hey, this looks like a mortuary.
The body of my husband is here.
Oh?
I must make the final arrangements. You see, in the morning, I take his body back to the little town where he was born. He will be buried in the family graveyard.
I see.
Senor Mitchell, I am afraid.
What of?
Slaga, He probably knows I tried to kill him. I'm afraid he may come after me.
Well, I doubt it. Slugger probably realizes he's pretty hot by this time. The only person he'll be coming after is me, so if you'll just go back home and lock yourself in, I'll probably have him on ice by morning.
But if you should not... Senor Mitchell, I know I have no right to ask your protection almost after shooting you, but if you could meet me here at the mortuary tomorrow morning and stay with me until I leave with my husband's body, I would feel ever so much safer.
Come to think of it, that's not a bad idea. If Slugger does decide to come after you, that would be his last chance, wouldn't it?
Ah, see. Once the mortician drive me and the coffin to the railroad depot, I'm sure I'd be safe.
What time are you due here in the morning?
At 8.
Okay. If I haven't grabbed Slugger by then, it's possible that he may turn up here at the mortuary in the morning. If he does, I'll be here waiting for him. No. Well, okay. Yeah?
Mitchell?
Yeah, who's this?
Slugger.
Slugger? Hey, why didn't you show up at the bridge at midnight?
I heard shots.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Where are you?
I'm safe for the time being, but these interests I used to work for, they are closing in on me.
I don't doubt it.
Mitchell, listen to me. You must hide me, protect me. Get me out of the country.
Look, Slugger, that's why I'm here. I've got a plane waiting for us in a cow pasture, but before I can protect you or get you out of here, I've got to get with you.
Very well. It is 3 a.m. In 1 hour, be on the Santo Tomas highway outside the city, exactly 1 mile past the bridge. Park your car there and wait, and come alone.
I slip 5 pesos to a sleepy cab driver outside the hotel, and he lets me borrow his cab. I head out Santo Tomas Highway and arrive at the rendezvous spot 20 minutes early, which is just the way I want it. I climb out of the cab and into the bushes, and then I wait. 5 minutes later, a car comes poking along the road and stops. A man gets out and pokes a flashlight into my car. At first, I think it's Slugger, and I start out of the bushes. Then I see it's Lieutenant Escobar. This is just great, a fat chance I've got of contacting Slugger with Escobar hanging around. Suddenly, another car rounds the bend and comes down the highway fast. Then I get it. This whole deal is a trap. Escobar! Get down, quick!
Where are you?
I said get down!
Mitchell, what is the meaning of this?
Get out of the car, get down!
Let go of me! That car?
Yeah, bristling with machine guns. If I hadn't made with a flying tackle, you'd be looking like a Swiss cheese right now.
Oh, indeed? And how do I know that this whole thing was not arranged by you?
Oh, sure. I arrange an ambush, and then I run out into the firing line to grab you. Look, Escobar, this is the 3rd time I've been shot at in 11 hours. I'm in no mood.
You have only yourself to blame, Mitchell.
What do you mean?
I warned you to remain out of this affair. Next time, perhaps you will heed my warning.
I'll tell you one thing you can count on, Escobar. Next time, I'll stay in the bushes and let you collect a few more holes in the head than you've already got, if that's possible. I head back to my hotel. By now, I've just about had it. Not only is Escobar sticking to me like a mustard plaster, lousing up my chances of contacting Slugger, but the outfit Slugger used to work for is now thinking up quaint little traps to kill me, too. Obviously, they were the ones who rigged that fake rendezvous on the highway. I know now my only chance of contacting Slugger will be if he comes after Maria at the mortuary. She told me she'd be there at 8 in the morning, so I'm there 10 minutes early. The door is partly open. I walk in, but the joint is deserted. No mortician, no hearse, no coffin, and no Maria. I head for the back room. A whiff of embalming fluid almost knocks me down. There are cans of it spilled all over the floor. The whole room's torn apart. Then I hear a sound. It's coming from the closet. I unlock the door. Inside, there's a guy trussed up with rope and a strip of tape across his mouth.
Thank you. I heard you come in, but I was afraid you would not hear me pounding on the door.
Who are you?
The mortician's assistant.
Here, let me get you untied.
Yes, please.
Brother, that embalming fluid is killing me. Even in the closet here. What happened?
I am not certain. I opened up a little earlier than usual this morning because we were expecting Senora Maria Peralta to come at 8 o'clock for the body of her husband.
There, that unties your legs.
Yes.
Brother, no wonder that fluid smells so strong in here. You've got some of it on your shoes. Go on with your story.
Yes. A few minutes before 8, a man walked in with a gun. He tied me up here in the closet.
What happened after that?
I know only what I could hear through the door. The mortician and the senora must have arrived at the same time. Apparently, this man with the gun was hiding behind the drapes. When he confronted the senora, I heard her scream, Sla something.
Slaga?
Yes, that's it, Slaga.
Oh, great. Well, you're untied. Come on, let's get some windows open and air out the joint.
Good.
What else did you hear?
Well, there were the sounds of a fight. Furniture overturned and cans of embalming fluid spilled. Then Slaga must have gotten the upper hand again. He laughed and said a very strange thing.
What do you mean?
Something about a coffin being a very convenient place to travel.
I see.
Then he ordered the mortician and the senor into the hearse and told them to drive out to the Santo Tomas highway. Apparently, his plan is to escape in that coffin.
Sounds like a pretty neat plan, too. The whole deal.
They left but a moment or two before you arrived. If you hurry, you may be able to overtake them.
You know, I've got a better idea.
What do you mean?
I'm about to take some advice that was given to me earlier.
I do not understand.
Lieutenant Escobar speaking.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Who is this?
Your old friend, Steve Mitchell.
Mitchell, where are you?
Yeah, I know. You've been looking for me, as usual. Lieutenant, I'm about to give you that headline that you've been bucking for.
What do you mean?
I'm down at a mortuary. The assistant here tells me that Slaga is heading along the Santo Tomas highway in a hearse.
What? I'll throw up a roadblock. Wait a minute.
What's the matter, Escobar? Don't you know a good break when you see one?
Why are you giving me this information, Mitchell?
You've told me several times to keep out of your way in this deal, haven't you?
So, you have finally gotten smart.
Yeah. You hit it right on the head, Lieutenant. I've finally gotten smart. I'll see you around.
But, Mr. Mitchell, I do not understand.
What don't you understand, Buster?
As soon as you gave your name over the phone just now, I recognized it. When Maria was here last night making the final arrangements about her husband's body, she mentioned meeting you. She said you were very anxious to get to this Slaga.
That's right.
Well, then why aren't you chasing him right now? Why did you call the police?
Escobar wants me to stay out of his way. And I also want him to stay out of mine.
What?
You happen to know anything about this guy, Slaga?
How could I? I never saw him before this morning.
And let me tell you a couple of things about him, and I think you'll see my point. You see, Slaga's a pretty sharp boy, sharper than I realized.
I do not follow.
It could go together, something like this. Slaga double-crosses the outfit he used to work for, so they're after him. He gets in touch with us, and he tells us he's willing to give us information and serve a prison sentence in the States if we'll come down here and fish him out.
Oh, but what has all this to do with...
Just let me finish. Yeah, that's the deal that Slaga presents to us. And it sounds good, but this is where Slaga gets sharp, or thinks he does. He has no intention of coming back to the States with me. He's just playing both ends against the middle and using us to get himself out of the hole he's in here.
You mean that is why this Slaga is escaping in the coffin?
I mean, that's why Slaga isn't in that coffin.
What? But I do not understand.
Don't you?
It works, Slaga. They're all chasing the hearse.
Maria, you fool!
It doesn't matter, Slaga. I had you pegged right from the time I untied you. That's why I kept hanging around here. I figured your little partner would be doubling back to meet you.
Oh, so you had me pegged. Then be sure you have this pegged.
Yeah, I figured you were holding that gun on me in your pocket the whole time.
Slaga, shoot!
In a moment.
It was a pretty neat deal, kids. Maria comes to me with a fake story about you killing her husband to set up this coffin gag. Then the story you give me this morning about Slaga driving away in the hearse. I'm supposed to fall for that and go chasing after the hearse while you and Maria leave for parts unknown.
Quite right. But you were not convinced, Mitchell. May I ask how you found me out?
Sure, it wasn't too tough, Slaga. When I untied you, you told me that after you'd been put in the closet, you heard a fight in the other room with cans of embalming fluid being spilled. But there was some of the fluid on your shoes. Probably got there when you were making the room look like there had been a fight.
I see. Rather stupid of me, wasn't it?
Yeah. Look, Slaga, you're not quite as sharp as you figure in this deal.
What do you mean?
You can't get away with it. The outfit you used to work for is all out to kill you, so is Escobar. One of them will get you sooner or later.
So? You paint a discouraging picture, Mitchell.
What would you suggest as a solution?
My offer still stands. I'll get you out of here and back to the States. You'd be smart to take me up on it, Slugger. I've got a plane waiting in a cow pasture north of town. We can still make it.
Oh, don't misunderstand me, Mr. Mitchell. I intend to take you up on part of your bargain.
What do you mean?
The part about the aeroplane. You see, I intend to leave this country with your help.
That's better.
Only without you.
Oh?
Where exactly is that plane, Mitchell?
Sorry.
Very well. I will count 3. If you have not told me by then...
Look, Slugger.
1.
You can't get away with it.
That should not concern you. You will be dead. 2.
Okay.
That's much more sensible.
Looks like I lose all the way around.
Someone has to. It could not very well be myself. Now, the location of that plane.
Here's a map telling you how to get there.
Thank you, Mitchell. You have been most cooperative.
He and Maria take their eyes off me a second to look at the map. It's my one chance. There's an open can of embalming fluid on the table in front of me. I get one hand on it.
And now, Mitchell, I'm afraid you have outlived your usefulness.
You can't shoot without eyes. The slug whistles past my ear. By the time Slag can get his eyes open again, I'm...
Get back, Mitchell!
I got a better idea. You get back.
I will...
I'll take that gun, Maria. Let's have it.
No!
Now, sit down.
You...
Sit down.
No! What are you going to do?
This is what I came here for. I'm going to take Slugger back with me.
Oh, he will never go. He will never tell you anything.
No? You think he'd rather I turn him over to Lieutenant Escobar?
Oh, no, you must not.
You see, that's just what Slugger's going to say when I put it up to him. And that's why he'll give me all the information I want. You know, some people sing for their supper. But just think how hard Slugger's going to sing for his life.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jandot, with music composed and conducted by Basil Adlam, and is produced and directed by Bill Carn. This week, friends of Dangerous Assignment get a bonus in good listening, for Dangerous Assignment will be heard again Friday. That's day after tomorrow, Friday, September 29th at 8:30 New York time, when Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though. Trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to wind up with me staking my life on a bluff, and then finding out, much to my surprise, that I wasn't bluffing at all. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you wanted to see me.
Steve, last night 3 men landed in Miami by plane. They were picked up in a limousine. The local police chased them, and the car crashed, killing all 3 men.
So what's all this got to do with us, Commissioner?
One of those men was a well-known foreign agent.
Oh, I see. How about the other 2?
The check was made on their identities. Phony, both of them.
Oh, you mean they were carrying phony identification papers?
No, the papers were legitimate enough, but they didn't belong to the men who were carrying them. We believe those papers were stolen from U.S. citizens who were traveling abroad, and in each case, those citizens were traveling alone and unattached.
5 will get you 10. That also, in each case, those U.S. citizens are dead right now.
Exactly. Well, Steve, it looks like we're up against a clever and vicious scheme to get foreign agents into the States.
Yeah. They grab one of our tourists, bump him off, take his papers, and then slip one of their boys into the States with those papers.
We've got to work fast. We don't know how many times they've pulled this trick so far, but we've got to keep them from continuing. Get down to Miami, Steve. Backtrack their operation until you find out who's behind it. Then smash it once and for all. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment.
Well, ordinarily, there's nothing I'd like better than a trip to Miami, but from the look on the commissioner's face, I've got a strong hunch I won't be spending my time water skiing through a blue lagoon with a beautiful doll perched on my shoulder. My plane lands there on Friday morning, and I head for the immigration office.
Oh, Mitchell, we've been expecting you. I've got some luggage here you might be interested in looking through.
This stuff here?
Yeah, just help yourself, huh? This is stuff that originally belonged to the tourists that we think these foreign agents murdered and then impersonated.
Routine stuff. Clothes, curios.
Yeah, that suitcase that you're going through now belonged to a Harold Davis.
Yeah, according to my information, 3 guys landed here in Miami and were whisked away in a limousine.
Yeah, that's right. When their car crashed, they were all killed. And that's where we recovered this luggage and those identification papers. But it didn't take us long to discover that the men in the car didn't belong to this stuff.
Oh, what kind of a plane did they land in?
A regular passenger plane. Caribbean Airlines from Trinidad. Well, what is it?
Hey, this picture here in the suitcase. Is this the real Davis?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's Davis, all right. Well, maybe you should say it was Davis. That girl with him in the picture, that's not bad.
Not bad at all. You say the guy who was impersonating Davis flew in from Trinidad, huh?
Yeah, that's right. You think that this picture was taken there?
I know it was. I recognize the hotel in the background.
Oh. Well, in other words, this picture shows that the real Davis was in Trinidad. But the man who flew up here from Trinidad wasn't Davis. Well, that means that...
That means that Trinidad is my next stop. So the trail's warming up. At this point, it looks like Trinidad is the spot where the switch has been taking place. I realize I've got to operate undercover and fast. So far, we've managed to keep that auto crash in Miami a secret, but it's only a question of time before the outfit that's running the racket finds out we're on their trail, and when they do, they'll drop their quaint little habit of bumping off tourists and concentrate on bumping off the guy who's after them, namely me. My plane lands in Trinidad the next afternoon, as usual. It's hot, but I've got an uneasy feeling that before I wind this one up, it's going to get a little hotter. I scout around to find the office of the Caribbean Airlines. Back of the counter, a tall, skinny gent is sleepily fanning himself with a travel folder.
Oh, good afternoon, sir.
Are you the ticket agent here?
Yeah. What charming and delightful spot in the Caribbean do you want to fly to?
You sound bitter.
Well, this morning I didn't get a job I was counting on back in the States, and I also didn't get a raise here. Instead, I got a heat rash. I should be happy.
Courage, Camille.
Thanks, old man. Now, where do you want to go, or did you just want to browse through some rare travel folders?
I'm checking on a friend of mine, a guy named Harold Davis.
Oh? What about him?
Oh, I owe him some dough, and somebody told me he left Trinidad by plane the day before yesterday. I thought you might be able to check it for me.
Okay. Davis. Yes. Harold Davis took off for Miami night before last, flight 17.
Wonder why he decided to leave here.
This is something we don't ordinarily ask our customers.
Well, did he make the reservation in person?
Oh, no, it was handled through Interocean.
Interocean?
Mm-hmm. Travel agency here in Trinidad.
I see. You happen to have their address?
Yeah, here's their card. It's just down the street.
Thanks,
What's the matter?
Nothing. I won't keep you up any longer. So long. What snapped me into action is a girl walking along the sidewalk outside the airline office. I only get a brief glimpse, but it's enough to tell me that that's the same girl who posed with the real Davis in that picture I found in the suitcase. I go outside and follow her down the street. A few doors down, she turns into an office, and that's where I get my second surprise, because there's a sign on the door, Interocean Travel Agency, the outfit that's been booking passengers on Caribbean Airlines. Now I know the trail's heating up. I follow her inside.
Hello.
Hi.
What can I do for you?
Well, that's what I came in here to find out. You run this travel agency?
Sort of. I'm Miss Gray. Susan Gray. You a tourist here?
Yeah, sort of.
Sounds like you're a little at loose ends right now.
Matter of fact, I am. Maybe it's just that I'm running out of places to go and things to do.
Can't your wife suggest something?
I'm not married.
I see. Traveling alone?
Yeah.
Well, I'd be very happy to suggest any number of interesting little side trips.
Good.
That is, if you're not on any fixed schedule. What I mean is there anyone in the States who's expecting you back at any particular time?
No, I'm what you might call completely unattached.
Oh? Well, in that case...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I could sure use someone to show me around Trinidad. That is, if you happen to have any spare time.
I think that could be arranged.
Steve Mitchell.
Okay. Tell you what, Steve. I'll try to line up a little trip for you. Then we can talk about seeing some of the sights around Trinidad. Where can I reach you?
Hispaniola Hotel. I'll be hearing from you then, Susan.
Yes, you will, Steve. And very soon.
I start back to my hotel, so I dangle a little alone and unattached bait in front of little Susan's nose, and she snaps it up like an underfed cobra, which is all very fine, except that what it boils down to is that I'm setting myself up as a grade A clay pigeon. Then, as I'm walking down the street, I pass a bar, and I hear a very familiar voice. I shove open the door and go in. It's my old friend, Lord Byron, the calypso singer.
So come to the Trade Winds Bar for your drinks. The price is right and the food, it's good, too.
And Lord Byron spots me at the bar, and his face lights up like a neon sign.
Once was a brave man, Steve Mitchell, he, the best ever came to Trinidad colony. He made a friend of Lord Byron, that's me, and both of us went sailing out to sea. We ran into bad men in diving suits, and had much trouble, you can bet your boots. But when all the fighting was over and done, the bad men had lost and Steve Mitchell had won. Steve Mitchell.
Hello, Lord Byron. Hey, look, thanks for the free publicity, but I just assumed that nobody knew I'd ever been to Trinidad before.
But why, Steve?
At present, I'm making like a typical tourist.
Oh, you're after someone again, Steve?
That's right.
Why don't you give it up, Steve?
Huh?
Always you look for bad men. Why don't you forget it? Now, me, I'm a happy man. This is the life here. To go fish, to go sail, to lie in the sun, to be happy.
That's nice work if you can get it.
There is more to life than this?
Well, I guess there shouldn't be, but
What's the matter, Steve?
that girl who just came in.
Girl? Oh, sure. She's nice looking, Steve. You want to meet her?
I've already met her. Susan Gray works for a travel agency. Does she come in here often?
Oh, yes. She comes in here almost every night. The tourists, she's always with them.
I see. Well, that checks. Okay, I think I'll go have another talk with her.
Be careful, Steve. No trouble.
No trouble. Hi.
Well, hello, Steve. I was just thinking about you.
How was it?
The
thinking.
Nice.
When do we start seeing the town together? Tonight, maybe?
Oh, I'm sorry. I have plans tonight, but we'll make it real soon.
Okay.
And in the meantime, I'm trying to line up a little trip you might be interested in.
Oh, good evening, my dear.
Oh, hello, Carlos.
I do not believe I have met this man.
Well, you couldn't have very well. I just met him a couple of hours ago myself. Steve Mitchell, Carlos Gelder.
Hello.
This man is perhaps bothering you, my dear.
Of course not.
He seems to be presuming upon a very short acquaintance.
Look, Buster, is there any law against talking to a girl in a bar?
In this particular part of the world, there are many unwritten laws covering various subjects.
Oh, what subjects, for instance?
For instance, you.
Carlos, please.
Just a minute, Susan. Okay, Gelder. Just what are those unwritten laws covering me?
The same which apply to anyone who seeks to tread on forbidden ground.
I could take that either of two ways.
You may choose whichever you like, but just be certain that you do take it.
Okay, for the time being.
And I can assure you I am not talking in terms of the time being.
Yeah. See you later, kid.
Steve, I'm sorry. I'll get in touch with you later.
So, Steve, she's a popular young lady.
Too popular, Lord Byron. Who's that little gent in the white suit I was just exchanging gay repartee with?
Oh, He's a bad man, Steve. Stay away from him.
Oh?
Carlos Gelda. He's a very powerful man.
What's he do?
No one knows. But in Trinidad, his name means trouble.
I see. He and Susan seem pretty thick. One trouble plus one trouble.
Is double trouble.
Hey, wait a minute. They're leaving together.
No, Steve.
Yeah, I know. No trouble. See you later, Lord Byron. By the time I get outside, Susan and Gelder are nowhere in sight. I start along the sidewalk, and suddenly there's a guy walking beside me. A grinning native. I speed up. He stays with me. I stop. He throws a shoulder into me and sends me lurching into the alley. I whirl around. There's another guy in the alley waiting for me, also with a big grin on his face. And in his hand is a wicked-looking knife with a spring blade. He edges towards me quietly, the knife held low and pointing up. The first guy is somewhere behind me. I flatten myself against the wall and wait, watching the knifer's eyes. He starts to jab. I swing my butt, the knife goes flying, but the guy just keeps grinning and moving in. I dive for the end of the valley, but the first guy jumps on me. I give him a left, but too late. They're both swarming all over me. One of them pins my arms. The other starts working me over. He's doing a good job on me. Body punches, enough to hurt, but not enough to knock me out. After what seems like an hour, I guess he gets tired. He winds up and lets fly with one to my face. And that does it.
Here's a word about another NBC Chime favorite returning to the air this fall. It's Chester A. Riley, played by William Bendix in the hilarious Life of Riley. Riley will be back over most of these stations just 1 week from today. Chester may not be the combination of lady killer, star athlete, and mental giant he thinks he is, but Mom, Babs, and Junior love him anyway. And you'll love them all, even the friendly undertaker, Digger Odell, when The Life of Riley returns just 1 week from tonight. The Chimes are your invitation. Now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
Steve. Oh. Steve. Come on, Steve. Steve.
Oh, Lord Byron.
What happened, Steve?
Oh, I wasn't playing tic-tac-toe. I don't know.
Steve, it's no good. Someone was giving you a warning. Oh, come on back into the bar with me.
I could use a drink along about now. Look, did Susan and Gelder come back into the bar after I left?
No, I didn't see them. Steve, Lord Byron is your friend. He gave you good advice.
Yeah, I know. His trouble. I'm afraid it's a little late in the game to back out now. Come on, let's go on over to the bar.
So just then this other guy sticks his head out and says, now get this. He says, okay, wise guy, how are you gonna get back? Yeah, don't you get it? How are you gonna get back? Yeah, that's the trouble. You guys just don't appreciate a good American joke.
Scotch and soda, bartender.
Hey, another American.
Huh? Oh, yeah, another American.
Clay's the name, friend. Abner H. Clay. Put her there.
Aye. Mitchell's mine.
Here, let me buy you a drink.
Thanks, but I...
I insist, friend, I insist.
Okay, thanks.
Well. It sure is good to run into another traveler from the blessed land.
Yeah.
Now, don't get me wrong, friend. I'm having a whale of a lot of fun on this trip, but I just haven't seen anything that compares with a little old hometown, good old Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Yes, sir. Say, I got a great idea. Why don't you and me do this town up together?
Thanks a lot, but no thanks.
Oh, come on. Say, I can show you places you never even dreamed about. And girls?
I suppose you've even got a chicken inspector badge, too, huh?
What?
Skip it.
Oh. Come on, friend. Let's make a night of it, huh? What do you say? After all, it's my last night here for a few days. I want to make the most of it.
What do you mean, your last night?
Well, gonna take a little boat trip around the islands. We shove off first thing in the morning.
We?
Just small party. About 3 others, I think.
Just a minute. Are you, by any chance, traveling alone, Clay?
Alone? I sure am. You know, tell you how it happened. I was sitting there in my office in Milwaukee 3 months ago, and I suddenly said to myself, Abner, my boy, what you need is a vacation. So, here I am.
I see. And this little boat trip you're leaving on in the morning, mind telling me who arranged that for you?
Not at all, my friend. Interocean Travel Agency, right here in town. Hey, there's a little lady there who is just...
Susan?
Yes. You know her?
Slightly.
Oh, she's sure been mighty sweet to me.
I don't doubt it.
Oh, come on, friend. Why don't you change your mind and make the rounds with me tonight?
I just did change my mind. Let's go, friend.
Oh, brother, is this someplace, huh, Steve?
Well, it looks about the same as the last 5 bars we've been in, Clay. Look, this boat trip you're taking in the morning.
Yeah?
Have they told you where you're going?
Oh, they said we'd poke around a few little islands in the out-of-the-way places.
Uh-huh. I suppose you're taking all your luggage and papers with you?
Well, that's right. Matter of fact, they told us to be sure and bring them.
Oh?
Well, they said we might stay longer than we expected if found places we like.
I see. Look, Clay,
What's the matter, friend?
Somebody just walked in.
Huh? Oh, it's Susan. Hey, Mitchell, I got a great idea. Why don't you come along on this trip, huh?
Well, I don't know. It's pretty short notice.
Well, Susan? Susan?
Oh, well, it's Mr. Clay and Steve.
Hello, Susan.
I'm glad I ran into you again.
Where's your boyfriend, Gelder?
Oh, we had a quarrel. I'm awfully sorry about that scene he caused at the Tradewinds bar.
I collected a few lumps in an alley right after that.
What?
But I don't suppose you or Gelder would know anything about that.
Of course not. I don't understand, Steve.
I'll skip it.
Oh, say, Susan, I just had me a great idea.
What is it, Mr. Clay?
Well, Steve and me, we gotten to be old buddies, and I was wondering, why couldn't he go along on this boat trip in the morning?
I was working on a trip for Steve a little later on. I'm afraid the one tomorrow is pretty well booked up.
Oh, well, I'll bet you could change that little lady. Yeah. Now, couldn't you?
Well, I suppose I could make some last-minute arrangements.
I'd sure appreciate it.
All right.
There, that's my girl. That's my girl, all right. Yeah, how about that, Steve? Isn't that swell?
Yeah.
All right, now, I'll tell you what. Meet me down at the dock at 7 tomorrow morning, okay?
All right, Clay, I'll be there. Well, things are turning out a little differently than I'd bargained for. I'd figured on having more time to find out a few things about the Interocean Travel Agency before I took one of their little trips. But now here I am, scheduled to sail in the morning. I'm not sure I like it, but I don't have any choice. To back out would probably arouse their suspicions, and besides, looks like I'm stuck playing nursemaid to the happy American tourist, Clay, who's looking for all the world like the pigeon of the same name right now. The next morning, I take my luggage down to the dock at 7 o'clock. Susan and Clay are already there beside a small motor launch.
Morning, Mitchell.
Hi.
Come on board, Steve.
Okay. Well, where are all the other passengers?
They should be along any minute.
How many are there?
3.
Oh, great morning for a trip, huh?
Yeah, but how about this boat? It doesn't seem to look big enough for much cruising.
Oh, this is just a launch that'll take you to an island down the coastaway. You'll pick up the cruise boat there.
I see.
Oh, here comes one of the other passengers now. No, I guess it isn't. Hey, it's that Calypso singer.
Huh? Hey, Lord Byron.
Oh, Steve.
What's the matter, Lord Byron?
Nothing. I came down to give you a goodbye serenade.
Oh?
Well, you really get service, Steve.
Yeah, so it seems.
Now, where else could you find atmosphere like this, huh, friend? Okay, let her go, Lord Byron.
Oh, Steve Mitchell came down to Trinidad and met a girl who so made him glad. She worked for a travel agency and arranged little trips for a modest fee.
Well, thanks for the plug.
Then Steve met a tourist in the bar last night who took him around and showed him the sights. But poor Steve Mitchell, he doesn't see that the tourist owns a travel agency. Well, a happy trip, Steve.
Lord Byron, come on back here.
But you see, I've got to...
You're not going anywhere, friend. Come on, get in the boat. Move.
Very well.
Well, thanks for the try anyway, Lord Byron.
Sure, Steve.
Okay, Susan, shove off.
What about the other passengers?
We can't wait for them now. We'll take care of these 2 birds first and then come back with the others. Get going.
All right.
You've been the big boy in this deal all along, Clay, huh?
I sure have, friend.
Well, I guess congratulations are in order. That's quite an act you put on, being the great American tourist.
Not bad at all, is it?
And with Susan giving them the come on, I don't suppose you have much trouble getting all the unsuspecting tourists you need.
We haven't had much trouble so far, and that's the way we're going to keep it.
You mind telling me where we're going?
Not at all, friend. Tobago Island, a little way down the coast. But you know, really shouldn't matter much to you where you're going. Because I'll tell you something. You and Lord Byron aren't coming back.
Oh, Steve and Lord Byron got big troubles now. They're locked up in the cabin of a little scow. The bad man tell them they're holding this sack. They go to an island, but they don't come back.
Hey, look, will you lay off? It's bad enough being cooped up in here waiting for the axe without you making a musical comedy of it.
All right, Steve. But why is he taking us to Tobago Island?
That's probably where his agents are hiding out, waiting. It's probably also the tourist graveyard. Incidentally, where is Tobago Island?
We've been cruising about 2 hours. There's another hour left to go.
Well, wait a minute. We're turning and slowing up. I'm going to take a look out the portal. Hey, I thought you said it was another hour to Tobago Island.
That's right, Steve.
Well, don't look now, but there's a little island right in front of us.
What?
Yeah, and we're heading toward what looks like a little abandoned dock.
Let me see. It's not Tobago Island. It's San Miguel.
Wonder why the switch. You familiar with this island?
Sure, Steve. Deserted island. I was here once.
All right, friend. I'll on deck.
I thought you said we were going to Tobago Island, Clay.
We were. But Susan and I got to figuring. Maybe you were a little wiser to our operation than you've been letting on.
I still don't get you, Clay.
Maybe you already knew Tobago Island was our rendezvous point. Maybe before you came down to the dock this morning, you arranged to have a little help show up there. All right, come on ashore.
Seems to me you're giving me a lot of credit, Clay.
Well, I figure it's always safer to overestimate the opposition than underestimate them. So Susan and I spotted this little deserted island and figured it'd be a convenient place to stop for a while.
I will lead the way. There is no trail.
All right, just don't get too far ahead of us.
You've got the whole deal figured out, haven't you?
I sure have, friend.
Look, it seems to me you're taking care of Lord Byron and me the hard way. You could have tied us up and thrown us overboard.
No. There's always the chance your bodies would start drifting around and be discovered. Much better to have you safely buried in the ground.
I see. Just like you did with the other tourists, huh?
You catch on quick, Mitchell. This underbrush is pretty thick.
Follow closely in my tracks and you will have no trouble.
Hey, he's an obliging guy all of a sudden, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't get it. Well, here's a little clearing.
Yes, sir. This is where we stop.
All right, it's as good as any.
So this is the last stop, huh?
For you and Lord Byron.
For all of us.
What do you mean?
This San Miguel Island is a very bad place.
What are you talking about?
Steve, you've heard the legend of San Miguel, haven't you?
Legend of... Oh, yeah, why, sure. It's supposed to be a pretty bad place, isn't it?
Yes, a very bad place.
Look, bluffing's not going to do you two any good now.
It's no bluff. I'll tell you the story of San Miguel. Oh, once came a man to this island here. He built a house and he built a pier. Then he walked into this jungle so nice and green, and never any more was he seen.
Look, what are you giving us anyway?
It's the truth, Susan. I remember it all now.
The ground opened up and down he went. The earth closed over him without a dent. But on some nights you can still hear him say, from San Miguel Island, stay away.
All right. That's enough of your silly song.
It's not a silly song, Clay. It's truth. All over the island, quicksand.
Quicksand?
Sure, that's it. Quicksand. The whole place is quicksand under it. Every once in a while, the crust over it collapses.
All right. I said cut out the fairy tale.
It's no fairy tale. Look, Lord Byron's the only one who knows where to walk safely. You kill us, and you'll never make it back to the beach.
Clay, what if he's telling the truth?
They're not telling the truth. I tell you, they're bluffing.
Oh, what was that?
Probably a hunk of ground collapsing.
Shut up, Mitchell. It's just an animal of some kind.
Was it?
There it is again. Where did it come from?
Came from right over there.
Thanks for turning your head away.
Let go of me, Mitchell.
Drop that gun before I break your arm.
So, the quicksand story was a bluff.
Sure, it worked. Lord Byron sharper than I figured. Now, drop that gun. That's better.
I'll get it.
No, Susan, I'll take the gun. Clay, come back here.
Let him go, Steve.
Let him go, you crazy. Clay! Now he's out of sight.
You will not go far, Steve.
What?
Oh, Clay.
What happened?
Don't move anyone.
But what happened to Clay?
He's gone. Quicksand.
What? Quicksand? But I thought you...
I was telling the truth. It's San Miguel, very bad place.
Oh, brother. All this time I thought we were just bluffing. Come on, let's get out of here.
Lord Byron, very happy to do just that.
Look, you can't leave me here.
Don't worry, you've got a date with the jail, Susan, and I imagine the Harbor Patrol will be happy to head for Tobago Island to pick up Clay's boys.
Well, let's go back to the beach, Steve.
Okay, but just one thing now. Oh, Steve's friend, Lord Byron, has saved the day, and under the quicksand you'll find Clay. Now 2 more words, and then I'm through. My dear Lord Byron, after you.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jandot, with music by Basil Adlam, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this time, when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Saturday night chimes mean Dennis Day and Judy Canova. Dennis Day will be back on Saturday, October 7th, just 1 week from tomorrow, with more songs and merry, mischievous mix-ups. The Judy Canova Show returns on the same day. And when Judy and her pals get together, it's 30 minutes of mountain-style music and mayhem. The chimes are your invitation to Dennis Day and Judy Canova. And now, stay tuned for Dimension X on NBC. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to involve my racing to crack a case before the killer pulls the trigger on me. Then having that race end up in a dead heat. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you wanted to talk to me.
I do, Steve. About your love life.
My what?
You heard me.
Well, now, look, Commissioner, I hardly think that comes under the heading of dangerous assignments.
You sure, Steve?
Well, on second thought, maybe some of them do, but even so...
Seriously, Steve. Remember Martha Gelber?
Martha Gelber? Brother, you seem to be specializing in making me squirm this morning.
Why, Steve, seems to me I can remember a time when that name was sweet music to your ears.
Sure, pre-war Vienna. Just a sweet young doll, I thought. It wasn't until later that I found out she was a red-hot Nazi, but what's the point in opening old graves, Commissioner?
This grave isn't old, Steve.
What do you mean? Marta dropped out of sight after the war. We all figured she was dead.
I know, but she's very much alive, Steve. One of our agents spotted her in Tokyo 3 days ago.
Tokyo? What's she doing there?
Steve, as you know, there are two things that always go together. Marta Gelber and trouble.
Trouble? What kind of... Hey, wait a minute. There's been a lot of sabotage in Japan recently.
Exactly. Trains derailed, bridges blown up, the works. And it's hampering our efforts in Korea.
You think Marta is mixed up in the deal?
That's exactly what you're flying to Tokyo to find out. You know how some ex-Nazis have a habit of selling out to the highest bidder.
Now, look, Commissioner, wouldn't it be better to send another agent? After all, Marta and I were kind of friendly in those days, and when I found out about her, it sort of left a bad taste in my mouth.
Well, Steve, you ought to know by this time that personal feelings can't interfere with assignments. That's precisely why I'm sending you. In the first place, Marta was interested in you. In the second place, in those days, you were a foreign correspondent. That's probably all she knows about you.
Okay. What's my contact in Tokyo?
The agent who spotted Marta, a man named McCloskey. He's staying at the Kura Hotel. Now, Steve, get over there. Talk to McCloskey and try to get a line on Marta Gelba. And if she's behind this operation, smash her. The sabotage has got to be stopped. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment, and on the surface it sounds great. Take a little trip to Tokyo and renew my acquaintance with an old flame. But I've got an uneasy feeling that before the deal is through, that old flame is going to turn into a grade-A blowtorch. It's Thursday when my plane lands in Tokyo, and I head for the Kura Hotel and McCloskey.
The situation here isn't good, Mitchell. Whoever's behind the sabotage that's been going on has been running the deal real smart. They've apparently got up-to-the-minute information on troop and train movements. They're causing a lot of trouble for us.
You think Marta Gelber could be behind the deal, McCloskey?
Well, that's a good guess, but the trouble with guesses is there's never any proof. You know the way Marta operates, when she operates.
Yeah, slightly.
Well, I'll give you all the dope I have on Marta, but it isn't much. She's apparently been living here in Tokyo for about 2 years. But last week was the first time any of us had spotted her here. She lives in a very swank apartment.
Yeah, that would be Marta, all
Always
right.
has 2 or 3 guys on the string.
Likewise.
And according to my information, has been throwing plenty of dough around.
Sounds like she hasn't changed a bit.
Well, lately she's been hanging around the racetrack quite a little.
Racetrack?
Uh-huh.
Hey, that might be a good place for me to bump into her. You know, accidental-like.
Speaking of people who haven't changed a bit.
Who, me? Well, you never can tell. I might pick up a long shot out there.
Yeah, you might. But just one thing.
What is it, McCloskey?
Well, now, you know Marta better than I do, Steve. You know she can be about the most dangerous thing on wheels, so be careful. And just be sure if you do pick up a long shot, it's a horse, not a slug.
Cheerful guy, McCloskey. So I mosey out to the racetrack, and it isn't 15 minutes before I spot Marta. She's got an expensive fur draped around her neck, a racing form in one hand, and a wad of bills in the other. And she looks better than ever. I bury my nose in my racing form and start walking towards her.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
why don't you look? Stephen Mitchell.
Why, Marta.
Oh, Stephen, darling.
Hey, that's what I call a welcome home.
Oh, darling, it's been so long. I can't believe it's you. Oh, how wonderful. Let me look at it. No, you have not changed one bit.
Neither of you, Marta.
Oh, I almost forgot. I am furious with you, Stephen. Go away.
After 8 years, you're furious with me. Oh, that's great. Well, what did I do?
That is what you did not do, Stephen. That night in Vienna. Remember? You promised to come back later, and you never did.
Oh, that. Well, I got called back to the States all of a sudden.
Well, it will take me at least 5 more seconds to forgive you. You're still writing for those silly newspapers?
Oh, after a fashion. What are you doing in this neck of the woods, Marta?
Oh, that is a long story, Stephen.
Well, I'm a good listener.
Well, right after the war, I met one of your GIs in Europe, and I married him.
Met him and married him. Sounds like a real fast deal.
It was just one of those silly things, Stephen. It lasted quick.
Oh?
Yeah. But there I was, married to him. So I came with him to the United States and later here to Japan with the occupation forces.
Look, I didn't realize you were complete with husbands these days.
Oh, no, don't let go of my hand, silly. I'm not married anymore.
Oh, how come?
A few months ago, he died in an accident.
Oh.
Yeah, poor boy, he was nice.
Yes, sir. Here is the finish.
Listen.
And the winner is the Nippon Jack. Oh, excuse, please. Not seeing correctly. G.I. Joe is the winner. So sorry.
So now I work for importing firm here. But Steve, all these things about me. What do they matter, man?
I guess they don't, Marta.
Nah, of course they don't. Because now we are together again. Stephen, we have so much to say to each other, and this noisy racetrack, it's no place to say those things.
Maybe you've got a point, Marta.
Here is my address, Stephen. You will come to see me tonight?
Okay. I'll be there.
I'm sorry I'm late, Mother. I had... Oh, I didn't realize you were occupied.
Oh, this is a very old and dear friend I wanted to meet, Bill. Stephen Mitchell, a newspaper correspondent. Stephen, this is Sergeant Bill Duncan. He's a very nice boy.
Thanks for the build-up, Marta. Glad to meet you, Mitchell.
Sergeant, well, I better be getting along.
Oh, no, don't leave, Stephen.
Marta, I thought that we'd plan on having a drink together.
Oh, did we? Oh, yeah, yes, we did. But I see you later, Stephen.
Sure. Well, glad to have met you, Sergeant.
Yeah, thanks. Come along, Marta.
Sergeant.
One moment, please.
What?
Very important information for you. Yes?
Who are you?
Suki have information of great value.
Oh, what is it?
Oh, too crowded here to talk. Please to come.
Okay. Who's that, Jim?
I am messenger from heaven.
What?
So, is Betty here? You bet.
Now, what is this important information you've got for me?
Oh, big killing. You bet.
Killing? Where?
Soon. Big sweeper.
Sweeper? Look, I don't... Oh, wait a minute. You mean sleeper?
Yes, sweeper. Next race. You bet. Horse name Konichiwa.
Oh, great. Even in Tokyo, they've got touts. I'm sorry, Buster.
Oh, but cannot lose. Positively sure cinch. Absolute. You bet.
Sure. You bet.
Got a match, mister?
Yeah, I have a... Oh, McCloskey.
Yeah. Light me up while we talk, huh?
Sure.
I see you spotted Marta, okay?
Yeah. Who's the sergeant?
Oh, Duncan. He's one of the boys she's got on the string. He's been seeing her quite a lot lately. Maybe a little too much. Thanks.
You said whoever was behind this sabotage was apparently getting inside information?
That's right. This Marta Sergeant Duncan business. It could add up to something pretty nasty. Well, I better shove.
I've got a date with Marta tonight.
Oh? Didn't waste much time.
Neither did she. Is there some place I could meet you afterwards? I may pick up some information from her.
Yeah. And there's a little rundown bar not far from my hotel, Watanabe's. I'll be there at midnight.
Okay, see you then.
As always, you are late, Stephen. Come in.
Thanks. Well, quite a place you've got here, Martha.
Yeah, it is nice. Sit here, Stephen, beside me.
Hey, looks like I get the complete treatment.
Treatment?
Well, soft lights, sweet music.
Oh, yeah. Soft lights and music. For us, they were always good, darling. That little tune, you remember it?
Oh, yeah. I remember it.
Oh, Stephen, it is so good to have you close to me once again. Who could that be?
Great timing.
Yeah? Oh, yeah. Well, I